Chapter 261. Mr. Jean, you seem unhappy, don't you? Shirhao looked at Jean Datong's expression, raised his eyebrows, and threatened in his voice. Jean Datong knew his situation and simply kept silent. We just raided the 7 planets where the Earthlings were imprisoned, and rescued all the captured Earthlings without a single soldier. We killed all the Jean guards on these 7 planets, and all of Li Kun's subordinates were disarmed and imprisoned. Of course, these achievements are all thanks to Mr. Jin's intelligence. After saying these words, Shirhao took out a storage light ball and activated it, and the image and sound of Mr. Jean being forced to confess appeared in the air. I solemnly invite you to join my camp again. I think Mr. Jin's invitation to me should be meaningless, right? Shirhao put away the storage light ball. Jean Datong lowered his head like a deflated ball, and said in a mosquito-like voice, "Okay, you win. Please rest assured, Mr. Jean, I only need valuable intelligence, and will not let you charge into battle or spy on assassinations. During the operation, we did not reveal any information about you and your son, nor did we use your starship. Of course, you should control your son's mouth at ordinary times. As for those people just now, they don't know our arrangements. General Leon will be responsible for connecting with you in the future. You don't have to guess. I am also a human. It is not difficult to disguise myself as an orc. You can go back, but it's best to stay away from those 7 planets. Go explore, or go back to the green level planet for a while. Don't think about running to the green or red level planets and hiding. If you don't provide valuable intelligence for a long time, you should understand what I will do. As for how to pass on the information, you two can discuss it." Shirhao finished speaking, and with a thought, he exchanged the control of the cube starship and Jean Datong's system-level jump starship to Jean Xiao and Jean Datong. After Jean Datong and Liang Wenlong agreed on the details, Shirhao and Liang Wenlong came to Liang Wenlong's starship. "Tell me about the situation." When Liang Wenlong first came to visit, in order to rescue the captured Earthlings as soon as possible, Shirhao did not know in detail what had happened in the past 3,800 years. So Liang Wenlong began to talk from the time when Shirhao left. After Shirhao and more than 20 people left Sanyu Star and came to the boundless battlefield, there was Lei Shiyu on Earth, Wu Yi on Minyun Star, Wan Guiyong and Su Yin on Sanyu Star, and the entire human race flourished and prospered. As time passed, the human race expanded faster and faster, and more small races turned to the human race. Most of them were attracted by the human race's martial arts and skills, and a small part joined the human race for pleasure. This made the human race's mortal enemies, the Golden Clan, the Feather Clan, the Beast Clan, the Zerg Clan and the Giant Lizard Clan, feel that the threat was growing, and they began to try every means to hinder the development of the human race. About 200 years after Shirhao left, the Silver Domain reiterated the Silver Domain Law and urged all planets and races to act in accordance with the Silver Domain Law, so those races did not dare to go too far. However, private infiltration into the human race and private assassinations occurred from time to time. Thanks to Wang Ping and Mickey's advanced layout of the Human Security Department, infiltration and anti-infiltration work were done very well, crushing many similar conspiracies. What really made other races nervous was the complete establishment of the human race's martial arts and cultivation system, and the establishment of branches of the Dharma Academy on various planets, like mushrooms after rain. After the Hunter Seat reception station attendant Mia Yunju left, the new attendant was a member of the Feather Tribe. They made all kinds of difficulties for the Earthlings passing by, and arbitrarily deducted the transported materials, until the passage from the solar system to the Silver region was almost interrupted. For the next 400 or 500 years, the solar system and the Silver region human race had no other exchanges except for communication. Is it not possible to use a system-level jump starship? In theory, it is completely possible to reach the solar system from the vicinity of the reception station by using a system-level jump starship. No, according to our understanding, the solar system is protected by a certain Lord God, and other races' jump starships cannot enter, unless we humans make a system-level jump starship ourselves. However, due to the changes, the human race has not yet made a system-level jump starship. Liang Wenlong's explanation reminded Shirhao of what Mia had said. Later, the development of the Silver region human race mainly relied on the Earthlings, who were already in the Silver region and their descendants. Later, with the rapid development and insufficient population, the recruitment of personnel was increased. In this way, the composition of the human race in the Silver Domain became more complicated. The Golden Tribe, Feather Tribe, Beast Tribe, Zerg Tribe and Giant Lizard Tribe all sent people to infiltrate the human race. As the population of the human race in the Silver Domain increased, and the scale became larger, many Earthlings were promoted from the grassroots to participate in management. At that time, Li Kun did his best to assist Wu Yi in managing Minion Star in an orderly manner. However, the biggest shortcoming of Earthlings is infighting. Those who were sent from Earth, and were afraid of chaos in the world, and liked to play tricks, the most became the ultimate hidden danger. At the beginning, Shihao thought that sending them here would let them experience the hardships of the Silver Domain firsthand, and then achieve the effect of transformation. Facts have proved that some dogs can't stop eating shit. A large part of this group of people did change, but a small part spoiled the whole pot of soup like a rat shit. At the beginning, these people just complained and did nothing. The Gene people soon discovered this weakness of the Earthlings, and began to find people to deliberately approach these people, and then began to lay out. The collapse of the human race started from within, from forming cliques and factions. Liang Wenlong said with annoyance. These people all had criminal records on Earth, so Wu Yi, Wang Guiyong and Su Yin did not let them enter the upper echelons, but they relied on their eloquence to help the Gene people to rebel against the upper echelons. When Shihao left for about 500 years, Li Kun's status in the human race was second only to Lei Shiyu, Wu Yi, Wang Guiyong and Su Yin, and his former leader Ding Yuan was suppressed by him. After a long time, Li Kun was still not satisfied, and coupled with the constant noise of those around him, he started to think about it. That group of people not only rebelled against Li Kun, but also other high-level figures. I don't know when it started, but rumors began to spread among the human race. The human race has entered the Silver region for 500 years, but it still implements a dictatorship. For the development of the human race, a parliamentary system must be implemented. The human race leader Shihao fell to the Death Star 500 years ago, and there is no possibility of survival. It is said that the human race leader Shihao was knocked to the Death Star by the Jin Yuan of the Jin clan, and there is video evidence. The Jin clan's top leaders issued a statement that the Jin clan and Shihao's grudges were purely personal. Shihao set up a trap to frame the Jin clan for his own selfish interests, which led to tensions between the human race and the Jin clan. Shihao is now dead, and the Jin clan is willing to establish a close friendship with the human race and cooperate with the human race in many fields. Shihao's face darkened when he heard Liang Wenlong's words. The Jin clan's move was vicious. If nothing unexpected happened, the human race would be divided into two factions, arguing over whether to cooperate with the Jin clan. What happened later was far more serious than the argument. At first, it was just a quarrel over political differences, but later it evolved into a fight at a high-level meeting. In order to reaffirm Shihao's status in the human race, Wang Guiyong, Wu Yi and Su Yin agreed to build two tall Shihao sculptures in the squares of Minion Star and Sanyu Star. The human race also launched a big discussion on unified thinking, and the chaos was temporarily suppressed. At this time, the factions were already very clear, and the Pro-Jin clan anti-Shih faction headed by Li Kun was weaker. Since the chaos in the Silver Domain human race, Lei Shiyu took the initiative to cut off the communication between the solar system and the Silver Domain and increase the control over the solar system. So far, the solar system is still under the control of Lei Shiyu's faction, and Liang Wenlong is not very clear about the specific situation. Wu Yi is the leader of Minion Star, and his power is almost equal to that of Li Kun. Wang Guiyong and Su Yin also have a strong control over Sanyu Star. But as time goes by, Li Kun's faction continues to grow in power through small moves and bribery. Later, when they encountered high-level officials who could not be suppressed or bribed, Li Kun and the Jin clan began to assassinate them. In this way, Li Kun's power grew stronger and stronger, and finally passed the parliamentary system. And he also invited Minsk, Katerina, and Ilef to join. After the three of them discussed it, for the safety of their men, they pretended to agree to Li Kun. But after returning, they began to make preparations secretly. One day, the three of them disappeared with their people, and no one knew where they went. Although it is a parliamentary system, most of them are Li Kun's people. He is becoming more and more autocratic and arbitrary. At the beginning, he still cared about Wu Yi's face, but later he simply threatened Wu Yi with the safety of Wu Ruinfa, Yang Shui and others. Wu Yi was gradually sidelined, and finally placed under house arrest. At this time, Li Kun had not yet controlled the army. At first, it was me, Mickey, Xinge, and Shi Wei who formed the Guard Corps. Most of the middle and high-level people in the army were veterans of that period. This has always been a thorn in Li Kun's heart. Since Ouyang Li surrendered to Li Kun, everything has changed. Liang Wenlong's face showed a look of pride and nostalgia when talking about the Guard Corps. Ouyang Li? It's Xiao Xiao. Ouyang Li is the full name of Su Yuan, and Ouyang Xiaojia's son Xiao Xiao. Su Yuan always talks about Xiao Xiao in front of Shihao. At that time, Yang controlled half of the military power, and his subordinates were gradually replaced by his own people. I don't know how he was bewitched by Li Kun. Yang is Su Yuan's son. Liang Wenlong didn't want to say it seriously, so as not to embarrass Shi Hao. Where is Xia Yuan now? Wu Cheng, Xiaorui and Xiao Yuan were disappointed and returned to Earth. Yang asked the Yu people to smooth things over. Shi Hao felt a little uncomfortable. He felt uncomfortable for Su Yuan, not because of Yang Li's betrayal. Yang Li was just a name in his eyes, and he didn't have any deep feelings for him. Li Kun has taken control of the military power, but this is not the real turning point. Oh! Shi Hao looked at Liang Wenlong in confusion. Chapter 262. Liang Wenlong continued. After Li Kun and Yang Li joined forces, Wang Guiyong and Su Yin also began to toughen up and began to prepare for the worst. Mianyun Star was controlled by Li Kun, and the Starship Research Institute and the Weapons Research Institute were all there. Wang Guiyong began to ask Liang Wenlong to send people to sneak into Mianyun Star, ready to transfer the researchers inside at any time. Considering Yang Shua's safety, Wang Guiyong specially set Mickey to act together. Not long after, the real turning point came. When the demonstrators who opposed Li Kun's dictatorship gathered under the Shi Hao sculpture, they were shot by Li Kun and Yang Li, and then the Shi Hao sculpture was pushed down. When Shi Hao heard that his sculpture was pushed down, he didn't feel much, but after hearing that the demonstrators were shot, he pounded the table. This incident was a turning point for the entire human race. Wang Guiyong took the initiative to arrange for a large-scale transfer of people. On Mianyun Star, the people said by Liang Wenlong also carried out operations simultaneously and rescued most of the researchers. Yang Shui wasted some time in order to put as many research results as possible into the muster jewelry with a large storage space that had been prepared long ago. When Li Kun's people arrived, an encounter occurred. Mickey desperately protected Yang Shui and was shot. Seeing this, Yang Shui activated the teardrop-shaped jump starship that she had just developed and evacuated with Mickey. The technology of this starship is not very mature, it has not been tested, and it requires a high level of telekinesis. Yang Shui desperately urged the starship and finally successfully escaped from Mianyun Star, but her mind suffered permanent damage and she became demented. Later, Wang Ping came to pick up Mickey and Yang Shui, and I don't know where they went. For safety, General Wan assigned us different areas, and we cannot contact each other individually. Hey, you and I lead the Royal Guards to stay in the boundless battlefield all year round. General Wan asked us to lead a fierce army, and sooner or later we will fight back. And we can only contact General Wan in a specific way, and I don't know his specific location. Liang Wenlong told Shi Hao what he knew, and Shi Hao felt very heavy in his heart. Captain, what should we do next? The Royal Guards have been training in the boundless battlefield for such a long time. Although 1/3 of the members have been reduced, they are all strong. They are all warriors who have shed blood and killed people. Shi Hao is back, and Liang Wenlong feels that he has a backbone. Wenlong, prepare a set of the latest communication system for me, and we will leave contact information. Your current task is to gather troops and improve the organization. At the same time, pay attention to the news of other people, and tell me immediately if there is any accurate news. I will continue to walk around with a disguised identity to understand the current situation. Captain, I suggest you go to Lianli Star to have a look. People who have experienced the boundless battlefield like to go there to rest or buy and sell supplies. It is also the best place to collect intelligence. Shi Hao actually did not have a clear goal, and Lianli Star was a good place to go. When leaving, Liang Wenlong gave his starship to Shi Hao. This starship was bought by one of his men, and Shi Hao's identity would not be exposed because of the starship information. Shi Hao was not in a hurry to go to Lianli Star. He originally came to the boundless battlefield not for my record, but for the mustard stone. Whether the space-time turbulence information provided by Jin Xiao is true or false, Shi Hao decided to explore it first. Shi Hao studied the star map first and found that the location was very deep in the boundless battlefield, spanning about 6 galaxies. Shi Hao drove the starship and did not rush to jump, but flew forward for a while. There was a prison star there. Above the prison star, Shi Hao felt with his mind. This prison star was 1/3 larger than the one he fell on. The black charcoal-like shell outside was about 20 kilometers. Shi Hao's mind power was still a bit difficult to penetrate. After penetrating, he saw the familiar scene easily. After Shi Hao confirmed it, he did not stop and started the system-level jump directly. After Shi Hao jumped 5 times in a row, he stopped because there was a problem with the star map. The 6th galaxy mentioned by Jin Xiao was not shown on the star map. The surrounding star maps were all complete, but the galaxy that Sherhao was going to was empty on the star map. He spread his mind to explore, and found that the galaxy he stayed in also had a prison star, and the rest were all dead stars. That area was strange, and Sherhao didn't dare to jump casually, so he had to drive the starship to fly there honestly. When he flew to the junction of two galaxies, Sherhao habitually used his mind to clear the way and slowed down the flight speed. When he first entered the sixth galaxy, there was nothing unusual. It was the same darkness and loneliness. As he went deeper, Sherhao found that the entire void was even more empty. This feeling was because he didn't see a dead star or other planets in this galaxy. When he went 1/3 deeper into the sixth galaxy, Sherhao found something unusual. There were no space rocks, asteroids, or dead stars in front of him, but his mind was distorted. This distortion is similar to the distortion he had when he encountered a strong magnet. When he thought that was it, the part of his distorted mind was swallowed up, and it felt like it disappeared out of thin air. This should be the space-time turbulence. Sherhao was secretly happy, but immediately slowed down. He heard that space-time turbulence is terrible. After being swallowed, it is very likely that you will never come back. It is better to be cautious. When the starship flew to the vicinity of the abnormality, Sherhao put away the starship, put on the wings, and prepared to fly slowly to observe it. After flying for several thousand meters, Sherhao stopped. It was still dark in front, but they could clearly see a hole more than 10 meters long opened, and the void on both sides of the hole was rippling like water waves. Sherhao looked around and only saw this hole. It seemed that this space-time turbulence appeared by chance. He carefully approached a few dozen meters again. When he was only about 30 meters away from the hole, he summoned an ordinary gun from the mustard pendant and pushed it towards the open hole. When the gun flew into the hole, there was another wave of water ripples, and the gun disappeared, obviously swallowed by the space-time turbulence. Sherhao closed his eyes, gathered his thoughts, and tried to penetrate the big hole to see what was inside the space-time turbulence. His thoughts were swallowed up directly, and a picture similar to the surrounding void appeared in Sherhao's mind, and the gun had disappeared. In order to feel it more clearly, Sherhao increased the intensity of his thoughts, and still let his thoughts appear in a concentrated state. In Sherhao's mind, he felt that the void inside was moving, and he seemed to be getting closer and closer to it. Suddenly, Sherhao realized that something was wrong and opened his eyes immediately, but it was too late. At some point, he had come to the big hole, and half of his body had been swallowed up. Chapter 263. Instantly, Sherhao quickly flapped his wings, but it was still useless. His whole body was no longer under his control, and continued to be sucked in. Finally, Sherhao disappeared in front of the narrow hole in the space-time turbulence. Sherhao felt like he had entered a door. There was nothing behind the space-time turbulence. Sherhao tried to use his mind to feel the surrounding environment. His mind that could cover a galaxy seemed to be imprisoned in a room, and could not penetrate the barrier. Since there was no danger to his life, Sherhao slowly stabilized his mind, but he found that he was still flying forward uncontrollably. Sherhao activated the gravitational waves on his wings, and tried to control the direction of flight himself. After hard work, the wings could change direction slightly, but his body was still flying in a specific direction, as if there was an irresistible suction force somewhere, just like the feeling when he was sucked in. Sherhao used his mind to explore the surroundings while flying. He found that there was an abnormality in a small area to the left of the front, and he couldn't see the situation there with his mind. Sherhao tried to flap his wings to get closer to the abnormal place. When he arrived at that place, Sherhao saw a fist-sized space rock. In the dark environment around him, with no light source nearby, Sherhao could clearly see that the stone was bright gray, different from the surroundings, as if it could glow. Sherhao controlled his route, flew near the stone, and reached out to grab it. Since he hadn't explored the environment clearly, Sherhao wanted to put the stone into the mustard pendant, but there was no response, and the stone was still in his hand. Sherhao chanted again, and a dagger appeared in his other hand, and then disappeared. It was discovered that it was not the mustard pendant that was the problem, but that there was something wrong with the stone. Sherhao stopped flapping his wings and let his body fly forward automatically. He carefully studied the stone, thinking that it was most likely mustard stone. The mustard pendant was made of mustard stone. After being cut and processed, mustard stone formed its own space. It was normal for mustard stone and mustard jewelry to have spatial repulsion. When he was reading the information, there was little introduction to mustard stone, and even the appearance of mustard stone was not described in detail, not to mention the collection method. To sum up the information, mustard stone accompanies the space-time turbulence, and whether it can be collected depends on fate. Some people wait for the space-time turbulence until it disappears. If they are lucky, they can collect it, but if they are unlucky, they can't see a single hair. At present, it seems that this mustard stone is indeed the product of space-time turbulence, but it is not known whether the main place of production is inside or outside the space-time turbulence. Sherhow decided to take this opportunity to explore it. With his mind, a military backpack appeared on his back, and he put the fist-sized mustard stone into the backpack with his backhand. This time, Sherhow flapped his wings in the opposite direction of the forward direction, trying to slow down the flying speed, and then expanded his mind to search the entire space carefully. After flying for a few more hours, Sherhow found another mustard stone, which was 3 times larger than the previous one. Sherhow held the mustard stone in both hands. No matter how he used his mind to feel it, he could not sense the space inside the mustard stone. It seems that it must be processed again. Sherhow put the mustard stone into the backpack again and continued to fly forward. He flew in it for about a day, and he saw a narrow hole again, which should be the reason why Sherhow kept flying forward. As expected, Sherhow was pulled and swallowed by the hole again, and came to another space unscathed. In order to avoid accidents, Sherhow flapped his wings and flew forward for more than 30 minutes, then summoned the starship, opened the star map, and found that he was still in the 6th galaxy. Sherhow left the backpack with mustard stone on the starship. The starship could not be loaded into the mustard pendant, so it seemed that he had to carry it on his back. Sherhow thought that it would be dangerous to enter the space-time turbulence. Either he did not encounter it, or someone with ulterior motives deliberately guided it, and prevented others from collecting mustard stone. He could not figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Sherhow began to meditate and practice Tai Chi Dao to explore other possible space-time turbulence. He did not pay attention to the location he found with his mind just now, and there was no abnormality. It seemed that the exit and entrance of the space-time turbulence were not the same. Without dwelling on this issue, the starship continued to fly forward, and Sherhow continued to explore. In this way, Sherhow stayed in this galaxy for more than a year, Earth calendar, and found a dense area of space-time turbulence in a remote corner of the galaxy. Some of the openings of space-time turbulence were several kilometers long, and some were only a few centimeters in size. Sherhow began to get busy, drilling into the openings of space-time turbulence one by one. On average, 2 or 3 mustard stones could be found in each space-time turbulence, the largest of which had a diameter of several meters, and the smallest was the size of a thumb. The backpack obviously couldn't hold all the mustard stones, so Sherhow summoned the starship out, let it hover in an area with dense space-time turbulence, and stored all the mustard stones on the starship. To be honest, Sherhow was a little worried, but he could only deal with it this way. The space-time turbulence could disappear at any time. He could not guarantee that the space-time turbulence would still exist next time. When he thought about the problem of the space-time turbulence disappearing, he felt a chill on his back. If this happened, he wondered if he would disappear with the space-time turbulence. However, he had gone through hundreds of space-time turbulences, and this situation had not happened so far. Finally, Sherhow looked at the 380 pieces of mustard stones of different sizes, and felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction in his heart. The mustard stones that he had been thinking about for 3,800 years ago had a great harvest today. Sherhow changed his plan to go to Lianli Star and prepared to send the mustard stones to Lian Wenlong first. This kind of thing is a scarce material for the human race and cannot be lost. Just as Sherhow was studying the star map, he found 3 light spots on the monitoring screen. They were 3 starships, and these 3 starships were approaching him in a surrounding situation. The 3 starships stopped 2 or 3 kilometers away from Sherhow's starship. Sherhow sent out his thoughts to investigate the 3 starships. At this time, he felt 2 thoughts with bone-chilling cold coming towards him. He was very familiar with this feeling, which was very similar to the icy nature of Sherway's thoughts. Sherhow let the 2 thoughts come over and protected himself and the starships a little. At the same time, his thoughts also extended to the 3 starships, and found that they were all fully armed humans. The models of the 3 starships were similar to Sherhow's starship. They were all system-level jump starships equipped with Gene Clan heavy particle cannons. Sherhow had been locked by 3 particle cannons. The jump starship needs dozens of seconds of preparation procedures before the jump, so when Sherhow started the starship to prepare for the jump, the 3 particle cannons were enough to destroy the starship. Sherhow took the initiative to turn on the answering device. Since he encountered humans, Sherhow would definitely not leave. If it was Li Kuan's side, he would take the opportunity to obtain some intelligence. If it was Wandua's side, it would be even better. Listen, people inside, you have been locked, don't resist in vain. Come out of the starship, let me see your hands, Make sure it's empty. I count to 3. If you don't come out, we will open fire. 1, 2. At this time, Sure Hao teleported himself to the front of the starship that shouted, raising his hands. Then, 3 people appeared in front of Sure Hao. Orcs? One of the young men looked at Sure Hao meaningfully. Young man, I know that the human race and the beast race don't get along, but I'm borrowing the body of the beast race. I won't get involved in matters between races. I came here just to find some mustard stones and make some money. Sure Hao looked at the young man and explained sincerely. How can I believe what you said? The beast race and the gold race are in cahoots with each other, killing and arresting us humans. The hatred between us is irreconcilable. Isn't your King Kun very close to the beast race? How come you are irreconcilable? From the tone, this group of people are on Wang Guiyong's side, but they still need to test it further. What a bullshit King Kun. He won't be around for a few days. Hearing the word King Kun, the young man became very angry. So, you are from Wang Guiyong's faction. This makes things easier. I just did a business with Liang Wenlong, sold him a piece of intelligence, and rescued a lot of captured earthlings. I'm a businessman, I just want to make money. Sure Hao saw that his expression didn't look fake, so he used the names of Wang Guiyong and Liang Wenlong to endorse him. Can you just mention the names of Patriarch Wan and General Liang casually? The young man obviously admired Wang Guiyong and Liang Wenlong very much, and he was very unhappy when he saw Sure Hao's cynical tone. You said you had a deal with General Liang, but we can't confirm it at the moment, so please come with us. Although the young man was unhappy, he was still relatively rational. Chapter 264. The young man's words hit the mark of Sure Hao, but he still showed an extremely reluctant look. It seems that they are not Liang Wenlong's men. Maybe they can meet another group of people. Sure Hao feels that it is very likely that they are Sure Wei. After hearing the young man's words, Sure Hao adjusted his expression and said in a timid way, I still have to collect mustard stones here. Can you afford to delay my making money? Sure Hao's expression and acting skills at this time have reached the level of an actor. Do you want to live or mustard stones? The young man raised the laser pistol in his hand impatiently. I want to complain to your General Liang and compensate for my losses. Stop talking nonsense. General Liang can't control us. Hand over the starship code. The young man explained a few words to the 2 people around him, pointed a gun at Sure Hao, and forced Sure Hao to teleport him to Sure Hao's starship. Sure Hao had hidden the mustard stone in the warehouse of the starship before he went out. After entering the starship, he reluctantly gave the starship code to the young man. Young man, everyone calls me Jin Yi. What's your name? Seeing that the young man was a little nervous, Sure Hao spoke to adjust the atmosphere. Why? Want to use my name to let the beastmen catch me? But I'm not afraid. My name is Qi Lan. Qi Lan patted his chest while speaking, trying to be more dignified. Qi Lan skillfully reset the starship code and took control of the starship. I am Qi Lan. Number 1 escort me back to the base. Number 2 and number 3 search for mustard stone on the spot. Qi Lan gave orders through the shipboard equipment. Then, Qi Lan drove the starship in one direction, and number 1 starship followed closely behind them. Are you Sure Wei's subordinate? After setting the target, the starships all fly automatically. In this galaxy, it is impossible to jump, so the 2 starships fly silently one after the other. When Qi Lan finished his work and sat down to stare at Sure Hao asked, Who are you? Hearing Sure Hao's question, Qi Lan stood up and pointed the gun at Sure Hao again. Shao Qi, don't be so impulsive. Sure Wei's information is not confidential. Everyone around Sure Hao has been thoroughly studied by the Golden Clan and the Beast Clan. Sure Wei's telekinesis contains icy power, which is known to everyone. Your telekinesis also has it, so I guess he is your master or leader. After hearing Sure Hao's words, Qi Lan put away the gun half-believingly. Sure Dongjia is our second in command. Anyone who has been tested and is suitable for practicing icy power has received his guidance. Qi Lan was still a little naive after all, and this sentence gave Sure Hao useful information. So you have a boss? Can you introduce him? Sure Hao did not continue to ask about the boss's identity, fearing that Qi Lan would overreact and cause trouble. Sure Hao had already made a judgment in his heart that the boss was most likely Tian Ying. Did these 2 people become bandits? Sure Hao pondered in his heart. No, it's usually difficult for us to see the boss, and even the second in command is not often seen. Qi Lan hurriedly refused. I want to do a business with your boss, that is, this mustard stone. Do you think it is heavy enough? Sure Hao took out a mustard stone the size of an adult's head from his backpack, looked at Qi Lan, and carefully placed it on the table. Qi Lan looked at the mustard stone with shining eyes. The mission they received this time was to search for mustard stones in that area of dense space-time turbulence. Based on past experience, they did not hold much hope of finding mustard stones. I can report this success to my superiors. I guess I can meet the boss. Seeing that Shihao really had good stuff, Qi Lan's face softened a little. His initial attitude toward Shihao was due to his hatred for the beast men. After flying out of the boundary of this galaxy, the star map on the starship became normal again, and the system-level jump flight was launched. After 5 consecutive jumps, they came to a galaxy located at the edge of the Silver Domain. The starship stopped near a huge rocky planet. This planet is all black, but it is different from the planets in the boundless battlefield. Although this planet is black, it is full of vitality and very smart. Qi Lan used the ship's equipment to communicate with the people on the planet, and began to land after filing. The entire surface of the planet was completely dark. The starship aimed at a huge hole and flew out. After flying for a few minutes, Shihao's eyes suddenly became clear. The structure of this planet was actually the same as the prison planet of the giants. There was a thick shell on the outside, but it was another world inside. Qi Lan found a place to park the starship, and then teleported Shihao to a closed cell. The layout of the cell was the same as that of the prison on Earth. There was a bed, a chair, and a square opening on an iron door. Jin Yi, I need to ask the higher-ups how to deal with you. I will also report the transaction of mustard stone. Don't worry, we will not arbitrarily embezzle other people's property. Qi Lan's attitude has improved a lot since he spent quite a while with Shihao. He looked at Shihao's backpack and explained. In less than an hour, Qi Lan hurried back. Master Jin, we did get accurate news some time ago. More than a year ago, General Liang led his men to raid the 7 planets where Li Kuan and the Jin clan imprisoned the Earthlings. Because we can't get in touch with General Liang directly, we still can't confirm the truth of what you said. But the higher-ups told me to rearrange your accommodation and entertain you well. Qi Lan already trusted Shihao in his heart, and said with a smile on his face. I take you to your accommodation first. The boss may meet you tomorrow. Please wait a moment. Without any nonsense, Shihao spent a day in cultivation. The next day, Qi Lan came to take Shihao to see the boss. As expected, Shihao met Tianying. Tianying was still dressed neatly, with short hair and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, looking elegant and steady, and her temperament was more reserved and sincere. Hello, boss. Shihao immediately stepped forward and bowed slightly. Mr. Jin, right? What do you want to see me for? Shihao understood what Tianying meant. If it was just for the purpose of trading mustard stone, Shihao didn't have to see her. Tianying also knew the intention of this Mr. Jin in front of her. I hope to talk to the boss alone. Tianying immediately asked the others to leave. General Liang bought the news from me, and raided 7 planets in total, saving 380,000 people on Earth. Tianying's face became serious when she heard this number, but she didn't believe Shihao's words easily. If it was the people of the Golden Clan and the Beast Clan, it would not be difficult to get these numbers. Did Mr. Jin meet just to prove his innocence? I will send someone to verify this matter with General Liang, and I will not wrongly accuse you. Tianying said in a cold tone. No, I just want to see how much the little girl who was sent by Xuanqin Society to assassinate me has grown up. Shihao regained his voice, and said this softly. Tianying was shocked and stood up immediately, tears in the corners of her eyes, covering her mouth with her hands, and sobbing silently. This level of crying obviously could not vent Tianying's emotions. She slowly squatted on the ground, and her silent sobbing turned into howling. The sad emotions that had been suppressed for 3,800 years were vented at this moment, without caring about her image. Shihao walked over, helped her to the chair, and said softly, Xiaoying, you are the boss, you should pay attention to your image. In addition, I don't want to reveal my identity. Tianying took off her glasses when she heard what Shihao said, wiped her tears with her sleeves, and smiled at Shihao embarrassedly. Mr. Shi, it's great that you're back. Now, I will report to you about the work of Shi and I over the years. Chapter 265. Shihao came back, and Tianying immediately recovered her previous state, pushed her glasses, and stood in front of Shihao to report. At the beginning, Shihao did not take Tianying and Shi with him when he went out because of the danger and convenience. Wang Guiyong and Su Yin knew Tianying's ability, so they asked him to help deal with many things in the Sanyu Star City Hall, and he was very busy every day. Shi Wei's icy and cold telekinesis was very special, which attracted the attention of Master Tan Yun of the Dharma Academy. Shi Wei joined the Dharma Academy to assist the Dharma Academy in conducting research on special telekinesis subjects. Later, Zhao Qing joined in, and found a way to break through the Kunlun level, which was to find special substances with different properties, put people in such a special environment, and temper their bodies. During the tempering, high pressure is applied, and the telekinesis amplification device is used to continuously stimulate human cells to promote people's absorption of these special substances. According to different properties, these substances can basically be divided into several categories, named ice crystal, flame crystal, earth crystal, gold crystal, and wood crystal. There are also some other special substances, all of which are classified as heterocrystals. It took nearly 500 years to perfect the entire Kunlun level upgrade system. During the experiment, ice crystals were collected from extremely cold places to upgrade Sherwei. The upgrade process took more than 300 years, and Sherwei became the first real Kunlun level warrior in the human race. The upgrade process lasted a long time, and was accompanied by pain that ordinary people could not bear, which led to a very small number of Kunlun level warriors. After Sherwei was upgraded to Kunlun level, he was ordered to form a special force. Because there were not so many ice crystals, he deliberately found a planet full of water ice, just like he fell to Europa, and let those Songshan level soldiers stay in the ice cave near the ice core every day to practice martial arts. Because water ice is not as pure as ice crystals, the upgrade progress is very slow. Some people with good talents and high comprehension can upgrade to Kunlun level in about 500 to 800 years with the help of practice techniques. As long as conditions permit and practice techniques can keep up, after upgrading to Kunlun level, you can continue to upgrade, but it will take more time, require higher comprehension and special conditions. Sherhao thought about the changes in his body and asked, "What level is above Kunlun level? Have you confirmed it?" "Yushu level. I heard from Sister Zhao Qing that this level cannot be touched by humans in the short term. She said that it may require some conditions we don't know to break through." "How many Kunlun level are there now?" "This should be the highest combat power of mankind at present." Sherhao is more concerned about this issue. "There should be more than 100,000 now. Most of them have just broken through recently, and there are still many on the verge of breaking through, probably several million. There are still quite a few. Why are there so many who have broken through recently?" As time goes by, it is found that the lifespan of Songshan level is 5,000 years, Earth years, and the human body slowly shows signs of aging. This makes many people determined to participate in the Kunlun level upgrade. General 1 requires senior managers to upgrade to Kunlun level, otherwise they will be suspended. Among the more than 100,000 people who have broken through recently, most are managers at all levels. "What material did you use?" Sherhao looked at Tianing and asked. "Boss Sher, I used wood crystals to complete the upgrade 500 years ago." Tianing lowered her head slightly, and said a little shyly, "How many Kunlun class soldiers does Li Kun have?" A comparison of combat power is also essential. It is said that Li Kun has less than 10,000 people. "Oh! Why is the gap so big?" At the beginning, after the Kunlun class upgrade system was perfected, Li Kun's ugly face had already been revealed, and General 1 asked Sister Zhao Qing not to make this research public. Later, Li Kun himself had no talent for cultivation, and basically gave up martial arts and cultivation, and increased the research on weapons and robots. With the help of the Jin clan, he developed powerful laser guns and laser cannons, plus various single-soldier telekinesis equipment, and the combat power of a single soldier is no less than that of a Kunlun-class soldier. He also forced Director Wu to make a robot body similar to the Kunlun class for them, and then let his men perform the body conversion. Where is Director Wu now? Hearing the news about Wu Ruinfa, Sherhao remembered the old man who was stubborn in scientific research, and remembered the joy and pride on his face when the Taishan class and Songshan class research was successful. At first, we sent people to arrange the evacuation of the people on Minyan Star. Due to insufficient manpower, only a small part of them were evacuated. Li Kun and Ouyang captured a large number of people to threaten General 1, forcing us to evacuate from Sanyu Star. Among them were General Wu and Director Wu, and other scientific researchers. Miki was seriously injured while responsible for the evacuation of the Starship Research Institute, and Yang Shue's mind was also damaged. Now the situation is very bad. At present, General Wu, Director Wu and others have been under house arrest on Minyan Star for a long time, and their lives are not in danger for the time being. It is said that General 1 is planning a rescue operation recently, and Wang Ping knows more details. Where are they now? Qilin Constellation. With the help of Master Yefeng and Mia Yunzhu, the human race was able to gain a foothold in Qilin Constellation. Mia Yunzhu and Master Yefeng have been trying to find the whereabouts of you, Mr. Sher. Mia Yunzhu said that she had consulted a master and was told that you would not die, but just experienced a disaster. She believed it without a doubt. Mia. Sherhao silently recited the name in his heart, looking in one direction, as if he could see her. Mr. Sher, I have never been to Qilin Constellation. It was General Wan who sent people to contact us in a single line. I asked General Wan to send someone to pick you up. Not for the time being. You pass my message to General Wan and tell him not to worry. Don't expose the news of my return before it is discovered, so that we can buy more preparation time. Okay. Then I will continue. There was no entanglement or objection. Tianying took any decision of Sherhao for granted and continued to talk about her and Sherwei. When they evacuated Sanya Star, Wang Guiyong told Tianying and Sherwei that their mission was to collect resources and strengthen their strength. Tianying and Sherwei started their exile journey with some warriors from Daimo Academy, adventurers and staff who supported Sherhao, and the ice-cold mine guards formed by Sherwei. After discussing with each other, Tianying and Sherwei decided to pretend to be pirates and appear in various star systems in the Silver Domain in the way of pirates. They were homeless for the first few hundred years. They gradually got into the state of pretending to be pirates, and specifically looked for lone star ships of the Golden Clan, Feather Clan, Beast Clan, and Giant Lizard Clan. If they encountered other pirates who robbed the human race, Tianying and Sherwei would also organize people to destroy them. More than 2,000 years ago, when they wiped out a pirate corps, they got a piece of intelligence, which pointed to this planet with a special structure. The pirate corps intended to build this planet as their lair, but before they could put it into action, they made a wedding dress for Tianying and Sherwei. After investigation, this planet became the foothold of Tianying and Sherwei. Since then, they rarely appear as pirates. Unless they have to, they will use camouflage capsules for disguise, and their focus is on resource collection and trade. Of course, trade exchanges are all conducted by special people in disguise. After everything is ready and stable, Sherwei found a frozen planet in a nearby galaxy, which is very suitable for soldiers with icy telekinesis to practice, so he took people to stay there permanently. Tianying arranged people to collect precious resources everywhere, and Wang Guiyong would send people to pull them every 10 years. It was not accidental that Qilin and his team ran into Sherhao when they went to collect mustard stones this time, because Tianying also got the news that there was a space-time turbulence in that galaxy, which might be destined. Xiaoying, can you see if this is mustard stone? Sherhao took out the stone from his backpack. Tianying leaned over, looked at the stone carefully, and rubbed it with her hands. This should be it, but the mustard stone I collected is different. The mustard stone, or we collected, is black, with no luster on the surface, and needs to be refined and processed before use. Tianying closed her eyes, while speaking, and explored with her mind. The feeling is right, it is mustard stone, but this feeling can only be felt by refined mustard stone. No, even refined mustard stone cannot reach this level. Tianying spoke while exploring, with doubts on her face. I find out after I ask someone to cut and process it. If the mustard stone is not cut, it's like the space inside is not divided, and it is in a superposition state of countless layers. According to our experience, mustard stones are divided into grades. The higher the grade, the larger the storage space of the same volume of mustard stone. Sherhao nodded. Tianying took the stone and left in a hurry, telling the staff at the door not to go in and disturb Sherhao. Chapter 266. After a while, Tianying came back with a happy face and the backpack on her back. Mr. Sher, what you collected is high-purity mustard stone. It does not need to be refined. It can be directly stored after cutting. The storage capacity is very impressive. Tianying put a small stone the size of a rice grain in front of Sherhao and said, the storage space of this stone is a circle with a radius of 5 kilometers. Sherhao touched the small mustard stone with his mind, and it was just as Tianying said, there was a large irregular circular space inside. Sherhao looked at the chair next to him, and the chair was sucked in, and then sent out again. After seeing Sherhao finish the experiment, Tianying put another mustard stone the size of a quail egg and said, this is the largest piece we can cut at present. After testing, the storage space inside is a circle with a diameter of 350 kilometers. Hearing Tianying's words, Sherhao felt incredible. 350 kilometers, wouldn't it be enough to hold a city? He quickly extended his thoughts inside, and it was indeed the case. The space inside was endless. This can hold a fleet, Sherhao said softly while exploring. Why is this the largest one? Sherhao remembered what Tianying had just said. If it is cut a little bigger, the mustard stone will return to the state of space folding, and the storage effect will not be achieved. How hard is this mustard stone? Is it strong enough? Is it easy to shape? These questions can limit the scope of application of this mustard stone. If a mustard stone is broken or destroyed, the items stored in it are very likely to be destroyed. For example, if a mustard stone is cracked, if a starship is stored, it may be torn apart. The space collapse caused by the crushing of mustard stone may cause all objects to become powder. The hardness of mustard stone is comparable to that of diamond. It is very strong and relatively difficult to shape. The human race has completely mastered the processing technology of mustard stone, Tian-Ing answered truthfully. This batch of mustard stone is a treasure. It must be carefully preserved and distributed to keep personnel as strategic materials. I take this small one. After saying that, Shihao pressed the mustard stone on his left wrist with his hand, and then controlled the local muscles to wrap it up. Soon, the mustard stone was buried under the skin. Seeing this, Tian-Ing took out a men's bracelet and handed it to Shihao. This is a telekinetic quantum communication bracelet, which has functions such as recording, projection, communication, positioning, etc., and can use the latest communication network of the human race. Shihao put the bracelet on his left wrist, and the mustard stone was just below the bracelet. You ask Qilin to drive the starship over. There are some mustard stones on it. We need to find a place to store them. Also, you can make me a pendant. It should be 1/3 the size of this one. Shihao pointed to the mustard stone the size of a quail egg and said. Not long after Tian-Ing dialed the phone, Shihao's starship landed in the square in front of the door. At this time, Tian-Ing operated for a while, and a safe as tall as a person rose from the ground. Then she put the backpack in it and asked, Mr. Shi, how about storing the mustard stones here? Shihao looked at it and said, It's safe, but it's a little small. Tian-Ing thought that this one was already amazing enough, but she didn't expect that the batch Shihao mentioned was so large. Even her calm mind was shocked. Boss Shi, your inherent lucky physique has not changed. Tian-Ing teased Shihao with great joy. On Earth in the solar system, Shihao never returned empty-handed after a long journey. He would either bring diamonds or gravity stones, and even pick up starships. His luck was unparalleled. Tian-Ing was not in a hurry to unload the mustard stones, but called Shi Wei and asked him to come back to guard these treasures in person. Tian-Ing did not find another place, but hollowed out the space under her desk with Shihao and stored the rocks dug out in the mustard space. Tian-Ing drove the mustard stones back herself. It was not that she did not trust her subordinates, but in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, the fewer people who knew about it, the better, and this batch of mustard stones also involved strategic layout issues. After handling it properly, Tian-Ing called Qilin in. Master Jin, if you have more of this kind of good stuff, I take them all. Shao-Chi, send Master Jin out and return the starship to Master Jin. Tian-Ing said as she raised the backpack in her hand. She had to act her part. After Shihao explained to Tian-Ing the secret of collecting mustard stones in the space-time turbulence, he said goodbye to Tian-Ing and left in order not to arouse other people's suspicion. Lianli Star. After Shihao left Tian-Ing, he followed the instructions on the star map and came to Lianli Star. This planet is gray-brown in color, giving people a gloomy feeling. This is an unrated planet. The silver domain law does not apply here. Races that have entered the sequence and races that have not entered the sequence can enter and exit the planet. This planet is a mixed bag, and various forces are entrenched. The Star Master of this planet is very mysterious. No one knows what race or identity he is, but everyone knows that this Star Master intends to make Lianli Star a place for information trading, weapons and props trading, and task bounties. After years of operation, Lianli Star has indeed gained a good reputation. The difference between the bounties offered here and those offered by the adventure guilds of various races is that here, more bounties are offered for the lives of enemies. This gentleman. Shihao had just stopped the starship and teleported himself to the ground when a voice appeared in his ear. He looked around and saw no one. Sir, stop looking around. It's you. I'm talking to you. Look down. Shihao heard a series of mumbling voices, looked down, and saw a dwarf who barely reached his waist position jumping up with his hands raised. Seeing that Shihao noticed him, the dwarf quickly raised his head and said, It can be seen that this is my first time to Lianli Star. Do you want me to help lead the way? A tour guide or something? Shihao understood that this person turned out to be a guide, just like Qin San, whom he met when he first arrived at Minyan Star. These people are generally natives of the planet, and are very familiar with the situation of the planet. Shihao looked around and found that there were many dwarves who looked like this, and they were dressed similarly to the one in front of him. It seemed that the indigenous race of Lianli Star was the dwarves. My name is Tu Yun. I am 50 years old this year, and I am very familiar with the situation of Lianli Star. I only need 1,000 red crystal coins for 1 day of service. Seeing that Shi Hao did not say anything, Tu Yun introduced himself diligently. Shi Hao understood that Tu Yun was talking about 50 silver years, which was equivalent to 5,000 years old for Earthlings. Judging from the charges, the consumption level of Lianli Star was not low. At the beginning, Qin San and Nianyun Star charged according to yellow crystal coins. Shi Hao was moved and took out a flying car given to him by Tianying from the new mustard pendant. Get in the car, Shi Hao said to Tu Yun without much nonsense. Tu Yun was overjoyed, holding the edge of the flying car, exerted a little force, and jumped onto the flying car with a leap, and his skills were quite agile. Did you go to Lianli Star to get information, buy weapons and props, or to issue a bounty, or to accept a bounty mission? I want to see all of them. Shi Hao didn't know much about Lianli Star either, and wanted to learn more about it before making a decision. Tu Yun heard Shi Hao's answer, and saw Shi Hao's expression, and understood. Then I take you to the chess hall first. It's usually a place to get information. Many people will look for it there to spread the word and then find buyers. It turns out that the place to get information on Lianli Star is a large room, where people chat aimlessly to achieve the purpose of trading. Since the human race entered the silver domain more than 20 years ago, something called chess became popular. The human race is indeed capable. I heard that there is also a thing called Go, but it's too difficult, so it didn't become popular. Shi Hao imagined the scene of two Zerg people, or orcs and giant lizards sitting opposite each other and playing chess, and almost laughed out loud. Soon, under Tu Yun's guidance, Shi Hao drove his car to the outside of the chess hall. Chapter 267. A large stone building, with a rectangular stone plaque hanging at the door, with the 4-character Xingshou Chess Hall written in cosmic language. These 4 characters imitate the Chinese regular script, and they have a unique flavor when used in cosmic language. After entering, there is a large hall inside. Every 10 meters or so, there is a square table with 4 chairs around the table. A large chessboard is carved on each table, and basically more than half of the tables are surrounded by a group of people sitting or standing. People who don't know would think that this is a special chess competition hall. Shi Hao is really a little uncomfortable buying and selling information in such a place that is very different from the tavern. However, because the tastes of many races in the silver domain are different from those of the human race, and their preferences are also different, only the elves, dark spirits, and Yiksha races have similar dressing and eating habits to the human race. Therefore, the human race's wine and food on the yellow level planet did not become popular, but many people of other races converted to human bodies, and tasted the human race's fine wine and food and were attracted and unwilling to leave. Shi Hao walked around casually with his hands behind his back, looking at the people playing chess, and couldn't help shaking his head. Alas, no regrets after making a move, put it down. Where did I make a move? I haven't even pulled my fingers out yet. If you're afraid of losing, don't play. Is it the horse moving day, or the elephant moving day? You idiot, the horse moves day, or the elephant moves field. You're not wasting my time here. What is day? What is field? Damn it, you're making fun of me. Then, there was a 7-mile clang sound, and the man couldn't help but throw the chess piece over. You? Why are you hitting people? The handwriting of the human race is so hard to recognize. How can I know? Besides, I'm here to buy information, I'm God. The person who was beaten took out a handful of purple crystal coins, and threw them on the chessboard while saying this. Oh, look at my temper. I'm sorry, sir. Please sit down. Look, this is the sun, this is the field. When the guy who hit the person saw that it was a buyer, his attitude immediately changed and his temper became much milder. Shi Hao almost burst out laughing. 20 years ago in the Silver Domain calendar, that is, more than 2,000 years ago in the Earth calendar, chess became popular. I didn't expect that these people would learn the accent of the human race. How could they know about God? This is subtle influence. Tu Yun, is there anyone playing Landlord here? I didn't expect that I am also a player. There is a special game of Landlord inside. Tu Yun immediately explained with a smile, and did not forget to compliment Shi Hao. What about the table tennis venue? Yes, it's on the other side. What about the double-up venue? Yes, it's next to the Dediza venue. Not only that, there are also poker, bridge, table football and other events. This place can be changed into a game hall. Why is it still called Xingshou Chess Hall? Hearing this question, Tu Yun blinked and whispered, It is said that the Star Master Lianli is a chess master. At first, only chess was allowed here, but after a long time, some people didn't like chess, so other events were added. Who is the Star Master Lianli? Being able to set up so many events out of thin air, Shi Hao suspected that the Star Master Lianli was a Yin countryman. I really don't know this. The Star Master Lianli has never shown his true face to others. How can I meet him? Win the chess game, defeat everyone here, and you can win the chance to fight with the Star Master Lianli. This is not a secret, Tuyun knows it very well. Did I try and see who the Star Master Lianli is? When he was on Earth, Shi Hao didn't study chess and cards much, at best he just knew the rules. But when he read a lot of books, he also read chess manuals. He came to an empty table, recalled the contents of the chess manual, played chess, and played against himself. In the end, Shi Hao locked on two epic-making masterpieces related to chess, Zhu Zhongmi and Mei Hua Pu. Zhu Zhongmi advocates the use of the middle cannon as a layout form, and the attack is sharp. Mei Hua Pu believes that the screen horse can completely beat the head cannon. Because of these two masterpieces, most of the later chess manuals are named after plum and orange. At the beginning, Shi Hao was not very skilled in playing chess. Tuyun, who was watching from the side, was already discouraged for Shi Hao, thinking that with this level of skill, how could he possibly meet the Star Lord Lianli? However, seeing Shi Hao's calm and confident look, Tuyun also sat down beside him and watched quietly. In the first few games, Tuyun could still understand with his eyesight trained by watching chess for a long time. The more he played, the more he couldn't understand. In this way, Shi Hao practiced the whole game for 3 days, and then began to solve the endgame by comparing the chess records in his mind, and practiced for another 2 days. I want to challenge the whole field, what should I do? Shi Hao asked Tuyun, who was motionless beside him, and Tuyun woke up from the chess game with a start. Just say that Master Jin wants to challenge the whole field. Those who don't know the rules, bad chess players, and those who like to regret their moves should not sign up. Play chess with me. If you lose, you must sell me a piece of news. I will appraise it on the spot. If I lose, give him 100 purple crystal coins. After saying that, Shi Hao took out a purple crystal coin and threw it to Tuyun as his hard work fee. Tuyun took the money and thanked him, then found the manager here. Soon, the broadcast in the hall sounded, and the image also listed all of Shi Hao's conditions. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became warm, and the 100 purple crystal coins were really attractive. Soon, Tuyun led the manager to Shi Hao. The manager bowed slightly and said, "Please sit on the competition stage, Master Jin." Shi Hao looked in the direction pointed by the manager, and saw a square platform rising in the center of the hall. On the square platform, there was an exquisite white jade table with a chessboard engraved on it. The spotlight shone, and the image above the hall was broadcast live. Shi Hao walked up to the stage without being humble or arrogant, and sat in the center openly. Everyone in the hall stopped and gathered around the stage. Some people with bad tempers could no longer hold back when they saw Shi Hao's arrogant look, and they gathered around the manager to register. However, a few people were rejected by the manager because their skills were too poor. Although intelligence trading is the main business of Xingshou Chess Hall, as more and more people play chess, chess competitions are held here from time to time, and grades are given based on performance. Those who were rejected by the manager were not promoted to higher positions. Amid the noise, a man walked onto the stage, waving his hands triumphantly as he walked. 3 minutes later, he was eaten by a cannon, a horse, and a chariot in succession. He stood up in disgrace, and prepared to walk off the stage. "Stop, news!" Shi Hao hurriedly reminded. Seeing that the Star Master Lianli thought he was an earthling, he was just in a moment of excitement. He came here to get news. The main reason was that he was here. The man scratched his head, turned around and whispered to Shi Hao. Shi Hao pondered for a while, and gave him a purple crystal coin. The man took out a storage light ball, and threw it to Shi Hao. After Shi Hao confirmed it, he nodded at him. The man held the purple crystal coin, and jumped off the stage happily. Seeing this scene, more people signed up. It didn't matter if they lost. They could still sell news, and hope to sell it for a good price. In this way, people jumped on and off the stage like a revolving lantern. On average, a game could be finished in 3 to 10 minutes. Of course, Shi Hao won. Shi Hao heard a variety of news, true and false, but they all gave prices ranging from 100 red crystal coins to thousands of purple crystal coins. The price of one purple crystal coin, like the first person, did not appear again. Shi Hao looked at the people waiting in a long line to compete with him, and thought it was too slow. He waved his hand to call the manager up, and gave him some instructions. The manager immediately called 2 assistants over, and arranged a table side by side. Shi Hao wanted to fight 10 people one-on-one. The people below were talking a lot, but no one dared to underestimate Shi Hao. They felt that they had hope of defeating Shi Hao. Although they suspected that they won unfairly, they were a little excited and eager to try. Hope is beautiful, but reality is cruel. With the improvement of proficiency and the improvement of skill controllability, Sure Hao can basically get rid of 10 people within 20 minutes. As soon as the game was over, Sure Hao stood at the top position, and people came to him one by one and whispered to him. The news just came that the Cloud-class jump starship of the Jin clan has been successfully developed, and will soon be mass-produced. The size of the starship seems to be only about 10 domain meters. After hearing this news, Sure Hao pondered quietly for more than 10 seconds. 10 domain meters is about the same as 100 meters. The jump distance increases, and the size becomes smaller. It is expected. Throwing away the energy warehouse and the power cabin, the available space will not be too large. Sure Hao took out a purple crystal coin and handed it to the man. Since it can be transmitted here, this news should not be the latest, but it is still very valuable to Sure Hao. Sure enough, there was another person behind him who told Sure Hao the same news. This time, Sure Hao only gave him 100 red crystal coins, which was for others to see. As the game continued, the number of people in line dropped sharply. Sure Hao's understanding of the silver domain became deeper and deeper. Although many news were not fresh enough, they were all the first time he heard them. After the last group of people finished the game, one of them whispered a few words to Sure Hao, and then looked at Sure Hao nervously. He was not sure whether Sure Hao would be interested in this news. After hearing this, Sure Hao was secretly shocked, but he remained calm and replied, "The news about the advanced races is a bit far-fetched for us." The man looked disappointed when he heard what Sure Hao said. "However, I just found a channel to sell the news to the advanced races. Can you confirm that the news is true?" The man nodded hurriedly when he saw that things were turning around, and then said, "Absolutely true. In fact, I belong to a relatively large gang. Our boss often hangs out with the people of the Gold Clan and the Feather Clan and serves as their follower. They told our boss to send someone to watch the only way to Canis Minor. I just got my rotation back. The purpose of watching Canis Minor was accidentally revealed by our boss. I originally wanted to find the Star Master Lianli and sell him this news. Can you get close to the Star Master Lianli?" Sure Hao asked, a little puzzled. The Star Master Lianli once said that if there is news about the advanced races, you can directly find the manager to contact him. Chapter 268. After Sure Hao asked about the situation, he thought for a while and asked the man, "How much do you think the Star Master of Lianli Star can give you?" "As long as the news is true, it is usually 10 purple crystal coins. This price is known to everyone who often hangs out in the Xingqiu Chess Hall, and the manager also knows it." The man answered truthfully. Sure Hao took out 20 purple crystal coins, handed them to the man, and then said, "I will meet the Star Master of Lianli Star soon, and I will sell this news to him, so I will pay his 10 purple crystal coins first, and the other 10 purple crystal coins are the price you sell to me. This news is not allowed to be sold to others. If it ruins the good things of the Jin clan and the Yu clan, you should know the consequences." Then Sure Hao asked questions about their gang and the location they were stalking. After finishing, the man hurriedly jumped off the stage and left. With this money, he was ready to stay away from Lianli Star and run away. Sure Hao called Tu Yun over, gave him another purple crystal coin, and sent him away. Tu Yun was completely different from when he came. He looked dumbfounded. He took the money and walked out mechanically. At this time, his mind was full of Sure Hao's chess routines. The skills and methods he had never seen in Xingqiu Chess Hall. This opened a window for him. A few years later, a chess master named Tu Yun appeared in Yingyu. He announced to the public that Jin Yi was his master. After trading information with the last person, Sure Hao called the steward over. Just as he was about to speak, the steward smiled and said, "Jin Yi, our Star Lord has been waiting for a long time." The steward took Sure Hao to the second floor. In a dark room, there sat a man dressed in black and wearing a black mask, as if he wanted to blend into the darkness. Sure Hao attached his telekinesis to his eyes, and could barely see everything clearly. "Sir, please take a seat," Master Lian Lixing said, pointing to the chair opposite him. Sure Hao sat down as he was told, and saw a black stone table in the middle, with a chessboard carved on it. The chess pieces were black, and the fonts on it were the same color as the lines on the chessboard, all dark gray. One of the dark gray pieces had a little red in it to distinguish it from the table and chess pieces. On the chessboard was burning the camps, one of the 8 major endgames of Yin State. At first glance, the red side had many means to win quickly, but in fact, the black side had set up many traps to lure the enemy into a trap. Sure Hao said nothing, picked up the red chess piece and made a move, then made another move of the black chess piece, and solved the endgame according to the chess record. Master Lian Lixing did not say anything, but picked up the chess piece and started to play again. Sure Hao discovered that this was also one of the 8 major endgames, Conquest of the West, and Master Lien Lixing played the improved Great Conquest of the West endgame. Sure Hao made another move, and the Western Expedition Bureau was solved. "Sir, are you from Earth?" asked the Star-Lord Lianli. "Star-Lord is also right?" Sure Hao asked back. Star-Lord Lianli nodded, and then Sure Hao felt a subtle fluctuation around him, and the whole room became darker, and he could no longer see anything with his eyes alone. Sure Hao simply closed his eyes and expanded his mind, and found that Star-Lord Lianli was still sitting in the same position, motionless. "What does Star-Lord mean? I want to ask Master Jin a few questions." "You ask?" Sure Hao answered calmly. "Are you sent by Li Kun?" "No. What is your intention in coming here?" "I made a deal with General Liang Wenlong of your human race. He suggested that I come here to take a look. Maybe I can find out the information I want." "What deal did you make?" "Trading news." "What news?" "News about the place where the Earthlings were held." "It seems that you are indeed Master Jin." Sure Hao understood that Master Lien Lixing had known about the rescue of the Earthlings for a long time, and also knew that Master Jin was involved. "However, how do I know that you were not sent by Li Kun to approach us? Didn't Liang Wenlong tell you?" "Tell me what?" Seeing Master Lien Lixing's answer, Sure Hao confirmed that Liang Wenlong had not told others that he was Sure Hao. It seemed that Wang Guiyong's arrangement was quite meticulous. "Did you join the Panlong team earlier or later than Liang Wenlong?" Hearing Sure Hao's words, Master Lien Lixing trembled slightly. He was not mentally prepared for this question. After a while, he replied, "Early." "Are you Lao He?" "Who are you?" Master Lien Lixing stood up suddenly. It was obvious that he was Lao He. "Back then, I asked Lao One to transfer you back from Mars to Earth to take care of me," Sure Hao said while sitting there, trying to hold back his laughter. He felt that this kind of pretentious feeling was really good. As for why he guessed that the other party was Lao He, it was because of the details, words and intuition. "Captain! Captain! Captain, you are finally back." As Lao He's emotions fluctuated, the darkness around him became much lighter. Lao He pulled off his mask, and his face was full of uncontrollable excitement. "Lao He, are you merging with the dark attribute?" Sure Hao clearly felt that Lao He was much stronger than before. If his mind was not strong enough, he would have been lost in the darkness just now. "Yes, so I need to hide in the dark to practice every day. The darker the place, the better the effect." The two sat down again, and Lao He began to report on his work. When evacuating from Sanyu Star, Lao He led a team of soldiers to rescue a group of agency personnel and protect their retreat. Because the agency personnel moved slowly and carried a lot of things, they were caught up. After a hard fight, many people died. Among them, there was a female cadre named Feng Ying, who was Lao He's fiancée. She pushed him away at a critical moment and was shot by a laser gun. Lao He carried Feng Ying's body and killed all the way out. When he caught up with Wang Ping, he was paralyzed. After waking up, he locked himself in a room with no ventilation on all sides for more than a month. During this period, his anger was transformed into power along with darkness. With the help of Zhao Qing, he used the dark attribute to rise to Kunlun level. Slowly, Lao He walked out of the shadow in his heart and replaced Miki and Wang Ping as partners to engage in infiltration and anti-infiltration work. Lianli Star is one of the important information transfer stations, and Lao He is stationed here all year round. "Lao He, we can't chat now. There was a message outside just now that the Gold Clan and the Feather Clan have joined forces to kill Mia Yunju. You find a way to pass the message as soon as possible, and it would be best if you can pass it to the elves. I'm leaving for Canis Minor now. See if there are any weapons suitable for me to use against the Gold Clan and the Feather Clan, no matter how big or small I can carry." Sure Hao still doesn't know how strong he is in combat, and carrying some handy weapons can still increase his confidence. After hearing this, Lao He went out to buy them immediately. A few hours later, Lao He brought Sure Hao to an underground space. The ground was filled with weapons. This is the laser gun, laser sword and laser cannon that Li Kun asked the Jin clan to help improve. This is the telekinetic flying sword and telekinetic shield that General One said not long ago. As for our own new laser weapons, I don't have them here. These are the particle guns and particle cannons of the Jin clan. This is the telekinetic javelin of the Yu clan. It works very well with our wings. These are the latest wings we developed ourselves. This is the telekinetic amplifier. This is the latest version of the training chamber. The telekinetic amplifier is not round. It is like a trumpet shape, and it is much smaller than the previous telekinetic hammer ball. The training chamber is still spherical, but it contains high-purity strong magnets, and it can be adjusted through the array to achieve different training effects. Captain, I have an auxiliary training system here that can apply high pressure to your body, stimulate cells to absorb special substances, and thus increase the upgrade speed. Do you want it? No, this thing is probably useless to me. At the beginning, the pressure around Sure Hao caused his body to twist, and the giant crystal stone was able to penetrate into it. Compared with the environment at that time, this auxiliary device was a child's toy. Captain, do you mean that your physical fitness has far exceeded the Kunlun level? Seeing Sure Hao nodded slightly, Lao Hei's admiration was beyond words. Soon he was relieved. Sure Hao was the patriarch, the captain, and the hope of the human race. It should be so. Sure Hao looked at the weapons on the ground, and some strange things. He simply put most of them into the mustard pendant, and a small part of the more powerful ones that he felt could be used were put into the mustard stone on his wrist. Lao Hei's star map here is very complete. Sure Hao copied a copy and flew to Canis Minor after determining the route. When Sure Hao heard that Yifeng was looking for his whereabouts, he felt that Yifeng was a brother, and would definitely do so, and it was natural. If Yifeng got into trouble, Sure Hao would do the same. And when he heard that Mia had been looking for his whereabouts, he was not only moved, but also felt a little warm in his heart. This time, when he heard that the Jin clan and the Yu clan were going to assassinate Mia, he was not only angry, but also a little anxious. He didn't want Mia to get into trouble. Chapter 269. The most convenient route from the Silver Domain to Canis Minor is to pass through several large teleportation arrays in the Silver Domain to Gemini, then pass through several galaxies in Gemini, and then reach the junction of Gemini and Canis Minor. Even with the system-level jump starship, it still takes more than a month to enter the Canis Minor area. The information given by that person is the location of the last large teleportation array on the route. When the elf starship appears, it means that it is Maya Yunzu. The person ran from Gemini to the Hunter Linley star to sell the information for his own safety. Sure Hao also thought about why he encountered so many coincidences, and then thought about the mysteriously heir and the main brain, as well as the master behind the stone pattern Worm King, and he didn't bother. Whether it was a coincidence or man-made, it was very beneficial to him. Sure Hao began to hurry on his way, correcting his route from time to time. One day a month later, on a giant planet in the core of the Silver Domain, the Gold Clan and the Feather Clan have sent people to investigate Mia, and have been keeping an eye on her movements. There may be a possibility of taking action. Master, how about I go over there? The Stone Insect King was reporting to the owner of the old voice. Lier, did Mia come to see you? Master, it is true. Lier, standing on one side with his hands down, bowed and replied. Did you ask her to go to Canis Minor? I just said that if Kirin wants to rise, it needs the protection of the big dog and the little dog. The big dog where Yifeng is located is currently developing well, and the human race has almost established a foothold in Kirin. Mia has a good vision, and chose the little dog herself. So do you think we should send someone to protect Mia? Hearing Lier's words, the old voice asked softly without any special expression. At present, the forces in the Silver Domain have been basically clarified. The Gold Clan, the Feather Clan, the Beast Clan, the Giant Lizard Clan, and the Human Clan represented by Li Kun have formed a group. The Yaksha Clan, the Zerg Clan, and the Human Clan represented by Wan Guiyong have formed a group, and the Stone Clan is neutral. The attitudes of the Elf Clan and the Dark Spirit Clan are crucial. This time, the Gold Clan and the Feather Clan are just the pawns on the surface of the plot against Mia, and there are people behind them. You mean the Dark Spirit Clan? Then I have to go even more. The Stone Pattern Insect King said in a lost voice. Mia will have someone to help her. This is also a disaster she must go through. However, in order to be safe, you can hide in the dark and observe. Lier did not object to the Stone Pattern Insect King's opinion. Sherwin, then trouble you to go. Will someone help you? Is Sure Hao about to appear? The owner of the old voice hit the point at once. It's impossible. The people I sent are still guarding outside the Death Star. We haven't seen a single ghost. The Stoneworm King said with a little disbelief. If your men can find Sure Hao's whereabouts, how can he have the strength to compete with the Dark Spirit Clan? Lier did not hide the sarcasm in his words. The Stoneworm King knew Lier's ability, and was not angry. He bowed to the owner of the old voice, and disappeared from the spot. On the edge of Gemini and Canis Minor, in an elf starship, Miss, Uncle Butte sent a message saying that the Golden Clan and the Feather Clan are going to kill you in Canis Minor. Should we find some helpers from our family, and then leave? Su Su said to Mia Yunju, who was sitting in the chair at the top, with concern. With Uncle Fu here, the chiefs of the Gold Clan and the Feather Clan will not be able to take advantage even if they come together. Besides, my combat power can also be ranked in the top 5 among the younger generation of the elves. Su Su looked at Uncle Fu, who was sitting in the corner of the room holding a wine gourd and drinking, and stopped talking. Ever since the wine brewed by the human race was transported to the green level and red level planets, Uncle Fu has been fond of it. The elf starship has always been spindle-shaped. The space shuttle that Shirhao got in the solar system was designed and manufactured by the ancient Martians, that is, the ancestors of the current elves. This classic design has been used to this day. Mia can also perform system-level jumps on this starship. The jump technology principle is similar to that of the Gold Clan, so the starship cannot be built very large. The longest part reaches 1,200 meters. This starship is purple jade in color, very beautiful and cool. Because of this, it is very recognizable. Mia and her companions were spotted by the stalkers as soon as they came out of the large teleportation array, and they immediately began to report it step by step. A dark gray starship over 100 meters long was flying along the route of Mia's starship, and it had already appeared at the border between Gemini and Canis Minor. Elder Jean, your Cloud-class jump starship is really good. It caught up here so quickly, but there is no exact star map after entering Canis Minor, so we can only search by mind. I saw a member of the Feather Clan bragging to Jean Yuan about the new starship of the Jean Clan with a smile. Don't worry, Deputy Clan Leader Yu. We won't act rashly without absolute certainty. Everyone thinks that our newly developed Cloud-class jump starship is just a change in the jump distance. In fact, its search range can also reach the nebula level. In addition, I have perfectly integrated the secret weapon for seizing control of the starship. Mia's starship is basically naked in front of it, ha ha ha. More than 30 years ago, Elder Jean sent Shirhao to the Death Star as soon as he took action. We admire him very much. Although Mia is much stronger than Shirhao at that time, it is more because she relies on the talents of the elves. She is just good among the younger generation. This time, with you, Elder Jean, it is difficult not to succeed. The deputy chief of the Yu clan kept praising Jean Yuan, which made Jean Yuan very happy. No, I have heard about the pursuit skills of Deputy Chief Yu for a long time. With the help of this starship, I think we can find Mia's whereabouts soon. Elder Jean, don't worry, I will do my best. After all, this is related to the future of our two clans. If Wan Guiyong, Yifeng and Mia are allowed to develop in Kirin, Canis Major and Canis Minor, no matter which of them the 13th main god appears, it will not be good news for us. Speaking of this, the deputy chief of the Yu clan looked very heavy. For the Jean clan and the Yu clan, it is not difficult to let them work together to develop 3 constellations. But if the 13th main god appears in any of their tribes, it will be a big problem. Both sides will not agree, and they will inevitably make trouble secretly, or even start a war. It is precisely because of the constraints between the various tribes that the appearance of the 13th main god is so difficult. Of course, if other tribes are expected to have the 13th main god, they will not hesitate to use means. After Mia's starship entered Canis Minor, Mia changed the flight direction twice, and then began to fly in a straight line towards the predetermined destination. Not long after, Jean Yuan and Deputy Chief Yu's starship entered Canis Minor. At the same time, Shirhao's starship appeared in the last large teleportation array square. Shirhao parked the starship in the void outside the square, and then teleported himself to the center of the square. With the development of time, especially the arrival of the human race, the large teleportation array square gradually evolved into a service area, and many small stalls and vendors appeared. There were people selling handicrafts, weapons, clothing, and rare gadgets with various ethnic characteristics. Shirhao even found a restaurant here, named Zilishan. Shirhao even wanted to go over and ask if it was a chain operation, but thinking about his current disguised identity, he gave up the idea. Shirhao spotted a stall of an orc and walked over. The orc was selling human handicrafts. "Brother, your goods are good." Shirhao picked up a comb made of unknown material and said, "You have a good eye. It's made of the horns of the Mianyun star cattle. Ordinary people can't get it. You know, our beast tribe has benefited a lot from following the Jean tribe. This business beastman is different from ordinary beastmen. He can talk and get close to others." He chatted with Shirhao like an old friend. "How much?" 100 red crystal coins. Shirhao put the wooden comb in his pocket, put down 200 red crystal coins, and said, "This is all for you. I'm asking for information, by the way." When the man heard what Shirhao said, he took the 200 purple crystal coins and said with a smile, "Brother, you can ask whatever you want. I remember all the special people who come and go in this teleportation array. Sure Hao found that this man was very sensible, but he thought that he was asking for information here in the teleportation array, but he was just asking about the whereabouts of a certain person. These vendors have encountered many of them. Sure Hao came closer and asked softly, I heard that Mia Yunju will pass by here recently. I have always wanted to see if I can catch a glimpse of her. Sure Hao smiled as he spoke. The vendor owner chuckled and said, This is not a secret. Mia Yunju has passed by here no less than 3 times. She went to Canis Minor. We all know this. Not long ago, a group of people disguised as selling weapons were stalking here, waiting for Mia Yunju. How do you know so much? As soon as they came, they asked me about it. They heard that Mia Yunju had not passed by here recently, so they took out a few weapons and put them there. When someone asked the price, they impatiently drove the person away, and their eyes kept looking at the teleportation array. Some time ago, Mia Yunju's starship teleported here. As soon as it left this square, they packed up their stalls and left in a hurry. Don't they know everything? The vendor owner really knew everything, and he had all the information Sure Hao wanted. How long have you been walking? In my opinion, Mia Yunju should have reached Canis Minor. At this point, the man looked around, then leaned close to Sure Hao's ear and whispered, The people chasing Mia Yunju have also passed by. When Sure Hao heard this, his heart slipped for a moment, but he still said calmly, Thanks, brother. It seems that I won't be able to see it this time. After saying this, Sure Hao walked towards a remote place with few people, and when no one was paying attention, he disappeared and boarded the starship. Sure Hao drove at full speed and flew in a straight line to the border between Gemini and Canis Minor. Chapter 270. The dark gray starship that Jin Yuan and Deputy Clan Leader you were riding on disappeared silently like a ghost, and then reappeared silently hundreds of millions of kilometers away. Because there was no star map, Jin Yuan could only control the starship to make a short distance jump. Inside the starship, Deputy Clan Leader Yu flickered his wings slightly, hovered in the air, his eyes slightly closed, and quietly explored. The starship flies back half the distance. Hearing Deputy Clan Leader Yu's words, Jin Yuan controlled the starship to jump back 50 million kilometers. Turn left 90 degrees, and jump in a straight line. Hearing Deputy Clan Leader Yu's words, Jin Yuan controlled the starship to disappear from the original place. Deputy Chief Yu, are you sure the direction is correct? Where the starship passes, there must be traces left in the short term. Although my exploration range does not exceed 1 galaxy, it is enough for tracking Nia. I found that from here on, their starship accelerated, which means that they think they can get rid of our tracking after 2 changes of direction. Deputy Chief Yu's exploration ability is unique to the Feather Clan and is very mysterious, so in order to be foolproof, the Golden Clan and the Feather Clan joined forces. During this period, Sure Hao used his telekinesis to increase the starship's jump distance, and soon arrived at the border between Gemini and Canis Minor. After flying into Canis Minor, Sure Hao looked at the dark star map with a blank face. Sure Hao forced himself to calm down and sat cross-legged, and the starship hovered in the void. He tried to spread his thoughts and cover the area he could cover to the greatest extent possible. He found that his thoughts could easily break through the galaxy and almost cover the area of a nebula. This was the result of his continuous practice for 3,800 years. Sure Hao began to shrink the scope of his investigation, shrinking it to a galaxy, and found no traces. He continued to shrink his mind, and when he shrunk to 1/3 of the galaxy, he found 2 traces. Compared with the surrounding dark void, these 2 traces were black and gray, straight lines. One trace was about to dissipate, and the other trace was relatively clear. Sure Hao continued to shrink his mind, and suddenly, he held his breath and repeatedly explored. Not far from these 2 traces, there was another more obscure trace. Is this their companion? Or an unknown third-party force? Sure Hao pondered in his heart. Realizing the importance of the problem, he immediately controlled the starship to jump along the clear trace. In his mind, those traces were as clear as navigation. In the purple jade starship flying at high speed in the void. Miss, they are chasing us. Fu Bo had put away the wine gourd and said solemnly. The people of the Gold Clan and the Feather Clan actually dared to come. Uncle Fu, kill them without mercy. Mia stood up with anger on her face and said fiercely. I'm afraid it's not that simple. There may be more than just the people of the Gold Clan and the Feather Clan. Uncle Fu looked in one direction, as if he could penetrate the wall of the starship. Miss, you drive the starship and keep changing directions to get rid of him. I go and entangle him. After saying that, Uncle Fu disappeared from the spot and stood in the void not far away and shouted loudly, Anshu, I didn't expect that a kid could hook out an old immortal like you. Come on, let me see how much ability you, a coward, have grown. As Uncle Fu spoke, his figure flashed several times and fought with a black figure that seemed to appear out of thin air. Mia was shocked when she heard the name Anshu. She followed Fu Bo's instructions and aimed the starship in one direction to start jumping continuously. Although it sounds bad, Mia's starship is indeed like a headless fly, jumping without any rules. The random turning did cause great trouble to Deputy Chief Yu, who was exploring the direction. His exploration could not continue for a long time, and was about to reach its limit. Jin Yuan also saw the clue and turned the starship exploration device to the maximum, covering an area the size of a nebula. From the exploration device, although the jump path of Mia's starship is complicated, it does not cross a nebula area as a whole. Jin Yuan seized an opportunity and launched a jump across two galaxies, which happened to be in the same galaxy as Mia's starship. He immediately opened the secret weapon again, and at the moment when Mia controlled the starship and was ready to jump again, Jin Yuan seized the control of Mia's starship. Just like how they dealt with Shihao, Mia and Susu were teleported out of the starship and floated in the void. Then, Jin Yuan and Deputy Chief Yu appeared beside them. "I, Mia, am so proud that I can let you two take action. Jin Yuan, you forced Shihao to death, and no one held you accountable. I didn't expect you to go even further and dare to take action against the elves, who are the royal family. Master Mia, we didn't want this to happen. We are all fighting for the survival of our own race. You can let the two of us take action, so it's not unfair for us to die." Jin Yuan didn't get angry because of Mia's words, and he looked like he had the world in his hands. After that, the two took out their weapons and prepared to fight. Seeing that Mia was in critical condition, the Stoneworm King, who seemed to have merged into the void, was also ready to fight. "Oh my god, what's going on? Did I see something I shouldn't have seen? I seem to have recorded the stupidity of the two old bastards, and they acted like they were making a fuss. It's a sin. If you don't like it, we can do another one." The person who spoke was Shihao, who was disguised as Jin Yi. Just as Mia was driving the starship and circling around with Jin Yuan and the others, Shihao discovered the movement through his mind, and then hurried over. Shihao walked and flapped his wings on his back, and flew between Mia and Jin Yuan and the others. The Stoneworm King remembered Li Er's words, and knew that Shihao had arrived. He smiled slightly, thinking that this kid was really lucky, and put away his posture to watch the show. Jin Yuan and Deputy Chief Yu looked at an orc flapping a wing on his back, which was neither fish nor fowl but very strange. The two stared at Shihao in a daze. Mia had a transparent wing with 4 wings on her back at some point, flew to Shihao's side, and then lowered her voice and chuckled, saying, "I knew you were not dead." Shihao heard Mia's words, although he didn't know the reason, but he knew that she recognized him. When Jin Yuan and Deputy Chief Yu were about to attack, they saw a trumpet-like thing in Shihao's hand. "You too, Hao? Have you considered it?" Shihao burst out the last 4 words one by one, and with these 4 words, the telekinetic needle cluster that had been strongly amplified was launched from the trumpet mouth and shot at the 2 people. When the telekinetic needle cluster was about to reach them, Jin Yuan and Deputy Chief Yu realized that something was wrong, and hurriedly used telekinesis to protect their bodies. The power of the telekinetic needle cluster was weakened a little, but they did not dodge it. The two felt dizzy, as if their heads were bitten by insects. "How do you feel, both of you? Come again." Shihao was seen carrying a light laser cannon on his shoulder, which had been activated with telekinesis. Shihao knew that it was not enough to use only the laser cannon to deal with these old monsters. At the moment when the laser was fired, he added another telekinetic needle cluster in front. After one shot, Jin Yuan teleported to a distance. The deputy chief of the Feather Clan stood at the back, but he did not expect Jin Yuan to dodge. He was hit by a shot, and smoke came out of his shoulder. The direction of Jin Yuan's teleport was the location of his starship. He was too careless just now, and did not put away the starship. The starship of more than 100 meters long could easily be put into the mustard jewelry. At this time, he found that his starship was gone. "Mia, can you deal with this stupid bird?" "No problem, you go to find that iron lump for revenge." Shihao heard this, and teleported to chase Jin Yuan. "Thank you for giving me the starship, old bastard. This gift is too precious, but it still can't offset your plot against me." Jin Yuan said nothing more, and began to fight back. He first took out a quasi-purple level telekinetic rod, and activated it to trap Shihao inside. The bubble became smaller and smaller, and Shihao felt the pressure from the telekinetic rod. Chapter 271. The power of the telekinetic stick will increase with the telekinetic power of the user. The power will increase greatly when the telekinetic power is strong, and decrease when the telekinetic power is weak. The same level of telekinetic stick has completely different effects when held in Jin Rui's hand and Jin Yuan's hand. Slowly, Shi Hao was like being tightly wrapped in a vacuum packaging bag. Jin Yuan, who was caught off guard just now, has now returned to a calm state. The starship was taken by Shi Hao, which did not cause much trouble to Jin Yuan. He thought that if he caught the person, everything in the mustard seed space would be his. Jin Yuan was not too surprised to see Shi Hao motionless. He thought about how powerful a beastman could be, and thought that he had already won. At the beginning, Shi Hao was caught off guard and Jin Yuan used telekinesis to seize control of the starship. On the one hand, Shi Hao's telekinesis was weak, and he was not prepared, and on the other hand, Jin Yuan was very familiar with the starship of the Jin clan. Shi Hao's 3,800 years of passive training, and the rescue operation launched after he came out, for him, it was not difficult to seize the control of telekinesis. Now, he just wanted to feel the actual combat power of Jin Yuan at this level. After a few seconds, Shi Hao made a judgment in his mind, silently practiced Tai Chi Dao and Xiao Huan Gong, condensed telekinesis into a nail, and poked the bubble with the tip of the nail bought with money. Soon, Jin Yuan found something unusual. There was a small bulge in the bubble of the telekinesis stick. He felt bad, and a shoulder-mounted light particle cannon appeared in his hand. He thought to himself how arrogant he was, and missed the opportunity to fight back. He immediately used Shi Hao's method to fight back. At the moment the particle cannon appeared, the bubble formed by the telekinesis stick disappeared with a puff. This thing is not like a plastic bag. Once a small hole is broken at a certain position, it will collapse completely. Shi Hao saw Jin Yuan's action and teleported immediately, and Jin Yuan followed him. Shi Hao teleported to the place where Mia and Deputy Chief Yu fought. Although Deputy Chief Yu was injured and slightly at a disadvantage, Mia could not defeat him in one go. Shi Hao teleported behind Deputy Chief Yu for the last time, and at the same time said one word to Mia with telekinesis: retreat. Mia teleported backwards without thinking. At this time, Shi Hao stood in front of Deputy Chief Yu for a moment, and then teleported away again. When Shi Hao stopped, Jin Yuan, who was farther away, seized the opportunity and activated the particle cannon. Deputy Chief Yu saw Mia retreating violently, and thought he could take a breath, but he didn't expect Shi Hao to divert the trouble. When Shi Hao happened to teleport away, Jin Yuan saw Deputy Chief Yu standing in the same line with his back to him, but it was too late. Using telekinesis to lock the direction and activate the firing, the particle cannon of the Jin clan was very advanced and hit Deputy Clan Leader Yu's back. The bracelet that Tianyin gave Shi Hao was the latest product developed by the human race. Its recording function uses the human eye as a camera and telekinesis as a bridge, and then transmits the image to the bracelet for storage. The whole process was recorded by Shi Hao. Deputy Clan Leader Yu turned around with difficulty with an unbelievable look on his face, pointed at Jin Yuan with his finger, opened his mouth slightly but couldn't say a word, and died so aggrievedly. Shi Hao applauded and used telekinesis to focus on Jin Yuan, and said, "Elder Jin hit really accurately, but it's a pity for Deputy Clan Leader Yu. Alas, what a good person, he died with his eyes open." As Shi Hao spoke, he moved closer to record a close-up of Deputy Clan Leader Yu's face that was still open. Elder Jin is so powerful and ruthless that he even beats his own people. I, Mia, really admire him. Seeing this dramatic change, Mia teleported back immediately and teased Jin Yuan with the same telekinetic sound-gathering technique. At this time, Jin Yuan's metal face turned black and gray, which seemed to be angry, excited, or sad. Jin Yuan put away the particle cannon, and a purple long sword appeared in his hand. Be careful, Jin Yuan is good at a sword-related martial art. The sword in his hand is called Jinliandeo, which is purple level elementary. The martial art he practices is called Jinliandeafa. His sword skills are one move after another, and the more he moves, the stronger his power becomes. Mia saw Jin Yuan's performance and reminded Shi Hao. The key to his sword skills should be the word Lian. I will make a move first. Once his sword momentum is interrupted, you will make a move immediately. As he spoke, Jin Yuan teleported in front of Shi Hao and Mia and stabbed them with a knife. Shi Hao hurriedly moved his mind, and a dagger appeared in his hand. In a flash, Shi Hao blocked a move with the dagger. Although Shi Hao's dagger was also very hard, it was much worse than Jin Yuan's long sword, and a gap appeared on the dagger. Shi Hao was forced to retreat a lot, and Jin Yuan followed closely behind, and the next move was immediately chopped out, with a stronger force than before. Seeing this, Mia also hurriedly followed Shi Hao's right side, waiting for an opportunity to attack. After this slash, the dagger in Shi Hao's hand broke, and Jin Yuan's third slash came out again. At this time, a thick blue light drew an arc and hit Jin Yuan's wrist. Jin Yuan felt threatened and hurriedly retreated. At the moment when the dagger broke, Shihao summoned a blue-level high-level flying sword from the mustard seed space. Judging from the distance, if Jin Yuan did not hit Shihao, his wrist would be cut off. His third move was abruptly interrupted, and his sword technique was not connected. Mia had already held a quasi-purple level stick-shaped weapon in her hand, like an iron whip. When Jin Yuan's right arm retreated, she hit him with a stick. Jin Yuan couldn't avoid it, and was hit on the left arm. Jin Yuan felt pain and disappeared in a flash, moving away from Shihao and Mia by teleporting. Haha, I've never had such a good fight before. Mia looked at Jin Yuan's embarrassed look and smiled with her hands covering her mouth. Hey, be careful. Shihao stared at Jin Yuan in the distance, observing him closely. After Jin Yuan escaped from danger, he performed the Jinlian sword technique on his own, one sword after another, faster and more powerful than the other. Slowly, many long sword phantoms appeared around Jin Yuan, and then those purple phantoms gradually grew longer, and Jin Yuan approached Shihao and Mia while waving his long sword. When the purple shadow passed by them, Shihao felt a vague threat. There were 7 or 8 shadows, each of which was lethal. Mia saw this, picked up the iron whip and began to dance, and at the same time applied telekinesis, and the iron whip also appeared a light purple shadow. Mia's martial arts were obviously slightly inferior. Her attack method was very simple, that is, smash, pick, sweep, and then smash, pick, sweep again, but every time she encountered a long sword shadow, the long sword shadow and the iron whip shadow collapsed at the same time. Shihao saw this, and activated the flying dance under telekinesis. Then 2 latest heavy laser guns appeared in his hands, using the point shooting mode to cover the area in the direction of Jin Yuan. On one side, Mia was hitting and smashing with the iron whip, and on the other side, Shihao attacked with 2 laser guns and a flying sword. Encountering this kind of rogue style, Jin Yuan was very helpless, and his rhythm was disrupted again. He wanted to use the particle gun to shoot against Shihao, but with Mia by his side, he had no chance of winning. Jin Yuan changed his fighting style, teleported away again, and then used the Golden Link sword technique. However, in the end, his sword technique did not turn into a phantom, but like Shihao's point shooting, the purple phantom of the sword technique turned into small pieces and covered Shihao and Mia. Shihao and Mia had to teleport to avoid and shoot at the same time. Compared with a laser gun, Jin Yuan's purple phantom attack power is stronger. However, one punch is no match for 2 hands. Under the attack of Shihao and Mia, Jin Yuan was hit 4 times again. Jin Yuan saw that the situation was not good, and the last move of the Golden Link sword technique, countless purple phantoms flew towards Shihao and Mia. Seeing this, the 2 stopped attacking and teleported to avoid, while Jin Yuan took the opportunity to teleport away. He's going to run, wait for me here. Shihao told Mia, and started the Shadow Phantom step. At the same time, he silently practiced Tai Chi Dao and small circulation gong, pushing his own abilities to the extreme, sensing Jin Yuan's position and teleporting to chase him. For Jin Yuan's level, it is not difficult to teleport thousands of kilometers at a time, but it is wishful thinking to want to avoid Shihao's telekinetic coverage. Jin Yuan also knew this truth. He was betting that Shihao could not teleport as far as he did, and his speed was not as fast as his. After a long time, he might be able to escape. Shihao's mind could clearly capture the ripples generated by Jin Yuan's teleportation. With the addition of the Shadow Phantom step, Shihao's speed was barely the same as Jin Yuan. The 2 of them ran and chased each other. Shihao's Shadow Phantom step became more and more proficient, and the teleportation distance and speed also improved slightly. This alone doomed Jin Yuan to defeat. Seeing that Jin Yuan was unlikely to escape, Shihao began to study the rules and habits of Jin Yuan's teleportation. After many studies and comparisons, Shihao discovered that before Jin Yuan teleported, his body leaned forward slightly, and the direction of the lean was the landing point after he teleported. Shihao began to try to catch the lead time. When Jin Yuan's body just began to lean forward, Shihao teleported to his landing point. His efforts paid off. During one teleportation, Jin Yuan just stood firm and saw Shihao waiting on the side. Shihao punched Jin Yuan in the head, and Jin Yuan's head was twisted and deformed. In the dizzy state, Jin Yuan's mind was also in a chaotic state. Elder Jin, this feeling is great, right? I have waited for this day for 3,800 years, and it's time for us to understand each other's grievances. Shihao finished speaking, and then punched again. You are? Shihao. How could you be so? Powerful? Jin Yuan's intermittent words were filled with incredible shock. Ha, ha ha, you wants to destroy my Jin clan. The you in Jin Yuan's mouth is like the sky we often say, which means that the sky wants to destroy his Jin clan. He laughed a little self-deprecatingly, a little sadly, and a little tragically. You just destroyed yourself. Everything has a cause and an effect. I planted the cause, so let me end this effect. During these few words, Jin Yuan became much more sober, and a dark golden ball appeared in his hand, with a thick purple surface. Chapter 272. Jin Yuan was covered in silver light, and turned into dots of light, which flew into the dark golden sphere. Shi Hao felt his hair stand on end, and immediately summoned his own system-level jump starship and launched a system-level teleportation. Just as the starship slowly became transparent, the dark golden light ball burst into dazzling golden light, just like the explosion of a hydrogen bomb on Earth. The difference was that there was no mushroom cloud, but there was a shock wave, which then shot out in all directions. Shi Hao's starship was also affected at the last moment of the teleportation. When Shi Hao and his starship appeared in the adjacent galaxy, the tail of his starship had been melted by high temperature and turned into a lump. Shi Hao almost lost his life. Mia and Suzu had already entered the starship. They saw a ball of golden light burst out in the distance. Not long after, the starship shook violently, but the surface of the starship was protected by a layer of blue light and was not damaged. Fu Bo and Ensu, who were fighting in another place, sensed the explosion at the first time. Without hesitation, they teleported and escaped. At the moment when the shock wave was about to reach them, Fu Bo teleported to Mia's starship. He looked at the direction of the explosion, his face solemn. After a while, he coughed several times, and was a little unstable. Suzu saw this, and hurriedly moved a chair over. Fu Bo sat down, with a sullen look on his face. Fu Bo, were you injured by the shock wave just now? Mia hurried over and asked with concern. Fu Bo shook his head and said, no. Then Ensu? He is not doing well either. At least, he will not be able to make trouble in the next 1 or 2 years. After Fu Bo finished speaking, he coughed a few more times, and closed his eyes to recuperate. Mia looked at the distance with concern, then started the starship to continuously jump in this galaxy, searching in a carpet-like manner, spreading her mind, not letting go of any clues. When she drove the starship to the place where the explosion just happened, she found that there were many vortex-shaped space-time turbulences in that area. This kind of space-time turbulence is different from the space-time turbulence in the narrow opening. The vortex-shaped space-time turbulence is said to be very dangerous. There is a saying that if a person or an object falls into it, it will be torn into nothingness and no longer exist. There is a saying that if a person or an object falls into it, it will be randomly teleported to somewhere in the universe outside the silver domain. Mia did not dare to let the starship get too close. Miss, he should be in the neighboring galaxy, you can explore it. Fu Bo's spirits were better, and he saw the clues. Mia believed that Shi Hao and Jin Yuan would definitely not leave this galaxy by teleporting, and she formed a fixed mindset. When she heard what Uncle Fu said, she immediately extended her thoughts to cover the neighboring galaxies. As the Cloud Master, the first thing is that the power of thoughts must be strong enough to explore at least 2/3 of the nebula area. Mia's thoughts cannot cover a nebula, but it is larger than 2/3 of a nebula. Soon, he found Shi Hao, who was studying Jin Yuan's cloud-class jump starship in the void. Mia jumped to Shi Hao's vicinity. Mia circled around the starship in the distance, whose tail had turned into a heap, and she was very scared. If you say you are lucky, you have died several times. If you say you are unlucky, you can survive a deadly situation. Mia flew to Shi Hao and said with emotion, "What was that just now?" It would be a lie to say that he wasn't scared. This was the first time that Shi Hao felt so close to death. When he regained consciousness after falling on the Death Star, his body transformation had been completed, so he didn't feel much. It should be a super strong particle bomb developed by the Jin clan. It is a high-grade purple-level bomb and very expensive. The Jin clan doesn't have many of them. It is said that the detonation conditions are very harsh, but it is a secret of the Jin clan at the time, so I don't know much about it. Then you are lucky today. Jin Yuan used his own body as a detonator to detonate the super-strong particle bomb. Shi Hao told Mia what he saw. This method is a bit like what Shi Hao saw in the Martian pyramid, where the orange-robed man used himself as a detonator to activate the teleportation array. I've seen it in an ancient book. It's a bit like a sacrifice, but it's not a real sacrifice. Instead, it uses one's own body as energy, converts it into telekinesis, instantly increases one's telekinesis strength, and then activates the particle bomb. It seems that the elves are not unfamiliar with this method. I'm curious, how did you provoke him? Jin Yuan actually wanted to drag you to be buried with him in this way? Mia asked with interest. At this time, Mia's eyes were only 0.5 meters away from Shirhao's eyes. Her eyes were different from when she first saw Shirhao at the Hunter Seat reception platform. There was more admiration and femininity. At the Hunter Seat reception platform, Mia's eyes were appreciative and condescending. I told him I was Shirhao. Shirhao answered calmly, but his flickering eyes that didn't dare to look directly at Mia betrayed his heart. Sure enough, this is easy to understand. He did it for the Jin clan. Mia instantly understood Jin Yuan's thoughts. She thought that if she put herself in Jin Yuan's position, she should have the same reaction. Compared with the races in the Silver Domain, the development of the human race is too fast, and Shirhao is developing too fast. Shirhao was cracking the starship of Jin Yuan, and Mia was watching quietly beside him. After a few hours, there was still no progress. It seemed that the encryption system of the Jin clan had been upgraded again. In desperation, Shirhao had to give up. Ahem. At this time, a light cough sounded beside the ears of Shirhao and Mia, and a figure emerged from the darkness. Shirhao hurriedly stood up, and was on guard. Mia leaned toward Shirhao a little nervously. A single man and a single woman are in a good mood, hee. Mia opened her eyes wide and looked at it, then relaxed her body and said angrily, Uncle Sherwin, you are so elusive that you almost scared me to death. The person who came was the Sherwin Insect King, whose whole body was purple-red, which was very different from the one on Mars. He really had a bit of the aura of a king. Wearing a black cloak, with 2 tentacles on his head protected by a unique hat, it is estimated that he was stimulated by Shirhao at the beginning, and he protected his weak spot when he returned to the Silver region. It turns out to be you, old bug. Seeing that it was an acquaintance, Shirhao greeted him carelessly. Shirhao, I helped you so much, you respect the elderly so much. The stone-patterned Bug King looked up at a 45-degree angle, and said in an imposing manner, You are doing more harm than good, aren't you? You didn't clean up your disciples before you left, and made Mars everywhere. In the end, I had to work very hard to keep Mars safe and human beings safe. Tell me, what compensation do you give me? Shirhao was really not angry. The Yellow Spot Bug King almost took their lives. Shirhao, listen to me. I was really eager to go home. I know your strength. It's not a big deal to clean up my disciples. When the Stoneworm King heard what Shirhao said, he knew he was in the wrong. He was indeed careless. Don't worry, I won't fall for it. That yellow-spotted worm almost ate me. Tell me, how do you make it up to me? Aren't you fine? That yellow-spotted worm is an alien of my race. I put him there for a reason. Then do you know that he is mutated? Do you know that he controls a lot of flying stoneworms? This, you are fine in the end. The Stoneworm King laughed and tried to cover it up. However, he saw that Shirhao was getting more and more angry, so he waved his hand and said, You killed the deputy chief of the Feather Clan. The Cloud Lord of the Feather Clan will have to stay on the Hunter Seat reception platform for decades. It will be difficult for you to take him back to the solar system from there. The Stoneworm King said, while squinting at Shirhao's reaction. Shirhao heard that the Stoneworm King took the initiative to bring up this matter, and it seemed that there was a solution, but he still pretended to be uninterested. How about I give you a teleportation array? In fact, this was also the purpose of his visit this time, just to do a favor and settle the account. How to send it? Where? Is it useful? Shirhao acted as if he would bite you if you didn't satisfy me. Chapter 273. Is this how you treat guests? The stone-patterned Insect King said, as he looked around and curled his lips. Shirhao put the starship he had robbed from Jin Yuan into the mustard seed space. Mia saw this, and teleported the 3 of them into Mia's starship. Fu Bo was still healing with his eyes closed. He opened his eyes after hearing the noise, and saw the stone-patterned Insect King. He didn't stand up, but nodded slightly as a greeting. Sherwin, it seems that you knew that the Jin clan and the Yu clan were going to harm the young lady. Why didn't you stop them in advance? Fu Bo asked the stone-patterned Insect King without any hesitation. Uncle Fu, I rushed here as soon as I received the news. Just when I was about to take action, this kid appeared. Li Er had calculated that Shirhao could help the young lady survive this disaster. Humph, sooner or later, he will be killed by the mysterious Li Er. Hearing the conversation between the Stone Insect King and Uncle Fu, Shirhao felt that Uncle Fu's status in the elves was more powerful than the Stone Insect King and the mysterious Li Er, and he looked up to Uncle Fu. But you know what? He calculated it quite accurately. When everyone thought Shirhao was dead, he concluded that Shirhao was fine. The words of the Stone Insect King made Sherhao the focus of several people. Boy, I'm curious, you stayed on that dead star for 38 years. How did you get out in the end? The dead star is very dangerous. This is for the weak, of course. Sherhao is also a weak person in the eyes of the Stone Insect King. When the Stoneworm King went to explore, he also climbed onto the prison planet. That level of gravity pressure was not something that someone of Sherhao's level could endure. Even he almost got caught in it, and flew away from the planet without further exploration. While talking, Sherhao felt that his mind was invaded by telekinesis. He subconsciously protected himself, and then began to strengthen his telekinesis to drive out the telekinesis. Boy, you are making rapid progress. Your telekinesis strength has reached the middle level of blue level, and is about to reach the advanced level. Old bug, can you use telekinesis to explore other people's privacy every time? Sherhao immediately understood that it was the Stone Pattern Insect King who was making trouble. Uncle Fu was also shocked when he heard the words of the Stone Pattern Insect King. He looked at Sherhao with wide eyes. The primary blue level telekinesis was not that strong for them. Uncle Fu was surprised by the growth rate and amplitude of Sherhao's telekinesis strength. Sherhao's telekinesis strength was not much inferior to that of a red level planet. You gave Yifeng's skills to him, right? No wonder even the Dark Demon is not his opponent. Mia knew that the human race represented by Sherhao had a technique to upgrade telekinesis. She didn't pay much attention to it at the time. She didn't expect that Sherhao's telekinesis was not weaker than hers. The Stone Insect King sensed something and immediately pulled Sherhao to sit down in a friendly manner, then looked at Sherhao with a smile on his face. But the smile of a big insect was indeed a bit creepy. Sherhao, we are old acquaintances, old friends, right? Compensation? Sherhao got angry when he saw the Stone Insect King's weasel greeting chickens, and immediately stretched out his hand for compensation, which made the Stone Insect King feel a headache. Xiao, the compensation is the teleportation array from Union Star to Mars, which will be given to you later, no rush. Do you have any exercises suitable for me to practice? Fu Bo and Mia also wanted to, but because of face, they did not show it so obviously and so eagerly. Why were you so weak on Mars? When the Stoneworm King used his mind to invade Sherhao's brain just now, Sherhao felt a clear gap. Compared with the Stoneworm King on Mars, there was a huge difference. The entire solar system is protected. If I don't suppress my strength, the power of the passing Jade card alone can't protect me. The Stoneworm King was also helpless. He stayed on Earth for 1,000,000 Earth years, which is 10,000 Silver Domain years, and had to be a man with his tail between his legs. After Sherhao completed the task, he didn't want to stay for a second, and even ran away without doing the finishing work. Sherhao didn't continue to dwell on this issue. He stood up and walked to Mia, and Fu Bo found a chair and sat down. The Stoneworm King followed him and sat down. I don't know if you can practice the human race's skills, but this old worm is sure that most of them can't practice it. The body structure is different. Hearing Sherhao's words, the Stoneworm King was about to get angry, and his half-open mouth closed immediately. After thinking for a while, he said to himself, most of them are not okay, which means there is still a small part that is okay. Then what? After figuring this out, his face turned from anger to joy, and he looked at Sherhao and asked, ready to listen to the next words. That's it, there is nothing else. Sherhao answered very seriously. Look at you, you deserve a beating. I am just too soft-hearted. You killed so many of my disciples on Mars, but I didn't hit you hard. The Stone Pattern Worm King always acted very calmly, but since he met Sherhao, he was like meeting his nemesis. He threatened Sherhao, but Sherhao didn't fall for it. You are so unskillful. Don't say you know me when you go out. Sherhao said, as he threw a storage light ball to the Stone Insect King. The Stone Insect King hurriedly checked it. Why are there only pictures and Aziguaming thoughts? This is the set of exercises that Yifeng practiced. Don't give it back to me. Sherhao pretended to take it away, and the Stone Insect King hurriedly threw the light ball into his mustard seed space. Sherhao, then can you help me find out if I can practice the human race's exercises? Although Yifeng's telekinesis has increased, it is still much slower than Sherhao's growth rate, perhaps because of the difference in body structure. Mia wants to find a more suitable exercise to practice. Although the Silver Domain also has exercises that can increase telekinesis, they are all treasures of various races. It is difficult for people who are not high-level figures to learn them. In addition, the effect cannot be compared with that of the human race. I need physical contact to detect, and I need to use the human race's unique internal energy to travel through the target's body, which may be a bit offensive. Without hesitation, Mia moved a chair and sat opposite Sherhao, then stretched out her hands and said softly, let's start. The elves are relatively slender, handsome, with pointed ears and noses, and their body structure is similar to that of humans. It has been many years since I touched a woman's hand. Shirhao looked at me as Snow White and slender hands and felt a little nervous. Boy, are you hiding something? The human race leader would be so nervous that he would tremble when holding a woman's hand. Ha ha ha, big news. Seeing Shirhao's look, the stone pattern insect king fanned the flames on the side and felt very comfortable. I have a mantis fist suitable for the insect race here. I wanted to give it to you, but seeing your arrogant look, you don't need it, right? After the human race entered the silver domain, the stone insect king provided a lot of help. Shirhao was very grateful in his heart. He was originally prepared to find the most suitable martial arts and skills for the stone insect king. The stone insect king immediately covered his mouth and walked to the chair next to Uncle Fu and sat down. Shirhao held Mia's hands with both hands. They were soft and smooth. He took 2 long breaths to calm his mind, then closed his eyes and began to explore. Using internal energy to explore, the person being explored seemed to be stripped naked. There would be no privacy with Shirhao. Mia might not understand it, but Shirhao thought about it and gave up using internal energy to explore. Shirhao simply used his mind to feel the acupuncture points and meridians in the corresponding parts of Mia's body. He found that the body structure of the elves seemed to be not much different from that of humans, but the acupuncture points and meridians were completely different. After the exploration, Shirhao let go of Mia's hand and quickly moved his eyes away, looking at the stone insect king and Uncle Fu. The body structure of the elves is different from that of humans, but it is closer to that of the Iksha, stone, beast, and Zerg. After comparison, I think the Tai Xian Gong should be suitable for the elves to practice. This method can be practiced while sitting, standing, lying, or walking, and it can enhance the strength of the mind. Shirhao explained the method and the key points of practice in detail, and Mia recorded Shirhao's degradation process. Old worm, I searched and found that the Azi Guaming thought is suitable for you. Shirhao told the stone pattern insect king about the Azi Guaming thought again. After finishing, the stone pattern insect king said, Shirhao, the teleportation array is located 10 kilometers underground in the main mansion of Mianyun Star, and the teleportation destination is Mars. Is this teleportation array also built by ancient Martians? Shirhao asked. Yes. But I don't know much about ancient Martians. I just followed orders. Whether the Stoneworm King didn't know or didn't want to say, Shirhao didn't ask. It's so old, can it still be used? It is said that it can be used. Then don't I have to fight back to Mianyun Star? You can't even unify the human race. What are you going to do next? The Stoneworm King said with a face full of sarcasm. Wasn't Mianyun Star also specially arranged by you? Shirhao has always had a question, whether Qin Yun had planned to sell Mianyun Star to him long ago. Chapter 274. Mianyun Star is the closest Earth-like planet to the solar system. In fact, it was originally a planet similar to ancient Mars. You are just benefiting from the ancient Martians. Don't think too much. Before, except for Li Air, we really didn't pay much attention to you Earthlings. I didn't expect that the Earth would change so much in the 10,000 years on Mars. The Stoneworm King recalled the past. He felt that his 10,000 years were completely wasted. Shirhao originally wanted to inquire about Li Air's situation, but thought that even if he inquired, what would happen? He thought that he might as well wait until he had the honor to meet Li Air in the future and ask him in person. What's the matter with the big rivet you are guarding? Shirhao almost forgot that this was the purpose of the Stoneworm King staying on Mars. My master asked me to find someone on Mars who can pull out that nail. That thing is not called a rivet, but the Stoneworm King used his name to make it easier for Shirhao to understand. Then what? Then you came to the Silver Domain, need I say more? What's the origin of that nail? I don't know, the master didn't tell me, and I didn't ask, it seems to have flown from the Dark Domain, I don't know the details. Shirhao has become accustomed to the Stoneworm King's ignorance. Old worm, what level are you? You should know this, right? I think I'm at the advanced purple level, or the elementary orange level. I don't know the details. Are all the powerful people in the Silver Domain so casual? You don't know anything. You know shit. The Stoneworm King started to swear again. What will happen if your tentacles are caught by the enemy? Shirhao looked at the hat that the Stoneworm King wore, and asked curiously. He was indeed very curious, just like he was on Mars. You don't want to mix anymore? It seems that you don't want that martial arts book anymore? So I wear a hat, and now I have no weaknesses. The Stoneworm King answered honestly. The two chatted casually, just like old friends, who hadn't seen each other for many years. In the end, Shirhao seriously picked a martial arts and a swordsmanship for the Stoneworm King, plus as Guaming thoughts, and it was all done. Mia and Fu Bo had already immersed themselves in the world of Taihe Xian Gong during their chat. The Stoneworm King did not disturb them, and left with the regret that he could not practice internal energy. After a few days, Earth calendar, Fu Bo woke up, and the first thing he did was to stand up and move his body. The human race's skills are so mysterious that the injury to the mind has almost healed in such a short time. Shirhao, I owe you a favor. Fu Bo stood there and looked up and thought for a while, and said, my young lady is pretty good, right? How about I match you two up? Just consider it as a favor. Fu Bo, what are you talking about? Shirhao was embarrassed, and didn't know how to respond when Mia's voice came over. Mia had to wake up after hearing Fu Bo's words. Although she had some expectations in her heart, she had to maintain her modesty as a beautiful woman. Miss, when Chief Shir was in trouble, you tried to find him every day. Who wouldn't notice something? Susu came in at some point and kicked a good assist. You little girl, I'm afraid of losing a capable assistant. This kind of thing really can't be explained to death. The more you explain it, the more it makes sense. With so many assistants, why do you only care about him? Susu and Uncle Fu had the same idea, and they were determined to bring them together. Mia pretended to chase Susu and hit her, and Susu ran behind Uncle Fu and hid. Ahem, that, let's discuss what martial arts are suitable. Shirhao stood there, not knowing what to do, so he had to change the topic and use martial arts to divert the attention of several people. After understanding, although Mia was a girl, she liked strength martial arts very much, and the weapon she used was also a blunt weapon similar to an iron whip. Shirhao explained in detail the Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung Fu. Editor's note. Borrowing the name of the Kung Fu to pay tribute to Mr. Jin Yong, Kung Fu and practice experience. The original Kung Fu said that if you practice it to perfection, you can have the power of 13 dragons and 13 elephants. This is an assessment based on the physical fitness of Earthlings. Shirhao explained that when Mia practiced it, her strength could be increased 13 times, which was quite terrifying. A few years later, every time Mia fought with someone, she would summon a stick-shaped weapon as thick as a bucket and 20 meters long from the mustard seed space and wave it. The weapon was purple level, controlled entirely by the mind, and had extremely strong lethality. Later, people gave her the name Goddess of Violence. Before Shirhao taught Mia to practice, Fu Bo said that he had a martial art that was handy, so there was no need to bother Shirhao, and then pulled Susu out of the hall. Mia's starship flew deep into Canis Minor, and Mia and Shirhao practiced, discussed, and fought together every day. Shirhao also taught Mia Wing Chun and Sanda fighting, and finally found an ancient iron whip martial art and improved it. Mia's overall strength has improved by leaps and bounds. In our generation, I think I can rank second. One day, after Mia and Shirhao finished fighting, Mia excitedly said to Shirhao, keep practicing, you will find that the current first place is nothing great. But it is still too dangerous for you to develop alone in Canis Minor. Shirhao looked at Mia with a concerned look. At this time, Shirhao had removed the disguise of the beastman Jin Yi, and his handsome image was very pleasing to the eye. Mia looked at him and said softly, in the Hunter constellation, I still have to look at the face of the Seat Master. The intrigues between the Cloud Lord and the System Master, forming gangs and factions, is not easier than here. Besides, my goal is not just the Cloud Lord. Although I have a good background, I still have to walk my own way. The most important thing is that you humans are in the Kirin constellation. As long as you are there, I will not be in danger. They were together every day for 2 days. Although they were practicing, their feelings sublimated quickly. Mia has slowly gotten into the role. Her personality is completely different from her soft and gentle appearance, and she is much more direct in her expression than Shirhao. Shirhao still can't let go. Oh, it's sour. Susu came in with a tray of food, and teased Mia when she heard what she said. The living habits of the human race and the elf race are very similar. Beautiful clothes, fine wine and delicious food are what both races like. There is still some distance to Mia's destination. Shirhao, who has been together for more than a month, is ready to leave. I will take down Canis Minor. I wait for you here. Mia leaned her head on Shirhao's shoulder and said leisurely. Mia, you are an elf at a royal family, and I am a human, and a low-level human from a yellow-level planet. This is Shirhao's concern. In the past, the two of them just sympathized with each other, but during this period of time, they both found a place of each other in their hearts. However, the problem of different races still needs to be faced. Yes, I am a noble elf, whose bloodline cannot be passed on to others. But so what? In the past, the elves were strictly prohibited from marrying people from other races. Once discovered, they would be executed. But with the development of the times, exchanges and trade between races have become more frequent, and there are more and more cases of elves and people from other races falling in love with each other. After discussing with the elf clan leader and the elders, they set a rule. The bloodline of the elves must never be passed on to others. If anyone wants to marry someone from another race, they can just transform into the body of that race. Of course, small races without sequences and low-level races are still not qualified to marry elves, so there is only one way: elopement. At this point, Mia sat up straight, facing Shirhao, looking into Shirhao's eyes, and said seriously, "If there is such a day, I am willing to transform into a human and accompany you." Shirhao's heart really fell at this moment. He hugged Mia and let her snuggle in his arms, and he was ready to protect this woman forever. Chapter 275. When Mia decided to explore Canis Minor, the elves gave strong support and sent a large number of elites to Canis Minor. The entry of the human race into the Silver region broke the balance of the Silver region for many years. Although the elves, as a high-order race, are the royal family, the elves' patriarchs and the elders understand that the strength of the race itself is the foundation. After Shirhao disappeared, Mia stopped hiding and openly searched for Shirhao's whereabouts, and openly supported the human race represented by Wang Guiyong, which attracted the attention of other cloud masters and seat masters. In view of Mia's royal status, the hunter seat master did not explicitly express opposition, but also did not explicitly express support. Because he knew that his ability to be a seat master had reached the top, and he had no extravagant hope for the position of the main god, so he preferred stability. During this period, many cloud masters and seat masters, for their own interests, or wanting to nip various signs in the bud, complained to the hunter seat master about Mia. The more Mia understood the human race, the more she understood the potential of the human race. When she knew that Yi Feng had defeated the dark demons in a short period of time after learning the skills taught by Shirhao, she had more confidence in the human race. During the search for a suitable person, the expert Mia found was Li Er, who clearly told her that Shirhao was not dead, and pointed out the direction for her development. When the elves represented by Mia began to march into Canis Minor, the leader of the hunter was very happy, and almost beat the gongs and drums to send them off. However, due to Mia's status as the cloud master under his command, he still made a hypocritical gesture to retain her. Before she had a firm foothold in Canis Minor, Mia would not give up her status as the cloud master of the Mute Star Cloud, because Canis Minor was in the early stages of development and she needed resources. Shirhao traveled with Mia all the way, on the one hand to guide Mia's cultivation, and on the other hand, there was indeed a relationship between men and women. Being trapped on the prison star for 3,800 years without collapse does not mean that he is not lonely in his heart. Not only Mia has been able to practice independently, but even Su Su can also be a qualified sparring partner under Shirhao's guidance. When the starship arrived at the Canis Minor constellation, the huge star system of the Xingwu star cloud, the Canis Minor constellation is located in the central area of the Canis Minor constellation. This is a rocky planet, about the same size as the Sanyu star, with an atmosphere and good basic conditions. It can be transformed into a habitable planet, with a little transformation. It will be built into the administrative center of the Canis Minor constellation. When they arrived at the destination, Shirhao was ready to leave. There were still many things waiting for him to do. Along the way, he thought of many ways, but he couldn't crack Jin Yuan's starship, and his own starship was also destroyed. In the big explosion, the bodies of Deputy Chief Yu and Jin Yuan, and the mustard jewelry were turned into powder. Mia wanted to give this starship that had been with her for many years to Shirhao, but considering that the technology of this starship was a bit backward, she found a most advanced starship of the elf clan for Shirhao to travel. This starship is more than 300 meters long, slightly inferior to the Cloud-class jump starship of the Golden Clan, and is not the best starship of the elf clan. The best starship of the elf clan is the C-class jump starship that the Stone Pattern Worm King rides. Why don't you go to find General One first, and then go to Minion Star? Mia asked Shirhao, who was about to board the ship to leave. She was a little worried that Shirhao would go to Minion Star alone. According to my recent understanding, Li Kun is not unaware of the whereabouts of Lao Wan and others, but he is incapable of eliminating them, so he pretends not to know. But Li Kun can't be careless. There must be spies planted by Li Kun around Lao Wan. I'm a little weak if I go to Minion Star alone, but according to my current strength, they can't keep me. If I plan it deliberately, I may be able to take care of Minion Star. Don't worry, I won't joke with my life. Besides, I'm not going alone. Tian Ying, Shi Wei, Lao He, and Liang Wenlong already know my identity. I will go to them first. You can develop in Canis Minor with peace of mind. After solving the problem of the human race, I will open up the channel between Kirin and Canis Minor and come to find you. Sure Hao kissed Mia's forehead, staged a scene of a tough guy and tenderness, and then boarded the ship and left. There is a star map of Canis Minor on Sure Hao's starship, but the range is not large. The star map from Gemini to Canis Yoshing is very detailed. In order to avoid unknown risks, Sure Hao decided to transfer back to Gemini and go to Hunter to find Liang Wenlong, Tianning and others. Dark Spirit Clan headquarters on a red-level planet. I held Uncle Fu back, while Jin Yuan and the deputy chief of the Feather Clan went after Mia. Uncle Fu saw that Mia was in danger, so in order to get rid of me, he fought me with a life-and-death battle. We were both injured during the shaking process. After a while, we sensed something was wrong and immediately evacuated on a starship. Then a strong shock wave came from a distance. Now it seems that Elder Jean detonated the super-strong particle bomb. And Su had just returned to the Dark Spirit Clan headquarters and was lying on the ground, looking depressed and seriously injured. Send someone to inform the Jean clan and the Feather Clan of the mission results. In addition, ask the chiefs of the two clans to come over. Since the elves are opening up Canis Minor and the Yiksha clan is opening up Canis Major, we can no longer stop them, so we have to take action. The 13th Lord God must appear in the Dark Spirit Clan. The Dark Spirit Clan leader, who was sitting at the head of the room, gave instructions to his subordinates in an irrefutable tone. The failure of this assassination mission made him take it seriously, and the Dark Spirit Clan must also step out of their comfort zone. On a giant planet in the core area of the Silver Domain, Uncle Fu sent back news that Sure Hao and the young lady have been together in Canis Minor for a total of 5 Earth months, and their relationship has developed rapidly. The stone-grained insect king reported the situation of Sure Hao and Mia to his master. Haha, being able to win the favor of Xiuya, who has a very high vision, Sure Hao can be considered a talent just based on this. The owner of the old voice was very pleased. It shows that the young lady has a good eye for talent. Don't mention it, I'm really looking forward to it. Lier, what do you think? The hope in the words of the owner of the old voice was something that the stone-grained insect king had not seen for a long time, because his master has always been calm, indifferent, and wise. Master, the development of the earth and the universe are inseparable from the promotion of contradictions. Spear and shield are yin and yang, and neither can be missing. Men and women are also yin and yang. One man and one woman, one yin and one yang, conform to the Tao. Yin and yang can be regarded as the basic elements of all things in the universe. The Tao of men and women is the family, the country, the planet, and the foundation of the universe. It's just the difference between the big and small impacts on the family, the country, the planet, and the universe. The human race has a word called the butterfly effect, which means that a small change in the initial conditions can lead to a long-term huge chain reaction of the entire system. The Tao of Sure Hao and Mia is this butterfly, and Yifeng and others are the factors that cause the butterfly to flap its wings to produce wind. Li Er's words made his master think. Let Sure Hao and Mia's affairs take their own course, and no one should interfere. Sure Hao did not expect that such a heavyweight figure would pay attention to his affairs with Mia and give instructions. On the second floor of the Xingshou Chess Hall of Lianli Star, a man who looked like a Yiksha tribe sat opposite Lao He in the dark and were talking about something. This was Sure Hao. Because the disguise capsule only had a one-time effect, the cynical Jin Yi disappeared. This time he disguised himself as a graceful young man of the Yiksha tribe. Sure Hao stayed in Lianli Star for 3 days, communicating with Lao He about the telekinesis of the dark rules and his understanding of telekinesis and rules. This made Lao He, who was groping for the road of cultivation, feel a sense of sudden enlightenment, and his telekinesis went a step further. Lao He's body seemed to be truly integrated with the darkness, and the naked eye could not detect it at all. 3 days later, Tianning, Shi Wei, and Liang Wenlong, who were disguised, came to the second floor one after another. Shi Wei's temperament became even colder, and there was a chill from inside to outside. After he came to the second floor, he did not choose to sit down, but stood behind Sure Hao like he did before on Sangyu Star. He was very clear about his position. Beside Sure Hao, he was Sure Hao's bodyguard. Tianning automatically entered the role of secretary. Anything that needed to be done with brainstorming, as long as Sure Hao said it. Wenlong, you organize the main force to stand by in the void of the galaxy near Mianyun Star, and no one is allowed to leak the news. Lao He, give all the information about Mianyun Star to Tianning for summary, and sent people to collect information related to Mianyun Star at all times. Sure Wei, follow me to Mianyun Star. In addition, organize dozens of good hands to sneak into Mianyun Star after disguise. Sure Hao asked them not to tell anyone about his information, even Wang Guiyong. When Li Kun stared at Wang Guiyong, he wanted to use himself as a surprise soldier to raid Mianyun Star. Boss Sure, the batch of mustard stones has been taken away. After the arrangement was completed, Tianing reported to Sure Hao. Tianing still used the same name she had used when she first met Sure Hao. She didn't say it explicitly, but Sure Hao knew that the batch of mustard stones had been delivered to Qilin. Chapter 276. In order to ensure normal communication and intelligence collection, Lao He still stayed in Lianli Star. When Sure Hao succeeded, he immediately notified Wang Guiyong and Wang Ping. In order to ensure that communication information is not leaked, Sure Wei will activate the new telekinetic quantum communication switch and backup machine in the galaxy where Mianyun Star is located. General Liang will set up a kind switch in the adjacent galaxy and connect it to our bridge. Lao He and I still use the public channel to communicate. When Tianing spoke, the aura she exuded was very powerful. This telekinetic quantum switch is a portable type developed by the Pigeon team. It can cover a galaxy, and is generally used for military operations and special operations. This switch can set its own channel to form a regional communication network, with the purpose of ensuring the confidentiality of communication. After the arrangement was completed, everyone started to act. Liang Wenlong went back to gather the troops. Before leaving, he collected everyone's communication bracelets, deliberately left a hole, set a trap, caught 5 spies, and then set off to fly to the adjacent galaxy of Mianyun Star. Sure Wei left alone to gather his men and infiltrate Mianyun Star. Tianing and Sure Hao boarded a starship to the star system where Mianyun Star is located. Tianing found a place to set up the switch, and then stayed in Sure Hao's elf starship, floating in the void. Sure Hao flew to Mianyun Star on the system-level jump starship made by Tianing for his Jin clan. This kind of starship is a common commodity with a huge stock. People of all races will buy it. Although Sure Hao is Yiksha, it will not arouse suspicion. The outer space of Mianyun Star. Sure Hao looked at the light blue and light green planet and felt relaxed and happy. The sense of deja vu of Mianyun Star made him feel a faint sadness of homesickness. No matter how far you go, there is only one home, that is Earth. Soon Sure Hao's starship flew to the place where they met the guards of the Stone Clan when they first arrived at Mianyun Star. There was a long queue in front. Sure Hao used his mind to explore and found that there were dozens of human guards in front, checking the people who were about to enter Mianyun Star one by one. Sure Hao moved his mind and transferred the Cloud-class jump starship of Jin Yuan that was placed in the mustard pendant to the mustard space and planted in his wrist. He only left some telekinetic sticks, particle guns, short knives, long knives, and other things in the mustard pendant, and transferred all the human weapons. This is in line with his identity as a Yiksha. The inspection was very detailed. Even if you met people from the Jin clan or the Yu clan, you had to cooperate with the inspection according to the process without a special pass. Wang Guiyong is far away in Kirin Constellation, so it is difficult for Li Kun to find him. But Mianyun Star can be said to be one of the bases of the human race. On the surface, it is easy to make some small moves. In order to prevent possible assassinations, riots, and other emergencies that may overthrow Li Kun's regime, Li Kun stipulates that anyone entering Mianyun Star is not allowed to carry weapons or drive a starship to enter. This is the purpose of the inspection. More than an hour later, it was Sure Hao's turn, which shows that the inspection was very detailed. Hello, sir. Welcome to Mianyun Star. Since Mianyun Star is a tourist planet, and the security on the planet is very good. Therefore, no one is allowed to carry weapons or starships to enter. Please park the starship and come down to cooperate with our inspection. The receptionist was a tall Chinese beauty in a standard military uniform with a very sweet voice. After these few words, most people would willingly cooperate with the inspection of other guards. Sure Hao followed the instructions and drove the starship to an area 10 times larger than the original berthing area, found an empty berth, and transported himself to the security inspection platform. A male soldier came to Sure Hao and led him to a security inspection gate. When Sure Hao passed through, the alarm of the security inspection gate sounded beep beep. After Sure Hao passed the security inspection gate, a gloved soldier searched his body with his hands. When he found the mustard pendant on Sure Hao's neck, he led Sure Hao to an area next to him. There were 3 tables there, and a soldier sat behind each table. Sure Hao looked at his military rank and found that it was an imitation of the Yen Kingdom's military rank. This person was actually a colonel. Hao thought to himself that Li Kun was very careful about his life by letting a colonel conduct security checks on people entering Minion Star. Hao looked around again and found that all the guards were human. The previous guards of the Stone Clan had disappeared. Hao knew that this situation was definitely not due to Li Kun's face, but the result of the help of the Gold Clan. The man motioned Hao to sit down and then said, "Sir, there is a rule on Minion Star. I have to check your mustard pendant to confirm that there are no lethal weapons or other threatening items inside." Hao's face immediately sank, and he slapped the table and said, "I, Night Wolf, have been to countless planets, yellow level, green level, red level, and no one on that planet dared to check my mustard space. Besides, my mustard seed space is encrypted, and you don't have the ability to check it." Hao put on a proud look and tried to be arrogant. "Excuse me, sir, what is your purpose in coming to Minion Star?" "For tourism. My brother said that Minion Star is very beautiful and suggested that I come to see it, so I came. Although Li Kun is hateful, he is very smart. He has made full use of the advantages of Minion Star. In addition to the textile industry, furniture manufacturing and handicrafts, he also plays the card of tourism. Silver Domain Habao is currently co-organized by the human race and the Zerg race. Wu Yi is under house arrest, and Wang Guiyong has evacuated from Sanyu Star." Then Li Kun sent people to take over the Silver Domain Habao. After that, he spared no effort to advertise for Minion Star to attract people from all planets and races to travel to Minion Star. At first, the security check of Minion Star was not so strict. Since Ouyang Liju caught and cracked 2 assassination attempts, they tightened the security check of Minion Star. Since you know that Manyungsing is a tourist city, you should also understand our difficulties. Our top leader has experienced 2 assassination attempts, which is why we have introduced this regulation. So, either you accept the inspection or leave." The colonel's attitude was very clear. After saying this, he stopped talking and waited for Hao to express his opinion. "What if I don't want you to check my mustard pendant and still want to go in? What should I do?" Hao's expression eased a little, and he didn't raise his head so high, pretending to be submissive and negotiating. "The last way is, you can keep the mustard pendant there and take it back when you leave." The colonel pointed to a dark room next to him, and then explained that it was the most advanced telekinetic quantum encryption safe, the latest technology of the Jin clan. Hao pretended to be helpless, as if he was in a state of great entanglement. A few minutes later, he followed a soldier into the dark room. During these few minutes, Hao was not idle. He scanned the dozens of guards at the checkpoint with his mind. Except for the beautiful woman who received him at the beginning and the 3 colonels, all the others were bionic robot bodies. Their memories and thoughts were converted from real people. This technology was the same as when Hao was at the Taishan level. The difference is that the combat power of the bionic robot body has reached the Kunlun level. After storing the mustard seed pendant, Hao prepared to take the ferry to Minion Star. To his surprise, he saw Qin Sen again. At this time, Qin Sen had become taciturn and very old. He looked very downcast and timidly lined up behind waiting for guests. "Master, my ferry is new, fast and cheap. Master, I know everything about Minion Star, and I charge the lowest price." Hao walked and looked all the way. "TSK, don't try to fool me. New, fast and cheap, knowing everything, charging the lowest price. Isn't this contradictory and contradictory?" He shook his head as he spoke, looking at this and that like picking cabbage. "Hey you. Don't look at others, it's you. This starship is old, but it's very clean. When that man said he knew everything and charged the lowest price, your eyes were full of disdain. Besides, you are old enough and timid, so it's unlikely that you will deceive me. It's you." Hao talked to Qin San for a while, and then boarded Qin San's ferry. "You have a good eye, but my price is not low. Stop talking nonsense, am I short of money? Let's go!" Qin San perked up with a guest, but Hao could see that he was a little overwhelmed. "What are the fun places on Minion Star?" "Minion Star has mountains, water and beauties. What do you like?" "As long as it's beautiful and fun, I like it. The beautiful ones include the Minion Prairie, which is endless and has cows, sheep and horses. I guarantee you have never seen them. They are all introduced from the hometown of the Stone Clan leader. There is a large canyon called One Line Sky. I heard that many people go there to play. There is also the highest peak on Minion Star, Mianju Peak, which is 25,425 meters high. It is steep, windy, and difficult to climb. It is a holy place for many extreme challenge enthusiasts. The fun ones include the Dislike Park built in Yanyan City. It is said that it was also introduced from the hometown of the Stone Clan leader. I rode the roller coaster in it once and almost fainted. It's useless when you get old. With the development, many things on Earth have been copied to the silver domain by humans, and the response has been good. Li Kun has indeed made a great contribution to this. I heard that the current human organization is not that Kun Wang. Sure Hao disappeared 38 years ago. Why do you still call him Sure Clan leader? When Qin Sen mentioned the three words Sure Clan leader just now, he couldn't hide the boasting in his tone. What a bullshit Kun Wang, he is a demon king, a scum who eats people without spitting out bones. When Sure Clan leader first arrived at Minyan Star, he was quite polite to us, and I was the one who helped him run around and arrange this and that. Qin Sen became more and more sad, and his voice even felt a little hoarse. Old man, I advise you to stop mentioning those three words. Just talk about it between us, so as not to be hurt by Li Kun's people. Chapter 277. What else do I have to fear? They have already squeezed me so much. The worst that can happen is that they will take my life. Everyone on Minyan Star knows the relationship between me and Chief Sure. It is precisely for this reason that they dare not kill me publicly, fearing that they will give them a pretext. Although I am not talented, I still have some prestige in the Rat clan. Qin Sen became more and more excited as he spoke, and at the end, he even coughed violently, showing his old age. Sure Hao asked Qin Sen to send him to the sky above the most prosperous commercial street in Minyan City. Qin Sen, you are much better than your uncle. Take this money, and go back to live in peace in your old age, and don't come out to run around anymore. After saying that, Sure Hao disappeared from the ferry, drowning in the vast sea of people. Qin Sen looked at the 10 purple crystal coins in his hand, savoring the last sentence, and said to himself with trembling lips, he is back, he is not dead, the heaven has eyes. After Qin Sen returned home, he found his 2 grandsons, gave them 2 purple crystal coins each, and then said, you convert to human identity, buy 5 of the most luxurious ferries, and set up a company each. This is a little incense I left for the Qin family. The future depends on you. Grandpa, haven't you always opposed us joining the human race? I am against you following Li Kun's gang of bastards, cough cough. I don't have much time left, and I can't care so much. Anyway, you are right to listen to me. In addition, if you hear anything big happening in the human race outside, remember to come back and tell me as soon as possible. After the explanation, Qin Sen supported his body with his arms and laid down with difficulty. His brain, which had been tense all the time, relaxed and coughed from time to time. It's not that Qin Sen's 2 grandsons are not motivated. Li Kun sent people to persuade Qin Sen to convert to human identity and work for him, but Qin Sen refused. Qin Sen also told his 2 grandsons not to join the human race. Later, Li Kun's people found the Rat people and began to constantly exclude Qin Sen and his family. Qin Sen's health was getting worse day by day, and the Qin family's life became more and more difficult. When Sure Hao said that Qin Sen was better than his uncle, he felt that it was not a coincidence that the Iksha people took his ferry, but knew him and knew him very well. After thinking about it for a while, he was sure that it was Sure Hao. In the 3,800 years after Sure Hao left, more than half of the Rat people converted to human race, learned to do business and open companies like Earthlings. Qin Sen's 2 grandsons, one is called Qin Lan and the other is called Qin Sure. They go out every day, go out to sea, and like to write with notebooks and pens when they have nothing to do. They know all kinds of business ways, but Qin Sen just doesn't nod, and they dare not disobey. The 2 took the 4 amethyst coins given by Qin Sen, and did not rush to the ferry sales center. After planning for a long time, they went to the bank first, and used these 4 amethyst coins to borrow 2 more amethyst coins. The ferry has no technical content, and the price is not much more expensive than the advanced flying car. Especially, when the human race's starship joined the competition, the price of the ferry dropped to 1/3 of the original. Later, the human race represented by Li Kun and the gold race came together, but the price was transparent and could not be raised. 1 amethyst coin could buy 3 ferries, and this was the kind of luxury ferry that Qin Yun said. Qin Lan and Qin Sure came to the human race's starship sales center and asked for the cheapest ferry, so that they could buy 5 with 1 amethyst coin, and a total of 30 ferries with 6 amethyst coins. On Minyan Star, the handling of company registration and other matters inherited the high efficiency of Yen country. The 2 quickly obtained a business license, and the company name was Inu Minyan Star Tongma MRT Company Limited. Then, they rented a large vacant land in the suburbs of Minyan Star and opened the business. Facts have proved that the 2 people's vision is indeed unique. With scale and low prices, Their business expanded to all major cities in Myeongyun Star a few years later. Shirhao wandered aimlessly in Myeongyun City. The total population of Myeongyun Star has increased 3 times compared with before, and this is still the result of restricting population migration. Among these growing populations, 2/3 are other races converted to human identity. In Myeongyun City, you can see many distinctive humans, such as skin that is reddish, blue, black, green and other pure or mixed colors, and hair and other parts of the body also have different characteristics. On Myeongyun Star, most of the Earthlings are civilians, focusing on production, business and other types of staff. The practice of martial arts and skills is strictly controlled and must be registered. Such a rule gave Lee Kun a great sense of security, but it weakened the overall strength of the human race. If a war between races occurred, they would be at the mercy of others. Lee Kun's biggest reliance was the promise of the Jin clan to protect the human race. The Jin clan had already regarded the human race represented by Lee Kun as its vassal. I have to say that Lee Kun's means of developing business are indeed good. But how long can this peaceful scene last? The human race is facing a huge crisis. Shirhao was walking and talking with Wei, who was also disguised as a Yiksha. Master, with you here, these crises will never occur. Wei's voice was as cold as the chill around him. Wei, I emphasize this one last time today. You are not allowed to call me master anymore. You can call me Captain, General Sure, or Leader, but you are not allowed to call me master, or I will transfer you away. Lee Kun's individualism has caused great harm to the human race, so Shirhao must start with himself and kill all such signs. Okay, master. Sure. Chief. Wei stuttered for a long time, and finally found the word he thought was appropriate and addressed him. The current chief of the human race is General 1, and 2 chiefs are not allowed. Tianning explained this situation to Shirhao. At that time, in order to compete with Lee Kun, Wan Guiyong announced that he would succeed the chief of the human race until Shirhao came back. But Shirhao hoped from the bottom of his heart that Wan Guiyong would continue to serve as the chief of the human race, and was not prepared to take him back. In his opinion, freedom is more important, and being the chief is a hard job after all. Okay, General Sure. Wei changed his words again, but he still followed Shirhao's lead in his heart. General, we have investigated many places recently. General Wu, Director Wu and others should be imprisoned in the original Bat Tribe headquarters. It was originally a warehouse, but later it was transformed into a prison. The entire prison is protected by strong magnets. It cannot be transported by starships, and it is also very difficult to detect with telekinesis. Shirhao is very familiar with this place. After buying Myeongyun Star, the human race headquarters was set up in the Star Lord Mansion, and the original Bat Tribe headquarters built a warehouse to store strong magnets. In addition, Myeongyun Star also has strong magnet mines and telekinesis stone mines, so it is too easy to reinforce the prison. Hearing Wei's words, Shirhao thought that the protective strong magnet was either refined strong magnet, or the protective layer was made very thick, otherwise it would be difficult to defend against the telekinesis of Kunlun-level masters like Wei. Let's go and have a look. Shirhao boarded the flying car that Wei had rented and flew over there. He arrived at a pre-rented express hotel. This hotel was run by Earthlings, and was based on the model on Earth. However, the layout of the room was full of science fiction, and all the facilities inside could be controlled by telekinesis. This hotel was built in an industrial park, and most of the guests were business personnel who came to the industrial park. It was more than 1,000 meters away from the prison. After entering the room, Shirhao sat cross-legged on the bed, silently practicing the small circulation exercise and Tai Chi Dao. As soon as his mind touched the outer wall of the prison, Shirhao's mind was a little distorted. It seemed that Lee Kun had invested a lot in this prison. Based on the actual combat of saving Mia and the comparison of his own and other people's telekinesis strength, Shirhao found that his telekinesis strength reached the average level of the Cloud Master level, while Wei and his Kunlun level was equivalent to the level of the System Master level. This was just a comparison, not to say that they would definitely be able to be the System Master or Cloud Master. These all require money, resources, and relationships. It is not an easy thing to distort Shirhao's telekinesis. Shirhao continued to increase his telekinesis and began to penetrate inside. He found that the strong magnets and telekinesis stones used in this protective layer were refined. They were not very thick, but several times stronger than those used by the Bat Tribe. After more than 10 hours of hard work, Shirhao finally penetrated this protective layer. It was not because of the strong magnets. It was a telekinesis interference device sandwiched between 2 layers of strong magnets. It was artificially made and seemed to be a masterpiece of the Gold Tribe. Shirhao spent most of his time on cracking this device. When Shirhao penetrated the second layer of strong magnets, he encountered an unknown device. It was confirmed that it was not a telekinetic interference device, but it did not have any effect on Shirhao. After passing through this layer of device, he encountered a layer of refined telekinetic stone. In the past, the huge increase in telekinesis caused by the refined telekinetic stone might cause Shirhao to lose control of his telekinesis, but now it is child's play for him. He controlled his telekinesis carefully to penetrate the layer of telekinetic stone, and then slowly extended it inside. This is one of the warehouses. The entire warehouse has been converted into cells. These cells are surrounded by iron fences. Each cell holds about 10 people. There are a total of 1,200 such cells. It is obvious that these people have been detained here for a long time. Some people have become very numb, their eyes are dull, and their reactions are slow. Shirhao suppressed his anger and continued to explore. There are a total of 6 such warehouses. One of the warehouses has a smaller cell area and holds 1 to 3 people. Wu Yi, Wu Ruinfa and other middle and high-level personnel from Mayan Yongxing are basically here. Obviously, these people support Shirhao and are unwilling to collude with Li Kun. It took Shirhao a long time to find the exact location of Wu Yi and Wu Ruinfa. The two have become white-haired octogenarians. The harsh environment and the remaining life have turned them into such a state. Suppressing the bitterness in his heart, Shirhao retracted his thoughts and said to Shirwei, "There are more than 67,000 people in total. The situation is very bad. We must act as soon as possible." The voice was not loud, but Shirhao narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 278. Our people have made arrangements. The outer wall of the prison can be cut with laser cannons. We have built a model and conducted experiments, which can be foolproof. We brought 4 battleships for cutting, each of which is operated by 4 team leaders. They will cut from the 4 corners and attack. There is another team, which will attack from the main gate first to attract the attention of the guards. Shirwei arranged a total of 5 teams to sneak in. The team organization was based on the Shenglong team, which was a 9-person team. Are these people all frozen telekinetic? Yes, General. What level? 15 Kunlun class, and the rest are basically in a state of breaking through. Shirwei's cold face showed a rare sense of pride. Very good. We will follow your deployment to attack the prison. After entering the prison, you will command the 15 people to control the perimeter of the prison. To be on the safe side, we need to do superimposed control to protect the people inside and prevent them from getting hurt. I observe that many people are in very poor physical condition and may not be able to withstand the torture. We need to send doctors to treat them on the spot. Shirhao recalled the scene he saw, and his heart couldn't help but hurt. General, I promise not to let a fly in. We have planned the cutting angle according to the drawings, and will not hurt the people inside. Shirhao was not careless. He compared and confirmed the drawings provided by Shirwei and the situation detected by his mind. After exploring the prison, Shirhao spread his mind and focused on exploring the military deployment of Mianyun Star. He found more than a dozen military bases. Half of Ouyang Li's personal guards were stationed in these military bases on Mianyun Star, and half were stationed on the satellite of Mianyun Star, rotating once a year. Although Li Kun is authoritarian and violent, he cherishes his life very much. Mianyun Star is the closest to the solar system, and he also knows that the solar system is blessed by the Lord God, so he did not move the human race headquarters to other planets. He thought that he had arranged Mianyun Star into an iron barrel formation, which was very safe. In addition, as long as he strictly guarded and prevented uncontrollable offensive weapons from appearing on Mianyun Star, he could rest assured. Indeed, Ouyang Li executed it very well. No matter what race, no weapons could be brought into Mianyun Star, and the Jin clan was no exception. However, the Jin clan and Li Kun did not expect Shirhao to come back alive and collect high-purity mustard stone, which caused a loophole. Shirhao discovered that the troops on Mianyun Star were equipped with exactly the same standard laser guns, the kind that were activated by telekinesis, which was exactly what Shirhao wanted. After the investigation was completed, the information was collected, and the plan was formulated. Shirhao called Tian-Ing, launched the attack synchronously in 3 hours, let Wenlong go straight to Mianyun Star, and I will help him control the weapons and equipment of the Mianyun Star defenders. If you encounter any form of counterattack, kill them immediately, occupy Mianyun Star as quickly as possible, and then deal with the defenders on the Mianyun Star satellite. In addition, after launching the attack, immediately ask General Wan to send people to support Mianyun Star. A large number of professional medical personnel are urgently needed here. Okay, Mr. Shir. After launching the attack, I will mobilize forces to summon some medical personnel from neighboring planets. It will take about 7 days for General Wan's people to get here. Okay, you can arrange the details. You take over the location of the Mianyun Star Prison. General Wu, Director Wu and other scientific researchers are all imprisoned here. After everything was arranged, Shihao sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and rested, in order to adjust himself to the best condition before the action began. Soon, 3 hours passed. At that moment, Shi Wei issued an order, action. His Chinese words were short and powerful, and he himself disappeared from the room, leaving behind a pile of ice. The 5 action teams performed their duties, and 2 minutes later, all entered the prison. At that moment, Shihao directly turned his telekinesis into needles, and shot all the guards in the prison, leaving no one alive. This was so cruel just to ensure that the 67,000 people would not be harmed again. Shi Wei and the 15 Kunlun-level ice telekinesis masters attacked together. The water content in the atmosphere of Mianyun Star was very high. Soon, the 500-meter area around the prison turned into an ice cave, which was wrapped in a telekinesis field that was so cold that it could penetrate into the bone marrow. Anyone who entered this area would immediately turn into an ice stick. Being able to control ice can also control temperature, because they must first learn to extract heat from the surrounding environment. At this time, part of the extracted heat protected the people in the prison, and the excess part dissipated in the atmosphere. Seeing that the prison was no longer a problem, Shihao extended his thoughts, and saw that the outer periphery of Mianyun Star was densely packed with starships. These starships formed a team of 10, and rushed to more than a dozen military bases scattered across Mianyun Star. Seeing this, Shihao hurriedly strengthened his telekinesis to control the weapons of the Mianyun Star garrison, including laser guns, laser cannons, etc. Very easily, Shihao deprived the control of the weapon's telekinetic activation device, and reset the password. Just when Shihao was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he saw dense lasers shooting into the air, and the control failed. Tianing, tell Wenlong that the weapon control failed, and let him be careful. After Shihao finished his reminder, he once again used his mind to explore the situation of the entire Mianyun Star, and found that the weapons he had controlled were still firing. At the same time, he also found several air defense bases buried deep underground. The situation was critical, and Shihao didn't think too much. He operated the small circulation and Tai Chi Dao to the extreme, and then began to condense his mind power into nails. Those mind power nails kept shooting out, passing through houses and mountains, but they couldn't pass through the core of Mianyun Star. The target of the mind power nails was the Mianyun Star garrison, especially those soldiers who were firing at Liang Wenlong's troops, hitting their brains. As mentioned earlier, Li Kun himself had no talent for cultivation. In order to guard against others, all the personal guards were bionic robots developed by Wu Ruinfa for him, and then the memories and bodies of low-level soldiers were converted. Their mind power strength was generally low. After the telekinetic nails were fired once, 1/3 of the soldiers fell to the ground and died, 1/3 of the soldiers had splitting headaches, and even rolled on the ground with their heads covered, and another 1/3 of the soldiers had slightly stronger telekinesis, but they also felt dizzy, and could not continue fighting. After Shihao fired the first time, he immediately teleported to the next target. A few minutes later, Shihao teleported around Mianyun Star, and all the garrisons on Mianyun Star were shut down. Liang Wenlong commanded each formation to land at the nearest military bases, eliminate the remaining forces through ground sweeps, and take over the defense of Mianyun Star. Liang Wenlong's starship landed directly on the square of the Star Lord's mansion. At the same time, Shihao also appeared in front of the Star Lord's mansion through teleportation. At this time, Shihao had restored his original appearance. The overwhelming human battleships caused commotion on Mianyun Star, but everyone found that these battleships slowly calmed down when attacking military targets. Shihao and Liang Wenlong appeared in front of the Star Lord's mansion, causing commotion again. Shihao's statue had stood on Mianyun Star for a long time, and with the legend of Shihao, many people could recognize him. Liang Wenlong's personal guards trotted ahead to clear the way, and took down anyone they saw. Shihao and Liang Wenlong walked to the main hall of the Star Lord's mansion. Shihao had already checked and found Li Kun there. When Shihao entered the main hall, Li Kun knelt on the ground with a thump. Who would have thought that Li Kun, who was usually high and mighty, killed people without blinking an eye, and was full of hostility, was begging Shihao like a stray dog at this time. General Shi, Chief Shi, please don't kill me, please lock me up. For 1,000 years, 10,000 years is fine. Li Kun raised his head, and looked at Shihao begging in panic. You are indeed a talent, but you are also a fool. Over the past 3,000 years, You have stained your hands with the blood of so many compatriots, and you have delayed the development of the human race for so many years. You are extremely evil, and have aroused the hatred of both humans and gods. Therefore, you cannot be kept. Chapter 279. You should learn from Qin Hui, and kneel in the square of the main palace of Mianyun Star to apologize to the entire human race. Shi Hao's voice was very calm, but anyone could hear his hatred for Li Kun. Ha ha, whatever, you win. Li Kun saw that his plea was useless, and smiled grimly. He used his right arm to support himself and tried to stand up, but his legs were weak, and he sat on the ground. At this time, one of Liang Wenlong's men ran over to report. The laser guns and laser cannons of the Mianyun Star garrison have two activation systems. One is activated by telekinesis, and the other is activated by programmed bioelectric waves. When Shi Hao asked Tian Ying to inform Liang Wenlong that the weapon control failed, Liang Wenlong told his men to investigate the cause. Li Kun simply sat on the ground like a scoundrel, and didn't get up. Hearing what they said, he snorted and said, "Do you want to use the methods you used to raid the Wubian battlefield and the 7 planets on the border of the Silver Domain again here? Do you think I'm an idiot? But what's the use? I still lost. Haha, but it's hard to say." Li Kun said to himself nervously. "Oh Yangli, kill us, you only have this one chance." Li Kun shouted at his bracelet at the top of his lungs, and then sat on the ground exhausted. After hearing what Li Kun said, Shi Hao and Liang Wenlong disappeared at the same time, boarded Liang Wenlong's starship, and then Liang Wenlong controlled the starship to fly quickly towards the satellite of Mianyun Star. Under Liang Wenlong's order, the fleet that was still on standby in the air also flew quickly towards the satellite. The satellite was too close to Mianyun Star, and the minimum jump distance would also overrun it, so it could only fly over. Suddenly 5 small dots flying fast appeared on the screen, flying towards Mianyun Star. Shi Hao hurriedly used his mind to detect that they were 5 black shells with a diameter of more than 100 meters. On Earth, Shi Hao had seen a smaller version of this thing, the electromagnetic railgun projectile. The speed of these 5 shells, coupled with the gravitational acceleration of Mianyun Star, can cause a devastating blow to Mianyun Star. This kind of projectile has high hardness, strength, and high temperature resistance. The laser cannon on the battleship may not be able to destroy it, and the electromagnetic railgun projectile on the battleship is like the difference between table tennis and basketball, which is useless. Wenlong, you retreat? I want to use the starship. Also, prepare 4 empty starships for me, and everyone else retreat. Liang Wenlong heard Shi Hao's words, without any hesitation, and immediately handed over the control of the starship to Shi Hao, and teleported himself out, and at the same time, he had mobilized 4 starships. All the soldiers in the 4 starships were teleported into the void, and the starships continued to fly forward by inertia. Shi Hao increased the speed of the starship to the maximum, flew towards a projectile, and then teleported himself out. In the void, sensing the position of the other 4 starships, Shi Hao boarded the one closest to him, adjusted the direction, and flew towards another projectile. In this way, he aimed all 5 starships at the 5 electromagnetic railgun projectiles. And he kept teleporting near the 5 starships, paying attention to their flight direction. Liang Wenlong understood Shi Hao's intention, and ordered other starships to fly towards Mianyun Star, trying to get close to the flight path of those projectiles, and to make up for it in time if there was an accident. Soon, the first projectile collided with the starship. The projectile penetrated the starship, slowed down, and deviated from the original flight trajectory. The second, third, and fourth projectiles almost collided with their corresponding starships at the same time. The second and fourth projectiles deviated from the flight trajectory, but the third projectile only deviated a little bit, and the threat to Mianyun Star remained unchanged. At this time, a starship flew out from the queue next to it, and quickly hit the third projectile. At the same time, the soldiers inside were teleported to the distant void. General, Qin Hibing is still inside, and has not evacuated. Qin Hibing, I order you to evacuate immediately. Liang Wenlong shouted at the communication system. General, I know what's going on, don't worry. The Qin Hibing drove the starship to continue flying forward, and when he was about to hit the third projectile, he teleported out of the starship. However, there was a starship fragment near the third projectile, flying towards him quickly. Qin Hibing, who had no flying aid, closed his eyes helplessly. Suddenly, he felt his body lighten and move quickly. He opened his eyes, and saw Shi Hao smiling at him, and teleporting away. Seeing that the danger of Mianyun Star had been lifted, Wan Guiyong and Shi Hao led the fleet to fly to the satellite of Mianyun Star. When they were about to reach Mianyun Star, Shi Hao teleported to the outer space of the satellite with a few thoughts. With the lesson of Mianyun Star, Hao directly poured the condensed thought nails downwards. Seeing this, Wan Guiyong immediately commanded the starship to land on the satellite and launched a sweep of the military camp. There were no accidents in the middle. When Wan Guiyong and his guards rushed into the command center, Hao was already sitting on a chair in the middle of the command center. A handsome man with a feminine look and wearing a general's uniform was pointing a laser pistol at Hao. That man was Yang. I know who you are. Don't think I dare not shoot. Yang, put the gun down. Wan Guiyong shouted at Yang. Seeing that the situation was over, Yang looked at Hao and said, I hate it so much. I hate that I am your great-grandson. After saying this, he took a deep breath, then pointed the muzzle of the gun at his temple and activated the laser pistol with his mind. But the laser pistol did not successfully activate. Looking at Yang, who was still trying to activate the laser pistol, Hao said coldly, It's not that easy to die before the trial. Also, I want to ask, is it really so humiliating to be my descendant, Hao? Yang knew that the gun was tampered with by Hao, so he threw the gun away. After hearing the question, he became very excited, waving his arms and saying loudly, It is glorious, very glorious, but this kind of glory is humiliation to me. No matter where I go, or what I do, others will say that I am Hao's great-grandson. I have the ability, but they can't see it. They attribute all the credit to you. I hate it. So you are eager to jump out to prove yourself? You teamed up with Li Kun to kill your compatriots? I, Hao, am also a mortal, not a god. My position has brought you countless halos, but I haven't taught you the ability to distinguish halos. Man is born good. I think you were born as a piece of unpolished jade, but we didn't polish it well, and didn't educate you well. At this moment, Hao has fallen into the role of a great-grandfather, feeling sad and self-blaming for his unsuccessful descendants. You are an adult. You should take the responsibility yourself. Take it away. Hao waved his hand, and Wan Guiyong's guards immediately stepped forward to control Yang and took him away. Captain, the 5 electromagnetic railguns on this satellite were built 3,500 years ago. At that time, they were worried that the Jin clan would join forces with the Bat clan to attack Mianyun Star. If they could not resist the opponent's offensive, the human race would launch projectiles from here to Mianyun Star, with the goal of perishing together. These projectiles are tungsten alloy, which is very resistant to high temperatures, and can pass through the atmosphere of Mianyun Star without damage. It is estimated that after the gravity of Mianyun Star, the 5 projectiles can completely destroy Mianyun Star. I didn't expect Li Kun and Yang to come up with this idea. Fortunately, each launch must be preceded by a long period of concentration. Yes, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Hearing Wan Guiyong's words, Hao stood up and walked back and forth a few steps, waved his hand, and said, Tear them all down. For Mianyun Star, this is a time bomb. Okay, Captain. I have arranged for people to take over this satellite in full. This is the old base of the Royal Guard Corps, and many soldiers are familiar with it. You arrange the rest. I will go back to Mianyun Star to ensure that the people of Mianyun Star are not affected, and all the work of Mianyun Star is not affected. Liang Wenlong stayed on the satellite and arranged a starship to send Hao back to Mianyun Star. When Hao arrived at the Star Lord's mansion, Tianying was already there. In addition to arresting a group of Li Kun's confidants, other staff members carried out their work as usual. Boss General 1 has arranged for undercover personnel from several strategic planets in the Silver Domain, such as Sanyu Star, to take action at the same time and take over the work of key departments. Because the news has not been leaked, all of Li Kun's subordinates have been arrested, and most of these people are responsible for murder. General 1 has rushed to Sanyu Star with his men, and he said please rest assured. Wei has lifted the blockade outside the prison, but the personnel have not evacuated and will stay there to ensure the safety of all detainees. People from the health department of Mianyun Star have organized medical staff to rush to the prison, and other medical staff will arrive in the next few days. Tianying arranged everything properly. Bosher, there is one last thing that needs your instructions. How to deal with Li Kun, Yang and their confidants. Chapter 280. Collect the crimes, and then, start the trial. Tianying immediately wrote it down. It was her habit to write down everything. Hand them over to Wei for interrogation. Hao thought about it, and told Tianying. Okay, I arrange it right away. When Tianying was about to go out, Hao stopped him and asked, How are General Wu and Director Wu? Can they see me in their current physical condition? According to the feedback, the situation is not very good. I guess they can't talk even if they meet. Don't worry, Mr. I will inform you as soon as there is news. Hao, who was still a little worried on the Mianyun star satellite, suddenly became idle after listening to Tianying's report. Tianying had already thought of what he could think of, and Tianying had also thought of what he didn't think of. With nothing to do, Shi Hao thought of the teleportation array that the stone pattern insect king said, and began to stroll around the Star Lord's mansion. The Stoneworm King only said that the teleportation array was underground, but he didn't say where the entrance was. This Star Lord mansion was demolished and rebuilt, and no abnormalities were found. Qin sends home in a certain alley on Mianyun Star. Grandpa, something big happened. I heard that Li Kuan and Ouyang Li were arrested. Qin Lan and Qin Shi, who had already transformed into humans, ran out of breath. When they first heard the news, they thought of what their grandfather had told them, and they also understood that their grandfather might have known that something was going to happen to the human race, so he agreed to let them transform into human identities. Hee hee, good catch. Ahem. Qin San was lying there, and he was happy when he heard his grandson's words. Grandpa, what happened to the human race? Will there be chaos in the future? Qin Lan asked a little worriedly. Business is about making money in harmony, and business can't be done in troubled times. Chief Shi is back, and there can't be chaos even if we want to. Ahem. Really? That's great. Qin Shi almost jumped up. Yes, that's great. Qin San's last sentence, his voice became lower and lower, and then, there was no movement for a long time. Grandpa. Qin Lan and Qin Shi saw that the situation was not right, and after a while, they found that Qin Sen had passed away, with a faint smile and relief on his face. Shi Hao walked around the Star Lord's mansion, found nothing, and then came to the Star Lord's mansion square. Lian Wenlong's fleet had evacuated from Mianyun Star, leaving some soldiers to maintain the safety of the Star Lord's mansion and maintain the law and order of Mianyun Star. The Star Lord's mansion square has returned to its former bustling scene, and there are children running against the wind to fly kites. Shi Hao looked at the strong atmosphere of life around him, and couldn't help but sigh at the transformation ability of the Earthlings. The Star Lord Square has not been rebuilt, and still retains the characteristics of 3,800 years ago. The floor tiles seem to have been changed. Shi Hao walked slowly along the open channel surrounding the Star Lord Square. When he reached the middle of the side of the square farthest from the Star Lord Gate, the open channel ended. The same situation was on the other side. The two open channels were not connected at the ends, and were separated by a nearly 100-meter-long staircase in the middle. Shi Hao looked at the living water flowing happily in the open channel, and thought that there should be a drainage network under the square. Is the entrance to the teleportation array on the square? Shi Hao did it as he thought. He sat on the edge of the steps, closed his eyes slightly, and began to explore the underground. At this time, Shi Hao was surprised to find that the square had 2 layers of floor tiles, and the bottom layer of floor tiles actually hindered telekinesis. After Shi Hao repeatedly tried to penetrate with telekinesis, he found that the floor tiles were made of refined strong magnets mixed with rock powder. This would not cause obvious distortion of people's thoughts, and at the same time it could hinder exploration. After discovering this situation, Shi Hao immediately became alert and strengthened his telekinesis to penetrate the floor tiles. After penetrating the floor tiles, there was a thick layer of rock underneath. This kind of rock is very common on Mianyun Star. Many ground surfaces are made of rock. This saves a lot of paving work. It can be put into use after a little rest, and it is still very solid. The rock layer is about 1,000 meters thick, and it took a long time to penetrate. Further down is a slightly softer soil layer, about 3,000 meters. Shi Hao did not find any extra space, and he even suspected that the stone pattern Worm King had made a mistake. Shi Hao did not give up easily, and used his mind to explore the entire Star Lord Mansion area. When he went more than 7,000 meters underground, Shi Hao found a small piece of black material with a very mysterious pattern engraved on it. This pattern seemed familiar. Shi Hao recalled for dozens of seconds and remembered the mysterious pyramid under the ice cap of Mars. Shi Hao retracted his thoughts, narrowed the scope of exploration, and extended around the small piece of black material. Finally, it was found that there was a black pyramid-shaped object with a length and width of 400 or 500 meters buried deep underground under the square of the Star Lord's mansion. The stone pattern Worm King was right. This pyramid is very regular throughout. Unlike the pyramids on Mars, there is no platform from top to bottom, and even the top is pointed. Shi Hao didn't know whether the pyramid was buried because of crustal activity, or it was originally like this. As usual, he didn't think about it if he didn't understand it, and didn't continue to dwell on it. At this moment, there were more people in the square, and people were climbing up or down the stairs from time to time. Shi Hao got up and moved to a remote corner, sitting cross-legged. He was ready to try using telekinesis to see if the pyramid would react. Sure Hao didn't know the material of the pyramid. From the surface, it looked very hard, tough, and black. It was very laborious to penetrate it with the mind, but it was feasible. When he used the mind to penetrate it, it seemed to encounter a thick metal plate. Sure Hao changed the telekinetic gyroscope into a telekinetic drill, just like when he used the telekinetic gyroscope, and attached the spiral force to the telekinetic drill. The thick plate was easily penetrated by the telekinetic drill. When Sure Hao felt the sense of relief after the penetration in his mind, whoosh, Sure Hao disappeared from the Star Lord's mansion square. Sure Hao was pulled into a dark and enclosed space without any preparation. Sure Hao's first impression was that if Lao He could integrate the dark rules here, he could achieve twice the result with half the effort. It would be great if there was some light. Sure Hao thought to himself as his eyes went dark. After this thought, the surroundings suddenly lit up. There were no candles, kerosene lamps, fluorescent lamps, night pearls, or even telekinetic lighting devices. It just lit up strangely, and the brightness in the entire space was very uniform. Sure Hao looked around and found that this was a large enclosed space. It was estimated that this space was also pyramid-shaped. It seemed that this should be the inner space of the Black Pyramid. Sure Hao was standing in the middle of the ground in this space at this moment. After a thought, the pyramid actually lit up, which made Sure Hao dare not think about it. He was afraid that after a thought, something uncontrollable would happen again, which would be no fun. As for the teleportation function, Sure Hao was not going to try it before he was ready. If he couldn't teleport back, he would lose a lot. The pyramid was empty, with no other items. Sure Hao didn't want to stay any longer. A thought of teleporting me out flashed through his mind, and he appeared in the hall of the Star Lord's mansion. Fortunately, there was no one inside, otherwise it would be hard to explain. Sure Hao's thought flashed again, and he asked to teleport back, but there was no response. It seems that he will have to rely on the telekinetic drill to get in next time. Nothing to do, Sure Hao called Tian Ying. Xiao Ying, I want to go see General Wu and Director Wu. How are their health conditions now? Boss Sure, I was just about to report this to you. Half of the 67,000 prisoners have been imprisoned for more than 3,000 years. Most of these people were Songshan level before they were imprisoned, and their theoretical lifespan is 5,000 years. The same is true for General Wu and Director Wu. The prison environment is too bad, they can't practice, so most of the situations are not optimistic. No matter what method you think of, you have to cure them. I go there now. Also, urge other medical staff to speed up, and let General Wan send Xiao Qing to Minyan Star as quickly as possible. After hanging up the phone, Sure Hao only used one teleportation to get from the Star Lord's mansion to the prison. Chapter 281. Sure Wei's mind has been keeping alert to the entire prison. He noticed Sure Hao just coming in, and flashed to Sure Hao. How is the situation? Not very good. After they were rescued, 10 people had emotional fluctuations, and fainted directly. According to the doctor, the possibility of rescue is very small. General Wu and Director Wu just had a checkup. They are a little weak, but overall they are not in great danger, and are in good spirits. General Wu just told me that he would go to see you. Those who can move and are in good physical condition should find a place to stay immediately. Those who are not in good physical condition should be arranged for beds immediately, and treated as much as possible. Arrange a few people to send General Wu and Director Wu to the best sanatorium. Sure Hao said, as he walked quickly in the direction of Wu Yi. Ha ha, Haozi, I knew you were born lucky, and you're lucky. You won't die. Director Wu, I didn't say anything wrong. Wu Yi saw Sure Hao approaching, stood up tremblingly, and joked with Wu Ruinfa about Sure Hao. Old Wu, Director Wu, I'm sorry for making you suffer. That's a bit polite, but they are the ones who are dragged down by me. If it weren't for my limited ability and inaccurate judgment of people, how could they end up in such a miserable state? Alas, Wu pointed at the people around him and blamed himself painfully. Old Wu, there's no need to say that. Justice is in the hearts of the people. Otherwise, if you had encouraged everyone, how could we have survived until now? Wu Ruinfa comforted him from the side. Everything is over, and these things will never happen again. Everyone here will get the best care, the best treatment and recuperation. Let's go, Sure Wei will send you two to the sanatorium, and I find you there later. At this time, Sure Wei came with people and a stretcher, and Sure Hao said to Wu Yi and Wu Ruinfa. You send Director Wu and the others. I'm still in good health. I go to the Star Lord's mansion to see if I can find something to do. I've been locked up for a long time, and my body is a little weak. I'd be fine after a rest. Wu Yi refused immediately. Whoever wants to go can go, but I won't go. I've been locked up here for so long, and I'd be crazy if I'm locked up in a sanatorium. Wu Ruinfa also clearly opposed it, which was indeed what he really thought. Besides, Li Kun and Ouyang Li's guards still need me. General, sure, if there are still guards who haven't been killed, please leave them alive. These combat forces are very valuable. The Kunlun-level bodies used by Li Kun and Ouyang Li's guards were Wu Ruinfa's masterpieces. At the beginning, Wu Ruinfa refused to work for them, so Li Kun threatened him with the lives of the captured researchers. In order to save the lives of others, Wu also advised him to consider the overall situation. Wu Ruinfa procrastinated for 100 or 200 years, and finally handed over the research results to Li Kun when he could not drag it on any longer. In that case, thank you for your hard work. Shi Hao knew that Li Kun asked Wu Ruinfa to implant the revised Wu Dao control system into all Kunlun-class bionic robots. Wu Ruinfa suggested that these combat forces could still be used, and Shi Hao knew that he must have a backup plan. 1/3 of the weaker ones have died, 1/3 of their minds have been damaged, and 1/3 are intact. When Shi Hao attacked with telekinesis nails, the attack strength was exactly the same. Whether they could withstand it depended on the individual abilities of those soldiers. Although they were Kunlun class, there was a difference in telekinesis strength and individual combat power. Wu Ruinfa was refreshed when he heard this, and began to greet his old subordinates. The situation in other areas was similar. Many people were unwilling to receive treatment unless they were in poor health and needed to be hospitalized. Sure Wei, tell Tianying to prepare accommodation and daily necessities for the people here. Those who want to return to their jobs will be reemployed as long as their health allows. Most of the staff of Li Kun's government can no longer hold important positions. Those who are responsible for crimes and murders will definitely be dismissed and prosecuted. There will be a big gap in management and staff, but now it seems that there is no big problem. Shi Hao did not use teleportation this time, but asked Shi Wei to find a flying car and fly to the Star Lord's mansion with Wu Yi and Wu Ruinfa. Director Wu, I'm worried about your health, so I asked General Wan to call Zhao Qing over as soon as possible to see if we can solve the lifespan problem of Songshan-level personnel. I want to hear your opinion. In this regard, Zhao Qing has more say than me, and she has done more in-depth research in this area. As for lifespan, if you can break through to Kunlun level, the lifespan problem will naturally be solved. If you can't break through, you can use the body of Kunlun level bionic robots to prolong your life, but there is a disadvantage, that is, you can't upgrade through practice. As for whether you can create higher level bionic robots, it's hard to say now. As he spoke, the flying car had landed on the square of the Star Lord's mansion. Old Wu, I want to check your body and find a solution. After listening to Wu Ruinfa's words, Shi Hao still wanted to find a breakthrough from the practice upgrade, and to investigate Wu Yi in order to find a way to help him break through to Kunlun level. Wu Ruinfa waited in the Star Lord's mansion for Tianying to arrange things for him at the Research Institute. Shi Hao brought Wu Yi to the practice room. After years of development, the practice room is very complete. There are martial arts practice rooms and telekinesis practice rooms. The martial arts practice rooms are different according to the types of martial arts. There are all kinds of boxing and kicking, swords, guns, sticks, footwork, and pile methods. They are large, small, and outdoor. The telekinesis practice stone is relatively simple. Each telekinesis practice room is suitable for people with different telekinesis levels to practice. The telekinesis hammer ball has become a must-have prop in the telekinesis practice room, but now it has evolved from a spherical shape to a cube, ellipsoid, polygon, and other shapes. The different shapes are to allow practitioners to temper their telekinesis in different environments and achieve the effect of controlling their telekinesis freely. The low-level telekinesis hammer ball uses ordinary strong magnets and telekinesis stones, and the high-level telekinesis hammer ball uses refined strong magnets and refined telekinesis stones. There is also a practice room that is empty and has nothing in it, called a quiet room. Shi Hao and Wu Yi sat cross-legged in the quiet room, and the two sat in a casual position, more than 10 meters apart. Shi Hao seemed calm on the surface, but in fact he had entered a state, and was using telekinesis to explore every cell of Wu Yi. The theoretical lifespan of Songshan-level humans is 5,000 years, and there is no sign of aging in a short period of time. On the one hand, the overall quality has been greatly improved, and on the other hand, the metabolism of cells is very slow. As long as the metabolism does not stop, aging is inevitable. For humans who have completed the upgrade, take the Songshan level to Kunlun level as an example. Every cell seems to have completed a rebirth, and it is in a relatively harsh and high-pressure environment, with some relatively friendly substances or unknown principles, such as Lauhey's dark rules, to complete the transformation or the cell has been replaced. With further improvement in physical fitness and further slowing down of metabolism, the theoretical lifespan can even reach more than 20,000 years, Earth calendar, which seems very long, but it is not enough in the long river of the universe. Even a race competition has a deadline of 10,000 silver domain years and 1 million Earth years. If you don't live long enough, the enemy can easily kill you. According to the current level of human technology, the aging process of human cells is irreversible. Sherhao's mind can clearly feel that the vitality of Wu Yi's cells is very weak. As time goes by, the speed of vitality weakening will become faster and faster until death. After many failed attempts, Sherhao's idea of doing something on the cells fell through. He began to adjust his thinking and use his mind to feel Wu Yi's mental power. He found that Wu Yi's mind was like a field. Although it was superimposed with his own mind, it was obviously different from his own mind. During the practice process, the mind is not like a pool of stagnant water. Everyone has his own rhythm. Although thoughts are not like matter, which can be seen directly by the naked eye, in Sherhao's eyes, human thoughts are like ripples on the calm water. Sherhao began to try to make his thoughts and Wu Yi's thoughts echo each other, so that the stronger fluctuations in his thoughts could affect Wu Yi's thoughts, making Wu Yi's thoughts fluctuate more and speed up the practice. In this way, the two practiced in the quiet room for more than 10 hours. After opening his eyes, Wu Yi jumped up and punched a set of punches. Haha, I feel stronger than before. It feels great to practice today. When he was imprisoned in prison, there was a mind power stone, and there was a mechanism outside the mind power stone, so that the people inside could not practice at all. At first, some people did not believe in evil and tried various methods, but their thoughts were disordered, either mentally ill or directly died. Later, no one dared to act rashly. Looking at Wu Yi's lively appearance, Sherhao was very happy, which showed that this method was feasible. He sat here and spread out his thoughts, allowing other practitioners to superimpose their thoughts on his own. Then, after finding the right rhythm, he began to fuel their mental practice. Chapter 282. After Sherhao and Wu Yi came out of the quiet room, Wu Runfa had already left and took people to the Mianyun star satellite to implant the new version of Wu's Dao control system into Li Kun's guards to achieve the effect of transformation. Tianning said that someone had been sent to replace Sherwei, and Sherwei had begun to interrogate Li Kun, Ouyangli and their confidants. Bosher, we have captured dozens of Jin people according to the intelligence. How to deal with them? Leave it to Sherwei. Tianning understood that this was to be handed over to Sherwei for interrogation, and immediately went out to make arrangements. Sherhao and Wu Yi sat there talking about their cultivation experience just now. In the end, Sherhao decided to take time out every day to help those detained people practice. According to Sherhao's judgment, he should be able to help about 100 people at a time, because everyone's thoughts are different in strength and fluctuation rhythm, and he has to distract himself to create different mind fields for each person. Wu Yi started to sort out the prisoners, sorting them according to their lifespan and physical weakness, so that those who had little life left and those who were very weak would receive Sherhao's help first. Not long after, a large auditorium that could accommodate 1,000 people for practice at the same time was arranged. Half of the first batch of people were either supported or carried into the auditorium, and the other half could walk on their own, but they also felt shaky. Sherhao continued to practice for this first batch of people for 12 hours, which was slightly shorter than Wu Yi's time, but the total workload was hundreds of times, and Sherhao's brain felt extremely tired. And those who were supported and carried in all left with radiant faces, and the effect was immediate. Sherhao did not continue to practice, but sat cross-legged there, entering a meditative state to rest his brain. When his mental power was fully restored, Sherhao felt something different. The strength of his mental power increased by a tiny amount. Although the increase was small, it was very rare. After resting well, Sherhao asked Wu Yi to send the second batch over. This time the number of people increased to 120. He was ready to challenge himself. The third batch, the fourth batch, the 10th batch had reached 1,000 people, and the entire auditorium was full. As Sherhao became more skilled, it only took 5 hours to achieve the same effect. Just as Sherhao was about to start the 11th batch, Tianning came over. Bosher, Sherwei's interrogation is coming to an end. Li Kun, Ouyangli and their cronies, as well as the group of Jin people, have all provided strong evidence to prove that the assassination of you, the division of the human race, and the pursuit of the Earthlings were all led by the Jin people. Keep the evidence well, and classify it as top secret. Let Sherwei tell his subordinates not to reveal any information we have obtained evidence. Okay. What should we do with those Jin people? Reform that prison and throw them in there. Let them enjoy themselves. Take good care of them. I think Shi Wei will make them happy in there. Tianning naturally understands the meaning of taking good care of them, and will put it into practice. Laura and the big guy are back, bringing Yang Shui and Mickey. Very good, I go over to see them later. In addition, ask Shi Wei to send a few Kunlun-level masters with strong telekinesis to assist them in training. Okay, Mr. Shi. However, Mickey and Yang Shui are in a bad situation. Oh, I see. Soon, Shi Wei sent 10 people over, who were his strongest subordinates. Shi Hao carefully explained to them the method of assisting Songshan-level humans in cultivation, and demonstrated it to them. After finishing all this, Shi Hao came to Mickey and Yang Shui's residence, which was a 3-in-1 courtyard. Mickey, who used to be handsome, had a buzz cut, a scruffy beard on his face, and a finger-long scar on his left cheek. He looked like a decadent uncle, and was now sitting on the threshold of the courtyard in a daze. When Mickey saw Shi Hao, he squinted and looked at Shi Hao, who was walking over, then rubbed his eyes with both hands. After confirming that he was right, he jumped up excitedly like a child. Mickey ran toward Shi Hao with a smile, shouting, "Captain, Captain, you are finally back. Captain, Xiaoxiu is she? Captain, please save her." Mickey cried with trembling lips, choking and unable to speak, like a child who has suffered a lot of grievances. "Let's go in and take a look." Shi Hao held Mickey's back with his right hand and walked into the yard. After entering the main hall, he saw Yang Shui sitting there quietly. She was still so beautiful and young, and there was no problem from her appearance. Shi Hao and Mickey approached, but Yang Shui did not react at all, as if she did not see them coming in, and seemed to be lost in thought, blocking out everything from the outside world. Her eyes were blank. "Have you broken through to the Kunlun level?" Shi Hao asked Mickey, who had a beard but no signs of aging. "No, I have been with Xiaoxiu and have not practiced." "Has she broken through to Kunlun level?" "No, since the evacuation from Yanyan Star, her mind has been seriously damaged, and she has gradually become like this," Mickey said, pouting and wanting to cry, but finally held back. Shi Haogong had just made a preliminary investigation of the two of them. The cells of the two were very active, and it seemed that they had broken through to Kunlun level for a long time. After Shi Hao and Mickey sat down, Shi Hao asked, "Tell me about her injury." "That day, we got the news that Li Kun was going to take action against General Wu and those who did not support him. I was ordered to help the people from the Weapons Research Institute to retreat. After we transported all the personnel and supplies to the starship, Ouyang Li came with his men. I was the last one to leave, and was accidentally shot by a laser gun and injured. Yang Shui let the other personnel go first and boarded the newly developed jump-class starship. She teleported me into the starship and started it. That ship was just a test ship. The technology was not good enough. It is very mature, and each module exists independently, requiring the cooperation of multiple people to start. At this time, there were only me and her on the starship. She sat cross-legged and began to stimulate her telekinesis, and constantly increased the amplitude of her telekinesis, but this was far from enough. In order to cooperate with the research, there is a telekinesis amplifier on the starship, which is adjustable in strength. Time is running out. Xiaoxiu adjusted the amplifier to the strongest gear, and then used all her strength to stimulate her telekinesis and activate various telekinesis devices on the starship. When Ouyang Li was about to forcibly board the ship, Xiaoxiu controlled the starship to jump away from Yanyan Star. Xiaoxiu was like crazy, driving the starship to jump again and again, overdrawing her own telekinesis. When she sent a distress signal to her colleagues, she fainted. I looked at her, but I was powerless. Later, after we were rescued, I was treated. When I recovered from my injuries, she had become like this. Mickey hit his head painfully. I remember Yang Shui practiced Tai Chi. At the beginning, Mickey had complained about Yang Shui's obsession with practice. Yes, it was because of practicing Tai Chi that she got the design inspiration for the Jump Starship and then made a breakthrough in the entire project. It seems that she is not only an excellent Starship Chief Engineer, but also a master of practice. Shi Hao looked at Yang Shui meaningfully. I want to find out why she became like this, and then find a way to save her. After Shi Hao finished speaking, he sat cross-legged on the futon next to him. Practice has become the norm for humans, and the futon is a must-have item in every family. Shi Hao's mind expanded and began to detect the fluctuations of Yang Shui's mind power. In the past few days, he had treated and helped the prisoners to practice, and Shi Hao became more and more proficient in detecting thoughts. When Shihao wanted to wrap up Yang Shue's thoughts, he found that he could not find the boundary of Yang Shue's thoughts for a while. In addition, he found that Yang Shue's thoughts did not fluctuate at all, just like a pool of stagnant water. This was the first time Shihao encountered such a situation. Chapter 283. Shihao released his thoughts and extended them far away. He wanted to see the boundary of Yang Shue's thoughts clearly. When Shihao felt that his thoughts had spread out 70% to 80%, he finally saw the vague boundary of Yang Shue's thoughts. Shihao had only seen this kind of thought strength so far. However, such a strong thought did not fluctuate at all and had no effect. Shihao tried to use his thoughts to penetrate Yang Shue's thoughts, but it was very difficult. It was as hard as a thick layer of tempered glass. Whether from top or bottom, Shihao did not find a breakthrough, and the boundary of Yang Shue's thoughts was like nothingness and could not be grasped. Shihao withdrew from his thoughts, looked at Mickey and said, "There is a problem with Yang Shue's thoughts, but it is very strong." "What is the problem?" Mickey asked anxiously. "I think it should be obsession." "Obsession? Is it easy to solve?" "It's a bit tricky because it's too strong. Let her sit down and watch over her. I must find a way to break her obsession and wake her up." Mickey helped Yang Shui up from the chair, and then let her sit on a cushion with her legs bent, and he watched over her nervously. Shihao expanded his mind again. This time, he did not wrap Yang Shue's mind inside, but carefully explored and searched, hoping to find something more. After searching in vain, Shihao tried to use the telekinetic needle to penetrate Yang Shue's mind, but it had no effect. Shihao retracted the telekinetic needle and released the telekinetic nail. This time, Shihao observed through his mind that Yang Shue's expression had changed, and she seemed to be in pain. After further attempts, the effect of the telekinetic nail was limited to this, and it did not work. In desperation, Shihao summoned the telekinetic drill and rotated it to pierce Yang Shue's mind. This time, Yang Shue's face became very painful. Her body had already fallen on Mickey, and she was trembling. Shihao saw that she was in unbearable pain and stopped. Then he continued to explore. Time passed hour by hour, and Shihao did not relax at all. About 30 hours later, Shihao found that there was an undetectable bulge in Yang Shue's mind. Thoughts are invisible. When Shihao's mind explored here, he found that his thoughts had slightly deviated, either twisted, or like this road was blocked, and he took a detour. Shihao searched his mind and confirmed this abnormality. The diameter of this bulge is about 1 centimeter. Shihao stabbed it with the telekinetic nail, and it was obvious that it was pierced in, but Yang Shue's performance only changed slightly. Shihao condensed his mind power into a knife, which was in the shape of a handleless scalpel. Then, Shihao controlled the scalpel like a doctor to cut and peel off the bulge. The things wrapped in the bulge were just like people's ordinary thoughts. Shihao didn't know who it belonged to or what it was, but it was obvious that Yang Shui was protecting or imprisoning this thought. This might be the reason for the formation of obsession. Shihao cleared the thought, and Yang Shue's thought was like a whole piece of tempered glass, shattered into pieces. Yang Shui slowly opened her eyes, and the confusion inside had disappeared. She looked around and found Shihao and Mickey. Mickey was so overjoyed when he saw Yang Shue's expression. "Shihao, you're awake, you're finally awake. How do you feel? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Seeing Mickey's nervous expression, Yang Shui didn't know what happened, but she still said softly, "Look at you, you don't know how to take care of yourself, and let Grandpa sure laugh at you. Shihao, feel your thoughts and see if there's anything wrong." Shihao asked as he stood up. "Mickey, feel your telekinesis as well." When the two of them were caring for each other just now, Mickey's telekinesis suddenly increased, with a large fluctuation, and slowly this increase stabilized. This change was captured by the sensitive Shihao, so he arranged for Mickey to check it himself. Yang Shui sat up straight after hearing this, still leaning on Mickey's arms, closed her eyes, and silently practiced Tai Chi. Mickey also closed his eyes, and quickly entered the state of telekinesis practice. After a moment, she opened her eyes in surprise. "My mind power seems to have lumped together in small pieces. And the sea of mind has also increased by hundreds of times. The sea of mind was called the sea of mind more than 3,000 years ago. For the sake of convenience, the range of human thoughts can be extended as called the sea of mind. Mine has also increased by hundreds of times, which is very strange." Mickey has not practiced for nearly 3,000 years. He accompanies Yang Shui every day and worries about her. "Shihao, your sea of mind, sea of mind is the name given by the Dharma Academy, right? Your sea of mind has increased because of your obsession. You have never relaxed in the past 3,000 years, which means you have been practicing all the time. The strength of your mind power has far exceeded the Kunlun level. When your mind returns to normal, you can try to restore the state of obsession. I estimate that you should be able to imprison the mind sea of people whose mind power is weaker than yours. It can be used as a means of defense against the enemy. Only Damo Academy is qualified to name martial arts and skills. Shihao feels that Yang Shue's obsession may become a new way of mind attack. As for Mickey, I think you should have entered a state of cultivation that you did not feel because of love and loyalty. The mind power that is increasing day by day has not been guided for a long time, or it has been obscured and compressed by your emotions. Shishua's injury has healed, your state of mind has changed, and you have naturally broken through and upgraded. Your mind power level can be ranked in the top 10 on Minion Star. Because Shihao also sent 3 people with super strong mind power on Minion Star. One is Lao Hei, whom he had seen, one is Laura, and the other is Shui. Shihao did not know if there were others. You two don't have any specific work now. I give you a task. Stabilize your own sea of thoughts, and then go to the auditorium to take over Shui's men to help those imprisoned people practice. They have all reached the limit of their lifespan. Then, Shihao told them the details and precautions. Shihao was used to being a hands-off boss, so he was very skilled in giving instructions. As soon as Shihao returned to the Star Lord's mansion, Tianying came over to report on her work. This is Tianying's self-consciousness as a secretary. General 1 called and said that Li Kun's followers on other planets have all been purged, and personnel have been arranged to take over various departments and jobs. Normal work will be resumed soon. General 1 suggested arranging a video conference in the near future to discuss the next work. You contact General 1 and proceed according to his arrangements. I will fully cooperate. General Wu is still the main person in charge of Minion Star. You will coordinate. After hearing Tianying's words, Shihao made the above arrangements directly. These trivial tasks were not what he was good at. In addition, reorganize the Starship Research Institute as soon as possible and transfer all the elite personnel back. Yang Shui has woken up and her strength has greatly increased. According to Shihao's plan, Mickey and Yang Shui assisted others in practicing in the auditorium, which would speed up the consolidation of the realm they had just broken through. After Yang Shui fully recovered, the human race's jump-class starship project must be restarted as soon as possible. When will Zhao Qing arrive? Shihao is now thinking about the issue of human high-end combat power, so that he can compete with the Golden Clan and the Feather Clan. Shihao also knows in his heart that the Dark Spirit Clan that assassinated Mia is the future enemy. During the days when he was with Mia, Shihao often chatted with Fu Bo. Although Ensu could be ranked among the Dark Spirit Clan, he was the last one among the masters, and the Dark Spirit Clan had a lot of them. The reason why the Dark Spirit Clan sent Ensu was that they knew that Ensu could contain Fu Bo, and with Jin Yuan and the deputy chief of the Feather Clan, it was originally a foolproof thing. Unexpectedly, Shihao, who was already a dead man in their eyes, appeared halfway. However, with the elves in front, it was unlikely that Shihao would face the Dark Spirit Clan directly in the short term. He did not have a direct conflict with the Dark Spirit Clan. But Mia had become his woman, so Shihao would not hide behind all the time. As for the Gold Clan and the Feather Clan, Shihao was no longer afraid. Jin Yuan was a member of the Gold Clan Elders Council, and the deputy chief of the Feather Clan was not a weakling either, but Shihao was not at a disadvantage in the battle with them. According to the strength of Mickey, Yang Shui, Laura, Lao Hei, and Shui, they would not be able to defeat Jin Yuan. Therefore, the human race is in great need of high-end combat power that can fight against the masters of the Gold and Feather tribes. Let Shihao guide them one by one. In time, such masters can be cultivated, but the number will be greatly reduced, and it will be slow. After the human race experienced the split incident, it wasted more than 3,000 years of good time. The situation will be more dangerous. Time waits for no one, so Shihao needs Zhao Qing's help. It is expected that Sister Zhao Qing will arrive in 10 days. I will stay in the auditorium for the next 10 days. Please notify me when she arrives. If there is no urgent matter for others, see you at the meeting. Everyone will obey the dispatch of General Wu. After the explanation, Shihao came to the auditorium and got busy with Mickey and Yang Shui. Chapter 284. During this period, Tianying came and said, General 1 arranged for the Silver Domain newspaper to continue reporting on your return to the human race and the overthrow of Li Kun's violent rule, in order to let all the humans scattered around see it. Considering the importance of the meeting, General 1 and General Wu discussed and set the time for 3 months later. At that time, an enlarged meeting will be held to pass the human race constitution, determine the human race management model, and other matters. It is necessary to hold a meeting to discuss the direction of the human race, the management of the human race, and the future of the human race. I agree with their decision. Shihao made a clear statement. Now, Wang Guiyong and Wu Yi are very busy, and Shihao also has his own things to do. Before many things are sorted out or determined, there is not much meaning in holding a meeting. Shihao was not in a hurry to call Wang Guiyong, and it was also for this reason. After Tianning finished his report, Shihao suggested that Tianning assist others in treatment and cultivation in their way. Because Shihao knew that the wood attribute substance that Tianning fused was in line with the wood attribute rules. Among the 5 elements, the wood attribute has the function of growth, and Shihao wanted to see if Tianning really had this function. Shihao told her the precautions in detail, and then arranged a person, who had not yet received treatment, and asked Tianning to help him practice with his mind. Shihao used his mind to observe as a bystander, without any form of interference. A total of 30 people followed Tianning to practice, and it was found that Tianying's effect was much better than Mickey and Yang Shui. Although Tianying's level was lower than theirs, she had just broken through the Kunlun level. It seems that the attribute of mind has a bonus effect on others. Since these people have not broken through the Kunlun level, and have no obvious mind attributes, Shihao cannot determine how much Tianying's wood attribute adds or suppresses the mind of different attributes. Through Tianying's experiment, Shihao confirmed his idea, and then asked her to return to the Star Lord's mansion, where she is indispensable. A few days later, Zhao Qing brought his team to Mianyun Star. Tianning brought them directly to Shihao, and Wu Ruinfa also came together. General Shi, Zhao Qing has beaten me to death on the beach now. I just talked about her current research results, and I don't understand it. Haha. I'm old. Wu Ruinfa's words seemed to be sour, but in fact, he was smiling on his face, and felt happy in his heart. His apprentice made him proud. Master, look at what you said. If you hadn't been imprisoned here for more than 3,000 years, you wouldn't let me delay the development of the human race. I still have a lot of things I don't understand to ask you. Zhao Qing took Wu Ruinfa's arm, just like when he first met Wu Ruinfa, and acted coquettishly. Zhao Qing has short curly hair, and her words and actions are convincing, and she has the intellectual beauty of a mature woman. She still looks young and beautiful. Shihao sensed it with his mind and found that she is already a telekinetic master at the same level as Laura and Mickey. After a few people exchanged pleasantries, Tianning led everyone to an office that had been arranged long ago. Shihao, Zhao Qing, and Wu Ruinfa began to discuss the issue of human upgrade. Director Wu, Zhao, the situation of the human race is precarious now, so we need a large number of Kunlun level or even higher level high-end combat forces. Is there any good way? And the most important thing at the moment is whether the method of breaking through the Kunlun level can be more efficient. This time, many of the more than 60,000 people rescued from prison are about to reach their maximum lifespan. These are the backbones of scientific research. If we lose them, the human race will suffer too much loss. Shihao stated his thoughts and requirements directly. Zhao Qing looked at Wu Ruinfa. Wu Ruinfa understood that she wanted him to speak first. He said to Zhao Qing, Zhao, I am here to learn today. Don't worry about my feelings. You must put the overall interests of the human race first. Just say whatever you want. Zhao Qing heard Wu Ruinfa's words, cleared his throat, and began to talk. The method of upgrading to the Kunlun level is relatively mature, but whether a person can upgrade to the Kunlun level depends 60% on his ability to perceive the mind power method. If he really has no talent for cultivation, it will be very difficult to upgrade. We have a set of mind power cultivation aids, which can be to generate high pressure, promote body circulation, place people in a certain regular material environment, and continue to practice. When all body cells are renewed, the upgrade process is completed. The renewal and metabolism of cells are directly related to the degree of comprehension of the mind power method. For those with deep comprehension, regular substances can easily penetrate into cells through the guidance of mind power. For those with shallow comprehension, it depends entirely on the environment created by the auxiliary device. In this way, the regular substances in the body of the practitioner are passively absorbed. Just like the situation when Shi fell into the ice layer, it took many years to meet the upgrade requirements. Zhao Qing said this, and looked at Shihao and Wu Ruinfa. Wu Ruinfa kept thinking while Zhao Qing was talking. Seeing Zhao Qing stop, he said, I am more talented in scientific research, but I am very slow in practice. This is known to everyone. But that day when General Shi was helping us with treatment and cultivation, I found that my mind suddenly became brighter, and things that I could not comprehend before appeared in my mind as if with divine help. At that time, I thought that if my mind was always so bright, it would not take long for me to become a telekinetic master, haha. Wu Ruinfa said this with a self-deprecating smile. Shihao saw Zhao Qing's puzzled eyes and continued, I superimposed my telekinesis with theirs, because everyone's telekinesis has a kind of invisible fluctuation, especially when practicing. Everyone's rhythm is different. I tried to control the rhythm of my thought fluctuations to be consistent with theirs, and then amplify their fluctuations as if resonating with their thoughts, so that they can practice more easily, and the effect is much better. Zhao Qing stood up excitedly when she heard this, regardless of her ladle-like image, and slapped the table and said, Great! I said that our telekinesis aids are always lacking something. What is missing is the telekinetic amplification device that General Shi mentioned that can assist in cultivation. I will start the experiment when I go back and try to put it into use as quickly as possible. However, machines are not like humans after all, nor are they masters like General Shi. It is expected that the amplification effect can reach between 60% and 80% as General Shi mentioned. It is enough. The effect is not as good, but it can be popularized. If I, Mickey and Yang Shui have been doing this kind of assisting work here, it will not only be inefficient, but also delay things. The amplification device developed can reach 80% of your telekinetic level. Shihao pointed at Zhao Qing and said, General Shi, you can sense my telekinesis level, you are amazing. In Qilin Constellation, only Wang Ping and General 1 have higher telekinesis levels than me. It seems that General Shi, your telekinesis level should be Yushu level, because General 1, Wang Ping and I are infinitely close to Yushu level. The level standard of Yushu level was formulated by Zhao Qing and her project team. Her judgment is not wrong. Before this, Shihao did not know his exact level. Compared with the level of Yushu level and Inu telekinesis level, what level should it be? Shihao thought that Zhao Qing was studying this. After so many years in Inu, the telekinesis level standards of other races should be available, so he asked this question. We think it should correspond to the purple level of Inu. As for whether it is the primary, intermediate or advanced purple level, we have also divided it into primary, intermediate and advanced Yushu levels. Most of the masters of Jin, and you are purple. This is summarized through the information collected by Wang Ping and others. Zhao Qing added. At present, it seems that there is no problem in upgrading to Kunlun level, so how to solve the problem of upgrading to Yushu level? I was trapped in a Jedi for 3,800 years. A kind of giant crystal stone penetrated into my body. My physique gradually became stronger, and my brain slowly recovered. When my consciousness recovered, I began to practice. I am not sure how long I practiced, but it must have been a long time. Only then did I break through to Yushu level. As Shihao said this, he took some giant crystal stone powder out of the mustard space, and asked Zhao Qing to take it back for research. General Shi, can you tell me the specific situation of that environment? It would be best if it can be accurate to the data parameters. Zhao Qing took out a small notebook and prepared to make a record. Shihao explained in detail the size of the prison star, the gravity, and the pressure. He was trapped in the charcoal-like substance. He also stretched out his arm, and let Zhao Qing use his mind to see the condition of his cells. Zhao Qing was surprised to see the layer of dark golden substance outside Shihao's cells. It seemed that the substance completely protected the cells, but had no effect on the metabolism of the cells. Chapter 285. General Shi, I have also encountered a bottleneck problem and cannot solve it. Referring to your experience, I will take these giant crystal stones back to cooperate with the research. The initial idea is to create the high-pressure environment you were in at the time, and then use giant crystal stones and regular materials, and then match them with telekinesis auxiliary devices. Through such a comprehensive plan, see if we can find a solution. Zhao Qing, Wang Ping and Wang Guiyong have been stuck in the bottleneck of Kunlun level upgrading to Yushu level for many years. This is also the direction they are currently researching, but due to lack of experience, there is little progress. With Shihao, a ready-made Yushu level master, Zhao Qing has some clues. At the beginning, when we were manufacturing Kunlun level bionic robots, we solved some difficult problems, which should be of reference significance to you. After returning, merge the research team you brought with you, and I will hand over the relevant information and personnel to you for management. Wu Ruinfa said to Zhao Qing. Master, you still have to control the overall situation. I will be the project leader. Okay, you young people should take over. Let me, an old guy, take a break. Besides, I have to practice hard to break through to Kunlun level. I don't want to die so early. Zhao Qing thought about it, and it was true. Wu Ruinfa's most urgent thing to do now was to break through, which involved life and death. Finally, the three of them decided on the specific details of the operation. Zhao Qing went back to arrange people to start working. First, a batch of telekinesis auxiliary training devices were built to speed up the breakthrough from Songhan level to Kunlun level, especially for those who were imprisoned. Before the auxiliary devices were built, Shi Hao, Mickey and Yang Shui still assisted others in their practice in the auditorium day after day. During this period, more than 300 people with good comprehension broke through to the Kunlun level. The moment they successfully upgraded, they turned from old and frail to energetic and handsome men and beautiful women. His breakthrough stimulated the nerves of others, and the aura of cultivation became stronger. Mickey and Yang Shui's control over telekinesis became more smooth and free, and they were relaxed and tense. In space and time, the couple would discuss telekinesis attack and defense routines and practice against each other. Yang Shui's obsession was quite effective in imprisoning the thoughts of others. In the end, Shi Hao named Yang Shui's ability to imprison thoughts as obsession. After practicing, he also achieved good results, but he was still a long way behind Yang Shui. Comparison of obsession can be said to be Yang Shui's telekinesis rule. For people with weaker telekinesis levels than Yang Shui, their thoughts are like being frozen, and the whole person becomes demented, with a blank brain. If the intensity is increased, the imprisoned person may become an idiot forever. For people with stronger telekinesis than Yang Shui, their thoughts are like encountering a quagmire, and the attack and extension effects are greatly reduced. This effect was discovered by Yang Shui through the experiment of imprisoning Shi Hao. Now, Shi Hao has mastered more telekinetic attack methods. Initially, telekinetic needles became telekinetic nails, followed by telekinetic gyroscopes and telekinetic drills, and now there is the imprisonment attack method of obsession. The freezing effect of obsession is similar to that of Shi Wei, but the principles are different. Obsession only corresponds to the enemy's sea of thoughts, while Shi Wei's freezing corresponds to the enemy's body. In the following month, telekinesis auxiliary devices were continuously manufactured and distributed first to those humans who had been imprisoned for nearly 3,000 years, and the auditorium slowly emptied. When Yang Shui left, she said to Shi Hao, "General, I, Yang Shui, promise you that I will build a Cloud-class jump starship within 10 years, Earth years." Then she returned to the Starship Research Institute with confidence. Hearing Yang Shui's promise, Shi Hao knew that the human race's system-class jump starship would be built soon. Mickey returned to the guards to assist Liang Wenlong in various tasks. He and Liang Wenlong inspected a group of cadres and soldiers who performed outstandingly and had excellent qualities during this period, promoted them, and delivered fresh blood to the management team. Of course, these promoted personnel must first reach the primary level of Kunlun, and they must be the kind of self-cultivation breakthrough. Lao Hei's dark rules are more suitable for partnering with Wang Ping than Mickey, collecting intelligence, and forming a spy network. The guards led by Liang Wenlong and Mickey just borrowed a name, and in fact they are the regular troops of the human race. Wang Guiyong and Wu Yi decided to let Shi Wei lead the formation of a real guards, and these people must be Kunlun intermediate or above masters who meet various rules. Their mission is to protect the security of important administrative areas, important research institutes and other departments of the human race, as well as the security of senior leaders and senior engineers. The identities of these people are top secret, and they usually wear plain clothes and do not easily expose their skills. Shi Wei is personally responsible for protecting Shi Hao's safety. Every day, there is a hidden master staying near Shi Hao, such as behind a wall outside, in a car, or in an empty house, always alert to the surroundings, and take countermeasures immediately if there is a suspicious person. Shi Hao raised objections, arguing that he is strong and generally nothing will happen. Even if something happens, those security personnel will not play a big role, but the objection is ineffective. Laura and the big guy will not stay in Mianyun Star for long. This time, they come to assist Wu Yi to quickly eliminate the remaining forces of Li Kun on Mianyun Star, and get the operation of Mianyun Star back to normal, as soon as possible. To put it bluntly, they are firefighters. After finishing their work here, they have to rush back to Chiling Constellation, which is the base camp of the human race. Mianyun Star is equivalent to a base, because it is closest to the solar system, and its strategic location is very important. Now with a pyramid-shaped teleportation array, its status is even more important. Soon, the day of the enlarged meeting came. On Mianyun Star, Shi Hao brought important leaders on Mianyun Star, and the heads of other departments, and representatives from all walks of life to the conference room of the human race headquarters on Mianyun Star and sat down. Holographic images were projected in front of the empty seats in the conference room. The current holographic imaging technology is very advanced. Each one is like a living person, and it is impossible to tell the real from the fake. Shi Hao, Wang Guiyong, Wu Yi, Su Yin, Wang Ping, Laura, Lao Hei, Mickey, Liang Wenlong, Li Binhui, Yang Shui, and Zhao Qing all sat on the rostrum. Before Shi Hao came back, Wang Guiyong was in charge of human affairs, Su Yin was responsible for all matters of the Unicorn Constellation, and Laura assisted. Li Binhui is the Minister of Commerce. From the video, we can see that Li Binhui has not changed much. He still looks calm and indifferent. His appearance has not changed. He must be a Kunlun-level master. Yang Shui is the Minister of Industry, and Zhao Qing is the Minister of Science and Technology. After overthrowing Li Kun, he resumed his previous position. The solar system took the initiative to disconnect the communication with the Silver Domain, and has not been contacted so far, so there is no Lei Shiyu in this meeting, and everyone does not know what the situation of the solar system is now. The route from Hunter to Kirin has been improved, and half of the representatives present are from Kirin, which seems to be developing quite well. Housie, you are more powerful than Monkey King. Tathagata suppressed him for 500 years, and you, after more than 3,800 years, have become stronger by countless times, much stronger than those gods, monsters, etc. Haha. Wang Guiyong grabbed Shi Hao's hand, and said happily. This is a new technology of holographic imaging. Although it is a virtual image, the touch is real. It is said that as soon as this technology came out, it was fully utilized by many people, mainly for men and women. No matter how far the distance is, the feeling of throwing oneself into the arms, being affectionate, and being inseparable is not discounted at all, but it still cannot achieve the effect of passing on the family line. It is said that if this technology breaks through again, it is very likely to be realized. Jin Yuan is not Tathagata, he has become a dead man, haha. But you, it's hard for you for so many years. Shi Hao looked at Wang Guiyong, and the two grown men appreciated each other. It's a pity that Lao Lei can't attend the meeting this time. I don't know what's going on over there. The Hunter Seat reception platform has begun to openly capture humans, and we can't get through it all. Wang Guiyong said regretfully. Don't worry, I go back after this meeting, and maybe I can build a teleportation array between the solar system and Minyun Star. Hearing Shi Hao's words, Wang Guiyong's eyes lit up, and he held Shi Hao's hand again, shook it hard twice, and then let go, turning his head to look down. The meeting was about to begin. Shi Hao did not explain the process, but Wang Guiyong knew that what Shi Hao said would definitely come true. No need to ask more, this is trust. At this time, 3 more figures appeared on the rostrum. Shi Hao saw them, and recognized them. They were Katarina, Ileth and Minsk. They took the initiative to contact Wang Guiyong after seeing the report of the Silver Domain newspaper. The appearance of these 3 people did not change much, and there was no doubt that they had also made a breakthrough. Before the meeting, Wang Guiyong had talked with them several times, and they finally decided to return to the human family again, because they were not doing well either. The 3 of them came over and hugged Shi Hao, and said hello. While hugging, Katarina punched Shi Hao twice with her little fist and whispered, "You made us worry to death." After saying that, without waiting for Shi Hao to respond, she turned around and walked towards her seat. At the moment she turned around, she secretly wiped her eyes with her hand. Chapter 286. Katarina is much more mature and reserved than before. The carefree personality she had when she was with Shi Hao is gone. After everyone sat down, Wang Guiyong signaled Shi Hao to stand up and announced the start of the meeting, but Shi Hao pretended not to see it, because Wang Guiyong is now the leader of the human race. Many people know Wang Guiyong, but not necessarily Shi Hao. In desperation, Wang Guiyong had to stand up and announce the start of the meeting, and then Su Yin presided over the meeting. You are back, so you should be the leader. I am the leader of the tribe for a temporary period. Wang Guiyong whispered in Shi Hao's ear. Don't even think about it. This is a hard job. You should work harder. Shi Hao knew that he was not the kind of person who could sit in the office peacefully. He was different from Wang Guiyong, Wu Yi and Lei Shiyu. Forget it, don't argue about this. Anyway, I will step down as the leader today. Wang Guiyong whispered again, and then sat up straight. Su Yin was giving an opening speech. It is not necessarily a bad thing for the human race to have experienced this catastrophe. It can make us understand the human race's situation more clearly, and let us fully realize who are our enemies, and who are our friends. Let us welcome the return of General Shi Hao, the first patriarch of the human race, with warm applause. After hearing Su Yin's words, Shi Hao stood up and waved his arms to greet everyone. When he sat down, Su Yin continued to speak passionately. General Shi Hao was framed by the Golden Clan and fell to a dead star in the boundless battlefield. All the tribes in the Silver Domain know that falling to a dead star means 100% death, but General Shi Hao broke this curse. Not only did he return safely, but but his strength increased greatly, becoming the only Yushu-level master of the human race. From now on, we have the strength to compete with the high-end combat power of the Jin clan. At this point, the warm applause lasted for a long time. Sure Hao was like a flag. Not only did it not fall, but it also pointed out the direction for the human race. Wang Guiyong spoke as the patriarch. At everyone's strong request, Sure Hao also stood up and spoke for more than a minute. The content was positive without exception. For example, the future of the human race is bright, the human race is strong, and it will not be defeated by evil forces and hostile races. This enlarged meeting mainly discussed and voted on the human race's high-level leadership structure, human race management rules, human race constitution, and other contents. The many characteristics of the Silver Domain planets. Most of the planets are a situation of multi-race coexistence. Such a situation cannot be managed by the system of managing the country. After voting, referring to the leadership structure of other races in the Silver Domain, the human race established the Elders Committee, abbreviated as the Elders Council, the Human Race Management Committee, and some other administrative agencies. The Council of Elders oversees the Human Race Committee and controls major directions. Once there is a major turmoil, such as Li Kun's previous tyranny, the Council of Elders has the right to deprive him of his power. The first Council of Elders consists of Sure Hao, Wang Guiyong, Wu Yi, Lei Shiyu, to be determined due to the unclear situation of the solar system, Katarina, Minsk, and Ilef, tentatively 7 people. Sure Hao is the elder and manages the Council of Elders. The others are arranged in numerical order. Wang Guiyong is the 2nd elder, and Ilef is the 7th elder. The Council of Elders has a full quota of 9 people, and the chairman of the Human Race Committee, who has completed his term of office, automatically becomes a member of the Council of Elders. During the transition period, when the number of members of the Council of Elders is even, the elder has 2 votes, and when it is odd, the elder has only 1 vote. When the Council of Elders is full of 9 people, as long as no elder dies or is deposed for mistakes, the elder with the longest term of office will automatically withdraw from the Council of Elders and become the Supreme Elder. The Supreme Elder is the pillar of the human race. Generally, he does not manage affairs. Once the Supreme Elder is needed, it will surely set off a bloody storm. The Human Race Committee is also full of 9 people, with 1 chairman, 2 vice-chairmen, and 6 committee members. After a full vote, Su Yin was elected as the first chairman, with a term of office of 5 Silver Domain years, 500 Earth years. The chairman can be re-elected for 2 terms at most, which is 1,000 Earth years. Wang Ping and Laura are vice-chairmen. Mickey, Lao He, Yang Shui, Zhao Qing, Liang Wenlong, and Li Binhui are committee members. Tianing is the secretary-general. Shi Wei, Xinge, Degu, Heiyu, and Wu Feng were all awarded the rank of general and held important positions. In addition, a group of young cadres with outstanding performance, strong strength, and excellent comprehensive qualities were appointed. The meeting also passed the Human Constitution, Human Population Development Plan, Human Identity Management Rules. This document provides detailed instructions on how to manage and educate other races after they are converted to humans, Human Branch Establishment Charter, Human Branch Management Rules, Human 10,000-Year Strategic Plan. The entire meeting lasted for 3 months. This conference was a crucial meeting in the history of the human race, allowing the human race to evolve from disordered chaos to orderly and lasting benign development. Grand Elder, how do you feel? After the meeting, Wang Guiyong looked at Sure Hao with a smile. He knew very well that the development of the human race could not be separated from Sure Hao. From the time the human race entered the Silver Domain to today, Sure Hao has led the human race's breakthroughs time and time again. No feeling, you know I'm not interested in positions or anything like that. You guys have to do the specific things, haha. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. As long as you stand at a high place, people's hearts will be stable and development will be smooth. Leave the rest to us. Wang Guiyong knew Sure Hao's character and understood that Sure Hao should not be bound by those trivial official duties. The 3 of us have discussed it, and are ready to transfer all materials and talents to Qilin Constellation, and the area we have developed for more than 3,000 years will set up a branch and be managed by the human race. Katarina, Minsk, and Ilef came over to express their views to Sure Hao and Wang Guiyong. After a while of communication, several people withdrew from the meeting. Binhui, I didn't expect you to be so good at cultivation. I was afraid that I would not see you again. Sure Hao teased when he saw Li Binhui standing next to him waiting for him. Don't worry, Elder. I won't die anytime soon. Buying planets in the Silver region is more fun than buying land. The human race was able to gain a foothold in the Unicorn constellation so quickly, and Ben Hui has made an indelible contribution. When we first arrived at the Unicorn constellation, he led the team and bought more than 100 rocky planets with good environments in a short period of time, so that we could gain a foothold in the Unicorn constellation. Now he has bought more than 4,000 planets. Wang Guiyong praised Li Binhui beside him. Buying land, buying planets, and anything involving buying industries, Li Binhui is very good at it. It seems that the Unicorn constellation is not a wasteland. Sure Hao heard that the development of the Unicorn constellation can buy planets, and the number is not small, and got some information. The Unicorn constellation is like a paradise. There are many indigenous races there, and even some powerful races have developed and expanded outside their own galaxy. Wang Guiyong introduced the development of Kirin. After we arrived at Kirin, we found a race with 3 star systems, called the Fire Hunters. They have 4 limbs, 5 senses, dark red skin, and thick scales on the skin. The Fire Hunters are relatively civilized, and are relatively gentle when expanding outward. After negotiations, we bought their undeveloped rock planets and reached an agreement with them to develop together. They also exchanged mineral resources with us for weapons, battleships, and other supplies. During this period, we also encountered some brutal races. When they expanded, they would kill all the lives of the indigenous races. We organized armies with the Fire Hunters to hunt them down and occupy their planets. There are also some planets that have slavery or other forms of oppression. We took action to break this system, used our civilization to influence them, and built their planets together. Wang Guiyong talked non-stop for more than an hour. They used the wisdom accumulated by Yan country for thousands of years in Kirin to the fullest extent and achieved very good results. There are nearly 10,000 planets with human presence in Kirin. According to rough statistics, the population of Earthlings and their descendants in Kirin has reached more than 120 billion, and the number of humans of other races who borrow the identity of the human race is more than 30 billion. On the yellow-level planets, under the jurisdiction of the 12 main gods, the opposite is true. The number of humans who borrow the identity of the human race has reached more than 80 billion, while the number of Earthlings and their descendants is only more than 30 billion. This number seems large, but in fact, on average, there are more than 500 million yellow-level planets, and there are only a few hundred humans on each planet. Under the leadership of Li Kun, the human race has developed very slowly, with only 1/3 of the planets having human activities, and they are a vulnerable group. Taking the weakest giant lizards as an example, the total number of giant lizards is averaged according to more than 500 million planets, and each planet can reach more than 80 million giant lizards. The average number of stone tribes, insect tribes, and beast tribes is only 300 million to 500 million. However, in the eyes of other races, the development speed of the human race has been against the sky. You have to understand that the human race has only been in the silver domain for 40 years. Chapter 287. I will return to Kirin after the meeting. Although Su Yin is here, we cannot afford to make mistakes. This is Yi Feng's communication method. He has mobilized his forces to find you in the past 3,000 years. I have informed him of your return, but I have not received a reply. His subordinates said that the Yiksha tribe is fighting a decisive battle with the largest indigenous race in Canis Major, and he may be on the battlefield now. Wang Guiyong passed Yi Feng's and other important human communication methods to Sher Hao. There is a pyramid under the main mansion of Minyun Star. According to the stone pattern Worm King, it is a teleportation array left by ancient Martians. In a few days, I will return to the solar system through that teleportation array. After the two said goodbye to each other, Wang Guiyong's image disappeared from the conference room. How are Wenhui and the others? Sher Hao asked Li Binhui. Liang Wenhui, Zhou Xueyu, and the staff of Haosher Group have all evacuated to Kirin Constellation intact, and the company is operating normally. Business outside Kirin Constellation has been handed over to agents headed by Old Bud. Although the expansion is not fast, it is also stable. It's just that Wu Cheng, Xiao Rui, Su Yuan, and Ouyang Xiajia have all resigned and returned to Earth because of Ouyang Li's matter. At this point, Li Binhui stopped. Okay, I know. Thank you for your hard work. As for my family affairs, I will take care of them. After Sher Hao and Li Binhui shook hands, Li Binhui also turned into a light spot, and the image dissipated. In the following days, Sher Hao practiced quietly for a few days, made preparations, took the supplies that Tianying had prepared long ago, explained to her, and then disappeared with Shi Wei in the underground pyramid. Shi Wei accompanied them. This was the opinion of the elders, and Sher Hao had to agree. When the two entered the interior of the pyramid, Sher Hao moved his mind, and the whole space became as bright as day, and then began to study it carefully. The last time he came in, He was afraid of accidentally triggering the transmission mechanism, so Shihao did not dare to move rashly. Before coming in, Shihao had no idea whether the transmission would be successful. According to experience, there should be a switch activated by telekinesis, and Shihao explored in this direction. He and Shirwei both sat cross-legged in the middle of the pyramid with their eyes closed. The triggering of this pyramid was not complicated. Shihao's mind found an abnormality in the air above his head. After wrapping it with his mind and stimulating it, a purple light ball appeared in the middle. He and Shirwei slowly floated from the original place into the air, and finally stopped at the center of the purple light ball. Then, 5 purple light ropes stretched out from the purple light ball, extending to 4 on the ground of the pyramid and 1 on the top, a total of 5 sharp corners. Then the light ball kept flashing, faster and faster, and the whole interior of the pyramid flickered. After a few seconds, the light ball and the light rope disappeared, and Shihao and Shirwei also disappeared. The interior of the pyramid fell silent again and returned to darkness. The headquarters of the Dark Spirit Clan on a red-level planet. The Dark Spirit Clan leader and Fan sat at the top of the reception room. The Gold Clan leader Jean Shirkwai and the Feather Clan leader Yulingnian sat on both sides. Thank you for the invitation. First of all, I would like to express my condolences to the death of Elder Jean and Deputy Clan leader Yu. And Fan said, while nodding slowly to express his condolences. I didn't expect that we couldn't kill a woman even if we sent out 3 masters. Are all the elves so strong? Yulingnian said indignantly. If nothing unexpected happens, Mia Yunju will definitely not escape, and our clan's Anshi will not return with serious injuries. Jean Shirkwai and Yulingnian looked at each other, and Jean Shirkwai asked, this is true. Could it be that there are other hidden masters around Mia? I asked someone to track it down. There is a beastman named Jin Yi who once inquired about Mia's itinerary at the teleportation array square leading to Canis Minor. I heard that this Jin Yi once appeared on Lianli Star. We speculate that the change is most likely caused by Jin Yi, but later Jin Yi disappeared as if he had disappeared. According to the news sent back by our spies on Kuan Yu Star, Mia returned. At that time, there was a person around him who looked very much like Shihao. It's not surprising that Shihao cared so much about Mia, because in the more than 30 years since Shihao disappeared, Mia had never stopped looking for Shihao's traces. She developed Canis Minor to join forces with the Kirin constellation of the human race. Therefore, we can basically conclude that the Jin Yi was Shihao in disguise, and the deaths of Elder Jean and Deputy Chief Yu were probably related to him. We also used the Dark Spirit Clan's tracing technique to trace the whole incident, which was consistent with our speculation. And Fan told all the information the Dark Spirit Clan had found, and it turned out that their judgment of Shihao was very accurate. This Shihao is really lucky, even the Death Star can't kill him. Jean Shirkwai hit the chair heavily with his fist. And Clan Leader, are you sure you are not mistaken? How could Shihao be so strong? Elder Jean and Deputy Clan Leader, you are first-class masters. Jean Shirkwai immediately found something wrong after being angry. Shihao attacked from the dark, and with Mia, their chances of winning are not small. And Fan said lightly. Shihao must have been insidious and despicable, and attacked from the dark, otherwise how could he succeed? Yulingnian said this because he was unwilling to admit or face up to the fact that Shihao really had such a strong strength. Elder Jean must have discovered Shihao's true face, so he used super-strong particle bombs to get rid of Shihao. Unfortunately, Shihao actually returned to Minyun Star alive. Li Kun and Ouyang Li, those 2 bastards are not up to the task, and they have implicated dozens of people in my Jean clan. Jean Shirkwai understood that Jean Yuan would not use super-strong particle bombs unless it was necessary. To put it bluntly, that thing was prepared for mutual destruction. No matter how angry we are, it will not help. Shihao, Yifeng and Mia represent 3 races. Once Kirin, Canis Major and Canis Minor are connected, it will be a foregone conclusion, which is very disadvantageous to us. I asked the 2 clan leaders to come here to discuss how to break the current situation. And Fan stood up and walked to Jean Shirkwai and Yulingnian. The servant immediately moved a chair and placed it behind him. And Fan sat down and said, Shihao has arrested so many people, and he must have obtained a lot of evidence, but he did not make trouble for you. Shihao is not a forbearing person. What does this show? When Fan spoke, his eyes were on Jean Shirkwai, because he knew that the Jean clan was the most involved in the human race, and the purpose was to turn the human race into a vassal of the Jean clan. What does the clan leader mean that he is waiting? Jean Shirkwai understood. Waiting for what? Yulingnian was not as smart as Jean Shirkwai. The Yu clan relied on wings and the advantage of the number of races, so they could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Jin clan. In fact, all the higher races know that the IQ of the feathered tribe is not high. The human race has just experienced a great chaos. What they lack most is time. They need time to develop personnel, develop technology, and seize resources. Jin Shirkwai explained to Yu Lingyan. Then what should we do? Yu Lingyan asked. That Fubo was injured like Ensu, but he didn't die. The elves also knew that we assassinated Mia. But the strange thing is that the elves didn't react at all, and no one came to settle accounts with us. And Fan answered the question irrelevantly, and talked to himself. The elves are the royal family, and they are more tolerant. This time, maybe they want to give face to the leader of the clan, and make a small matter. Jin Shirkwai continued to analyze. No, this matter is also weird. It seems that the upper elves have placed great hopes on the human race, and they are cooperating with the human race. And Fan seemed to suddenly understand the reason. Then what should we do? Yu Lingyan was a little anxious this time, and asked again. We can't fight so little anymore, we must go all out. I heard that Yifeng is leading a war in Canis Major. Has the Jin clan already joined in? And Fan turned around and stared at Jin Shirkwai and asked. Nothing can be hidden from the clan leader, it is true. That indigenous race is the largest force in Canis Major, and has controlled more than a dozen star systems. The Yaksha clan has twice as many troops in Canis Major as them. We provided that indigenous race with advanced warships and weapons, and they exchanged resources with us. In addition, we have also united with some other indigenous races in Canis Major to prepare to unite and attack the Yaksha clan. The Jin clan originally wanted to defeat the unstable Yaksha clan through this war, so as to control Canis Major, and their ambitions were great. Since the Dark Spirit clan already knew about it, Jin Shirkwai told him all about the situation in Canis Major. Very good. I suggest that the Feather Tribe can also send troops to Canis Major to support the Gold Tribe, and help the Gold Tribe take down Canis Major. Then the Gold Tribe will help the Feather Tribe take down Monoceros. And we, the Dark Spirit Tribe, will contain the elves in Canis Minor, and seize control of Canis Minor when the opportunity arises. What do you two think? Chapter 288. If we can get Brother Yu's help, Canis Major will surely be taken. After that, I swear to help the Yu clan seize control of Kirin. Hearing on Fawn's proposal, Jin Shirkwai was secretly happy. At present, the Jin clan was hiding in the dark in Canis Major to plan for those indigenous races. If the Yu clan can get involved, the Yaksha clan will definitely be unable to resist, and Canis Major will be within easy reach. Then the Jin clan will turn around to help the Dark Spirit clan seize Canis Minor, and as for Kirin, let the Yu clan contain it. Yu Lingyan still doesn't know that he has been calculated by Jin Shirkwai, and as for what the Dark Spirit clan thinks, it is unknown. But what is certain is that Anfan is definitely 100% willing to sacrifice the power of the Yu clan to profit for his own race. In that case, I agree. I will dispatch troops to Canis Major after I return. By the way, our tribe's Cloud Lord in Hunter is currently on duty at the reception platform close to the human solar system in Hunter. The channel between the human solar system and the Silver region has been completely cut off. Yu Lingyan said this with a bit of credit. Patriarch Yu is really good at this. This has cut off the retreat of the human race. Very good. And Fan praised immediately, but he didn't think so in his heart. Because the Silver region law stipulates that no one may embarrass the various races entering the Silver region at the reception platform. The reception platform is an important channel for the Silver region to transport new forces. Before, the human race headed by Li Kun did not investigate the matter due to the pressure of the Golden Clan. And the human race headed by Wang Guiyong wished that the channel would be closed, so that Li Kun would be cut off from the solar system and avoid harm to the solar system. Now that Shirhao is back, he can't be unaware of the provisions of the Silver region law. It is possible that Shirhao feels that the time is not right for this matter to be brought up until now. And Fan would never be so naive as to think that Shirhao would be at the mercy of others. However, if the Feather Clan can block it for a while, it will only benefit the Gold Clan and the Dark Spirit Clan without any disadvantages. They will not be stupid enough to remind the Feather Clan of the interests involved. Before the human race entered the Silver Domain, why did no one think about exploring other constellations and seeking the position of the 13th main god? It is because each race has its own little tricks. As long as you dare to go, someone will trip you up. Now, the Silver Domain is peaceful on the surface, but it is actually on the edge of chaos. It depends on when it will break out. There are no rated planets in constellations without the jurisdiction of the main god, and the Silver Domain law is naturally not applicable. No matter whether it is an indigenous race or a sequence race, no one will care no matter how they fight, even if they fight to the death. This is also the reason why most races dare not explore new constellations, fearing that their strength will be weakened. Anfan, Jean Shirkwai, and Yuling Mian whispered and discussed for a long time before they ended. When the purple light ball of the pyramid flashed, Shirhao felt that his body seemed to have turned into a particle body, and he could even see the particle body with his mind. Then his consciousness became dizzy and increasingly blurred. That feeling made him feel uncomfortable and insecure. He felt like it took a long time, but in fact it was only a few dozen seconds. The particles stopped transmitting and began to reassemble, and soon became his body. Shirhao carefully checked his body and mind, and there was no change, but he felt as if he had experienced a mind training. Shirhao looked around. It was pitch black, but he could sense that this was also a closed space, and Shirwei was sitting next to him. Just as he was about to speak, there was a boom sound, and Shirhao pulled Shirwei to teleport to the side, only to see that the top of the closed space collapsed and light shone directly in. Shirhao was not in a hurry to go out, but first extended his mind outward and found that there were many people around. He signaled Shirwei to swallow a camouflage capsule like him. Shirhao turned into a middle-aged uncle of medium height, the kind that would not be noticeable in a crowd. Shirwei turned into a spirited young man, with long black hair, very elegant. At this time, Shirhao heard footsteps coming from far away. He and Shirwei immediately teleported. They appeared at a remote location that no one paid attention to. It was a hill with a lot of vegetation growing on it. Is this somewhere on Earth? Shirhao saw that the surrounding environment was the same as on Earth, with developed vegetation and a blue sky, but the position of the sun was very strange, and the size was different. Shirhao expanded his thoughts, and after a moment, they covered the entire planet and extended into space. After comparing the positions, he could confirm that this was Mars. He recalled that the current Mars was very similar to the image of ancient Mars flashing on the pyramid under the ice cap. Shirhao did not expect that humans could restore the original appearance of Mars. It seems that the solar system has developed quite well in the past 3,000 years. The location they're in now is the original location of the North Pole of Mars. The ice cap has disappeared, and a large square has been built around the pyramid. It seems that this place has developed into a tourist attraction. Shirhao looked down the hill, and saw that the upper half of the pyramid had collapsed, and was completely destroyed. That old bug is too unreliable. This pyramid is disposable. If it breaks down during the transmission, we'd be dead. Shirhao looked at the pyramid, and complained to Shirwei. The unreliable image of the stone-patterned bug king in his mind deepened again. Soon, some soldiers arrived. Shirhao used his mind to investigate, and found that the leader's mental strength had reached the primary level of Kunlun, and most of the soldiers had reached the advanced level of Songshan. Shirhao investigated everyone in the square again. The lowest was the primary level of Songshan. These were just ordinary tourists. It seems that the strength of the human beings in the solar system has developed well. Shirhao and Shirwei turned and walked into the jungle behind them. He wanted to take a good look at the current appearance of the Martian land. This forest is very large. They are going to cross it and investigate the species in the forest. The two of them moved forward quickly at a speed of 50 to 60 meters each time. After traveling for more than 10 minutes, Shirhao and Shirwei stopped at the same time. They found movement in front. Shirhao made a little exploration and found that there were 5 young men in front of him who had built a simple camp in an open space. There was a bonfire in the middle of the camp. On the bonfire, an unknown animal was being roasted after being skinned and furred. The surface was already golden yellow, and the aroma was fragrant. The 5 young men were wearing the same uniform, like students. Shirhao and Shirwei pretended to be tourists and walked slowly over there. Hi, hello. We went to Mars for a trip and got lost without realizing it, so... Shirhao and Shirwei walked out of the woods. Shirwei smiled and told the 5 young men why they were here. The two tried to pretend to be frightened and a little scared. You 2 gentlemen have come here. It's not just a matter of getting lost, right? One of the sturdy young men, with a flat head, stood up and greeted Shirhao and Shirwei, asking with suspicion. Actually, I'm a botanist. This is my first time to visit the North Pole of Mars. I was originally here to visit the pyramids, but I was attracted by the surrounding forests and saw many plants I had never seen before. I got excited and went deeper and deeper, and ended up getting lost. The young man looked at Shirhao and Shirwei and said coldly, In this case, you should ask for help from the Mars Guard. The current telekinetic quantum communication system basically has no signal blind spots. The two didn't expect the young man to be so alert, and thought they could just fool around with a few words. We're not afraid of not being able to get out. We just met a few brothers and came to say hello. In addition, your barbecue is quite good. I want to ask if you can sell me some. Shirhao changed the subject and stared at the fragrant barbecue, pretending to drool and swallowing his saliva. This is a Songshan level fire scale beast. It took the 5 of us 7 days to catch such a beast. We don't have enough to share among ourselves, so we definitely won't sell it. In addition, ask the 5 of us which one is short of money. A thin young man said, his eyes never leaving the fire scale beast. The other 3 were not much better than him. They all looked like starving ghosts, staring at the greasy fire scale beast. Is the fire scale beast difficult to catch? Sherwei saw their performance and expressed dissatisfaction. Is it difficult to catch? It is quite difficult. It is not because of its high combat power, but because it is too cunning and vigilant. It ran away before people approached. Really? Do you think it is this kind of thing? While the young man was talking, Sherwei disappeared for a few seconds. When he came back, he was holding 2 small beasts with fiery red scales in his hands, about the size of a fox. What are they? Oh, 2 fire scale beasts. My God. Did you just catch them? What do you think? Brother, come and sit down. Uncle, you sit down too. Get out of the way. The thin young man pushed a young man next to him away, and asked Shirhao and Sherwei to sit down. Do you want it? Sherwei asked coldly. The 5 people stood there, and nodded at the same time, looking eager. If you want it, I give it to you. As he said that, Sherwei raised his hand, and threw the 2 fire scale beasts over. The 5 young men hurriedly followed. Uncle, brother, you eat. The thin young man was very discerning. He immediately tore off 2 hind legs from the roasted fire scale beast, and handed them to Shirhao and Sherwei respectively. No wonder uncle and brother dared to venture into this forest alone. They turned out to be masters. The other 3 of the 5 young men were not good at speaking. The flat-headed young man should be the leader, but he didn't talk much, but his attitude was much gentler. The thin young man was more sociable, and the other 4 let him and Shirhao communicate. You went into this forest for 7 days just to catch the fire scale beast? Shirhao asked while chewing the fragrant roasted leg meat. Chapter 289. We are the 4th-year students of Mars Silverstone Academy, and we will graduate this year. Capturing fire scale beasts and other beasts above Songhan level is one of our graduation tasks. Each person must hunt 10 to pass. We hunt fire scale beasts to complete the task, and on the other hand, fire scale beasts are a great tonic for us. The special substances in their bodies are very helpful for upgrading from Songhan level to Kunlun level. Don't worry, we won't count the 2 fire scale beasts captured by Big Brother into our task. My name is Xiao Liyun. His name is Meng Hui, and he is our team leader. They are brothers. We call him Zhao De, and his younger brother Zhao Er. That one is CFA. Xiao Liyun wanted to tell Shirhao and Sherwei his heartfelt wishes. After chatting, I learned that Mars Silverstone Academy is one of the 5 major academies in the solar system. Silver is the silver of Inu, and Shur is the stone of Shirhao. The minimum admission standard for students at Silverstone Academy is Songhan Junior. Except for a few science teachers, most of the teachers at the academy are above Kunlun level. The flat-headed young man is called Meng Hui, the strongest among the 5, and has reached the bottleneck state of upgrading from Songhan Senior to Kunlun Junior. The other 4 are also at Songhan Senior level, but have not yet reached the critical point of breakthrough. Go, catch 3 more, and let him eat them all. Shirhao pointed at Meng Hui, and told Sherwei. 5 minutes later, Sherwei came back with 3 fire scale beasts. Uncle, Meng Hui is a man who is not good at speaking. Please forgive me for offending him just now. Xiao Liyun didn't understand why, so he quickly pleaded with Shirhao. Xiao, am I such a narrow-minded person? Uh-huh. Shirhao understood what Xiao Liyun meant, and said softly. Meng Hui has reached the critical point of breakthrough, and he must kick the final kick well. So he must eat the 3 fire unicorns in a short time, and then break through. Hearing Shirhao's words, Meng Hui's unhappiness immediately dissipated. Knowing that he had misunderstood Shirhao, he hurried over to thank him. Okay, you guys go and get busy. In order to ensure the effect, they have to roast the 3 fire unicorns at the same time, and prepare them for Meng Hui. Songshan level masters can control the body's digestive ability, and eating 3 fire unicorns in a short time is not a problem at all. More than an hour later, Meng Hui sat cross-legged and began to practice the skills, and the other 4 people watched nervously. Shirhao and Sherwei also sat there quietly. Looking at the group of young people in front of him, Shirhao was very pleased. They are all the hope of the human race. The development of the human race can only continue if the training of young people keeps up. As night fell, the bonfire went out, but the 7 people were like sculptures, motionless. Late at night, Shihao felt a strong wave of telekinesis, and Meng Hui broke through the primary level of Kunlun. Meng Hui sat steadily for more than 2 hours before standing up, unable to hide the joy on his face. Menggu, you are so amazing. Congratulations, Menggu. Meng Hui came to Shihao and bowed deeply, saying, Thank you, uncle. I hope you can give me some advice. Since I have met you 5, it is also a fate. What I say will be useful to you 5. The 5 people knew that Shihao was a master, and they squatted or stood in front of Shihao, listening carefully. Humanity's martial arts and skills are among the best in the silver domain. They are the treasures left to us by our ancestors. Martial arts are skills and techniques, while internal strength and telekinesis are the foundation. None of these 3 can be missing. So when you practice, you must not only choose the right telekinesis training method, but also the right internal strength training method. For example, the footwork I practice, after mastering it, combined with small circulation exercises and Tai Chi Dao, you can teleport. It is easy to have problems when practicing internal strength and telekinesis at the same time. You should practice step by step. Shihao became more and more excited as he spoke, almost without reservation, and completely regarded himself as a teacher. Uncle, you speak better than Dean Me of our college. After listening, Xiao Liyun couldn't help but sigh. You said that Master Mi is your dean? The 5 people nodded in unison. It is said that General Lei invited him out of the mountain after 3 visits. Shihao thought that this was in line with Lei Shiyu's character. It should be that the chaos of the human race in the silver domain made him feel a sense of crisis. Meng Hui has broken through. The 4 of you should not rush. Take it step by step. The day of breakthrough is not far away. Meng Hui can focus on footwork in the woods, and help them catch more fire unicorns to improve their strength. Let's go and see that old monster. The 5 people heard Shihao's words to Wei vaguely from the wind. The 5 people couldn't help but smack their lips, thinking what kind of existence is this uncle they met today? The strength of the young man next to him is also unfathomable. It seems that he is just a bodyguard. Although Mars has changed a lot, it is easy for Shihao to cover it with his mind, and he quickly found the location of Silverstone Academy. Silverstone College is located at the location of the former Mars Yin country base. The original exposed sand and rocks have disappeared, replaced by beautiful scenery that is no different from that on Earth. The difference is that some species are unique to Mars. Soon, the 2 arrived at the gate of Silverstone College. Hello, Dean. Hello, Dean. There were many teachers and students entering and leaving the college, all respectfully greeting a Taoist priest in a moon-white Taoist robe. It seems that Master Mi knew we were coming a long time ago. Shihao said to Wei with a smile. Master Mi stood still, looking at Shihao and Wei with a smile on his face. Shihao has seen Master Mi. Walking straight to Master Mi, Shihao nodded and saluted. I knew that there was a distinguished guest coming today, but I didn't expect that General Shi came from afar. Please. Master Mi took Shihao to walk around the college and introduced the college. After walking a few hundred meters from the entrance, there is a circular square with a statue of Shihao standing on it. It is more than 20 meters high and lifelike. Shame on you. I am so lucky that I changed my appearance today. Shihao looked at the statue and shook his head repeatedly. This is what the people want and General Lei has done. We don't create gods, but we must have our own national heroes. Especially the civil strife of the human race in the silver domain has sounded the alarm for us. We need positive and active heroic images to guide people's values. Seeing Shihao's reaction, Master Mi explained. This is not something a master can say. Haha, this is what General Lei said, I just repeated it. Shihao thought that this was indeed Lei Shiyu's style. General Shi is back in the solar system this time. I guess the chaos of the human race in the silver domain has been resolved satisfactorily, right? Yes, Li Kun, Ouyang Li, and their followers have been brought to justice, and everything is in order. Why would the immortal come out of the mountains and condescend to be a dean here? I'm a little curious. When Immortal Mi heard Shihao's question, he found a bench by the square, asked Shihao to sit down, and then started talking. At the beginning, Lei Shiyu found Immortal Mi and asked him to tell a fortune. At the cost of 100 years of life, Immortal Mi got a glimpse of the secret. At that time, the hexagram showed that the human race would usher in a new life in 4,000 years. After hearing this, Lei Shiyu decisively cut off contact with the silver domain and focused on promoting the development of the human race. Developing the population, improving the quality of the population, transforming the planets in the solar system, and even collecting resources outside the solar system are all for the future of the human race. With full efforts, martial arts and cultivation of skills were popularized, forming a complete martial arts and telekinesis cultivation system. Everyone started to practice from elementary school to lay a solid foundation. Silverstone College was established under the general environment at that time. I have met students of Silverstone College, and they have a good foundation. One of them, Ming Hui, has just broken through to the Kunlun level. I heard from them that the dean is you, the real person, so I came to pay a visit. I know this young man Ming Hui, he is very hardworking and honest, and he actually broke through, faster than I expected. I took a look, and they still have room for improvement. Does Silverstone College focus on martial arts and telekinesis training, but internal strength training is relatively weak? At this point, Shihao looked at Master Mi. Because of the feedback from the Silver Domain, including some of our summed-up experiences, we found that the Silver Domain has a great demand for telekinesis rules, so we put telekinesis training as the top priority. In the past, many people tried to practice internal strength and telekinesis at the same time, but the time for practice is limited. If you divide the two, the time for practice will not be enough. Some people are eager for success and practice internal strength and telekinesis at the same time. As a result, they become possessed and cause great damage to the body. Therefore, we do not advocate spending all time on practicing internal strength. Hearing what Master Mi said, Shihao fell into deep thought, recalling his own practice process. At the beginning, in order to expel the yellow fog that the yellow spot bug king had injected into his body, he had no choice but to practice the small circulation gong. Later, when practicing phantom shadow step, he used internal strength and telekinesis to achieve the effect of teleportation. Shihao told Master Mi about his practice process and his experience in detail, and demonstrated the effect of teleportation in a small range. Seeing this, Master Mi thought for a while, and then said, "Now that you mention it, I remember that many failed cases of going astray occurred when meditating quietly. As the internal strength and mental power increase, this problem will arise without a suitable outlet or an opportunity to guide. Then we must change the way of practice and find the fusion point of internal strength and mental power." After Master Mi finished speaking, he stood up and paced back and forth on the spot. His mind was obviously not idle. "General Shi, I plan to convene a seminar with the deans of all colleges in the solar system to conduct special research on this issue." Master Mi is an expert in this field after all, and he quickly understood the importance of what Shihao said. "Please take the trouble to think about this matter. I am going to see General Lei now." "I won't keep you here. General Lei has been in a state of panic these days, and you can just help." Chapter 290. Shihao didn't ask carefully, and teleported with sure way to the outer space of Mars, and then summoned a human starship specially prepared for him by Tianing from the mustard space, and flew towards the Earth at a high speed. Mi Jinren told him that for the safety of the human race, Lei Shiyu was very careful about his own safety, and never left the Earth. Lei Shiyu's office was in Kyoto City. On Earth, the inspection of starships entering and leaving was very strict, and documents and procedures were required. They did not force their way in, and Shi Wei went to negotiate with the guards. Shihao had restored his original appearance at this time, looking at the beautiful blue planet in front of him, with a lot of thoughts. 10 minutes later, Shi Wei and Lei Shiyu entered the starship together. Lei Shiyu broke the convention, and left the Earth for the first time in more than 3,000 years, to come to the void to personally greet Shihao. "Howzy, you are finally back." Lei Shiyu, who was known for his calmness, was extremely excited at this time. Shihao checked and found that Lei Shiyu had reached the primary level of Kunlun. It was not easy to be busy with all kinds of things in practice at the same time. "Captain, I rushed back after the matter in the Silver region was settled. Let's go home." The starship landed directly in Kyoto City, and the flying car was already prepared. "I heard from Master Mi that you have some trouble here." Shihao asked straight to the point. "It's not the Earth that is trouble, but Venus has some problems, but it is under control now." Seeing Lei Shiyu's heavy face, it means that the matter is not small. Lei Shiyu took Shihao directly to a small meeting room. After seeing everyone sitting down, the staff turned on the holographic image. A monster appeared on the video. It had the appearance of an emperor penguin, with a white belly and a black body. The monster's height was marked on the video as 5 meters, and there were several silver hook-like fangs on its mouth. Shihao looked carefully and found that they were not fangs, but barbs. Originally, penguins have no teeth, and the barbs in their mouths cannot be seen. It seems that this monster has mutated. There is a line of text on the video. The barbs are 30 centimeters long and can peck through the hull of a civilian starship. This penguin has 2 long black bat-like wings on its back, which are more than 20 meters long when stretched out. Is this a penguin? Sure Hao looked at the monster and asked in disbelief. Yes, a mutant penguin. After the video was played, Lei Shiyu talked about the cause of the incident. Ever since Xuanxin society used gene-fused pets to harm Yin country, Yin country has strictly controlled and approved animal-related experiments. Since the incident with the Silver Domain human race, animal gene experiments have been strictly prohibited because they are worried about the recurrence of disasters. When checking various laboratories and research institutes, a large number of such experiments were suspended. This included a genetic biology laboratory of Penguin Company. At that time, the boss of Penguin Company, Magding, swore solemnly, almost swearing to heaven, and promised us that the laboratory would be closed permanently. Penguin Company gradually became a leader in the industry due to the internet dividend and information dividend, and then grew into an international giant. Everyone secretly understood that the company monopolized many industries, but when it involved people's livelihood issues, it was ignored and allowed to develop when it did not cause a particularly big impact. As the boss of such a large company, Magding, Lei Shi believed from the bottom of his heart that he had a sense of social responsibility and believed in his promise. It was because of my blind trust in him that such a big hidden danger was buried. I didn't expect such a big company to be so mean and dirty. Lei Shi was very angry when he said this, and he calmed down and continued to talk. When the Penguin Company's laboratory was closed, they were trying to merge penguin and bad genes. Magatang introduced that penguins are the most gentle animals on Earth, not aggressive, and even have no teeth. They only like cold environments. Even if they merge, they will not cause any major harm. So the supervisors did not ask them for data, nor did they send people to supervise them to destroy the test samples. In this way, more than 3,000 years of peace and tranquility passed. In the past few years, the Space Guard has received several reports that they encountered alien monsters while cruising near Venus. They described those monsters as having white bellies and black bodies. The Space Guard sent people to look for them, but found nothing. Later, I learned that those were mutant penguins. They appeared for experiments. Once someone discovered them, they would immediately evacuate and stay dormant. This year, the mutant penguins appeared more and more frequently, and their numbers increased. They began to attack passing starships. The worst time was when a civilian starship was surrounded by hundreds of mutant penguins, and soon became riddled with holes. All the personnel who were transported out of it were eaten by the penguins, which caused great panic. The Space Guard began to send people to investigate near Venus. After a long ambush, the Space Guard captured a starship that took off from Venus, and there were 3 sneaky people inside. After interrogation, they admitted that they were staff members of Penguin Company. Initially, they bought off the starship that transported garbage, put a lot of robots and materials on Venus, and built a secret laboratory. After the laboratory was built, they sent all the researchers and test samples of the original gene laboratory to Venus to continue the experiment. They tinkered on Venus for nearly 1,000 years without much progress. The mutant penguins that were successfully cultivated could not survive for a few days on Venus. Later, Penguin Company got the news that the lunar laboratory had preserved the genes of stone grain insects. It was still money that opened the way. They bought off the staff inside and stole several copies of stone grain insect genes. They combined the genes of penguins, bats, and stone grain insects, and finally successfully cultivated mutant penguins. From then on, they could not stop, and more mutant penguins were cultivated. Everyone knew that Venus was the garbage dumping planet of the entire solar system, and no one cared what happened on Venus. Before the mutant penguins took the initiative to attack the starship, they had been developing steadily. After figuring out the cause of the incident, the Space Guard sent people to capture Magatang and took him to Venus to identify the scene. Who would have thought that Magatang was actually a mid-level master of Kunlun? The guards were not careful for a while, and he ran away. He fled directly to Venus. The guards kept chasing him. When they reached Venus, Magatang was running forward when a huge mutant penguin suddenly appeared. Its whole body was dark gold, as if it had been refined by fire for a long time. The mutant penguin opened its mouth and swallowed Magatang. Seeing this, the guards hurriedly retreated and contacted the battleship to use super laser cannons to deal with the mutant penguin. Finally, surrounded by 3 battleships, the mutant penguin was burned to ashes and turned into nothingness. It's a bit strange that the escort team searched the entire Venus and didn't find a mutant penguin. Is it hiding somewhere? This result surprised Sure Hao a little. We searched very carefully and searched twice, but found nothing. The dark gold penguin was recorded when it was killed. It was about 3 stories high when it stood up. Do you want to see it? Lei Shiyu didn't continue to dwell on the results of the search, because he had confirmed it many times with the escort army. He was now more interested in showing Sure Hao the results of the battle. Okay, I want to see what kind of monster this Magating is capable of. Soon, another video was played. I saw a huge dark gold mutant penguin standing there a little proudly, flapping its wings slowly. It seemed to be disdainful of the 3 starships surrounding it. 3 lasers as thick as buckets shot out, and after more than 10 seconds, the 3 lasers disappeared, and there was nothing in the place where the giant penguin in the middle was. Enlarge that penguin, and enlarge it again. Sure Hao carefully watched the moment when the giant mutant penguin was hit. Captain, you said those mutant penguins have merged the genes of stoneworms? Chapter 291. Lei Shiyu heard the worry in Sure Hao's words, and answered affirmatively, yes. The mutant penguin was successfully cultivated after the fusion of the stoneworm gene. I understand why there are no other mutant penguins on Venus. Sure Hao said, after hearing Lei Shiyu's affirmative answer. Why? The way stoneworms evolve is to devour their own kind. If nothing unexpected happens, the other mutant penguins were eaten by the giant penguin you killed. Entering the conference room, the penguin on the first video is very large, but much smaller and more ordinary than the dark gold penguin. Through Lei Shiyu's description, Sure Hao learned that the dark gold penguin is very powerful, far beyond the reach of those ordinary mutant penguins. The only reasonable explanation for the disappearance of ordinary mutant penguins is that they were eaten by the dark gold penguin. Captain, look here again. That dark gold penguin may not have been killed by you. Sure Hao pointed at the image that was slowed down 100 times and drew a circle with his finger. It could be vaguely seen that the dark gold penguin turned into golden light at the moment the laser cannon was fired. When the laser hit it, those golden light spots disappeared first. You mean it ran away in a way that we can't see? Lei Shiyu felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar. The 3 battleships couldn't kill it, and with its weird way of escaping, he knew how great the potential danger was. Teleportation is not difficult. I can do it, but I don't know if this ability is the penguin's talent or what? I hope I'm overthinking. Sure way, and I will go to Venus now. Sure Hao didn't say what he was thinking. After saying this, without any delay, he and Sure Wei teleported into space, and directly summoned the Jin clan's jump starship from the mustard space to Venus. Venus, in ancient times, Yin State called it Chang'ing, Qiming, Taibai or Taibai Venus. Venus is a terrestrial planet. Because it is very close to the Sun, the surface temperature is very high, with an average temperature of 475 degrees Celsius. The surface of Venus has a dense atmosphere, the main component of which is carbon dioxide. The air pressure is about 90 times that of the Earth. Soon, the two appeared on the surface of Venus. Although the temperature and air pressure here do not pose any threat to Sure Hao and Sure Wei, it is still a bit uncomfortable for Sure Wei for a long time. After all, he prefers a cold environment. They landed near the Venus laboratory of Penguin Company. The laboratory was built more than 100 meters underground, and is now guarded by the Space Guard. Seeing Sure Hao and Sure Wei approaching, a soldier straightened his chest and shouted loudly, "Hello, General Sure, please." The soldier's words revealed an extremely proud feeling. A few minutes ago, they had received a notice that General Sure Hao, the hero of the human race and the pioneer of mankind's march into the universe, would come here to inspect and require all personnel to unconditionally release and cooperate. Soon someone ran over and took Sure Hao and the others to an elevator, from here to the laboratory. After more than 3,000 years of development and construction, Penguin Company built a small city underground. The temperature below is much lower than that above. For Songshan-level humans, life is quite comfortable. The laboratory had been checked by Lei Shiyu, and the test data was classified as top secret and sent back to Earth for storage, and all the test samples were destroyed. After a round of exploration, there was nothing to gain, so Sure Hao and Sure Wei came to the surface again, ready to explore the surface of Venus. Sure Hao found an open place to sit cross-legged, silently practicing Tai Chi Dao and extending his mind. In his mind, the surface of Venus was empty and lonely, without any vitality. Every day, garbage from the Earth, the Moon, Mars, and other developed planets in the solar system is continuously transported and thrown from the sky. Over the years, garbage mountains have been formed, and these garbage mountains and the numerous volcanoes on Venus have become the unique scenery of Venus. Sure Wei sat next to Sure Hao and practiced his skills, more to eliminate the discomfort caused by the hot environment of Venus. After roughly exploring the surface of Venus, there was nothing to find. Sure Hao thought for a while, and began to concentrate on exploring the active volcanoes on Venus. The dark golden penguin might be a fire attribute, so if it didn't escape from Mars, it is most likely to be in the place with the richest fire attribute. Found it, Let's go. A moment later, Shirhao saw something strange in a crater full of magma. After focusing his mind there, Shirhao found a bird-like thing swimming in the magma, and it was basically certain that it was the mutant penguin they were looking for. Shirhao summoned the human battleship and flew to the crater. When it was close to the crater, it activated the shipborne laser cannon and fired. As expected, it didn't hit. This time, the penguin didn't fly far, but flew into the air and confronted the starship. Shirhao simply put away the starship, and he and Shirwei put on bionic wings and flew in the air. I know you, Shirhao, right? The dark golden penguin actually spoke human language, still with a proud attitude of superiority. When he spoke, he deliberately flapped his wings and moved his body upwards, a little higher than Shirhao and the others, looking down at them. Mage tongue, it seems that I guessed right. Did you fuse your genes into this penguin a long time ago? General Shur is worthy of having been in the Silver Domain, and has seen big scenes. You guessed right. Mage Tang's voice was very sharp and piercing. After all, he occupied the body of a mutant penguin, and his way of speaking was different from that of humans. I'm not afraid to tell you that I've been planning this for a long time. I first bred this mutant penguin, and then integrated my genes into their bodies. Through continuous observation, I finally found this one, and my genes accounted for 60%. Then I arranged for people to feed it with other mutant penguins to let it continue to evolve. By the way, I have to thank General Shur for bringing back the stone vein insect genes, otherwise how could I have this heaven-defying swallowing skill to upgrade? It seems that it swallowed me, but in fact at that moment my consciousness has occupied its brain, and this body still has more than 60% of my genes, so it is me, a different firework, ha ha ha. At the beginning, after Ilef merged the animal's genes, it was the animal's genes that took the initiative. Magten also used this principle, but it was the opposite, his genes took the initiative. Why did you do this? You made yourself look like neither a human nor a ghost. The man in front of him monopolized most industries on Earth, and even in the solar system, and had endless money in his hands. Shirhao really couldn't understand Magateng's motives. You poor people won't understand. I have everything and lack nothing, but I am getting more and more lonely, so I want to pursue something at a higher level. Just when I was full of confidence and ready to show my style in the Silver Domain, the man surnamed Lei suddenly announced that the passage to the Silver Domain was closed, and the communication with the Silver Domain was completely cut off. Who am I? I control the lifeblood of many people on Earth and even in the solar system. They can live so well, have food to eat and clothes to wear, all thanks to me. But the man surnamed Lei wanted to control me and influence me. Do you know? I was very unhappy at that time, I was very angry, and I wanted to control my own destiny. Speaking of this, Magateng was very excited, and his huge wings flapped at a high frequency, and a strong wind blew for a while. Boss Ma, your idea is wrong. People are equal, no one wants to control you. General Lei closed the channel and communication for the safety of the entire human race. He did not target anyone. Similarly, you cannot control other people's lives and thoughts. The people have food to eat and clothes to wear, not because of your charity, but because of their hard work. Shirhao felt that there was something wrong with Magateng's brain. It should be this distorted thinking that led him to today's desperate situation step by step. Bullshit, heaven and earth are not benevolent, and treat all things as straw dogs. I am heaven, and everything else is floating clouds. As long as I want to dominate, I can. Wrong, God has no joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness, no emotions, no right or wrong, he treats everyone the same, very fair. Heaven and earth let nature take its course, and everything let nature take its course. The two started a debate, and Shirhao felt that if he didn't correct him, he would not be able to get over this hurdle in his heart. Haha, funny. Shirhao, although you have returned from the Silver Region, you must not have reached my level yet, right? So if I say I can, I can. If I have the strength, then I am the sky. I said that all things are straw dogs, and that's it. Although Lei ruined things, I didn't break through to the height I expected, but it should be more than enough to kill you, go to hell. Chapter 292. After saying this, Magateng flapped his wings frantically, and the red magma in the crater gushed out, overwhelming Shirhao and Shirwei. After the attack, Magateng immediately flashed away, leaving only some faint red light spots spinning in the original place. Shirhao and Shirwei saw this and quickly teleported away, looking a little embarrassed. No wonder he is so arrogant. It turns out that he is about to break through to the Yushu level. After Magateng's attack, Shirhao judged his level based on the fluctuation of his mental power. You are stronger than I thought, but it is understandable that the solar system is still inferior to the Silver Domain. But so what? Chirp. Chirp. As soon as Magating finished speaking, 3 consecutive screams followed. The 2 were not prepared this time, and their brains were dizzy. Sherway almost lost his balance and fell to the ground. The 3 sound wave attacks were just disguises, and the telekinetic attack sandwiched within the sound waves were the killer moves. Even Sherhao was hit, not to mention the only high-level Sherway of Kunlun. This guy is too cunning, we must act quickly. Magating used words to distract Sherhao and the others, but actually launched simultaneous attacks, which were hard to defend against. Sherway immediately used his strongest telekinesis to freeze Magating, who was 1,000 meters away. The fire attribute of Venus made Sherway very uncomfortable. Similarly, Sherway's ice attribute was incompatible with Magating. Magating felt that the cold air had penetrated deep into his bones, and his whole body seemed to be frozen, and it became very difficult to flap his wings. Just as he was frightened and was about to find a way to break free, Sherhao's telekinetic needle with a tiny cyclone flew over and hit his brain, and Magating felt severe pain in his head. However, this stab caused his body to have a stress reaction, and the effect of Sherway's confinement on him was weakened. Magating immediately flapped his wings, but one wing was facing backwards, and the other wing was facing forward, and his body began to rotate from slow to fast. The rotation became faster and faster, and a tornado formed around his body, but the surrounding objects were not affected at all. Only the nearby magma was continuously sucked into the tornado, and the tornado gradually turned red, and finally became a magma tornado. And Magating's body was tightly wrapped in it. Sherway used the freezing technique again, but when his mind approached the magma tornado, it was blown away and changed its direction, and he could not penetrate it at all. Sherhao also found something strange at this time. His mind could penetrate it, and found that Magating's momentum was constantly rising. Sherway, control the battleship, keep shooting at the tornado, and break it up. After saying that, Sherhao disappeared in a flash. Boss Ma, your move is very powerful. You misjudged one thing. My strength is just a little stronger than yours, so you can't become the sky yet. How did you get in? The blood tornado can isolate thoughts and improve my attributes. How can you break it? Magating heard Sherhao's voice, and realized that Sherhao had entered his blood tornado without knowing when. He panicked for the first time. Your blood tornado is indeed very strong. Of course, those who are weaker than you can't break it. But it doesn't mean I can't, because I said I am a little stronger than you. I want you to understand that you are not the sky, you are not a god, and you can't control the fate of others. Sherhao was not in a hurry to do it, and tried to reason with him. He felt that such a person's values were so distorted that he was very sad. At this time, Magating screamed "Ah!" and the blood tornado collapsed. His huge body fell down, and one of his wings was hit by Sherway's laser cannon, and he could no longer maintain the flying state. Sherhao came to Magating, who fell to the ground, and said, Mr. Ma, I am very sad that you have come to this point. After all, you are a business genius. If you can enter the silver domain to contribute to the development of the human race, it will be a blessing for the entire human race. What a pity. If my experiment was not interrupted by Lei Shiyu, if I could break through to a higher level, then you would definitely not be my opponent. Magating was still unconvinced and shouted at Sherhao. The problem is not the strength, but that you have lost yourself. Even if you break through, so what? Sherhao said here, folded the wings behind him, and then stood in place and started to practice Tai Chi. What is Tao? The ancients said, Tao gave birth to 1, 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to all things. All things evolved from Tao. Tao is the mother of all things in heaven and earth. A mother naturally treats her children equally. Sherhao was doing Tai Chi while talking. He was originally on the ground, but slowly he came to the air. However, his fists did not change, his boxing skills did not change, and his Tao did not change. The magma slowly gathered around him with his fists. The darker magma turned into yin fish, and the brighter magma turned into yang fish. The yin-yang fish pattern was spinning under Sherhao's feet, getting bigger and bigger, so big that he could not see the edge. As Sherhao moved his mind, Magating appeared on the yin-yang fish pattern. He looked at Sherhao, and he couldn't help but feel insignificant in his heart. He seemed to feel Sherhao's control, but not entirely. There was more nature in it. Yushu level also has weak and strong. You have too many desires and too many thoughts, so even if you break through, it doesn't matter. At this point, Sherhao waved his hands lightly to both sides, and the yin-yang fish disappeared, and all the magma disappeared, and the active volcano became a dead volcano. Magating was no longer able to argue, and that kind of arrogant pride no longer existed. This monster is a disaster after all. As for your fate, let the law punish it. Sure Hao summoned a Songshan-level whiteboard bionic robot, and then used his mind to separate Magatang's thoughts and memories from the mutant penguin and injected them into the bionic brain of the bionic robot. Sure Wei used his freezing skills to quickly freeze the body of the mutant penguin, and then found a magma pool and threw it into it. The cold and hot, the whole body turned into countless pieces and was melted by the hot magma. This is a good place to practice. Those Kunlun-level masters who have integrated fire-attributed substances need such a fire-attributed environment to further improve their strength. Sure Hao looked around and exclaimed. That day, through talking with Master Mi, he learned that the humans in the solar system who were promoted to the Kunlun level all broke through by eating objects of corresponding attributes, and the fire scale beast was a fire attribute. However, those academies did not attach much importance to the power of rules, and emphasized balanced development, but this would result in a low average combat power. The two locked up Magatang, and then drove the starship back to Kyoto. Lei Shiyu looked at Magatang, who had become a stranger, pointed at his nose, opened his mouth, but finally said nothing. He waved his hand, and asked the guards to take him away and lock him up. He is usually gentle and elegant, with a bright appearance and successful achievements, but who would have thought that his heart is so evil? After listening to Sure Hao's account of the whole process, and retelling what Magatang said, Lei Shiyu sighed. Captain, after so many years, you should have seen through it. There are Li Kun and Ouyang Li in the distance, and Ma Gidang in the near future. This is human nature. We can't expect everyone to be a saint. Although they have caused great harm and trouble to the human race, they have also promoted the development of human civilization. This is the role of contradictions. Okay, let's not talk about this. No matter what kind of villain or saint he is, I believe that the human race will develop better and better in the future. When the solar system and the silver domain are connected, I should retire. Whether it is good or bad, let those young people toss. Lei Shiyu has been holding on for so many years, and his heart is already very tired. Captain, our age is not good enough for the silver region. You and I are still young. However, some responsibilities need to be borne by young people. Sure Hao immediately told Lei Shiyu the content of the silver region human race in large meeting. When he heard that he was already a member of the Elders' Council, he immediately said, I can finally go to the silver region to take a look. Lao Wan has cheated me so hard. I have to ask for some interest. After the two finished talking about business, Lei Shiyu said, Haozi, I have told Shirui about your return. Go back and see. Are they all okay? Shirui is fine. But Wu Chung is not good at cultivation, and has reached the end of his life. He is gone. Su Yuan became depressed after returning to Earth because of Ouyang Li's matter. 300 years ago. Sure Hao understood that Su Yuan was no longer alive. Wang Yukai had no talent in cultivation, so he is also gone. Things have changed, but that's it. In order to ensure the healthy development of mankind, and to save resources, the solar system does not allow the use of bionic robots to prolong life. Even I can't make concessions, so I'm sorry. Captain, I understand. There are 38 billion people in the solar system now, right? You have endured too much. Chapter 293. That day, Master Mi talked a lot about Wan Guiyong, including the policy he led behind the scenes for more than 3,000 years, and the population of the entire solar system reached more than 38 billion. During this period, due to resource reasons, the government has controlled population growth, including the policy just mentioned, that those who have not broken through to a higher level and whose lifespan has come to an end cannot use any means to prolong their lives. This ensures the continuous and high-quality development of the human race in the entire solar system. Even with such control, the current solar system has been overdeveloped. If Sure Hao does not appear again, the human race in the solar system will be forced to develop in a direction other than the Hunter Seat Reception Platform. All planets in the solar system that can be transformed and inhabited have been developed. Even the void is full of space station-style buildings, and humans live there. As for the asteroid belt, it is clean and has been emptied, and the most lacking is various resources. The solar system is ready to enter the silver domain at any time. There are 3 billion troops that can go to battle, and these 3 billion are all above Kunlun level. There are 15 billion qualified adventurers, of which 4 billion are above Kunlun level, and the rest are above Songhan level. Except for children, 90% of the human beings in the entire solar system are above Taishan level. With the development, all graduates from colleges and universities must be Songhan intermediate level, otherwise they will be considered dropouts. Lei Shiyu's data shocked Sure Hao. The number of Kunlun level masters accounted for too much. However, they did not use the regular materials such as gold wood, water, fire and earth in the silver domain to upgrade. Why is the cultivation effect of the solar system human so good? Sherhow said the data of the silver domain, and the result was that it was completely defeated by the solar system human. It may be related to the education system and the increasing quality of children, especially on planets like Earth and Mars with beautiful environments and perfect rules. Eugenics is very effective. In recent years, some newborns are born at the Songhan level, which is amazing. In addition, we have sorted out all the exercises handed down from ancient Yin country and made modifications according to the perception ability of people at different stages, so that they can start practicing the exercises that best suit them from an early age. 1/5 of the students in the colleges and universities practice Tai Chi Dao as their basic exercises. The two discussed and finally concluded that Earth and Mars are most beneficial to newborns, and the perfect education system and understanding of Yin country culture are the foundation. However, after reaching the Kunlun level, especially when reaching the advanced Kunlun level, many people's cultivation has not made any progress, and there is no Yushu level like you. This is also a problem that has troubled Lei Shiyu for a long time. The purpose of Magding's research on mutant penguins was to find another way to upgrade to the Yushu level, but he was exposed too early and failed. Otherwise, the entire solar system might be under his enslavement. I think this is a good thing. At this time, Shi Wei, who was quietly standing aside, spoke out. Seeing that Sherhow and Lei Shiyu were looking at him in confusion, he continued, I merged the ice attribute material too early, so it is very difficult to upgrade now. This kind of difficulty cannot be felt unless you experience it yourself. The solar system humans can reach the advanced Kunlun level by practicing natural skills, and even reach the bottleneck before breaking through the Yushu level, which shows that their foundation is very solid. In this way, it will be very easy for them to upgrade in a specific environment by borrowing attribute materials. I think Shi Wei is right. Captain, you can find a few people whose cultivation is stagnant, and whose bodies are more fire attributed, and go to Venus. There are many active volcanoes there, and I think they can be used. The mutant penguin that merged with Magating in the magma is probably aware of the benefits of this practice method. Just do it, I go right away. Captain, don't worry, I told Master Mi the key points of practicing internal strength and mind power together. He is going to hold a seminar. I suggest those who have encountered bottlenecks, first practice internal strength to the bottleneck. If you still can't break through, then borrow external force. I feel that the more solid a person's foundation is, the easier his road will be in the future. After summarizing and analyzing the cultivation experience of the people in the silver domain and the solar system, it can be regarded as an unexpected surprise. In the past, Sherhow's cultivation was all figured out by himself, without any experience to follow. Now, human cultivation has gradually become a system, the level division is clearer, and the mystery of cultivation has gradually been revealed. Then what determines a person's height will be his personal understanding and degree of effort. Captain, I can't help with other things. I go home and take a look. Go, Xiao Rui is still living in the military compound in Los Angeles. The former military compound in Los Angeles. All the old houses in the compound were demolished and replaced by an improved 4-in-1 courtyard house in the same style as Mian Yunqing. This improved quadrangle is more open, without the sense of superiority and inferiority brought by the deep courtyard. In the middle of the courtyard is a pond, where groups of red koi swim leisurely. There are willow trees, green plants and bonsai in the courtyard, which reminds Sherhow of an ancient poem. The willow-shaded courtyard occupies the scenery, and the murmuring day is long. The green waves are rising in the small pond, and the two are busy kicking the water. There are only 2 swallows skimming the water, but everything else is just right. Hello? Who are you looking for? A little girl asked timidly when she saw Sherhow standing by the pond admiring the koi. Oh, is this your Shiro's house? Sherhow asked softly, looking at the cute little girl. Ah, who are you? Ah, ancestor, he's back, he's back. The little girl shouted and ran to another courtyard. The little girl was startled, which made Sherhow stunned. He stood there awkwardly, smiling bitterly and shaking his head. Xiaoyu, how many times have I told you not to be rash and crazy? Girls should act like girls. Grandfather, he is back. Xiaoyu jumped up and down, not knowing how to address Sherhow. Who is it? It's the old ancestor, the one with the surname Shi. As soon as Xiaoyu finished speaking, the old ancestor in front of her disappeared. Sherhow had already heard that it was Shi Shirui. Shi Shirui, who appeared in front of him, was already a white-haired old woman, but she was full of energy and spirit, standing there without anger. Dad! She shouted in a slightly trembling voice. Shirhao nodded with a smile on his face, and walked in first. At this time, they were no longer at the age of easily expressing their feelings. Silence is better than words, and everything is in the heart. After the two sat down in the living room, they chatted about family matters. Shirhao learned that after returning to Earth, Su Wuqing and Shi Shirui had 3 more sons, one of whom had the surname Su Wuqing, and 2 of whom had the surname Shi Shirui, leaving the Shi family with descendants. Su Yuan and Ouyang Xiaojia had another son and a daughter. Xiao Yuan has always been brooding over Ouyang Li's affairs. She completely gave up her work and cultivation, and devoted herself to the education of her son and daughter. She said that Ouyang Li's sins were all caused by her, and she would never allow similar situations to happen again. She was in poor health, and her end came early, so she passed away. Before she left, she was still talking about Grandpa, saying that her biggest regret was that she couldn't see you before she died, and apologized to you in person for that bastard Ouyang Li. She firmly believed that her heroic grandfather would not die and would definitely come back. Shi Shirui wiped her tears when she said this, feeling sad and relieved. Wu Cheng is too stupid. No matter how he practices, he can't level up. He is destined to work hard all his life. Before he died, he told me to take care of the affairs of Hausher Group and the descendants. He left before he finished telling me, leaving me alone. Fortunately, Yunshan also came back with us. She is smart and can always keep me company. By the way, is there any news about Xiaoxua and Mickey? She didn't say, but I can see that she has been worried about them. Shirhao talked about Yang Shui and Mickey, and also gave a general account of the situation of the human race in the Silver Domain. I want to be promoted to Kunlun level, and I can do it soon. But I don't want to do it yet. When they see me like this, they are afraid of me, and call me old lady behind my back. I want to use this face to intimidate them. With Ouyang Li's previous experience, Su Wuqing, Shi Shirui, and Su Yuan are particularly strict with their descendants. Benevolence, righteousness, courtesy, wisdom, and trustworthiness, gentleness, courtesy, frugality and modesty are all indispensable. If there are indeed a few people with bad behavior who cannot change, they will be strictly prohibited from practicing and supervised diligently, so that they can live a plain life. Shi Shirui also set up a family rule. All descendants of the Su and Shi families are strictly prohibited from becoming officials or joining the army. She understands that the halo brought by Shirhao is a double-edged sword, which is not something that ordinary people can bear. Chapter 294. Shi Shirui also set up a family rule. All descendants of the Su and Shi families are strictly prohibited from being officials or joining the army. She understood that the halo brought by Shirhao is a double-edged sword, which is not something that ordinary people can bear. With Shirhao's consent, Shi Shirui called back the descendants, who had good character and practiced hard. Shirhao also asked Shi Shirui to call Lin Yunshan over. Here, Shirhao gave them a special lesson and explained his own practice experience, and gave each person a gift, which was prepared by Tianing for Shirhao in advance. I support this family rule of not being an official or leading troops. The Silver Domain is so big, I support you to become a Star Master, a System Master, and a Cloud Master with your own abilities. Do business in the Silver Domain and exchange human goods for money and resources. At that time, I can personally give you some weapons and tools to enhance your strength. What do you think? Yes, everyone answered loudly in unison. These descendants, except for those who are not officials or soldiers, are basically elites from all walks of life, and there are many talents. Shi Shirui is willing to invest in education. After staying at home for 5 days, with the help of Shirhao, Shi Shirui successfully broke through to the Kunlun level. She plans to set up a fund with Lin Yunshan to focus on education-related public welfare, and is not going to leave the solar system to the Silver region. Then, Shirhao and Shirwei visited famous places of interest everywhere. The farmland on the earth where wheat and rice are grown has disappeared, because the current technology can directly synthesize wheat and rice in the factory, which has a good taste and is diversified. Other vegetables, fruits and melons still exist. Factories have basically moved to the moon, and garbage has been transported to Venus. The entire earth is lush and green, with beautiful mountains and rivers, birds singing and flowers blooming. It is beautiful beyond words, safe and peaceful, and far away from disputes. It is undoubtedly a good place to spend the rest of your life. With the rapid increase in the population of the human race in the solar system and the Silver Domain, the housing prices on Earth have become astronomical figures. The seminar organized by Mi Zhenren and Lei Shi will be held in half a month, and will last for 15 days, because many ideas need to be verified on the spot, which takes time. During this period, Lei Shiyu invited Shi Hao to talk about his cultivation experience for 5 hours and systematically explain the human cultivation system. Shi Hao also used his thoughts to assist all participants in practicing for 12 hours on the spot. Everyone has made significant improvements, and several people have achieved small-level breakthroughs on the spot. After discussion and verification, it was finally determined that the practice of internal strength and mind power is feasible, but it needs to be guided in an appropriate way. These methods may be diverse. After the meeting, relevant personnel will study and verify, and then give guidance on the practice of internal strength and mind power. At the meeting, one more thing was finalized. 3 months later, several designated personnel will be sent to Venus to practice with fire-attributed materials and try to break through to the Jade Void level. During these 3 months, they will practice internal strength and telekinesis together to further lay a solid foundation. Half a year later, Lei Shiyu's office in Kyoto City. It's so light now that I have nothing to do, Lei Shiyu said to Shi Hao with a relaxed look. A month ago, the Solar System Representative Conference ended, and a new senior leadership team was elected at the conference. Today, Lei Shiyu has just handed over all his work and relieved himself of the heavy responsibility of the development of the human race in the solar system. His current identity is the 4th elder of the Human Race Elders Council. After Shi Hao came back, Lei Shiyu began to plan for entering the Silver Domain. Resigning from the solar system position was the first step. When do we set off? Lei Shiyu was a little excited and couldn't wait to go to the Silver Domain to broaden his horizons. Be prepared and wait for the right time. What time? The time to permanently open the channel between the solar system and the Silver Domain. Lei Shiyu didn't fully understand what Shi Hao said, but he still prepared the starship and selected personnel as he said, and was always ready to go to the Silver Domain. The day Shi Hao came back, Lei Shiyu had asked the staff to open the system-level telekinetic quantum communication device, and the communication that had been cut off for more than 3,000 years was finally restored. Shi Wei has not broken off contact with Tianying recently. Tianying would summarize the latest news of the Silver Domain and send it to him every day. Although he was on Earth, Shi Hao knew the situation in the Silver Domain very well. During the waiting period, 3 of the 50 people who went to Venus broke through to the Yushu level, and there were a dozen people who were just a little short of that level, but they could not break through. Another half-year passed. One day, Shi Wei hurried to find Shi Hao. General, I got the information. The 300 million troops of the Feather Tribe have begun to gather, and will set out soon. Their target is Canis Major. Canis Major. The Iksha tribe and the indigenous people there are in a stalemate. The Gold Tribe is hiding behind them. Now the Feather Tribe has come. The situation is not good. Notify Lian Wenlong and ask him to transfer 200 million guards from Yunyun Star to the road that the Feather Tribe must pass as quickly as possible. If they can be intercepted within the jurisdiction of the Silver Domain, the passage will be blocked to delay time. If it is too late, then attack the Feather Tribe in Canis Major. Tell him that there are only so many soldiers for the time being. No matter what method is used, the Feather Tribe army must be supported. The reinforcement troops will arrive soon. In terms of fighting and deploying troops, Lian Wenlong is much better than Nikki, so Shi Hao feels more at ease to give this task to Lian Wenlong. General, in this case, there are only 80 million troops left on Yunyun Star. What if the Bat Tribe takes the opportunity to attack? According to the intelligence said back recently, the Gold Tribe and the Feather Tribe are constantly moving, and the Bat Tribe has also stepped up its harassment of Yunyun Star. Even if the 200 million guards are not transferred, they may not be able to withstand the cluster attack of the Bat Tribe. What should we do then? Tell Miki to send a few teams, use the largest mustered space, carry a sufficient number of system-level jump star ships, and wait near the Hunter Seat reception platform. In addition, tell Tianying to arrange for the Silver Domain Joint News to publish the news immediately. If you say so, she will know what to do. After the instructions, Shi Hao immediately came to Lei Shiyu's office. Captain, the time has come. The first batch of 1 billion troops will enter the Silver Region. After entering the Silver Region, these 1 billion will immediately transfer to the already arranged system-level jump starship and rush to the galaxy where Yunyun Star is located. Miki will command to declare war on the Bat Tribe. You will supervise the battle as an elder and fill in the gaps. The second batch of 1 billion will follow me. After all the troops enter the Silver Region, mobilize the human adventurers in the solar system to the Silver Region, especially the Unicorn Constellation, which is our base camp and is very short of people. I will leave a group of people at the reception platform to receive them and send them to Yunyun Star. Lao Wu will send them to the planet they want to go according to their wishes. Hao briefly and neatly explained the plan. Lei Shiyu thought for a while and asked Hao, I remember that the number of personal guards of a race cannot exceed 500 million. So many troops will go there. Will there be any problems? When Lei Shiyu was in the army, he was more cautious and thought carefully about every aspect. At that time, we only had one Minyun Star, and Minyun Star was the headquarters of the human race, so there were 500 million quotas for personal guards. Now, the human race has developed everywhere, and those planets have quotas for personal guards. Depending on the size of the planet, there are as many as 100 million and as few as 10 million. Our 2 billion are still far from enough. Hearing Hao's words, Lei Shiyu was relieved. Where are you going to take the second batch? Besiege Wei to save Zhao. If you are lucky, you may be able to seize the position of a Cloud Master. Without delay, Lei Shiyu did not dare to delay time, and did not ask more questions, and was busy mobilizing troops. A large part of the troops in the solar system are stationed at the edge of the solar system, very close to the Hunter Seat reception platform, and can rush into the Silver Domain on a large scale at any time. Lei Shiyu needs to transfer troops from other nearby areas to make up 2 billion. These soldiers conduct daily training, and conduct large-scale training and actual combat exercises every few months, always maintaining high morale. In terms of combat ships, light, heavy combat ships, and interstellar motherships are all available, equipped with super laser cannons and super electromagnetic cannons of corresponding levels. 10,000 kilometers outside the Hunter Seat reception platform in the Silver Domain, Hao and Lei Shiyu are sitting in the starship, and behind them is a dark mass of various transport ships and combat ships, all waiting for something. Chapter 295. Howzy, how can you be so sure that the Feather Clan will send troops? Just when he was free, Lei Shiyu asked the question in his heart. Before we came back, we studied the direction of the development of the situation in the Silver Domain once the civil strife of the human race was resolved. Li Kun and Ouyang Li were overthrown by Hao as pawns of the Gold Clan. The Gold Clan would definitely not sit idly by and watch the human race grow stronger, so Hao, Wan Guiyong, Wu Yi and some Silver Domain strategic experts discussed this issue. There are various contradictions between all things in the world, and the Silver Domain is no exception. Many things develop around various contradictions. At the beginning, the Gold Clan, the Feather Clan and other races that regarded the human race as a thorn in their eyes all focused their eyes on Hao, and wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. Jin Yuan intercepted and killed Hao, causing him to fall to the Death Star. Everyone subconsciously believed that Hao had been completely eliminated from the Silver Domain and died. When the biggest contradiction of Hao was resolved, they immediately had the energy to deal with the growing human race. Under the impetus of various forces, the human race split and civil strife occurred. If Hao doesn't come back, perhaps the human race under the rule of Li Kun and Ouyang Li will slowly become a vassal of the Jin clan, and then they will gather all forces to the Kirin constellation to annihilate the human race represented by Wan Guiyong. However, for the Jin clan and the Feather clan, their Kirin constellation is not only to annihilate the human race, but also to take the Kirin constellation into their pockets with the mentality of picking peaches. The Jin clan believes that the human race will never make any big waves again, so they began to make arrangements in Canis Major to contain the Ixia clan. Together with the Dark Spirit clan, the Feather clan attacked Mia, thereby disrupting Canis Minor. However, Hao, who had long been dead in their hearts, suddenly appeared and disrupted all their arrangements. The human race successfully suppressed the rebellion and reunited, and hated the direct participants, the Jin and Yu tribes. Although the human race has been very calm so far, all races know that this hatred is irreconcilable. The Jin and Yu tribes also understand this truth. In addition, their younger brothers, the Beast tribe and the Giant Lizard tribe, and the Bat tribe, which has long been marginalized, are afraid that the human race will settle accounts later, and they will definitely not let the human race develop steadily and worry-free. Then, they will definitely take action. Who will be the first to take action? Where is the target? This is unknown. Before Hao came back, a preliminary plan was made, and the whole tribe was prepared for war, with loose outside and tight inside, to respond to changes with the same. After Hao returned to the solar system, the communication between the solar system and the Silver region quickly became normal, and he kept a close eye on the development and changes of the situation in the Silver region every day. I didn't expect the first to come forward would be the Feather clan. Now, it's solved all at once. Is there any difference? The Feather clan blocked the passage for the human race to enter and exit the reception platform. I used to think they were fearless and bullied the weak. Now, I understand that they are purely brainless. What do you mean? According to the intelligence sent back by the Silver region, the Gold clan has been planning in Canis Major for many years. They are not just trying to hinder the Iksha clan, but to eventually swallow up Canis Major. However, the Gold clan has been hiding behind the scenes and has not directly confronted the Iksha clan. In this way, there is still room for maneuver. This time, the Feather clan sent troops, probably because the Dark Spirit clan and the Gold clan set a trap for him. The Dark Spirits and the Gold clan are sure that the human race has just experienced a great chaos and its strength has been greatly reduced, so they are not afraid that when they attack the Iksha clan, the human race will send troops to rescue them. The purpose of the Bat clan's intensified harassment of Minion Star is to contain the human race. And the Dark Spirits are containing Mia and Canis Minor, and the Elves are busy with their own affairs. They will definitely promise to help the Feather clan seize the Kirin constellation, but it is not that simple. When Shirhao said this, his face was full of ridicule for the Feather clan. When Lei Shiyu heard this, he understood. He was also a famous general. He continued, if the Gold clan seizes Canis Major constellation, it will be contained by the Iksha clan, and the Dark Spirit clan will not be able to get away in a short time. But they will instigate the Feather clan to send troops to attack Kirin constellation, and send a few troops to show off. In this way, the war between the Feather clan and the Human clan will fall into a stalemate. These are all masters. The human race should be careful in the future. At this point, Lei Shiyu sighed. Then why don't they attack Kirin directly? Lei Shiyu asked puzzledly. I guess they are unsure. If they attack Kirin, will the Iksha and the Elves send troops at the same time? In addition, there are the Zerg, who have always had a good relationship with the human race. The stone-patterned Bug King behind the Zerg has a good relationship with the Elf race. The human race, which they want to get rid of the most, has become the most delicate existence. They can't be bitten or chewed, he. Shirhao sighed in his heart. They used to have only a few people, but now they can stand shoulder to shoulder with all the races in the Silver domain. They made a very clever move. Given time, it may not be impossible to succeed. Unfortunately, what they don't know is that I returned to the solar system through the secret teleportation array, and you have stockpiled so many special forces in the solar system. I feel relieved that the 3,000 years of suffering were not in vain. Lei Shiyu looked at the direction where the 2 billion troops gathered, his eyes full of relief. A few hours later, Shiwei ran out of the communication room excitedly. Report to the general. Tianing replied that the latest issue of Silver Domain News has been on sale, and the content we arranged is on the front page. Lei Shiyu wondered what the war had to do with Silver Domain News. Shirhao looked at Lei Shiyu with a puzzled look and explained, since I was killed by Jin Yuan, the Domain Master has reiterated the Silver Domain Law and strengthened law enforcement for violators. This issue of Silver Domain News records the details of my pursuit by Jin Yuan. There are also the videos I recorded when the Jin and Yu tribes assassinated Mia, plus the confessions of Li Kun, Ouyangli, and those Jin people who did not have time to evacuate. We must have a legitimate reason and hit the target with one strike. The reason why I say the Yu tribe is brainless is because the Dark Spirit tribe and the Jin tribe understand that. Anyone who tampered with the reception platform and blocked the passage of the new race into the Silver Domain would be beheaded if the crime was serious. The Cloud Lord of the Feather Clan was the one who did it the hardest. They did this a lot in the past, and the Silver Domain law was not enforced so strictly. Therefore, the Feather Clan blatantly attacked the human race at the reception platform. In the Silver Domain Joint Report, a special topic has been opened, and some so-called well-known experts have been invited to discuss the various chaos of the reception platform, and the Hunter Seat reception platform is the focus, with reason, evidence and truth. When we first entered the Silver Domain, I used the Insect News to defeat the Bat Clan. The Dark Spirit Clan and the Gold Clan understood the power relationship here, but they did not remind the Feather Clan. This is like letting us have a direct conflict so that they can reap the benefits. But they didn't expect that we brought the Dark Spirit Clan, the Gold Clan, and the Feather Clan with us. The show is about to begin, Shirhao said this with a sly smile on his face. Now, I, Shiwei, Lin Yi, Wei Jiang, and Zhang Guobing will go to the Hunter Seat reception platform to rescue the human captured by the Feather Clan's Cloud Master on duty, and collect further evidence. Since the time has come, Shirhao immediately arranged the action. Beforehand, after in-depth investigation, the Feather Clan Cloud Master currently on duty at this reception platform is called Yu Guoyan. His overall strength is one level weaker than Mia. He was able to become the Cloud Master mainly because of his direct lineage to the Feather Clan. Nepotism is not the patent of the human race. Lin Yi, Wei Jiang, and Zhang Guobing are the three people who broke through to the Yushu level on Venus. 5 Cloud Master level humans are more than enough to handle this reception platform. Sure Hao and Sure Wei both took camouflage capsules, and the other 3 played their true colors. Captain, after receiving my message, the troops will head to the reception platform. After saying that, Sure Hao took the other 4 people on the starship produced by the solar system to fly to the reception platform. The reception platform was still very busy, with a long queue in front. Sure Hao and his team were prepared to use force when they arrived at the reception platform, so they drove the starship directly to the front. Without suspense, they were stopped, and the soldiers on duty here were also replaced by beastmen. The reception platform will arrange at least 2 forces to guard together, ostensibly for fairness and justice, but in fact, fairness is shit. The beastman was about to activate the military standard telekinesis stick to throw the starship they were riding out. 5 people took the initiative to teleport out of the starship. Sir, we are human, belonging to the race that entered the Silver Domain sequence, you know? My Yan Lord and our Sure clan leader have a good relationship. I heard that humans didn't need to queue up to enter and exit the reception platform before. The speaker was Zhang Wubing. This kid seemed honest and loyal, and he liked to joke around, but he was still a good person, otherwise Sure Hao would not have brought him to the Silver Domain. Speaking these words in the cosmic language, Zhang Wubing looked proud, raised his head, and shook his legs. He was a natural actor. Sir, please be kind. The 5 of us are relatives of Sure clan leader. If you can arrange for us to meet Sure clan leader as soon as possible, there will be benefits. Sure Wei smiled, bent over, and stuffed a purple crystal coin into the hand of the Gold clan member. The Beast clan member changed his mind immediately after hearing these words. He knew how important Sure Hao's relatives were, and he had to catch them. Oh, so you are the relatives of Chief Sure. I am sorry for neglecting you. Wait a minute, I will go and tell them and arrange for you to go in first. The Beast Man was far away, and then began to report to the Feather Tribe Cloud Master Yu Guilian. Not long after, he came back happily. His facial expression was very inconsistent with his whole body. His acting was too fake. The 5 people also pretended not to know, and looked at the Beast Man who came back with expectant eyes. No matter who you are, you have to take the exam when you first come to the reception platform. Although you speak the cosmic language very well, the rules cannot be broken. So I will take you in. The Beastman pointed to his cigar-shaped starship. As soon as he finished speaking, the Beastman teleported Sure Hao and the other 5 people into the starship and flew to the reception platform at the fastest speed. Chapter 296. On the receiving platform, Yu Guilian had already led people to wait in the dark. Before the Beastman starship was completely stable, Sure Hao and his 5 companions were teleported from the starship to the receiving platform. Yu Guilian and his confidants immediately ran over. The telekinetic stick was the best choice for the capture artifact. As they ran, they took out the telekinetic stick and activated it. In this way, Sure Hao and his 5 companions were wrapped in 5 bubbles. Are you Sure Hao's relatives? Yu Guilian asked with a happy face when he saw that the people had been captured. Zhang Guibing nodded with a confused look on his face. You deserve to run into my hands, and I deserve to make a fortune. In order to increase Yu Guilian's enthusiasm, the Yu tribe promised to reward him with a purple crystal coin for every solar system human captured. If the person captured is an important person, the reward may be increased by 10 to 1,000 times depending on the importance of the identity. Take them away, lock them up, and keep a close watch on them. Sure Hao had anticipated this situation when they set out. The 5 people were either stunned or very frustrated. Zhang Guibing kept begging for mercy, saying, Sir, you must have made a mistake. This is our first time in the Silver region. What crime have we committed? What crime? The crime is that you are human beings, and you came from the solar system. Our clan leader told me to catch anyone I see and completely cut off the passage for humans to enter and exit the Silver region, so that you won't be able to survive. What's the matter? If you don't accept it, go ahead and bite me. Yu Guilian shouted at Zhang Guibing in a rather arrogant manner. After saying this, Yu Guilian's people did not stop and soon came to the back of the reception platform, in front of a remote large house. The whole house had only one door, and all the surroundings were sealed. Are we there? Zhang Guibing looked at the situation and asked. Ah, we are here. You really want me to send you to Mianyun Star? That's not necessary. You just asked me to bite you? When he said this, the bubble that wrapped Zhang Guibing broke. He stood beside Yu Guilian and asked. You. Catch him, a bunch of trash. Yu Guilian was surprised, but he reacted quickly and shouted to his men. I'm afraid that biting you will dirty my mouth, so take my punch. As he spoke, Yu Guilian was hit in the face and flew out, and he was completely confused. Before he flew far, Sherway teleported over and pulled him back. What is this place? Ugolian was dizzy and hadn't recovered yet. Before he could say anything, a chill penetrated his bones, and he knew he was in trouble. The place where humans are imprisoned. Did your clan leader instruct you to catch him? Sherway's telekinesis continued to increase, and the chill became heavier. Yes, it was Yulingnian, the leader of the Feather Clan, who asked me to do it. Don't kill me. This guy is very spineless. He easily sold out his leader. Did you record it? Sherway asked Lin Yi and Wei Jiang next to him. Yes, I recorded it. There are close-ups of the front and side. The recording is very clear. Lin Yi and Wei Jiang are wearing the latest holographic bracelets. Video and audio can be synchronized through the eyes. Sherway controlled Ugolian, and Sherhao led the other three into the dark room. After the telekinesis activated the lights, they saw that it was full of humans. A rough count showed that there were about 10,000 people. Sherway, Lin Yi, Wei Jiang controlled the entrance of the reception platform. Captain, the troops can set out. When Lei Shiyu heard Sherhao's words, he waved his hand and said, let's go. The human starships, in a mighty and long line, entered the silver domain in an orderly manner, passing through the receiving platform and heading towards Mianyun Star. There, the system-level jump starship sent by Miki was already waiting there. On a giant planet in the core of the silver domain. The Stoneworm King was saying, Master, this is today's silver domain joint report. The human race has exposed everything, and attached conclusive evidence. Sherhao is getting better and better at this. The old voice said jokingly. These evidences include evidence that the Dark Spirit Clan colluded with the Gold Clan and the Feather Clan to assassinate Mia. How should we deal with it? I'm not the head of the Elf Clan. It's not my turn to worry about this. We can just watch the show. The old voice sounded faintly. The human race has sent 200 million troops to Canis Major, and it seems that they are going to go to war with the Feather Clan. In addition, the human race has sent 2 billion troops from the solar system to the Silver region, of which 1 billion are gradually heading to the galaxy where Mianyun Star is located. The other 1 billion, led by Sherhao, have not yet moved. Master, isn't it a bit too early for the human race to start a war now? Should we? The Stone Pattern Insect King stopped talking here, waiting for the owner of the old voice to speak. I didn't expect that the solar system has been closed for more than 3,000 years, but it has given Sherhao an unexpected surprise. This chess game is alive. Don't worry about them. Let them solve it themselves. I'm afraid. There's nothing to be afraid of. Sherhao is not a reckless person. On the one hand, he is helping Yifeng out of siege, which is a friendship. The 1 billion troops that will rush to Mianyun Star immediately can eliminate the threat of the Bat Clan, but I don't know how determined they can be. There are still 1 billion. The owner of the old voice paused, tapped the armrest of the seat with his fingers, and then said softly, it seems that the Feather Clan has been calculated by him. At the very least, the 1 billion troops can get back to the position of a Cloud Lord. If I had the wisdom of the human race, I would not be so passive. Master, who in the Silver Domain can compare with you? You can't say that. Although I am not so stupid now, I really lost a lot of opportunities at the beginning. Let them go. The human race must use a battle to justify themselves. Mianyun Star Satellite, the command room of the Human Guard Corps. Mickey stood in front of a huge holographic image, which showed the galaxy map where the entire Mianyun Star was located. Many bright spots on it represent various types of battleships. In addition, there are some close-ups of some areas. The Bat people are densely flying in the void, surrounding Mianyun Star like an iron barrel. At this time, the 1 billion troops that had just entered the Silver region from the solar system had all arrived at the designated location of the Mianyun Galaxy and were on standby. All armies, listen to the order. According to the plan, the anti-aircraft laser cannons of Mianyun Star and Mianyun Star satellites are fully opened, and the Bat people who are besieging Mianyun Star are shot in bursts. The 5th Regiment of the Mianyun Star Guards, attack immediately, target the Bat people's transport ships, and the combat ships approaching Mianyun Star. Sun Team 1 to Sun Team 3, mobilize all heavy electromagnetic railguns to carry out saturation strikes on Bat Star, and wipe out all targets on Bat Star. Sun Team 4 to Sun Team 6, intercept the Bat people's starships that are heading to Mianyun Star. Sun Team 7 to Sun Team 9, mobilize all starship motherships to hunt down the Bat people outside Mianyun Star. Solar Team 10, as a reserve on standby. The first war of the human race entering the Silver Domain kicked off, with the target being the first hostile race of the human race, the Bat Clan. The entire galaxy where Mianyun Star is located has a total of 10 planets, One is a dwarf red star, Mianyun star, Bat star, and another planet with harsh conditions. Now, this small galaxy has become a battlefield. Li Kun is more afraid of death, so he built the air defense system of Mianyun star and Mianyun star satellite to be particularly strong, and the entire Mianyun star is covered with laser turrets. These turrets are located on the surface of Mianyun star, so they are very large. Each turret is powered by a nuclear fusion reactor, which is said to be able to destroy the most advanced battleship of the Jin clan at present, but the Jin clan has always denied this statement. At this moment, Mianyun star is like a hedgehog, with dense lasers shooting at the Bat clan people in the void, giving people the feeling of using cannons to hit mosquitoes. Billions of Bat clan people went forward one after another, and the scene was very spectacular. The electromagnetic railgun has a poor effect on single, smaller targets, but after the planet's gravity, it becomes a killer. The entire Bat star was surrounded by human warships. After 3 rounds of saturation attacks, the surface of the Bat star was like it had been plowed, and all the Bat clan buildings and Bat clan people disappeared. After completing the target, the human teams 1 to 3 turned around and used shipborne laser cannons to attack from behind the Bat clan starship. The Bat clan used the Gold clan starship, but they had superstition about God and believed in the poison refined by their own race, and did not spend much time to familiarize themselves with the operation of the warship. As a result, these powerful warships sponsored by the Gold clan set off fireworks one by one under the siege of countless flexible human warships. After more than 3,000 years of development, the number of micro-battleships on the human starship mothership has reached tens of thousands, making it a huge and fast-moving space fortress. Those Bat people have become living targets, and their bodies are increasing, floating in the void. Sure Hao was on the reception platform, looking at the battle reports sent by Miki, and he was shocked and sweating. If it was according to the original deployment, if there were no special troops stationed by Lei Shiyu, the human race might be forced to flee by the Bat people. The original deployment was to let Sure Hao, Sure Wei, and other strong people with high telekinesis levels use their thoughts to imprison or control the Bat people attacking Mianyun star, slow down the Bat people's attack speed, and then eat away and eliminate them bit by bit. Seeing the war scene in reality, Sure Hao found that he was still too simple and optimistic. Fortunately, the human race has its own help. The attack on the Bat people was initiated by Mickey's command after Lei Shiyu arrived with his troops, which was also a surprise attack on the Bat people. At this time, Liang Wenlong was confronting the Feather Clan troops, and the two sides were on the verge of war. The Feather Clan was led by an elder and a general. Just when the stalemate was at its climax, a Feather Clan communication soldier came to the command ship and sent the news that the human race had completely wiped out the Bat clan. What? The human race has 1 billion troops from nowhere? Yes, the Bat clan is vulnerable. If we go to war with Liang Wenlong's troops here, it will probably not take long for the human race's reinforcements to arrive. So we just withdraw like this? I don't think we can start a fight blindly. I asked the clan leader first. The Feather Clan elder immediately began to contact the Feather Clan headquarters. After the communication, the elder's face became more gloomy, saying, "The human race still has 1 billion troops at the Hunter Seat reception platform. Yu Guilian was captured, and the Cloud Lord badge was taken away. Sure Hao caught our handle, and asked us to give up 2 more Cloud Lord positions. In addition to Yu Guilian's, he asked for 3 nebulae. He also threatened that if we didn't agree, it would not be solved by 3 nebulae. He, a low-sequence race on a yellow-level planet, dared to threaten us. We are not afraid of just the human race. However, the elves have also spoken, asking the Feather Tribe to give an explanation for the assassination of Mia and give compensation. The elves also issued the same ultimatum to the Dark Spirits and the Gold Tribe. The Iksha Tribe also issued an ultimatum to us and the Gold Tribe, saying that the Iksha Tribe will remember the warm hospitality of the Feather Tribe and the Gold Tribe. Alas, to sum it up with a popular saying of the human race, we didn't eat mutton, but got into trouble. Chapter 297. Feather Tribe Headquarters. Chief, are we going to fight or not? An elder beside him asked anxiously. The elves have spoken, but the Dark Spirits and Gold Tribes have been cowards until now, not daring to fight back. Yuling and you, the chief, have disappointed us so much. The chief elder of the Feather Tribe was very dissatisfied. As things had developed to this point, everyone could see that the Feather Tribe had gained the least benefits, but was in the deepest trouble. Calm elder, calm down. I was not thoughtful enough. What do you think we should do next? The elders' councils of the various tribes in the Silver Domain generally did not interfere with the decisions of the chiefs, but if the chiefs made major mistakes, the elders' council had the power to remove them. Yuling Mian had to respectfully smile to the chief elder. Do you still need to think about it? Withdraw the troops? As for compensation, let's see what happens. The great elder of the Feather Tribe was also very unwilling. Yuling Mian must report the decision of the Feather Tribe to the Elders' Council. If it succeeds, everyone will be happy. If it fails, someone has to take the blame, and Yuling Mian is the one who takes the blame. Seeing that the great elder had spoken, Yuling Mian winked at his subordinates, and they immediately went out to contact the band troops that were confronting Liang Wenlong. Liang Wenlong received the news and was stunned. He was prepared to fight to the death, but he didn't expect the Feather Tribe troops to retreat without a fight. The Feather Tribe is too cowardly, retreating just like that. Shi Hao was also a little surprised when he heard Liang Wenlong's report, and he had a better understanding of the Feather Tribe. You retreated so smoothly, but you didn't mention compensation. Since you want to be arrogant, don't blame me for being rude. Shi Hao stood up and prepared to move forward with the next plan. He first arranged for Liang Wenlong to go deep into Canis Major and harass the indigenous race, who were fighting against the Yiksha from behind. Zhang Guobing, you wear this Cloud Lord badge, and then use your mind to communicate and put your own mark on it. Then stay at the reception platform to guard Yugla Company and provide good service. All small races passing by must be pulled to the human race. General, make sure to complete the task. If he doesn't make a move, then it's fine. Since he has made a move, Shi Hao is ready to firmly grasp the reception platform in his own hands. Zhang Guobing sat cross-legged on the ground, holding the Cloud Lord badge tightly in his right hand, and then he felt a great suction force, unscrupulously extracting the mental power in his body. During this process, Zhang Guobing's thoughts seemed to have a chemical reaction with a nebula far away from here. The whole process lasted for more than a minute, but Zhang Guobing's mental power was almost drained, and a strong sense of weakness came over him. The strength of the Cloud Lord is at least the Jade Void level, which is equivalent to the purple level of the Silver Domain. It makes sense, otherwise he can't even pass the level of integrating the Cloud Lord badge. At this time, Zhang Guobing's thoughts had already formed 1,000 connections with the nebula, which was very subtle. According to Yu Guoyin, he was the Cloud Master of the Aowan Nebula, located on the edge of the Hunter constellation. While he was sent here to guard, he remotely controlled his subordinates to manage the Aowan Nebula. In the Silver Domain, each System Master, Cloud Master, Seed Master, and even the main god has a corresponding badge, and it is unique. Generally, it is managed and allocated by their superiors. For example, the Cloud Master badge is generally issued by the Seed Master. According to the rules, Yu Guoyin's Cloud Master status must be deprived by the Seed Master. However, in order to ensure that the combat power of the Cloud Masters under their command is strong enough, many Seed Masters allow competition for the position of Cloud Master. Some more radical Seed Masters only recognize badges and not people. If you have the ability, you kill the original Cloud Master and take it as your own. There is an exception. If a powerful person of a high-level race wants to place his own people as the Cloud Master, then the Seed Master will spread the word and personally protect them. Even if the Cloud Master is killed, the Seed Master will not recognize it. The law of the jungle and survival of the fittest is everywhere in the Silver Domain. On yellow-level planets, low-sequence races are not allowed to enter high-level planets according to regulations. There is an exception, that is, if you become a System Master or Cloud Master, if there are high-level planets in the area under the jurisdiction of the System Master or Cloud Master, then the Cloud Master will obtain the qualification to enter the corresponding level of planet. For example, Zhang Guobing holds the Cloud Master badge of L1 Nebula. The highest level of L1 Nebula is a red-level planet, so Zhang Guobing can lead the personal guard to land on other red-level planets. There are cases where low-sequence races become Cloud Masters, but they are definitely not many, and the comprehensive combat power is there. Even if they become, they can be easily killed. There is a strange Seed Master in the Hunter seat, who is a Zerg, but no one dares to touch him. On the one hand, it is because of his identity as the stone-patterned Bug King, and on the other hand, the main god who governs the Hunter seat has also spoken. Shi Hao dared to directly deprive Yu Guoyin of his Cloud Lord badge, relying on the fact that the seat owner was a Zerg, or more precisely, a Zerg stone-patterned worm. Shi Hao left a group of experts to Zhang Guobing to guard the reception platform, and then commanded the army to march out in a mighty force. There are a total of 48 Cloud Lords in the Hunter seat. Because the seat owner is a Zerg, among these Cloud Lords, the Elf Clan, the Yiksha Clan, the Gold Clan, the Feather Clan, the Beast Clan, the Stone Clan, and the Zerg Clan all have their share, except for the Dark Spirit Clan. Among them, there are 8 from the Gold Clan, 6 from the Feather Clan, 11 from the Iksha clan, 17 from the Elf clan, 4 from the Zerg clan, and 1 each from the Stone clan and the Beast clan. Sherhao's target this time is the leader of the Feather clan, Yun, who is closest to the reception platform. Along the way, Sherhao did not hide the whereabouts of his army at all, and was very ostentatious. Feather clan headquarters. Sherhao is blatantly forcing the Emperor to abdicate. We have already made concessions, so don't go too far. The great elder of the Feather clan said angrily. Should we also send troops there? You go to negotiate with Lien Yun, the leader of the Hunter clan, and ask him to come forward and tell the human race to restrain themselves, otherwise it will be bad for everyone. The surname of the stone-patterned insect is Lien, and the king of the stone-patterned insect is Lien Ming. The leader of the Hunter clan is his direct descendant, named Lien Yun. It was intentional to arrange Lien Yun as the leader of the Hunter clan. If Sherhao saw the performance of the great elder of the Feather clan, he would definitely shake his head repeatedly. It has already started a fight, and he is still afraid that it will be bad. In addition, the intelligence of the Feather clan is too backward or the idea is too naive, and it actually ignores the friendship between the human race and the insect race. Let the other 4 Cloud Masters send troops to support Onfeng Nebula to deter the human race and prevent them from making rash moves. In addition, arrange for all the Feather Tribe members in Awan Nebula to evacuate and leave nothing valuable behind. The great elder of the Feather Tribe thought about it and decided to save face. He would not send extra troops into the Hunter constellation, but he had to show his strength. The vanguard of the human race was targeting Onfeng Nebula, so he made such an arrangement. However, what they didn't know was that Sherhao and Lin Yi quietly left the main force with 100 million elite troops. In the void of a galaxy in the Nida Nebula of the Hunter constellation, Cloud Lord Yu was leading 150 million troops to Onfeng Nebula, and suddenly found something wrong, so he immediately ordered the troops to slow down. But it was too late, and they flew into the human encirclement. It is unrealistic to want so many starships to jump away at the same time. The distance between the starships is too close, which may cause turbulence in the void, or even tear the void and be swallowed directly. Before they could react, the human race had already opened fire first. Sherhao adopted the tactics of segmentation and encirclement. Marching in the void, the entire fleet was a long line, and the beginning and end were not visible. The command ship was first segmented and surrounded, and the fleet leader behind saw that the fight had started, and began to blindly accelerate towards the exchange of fire, and the scene was very chaotic. The human race troops fought and ran, and then came back while running, and then ran again after the backstab. In this way, the Yu clan starship leader began to chase in all directions under the lure of the human starship. Sherhao and Lin Yi's target was Yu's Cloud Master badge. Yu and the fleet were surrounded by several times the human starships, and they fired continuously. Although the human starships were low in power, they relied on the ant tactics to smash Yu's command ship into pieces. Yunju, please hand over the badge, I can let you go. Sherhao timely sent a message to Yu with his mind. Who are you? Sherhao. Ah, aren't you going to attack Onfeng Nebula? Alas, I really don't understand how your Yu clan got to the position of a high-level race. Without the Yunju badge, can we attack the Yunju mansion? That's a red-level planet, big brother. Have you heard of the tactic of besieging a point and attacking the reinforcements? Come and keep me company, I can let your troops go. Sherhao didn't want to kill indiscriminately, after all, it wasn't to the point of life and death. Yu looked at the Yu clan troops being led by the nose on the radar, and felt the 2 super-strong telekinesis that had been locking on him. He shook his head, and reluctantly boarded Sherhao's starship. The Yu clan has been at ease for too long. From top to bottom, there is no high morale and unyielding spirit, let alone the spirit of dying. Sherhao played with the Cloud Lord badge handed over by Yu, threw it to Lin Yi, and said, You will be the Cloud Lord of Nida in the future. Master Yu, please tell me that it will take 5 nebulae to deal with me, Sherhao. Chapter 298. Feather Clan Headquarters. Asshole, ever since the confrontation with the human race, the Great Elder has been in a state of rampage. Yu Lingmian took the blame for the previous incident, but what about now? The despicable and shameless human race dare not fight openly and squarely, but plays dirty tricks behind the scenes. The thinking circuits of the Feather Clan are indeed different from those of the human race, which is a bit like the ancient dual culture of the European Union on Earth. However, the military tactics of the ancestors of the Yin Kingdom have taught us that war is the way of deception. Different races, different cultures, different thinking, but these thinking patterns can kill people. Great Elder, Sherhao asked you to pass on another message. The man reported hesitantly with a difficult expression on his face. said. The Dark Spirit Clan and the Gold Clan use you as guns, and you don't know it yet. Are you really stupid? The Feather Clan members present didn't know what stupid meant, but they knew that it was definitely not a good thing. Are you trying to alienate us from the Dark Spirit Clan and the Gold Clan? Yuling Mian was very angry when he heard this, because the Dark Spirit Clan and the Gold Clan secretly helped him a lot to become the leader of the Yu Clan. In addition, the Gold Clan also had a handle on them, because Yuling Mian had used the Gold Clan to eliminate his strongest competitor. Isn't it? Did you hear that? The Great Elder said that Shi Hao was alienating us. I think Shi Hao is right. The Great Elder was not a stupid person, but he was unwilling to face the facts because of his face and the arrogance of the superior race. Yuling Mian was so angry that he simply stopped defending the Dark Spirit Clan and the Gold Clan, essentially defending himself. Tell you that we agreed to withdraw all the Cloud Lords from the Hunter seat, and give them all to the human race to show our regret. The last layer of window paper was broken, and the Great Elder of the Feather Clan simply gave up the Hunter seat, leaving only one Cloud Lord. If he was not swallowed by the human race, he would be swallowed by other races. It would be better to be single and give all to the human race, so as to ease the conflict between the two races. After hearing what you said, Shi Hao directly contacted Wei Jiang and asked him to collect all the badges of the other 4 Feather Clan Cloud Lords, and then let the Feather Clan go. You can leave too. Since you have shown your sincerity, I am also sincere. I hope that our 2 tribes will not fight against each other in the future. Shi Hao said this to you sincerely. War is not what the human race desires. Also, tell your Great Elder and clan leader to stay away from the Dark Spirit Clan and the Gold Clan, otherwise you will be gnawed to the bone by them. Yu was thoughtful, bowed to Shi Hao, and left silently. After more than 10 hours, Wei Jiang reported that everything was done, and the Feather Tribe had already started to evacuate the Hunter seat. Shi Hao arranged for Wei Jiang to directly become the Cloud Lord of Anfeng Nebula. At this time, Shi Hao realized that the human race had too few high-end combat forces. The Cloud Lord had to be at least at the Yushu level. The 3 people he brought had 1 position each, and the remaining 3 Cloud Lords had not yet been settled. Issue an announcement. From today on, all the human race masters who break through to the Yushu level, the top 3, will be rewarded with a Cloud Lord badge and command a Cloud Lord. Shi Hao explained to Tianning. Shi Hao left 100 million troops to Lin Yi and asked him to take over the Nida Nebula. Wei Jiang left 100 million troops, and the rest of the troops were all stationed on Minyun Star. He and Tianning took a starship to Minyun Star. As soon as he sat down at the headquarters of the Minyun Star human race, Tianning came in excitedly and said, Boss Shi Dian has broken through to the Jade Void level. He entered the Silver Domain as an adventurer. Shi Dian is the 27th great-grandson of Shi Hao, with extremely high comprehension and cultivation talent. He has been practicing for a much shorter time than Lin Yi, Wei Jiang and Zhang Gubing, and has great potential. Since he has broken through, let's follow the rules. Let him come here to get a Cloud Lord badge, and lead the troops to receive it. Wei Jiang left 1 piece, and there are 3 pieces left, which will be brought over by the army rushing to Minyun Star. As he approached, Shi Hao came to the conference room and prepared to hold a holographic image meeting. The members of the Elders' Council and Wang Ping and Laura were waiting there. To make a long story short, let's discuss the next plan. As soon as Shi Hao sat down, he pointed out the theme of the meeting without any politeness. Let me talk about the situation first. Wang Ping is the chairman, and this kind of work is obviously for him to do. According to the feedback from the elves, we don't need to consider the dark spirits, they will be the ones to contain them. The Feather Clan, after a set of combined punches from the Great Elder, fully realized the harm of being enemies with the human race, compensated us with 6 Cloud Lord badges, and took the initiative to withdraw troops, avoiding a war with the human race, and finally did not make a big mistake. For the Feather Clan, our opinion is to keep an eye on their movements, but not to waste too much energy. The Wei Wang Ping mentioned refers to the opinions of the Human Clan Committee, and there are many think tanks under the committee, such as military experts, economic experts, etc. I agree, but we must not take it lightly, and leave the Feather Clan alone. Strengthen the infiltration and intelligence collection efforts on the Feather Clan. Wang Guiyong further emphasized. Although everyone expressed their opinions, and agreed to the plan for the Feather Tribe. How is Wenlong doing in Canis Major? Because he led a small number of troops, he could not launch a large-scale battle with the indigenous races, so he divided the troops into a large group, launched harassment from different directions, adopted guerrilla tactics, and firmly implemented the 16-character policy of retreating when the enemy advances, harassing when the enemy stays, attacking when the enemy is tired, and pursuing when the enemy retreats. Originally, the Yaksha tribe and the indigenous races supported by the Jin tribe tied and were in a stalemate. After Wenlong's guerrilla warfare was launched, the indigenous races were beaten back step by step. It won't be long before the Yaksha tribe will launch a decisive battle and defeat the indigenous race in one fell swoop. The situation in Canis Major is very delicate. Just like a balanced scale, a feather is enough to change the situation. The feather tribe did not send many soldiers, and the human tribe did not send many soldiers either, but they could fully play the role of feathers. Very good, the decisive battle is imminent. Beware of the desperate, ask Wenlong to be more cautious, and send a group of cadres with high military literacy to assist Wenlong. He left too hastily, and there may not be enough manpower. Okay, I will arrange it as soon as possible, Wang Ping replied. Has the Jin tribe made any moves recently? Except for supporting the indigenous races and the Yaksha tribe in the Canis Major constellation, other areas are very calm. They may be waiting for us to make a move. The Jin tribe is different from the Yu tribe, with high IQ, advanced technology, and bad. Since they are not moving, we should also act calm, but we can't stop planning. The human race did not publicly demand compensation from the Jin tribe, and did not make any harsh words, which means that the conflict between the two tribes is too big. Unlike the human race and the Yu tribe, 6 Cloud Master badges can be exchanged for peace. First of all, I urgently need high-end combat power, Yushu level masters. My goal is to get all 8 Cloud Master badges of the Golden Clan Hunter seat, and also get the Cloud Master badge of the Beast Clan. The Golden Clan will be killed without mercy. The Feather Clan can be let go, but the Golden Clan will never be. The deep hatred cannot be settled without bloodshed, and it must be a river of blood. Therefore, Shirhao's goal is to kill all the Cloud Masters of the Golden Clan in the Hunter seat, and seize the Cloud Master badge. Relying on our human race alone, the chances of winning are not great, so we will immediately contact the Yaksha clan and the Elf clan to start planning for the 8 nebulae of the Golden Clan in the Hunter seat. When Yifeng starts the decisive battle in Canis Major, it is time for us to launch an attack on the Golden Clan. I want to let the Golden Clan know that the human race is not something they can touch, and the human race will avenge any grudges. Kill the 8 Cloud Masters first, and then ask for compensation. If you don't agree, we will continue the war. I don't know if anyone has any objections. Shirhao looked at everyone with a fiery and determined look. I agree. I agree. Blood debt must be paid with blood. Chapter 299. The Dark Spirit Clan headquarters on a red-level planet. Chief, the Bat Tribe members near Minyan Star have been completely wiped out, and the Bat Star has been almost destroyed. The human race has solved the biggest hidden danger around them. Oh, didn't Jean Shirkwai say it was foolproof? The Bat Tribe can take down Minyan Star with the human wave tactic. And Fan didn't react much to the annihilation of the Bat Tribe members. He didn't have much hope for this move in the first place. If the Bat Tribe had the ability, they wouldn't have been eliminated from the sequence. Shirhao returned to the solar system at some point, and brought 2 billion human troops into the Silver Domain. 1 billion troops wiped out all the Bat Tribe members who attacked Minyan Star. There are still 1 billion troops, which caused the Feather Tribe to suffer a great loss. Oh! The human race dared to take the initiative to attack the Feather Tribe? The Feather Tribe encountered Lian Wenlong of the human race in Canis Major, and retreated without a fight. In addition, Shirhao led a 1 billion army to surround the nebula belonging to the Feather Tribe in Hunter Constellation, and threatened the Feather Tribe to pay compensation. The Feather Tribe compensated all 6 nebulae in Hunter Constellation to the human race. When the Feather Tribe had problems, and Fan could no longer remain calm. The look of Yuling Mian, who was confident at the time, was still vivid in his mind. Now it was too ridiculous to think about it. The Feather Tribe is considered a mid to high level race. I wanted to take this opportunity to let them stir up trouble, and contain the Yaksha tribe and the human race, but I didn't expect them to be so useless. And Fan said helplessly. He understood that the original balance of the situation was broken by the retreat of the Feather Tribe, and they became the most passive party. With the accumulation of their ancestors, the Feather Clan has been living an easy and comfortable life, pursuing pleasure. They have long lost their enterprising spirit. It is not surprising that they are afraid of war and cowardly. But it is too spineless to give in so easily and compensate the human race. The deputy chief of the Dark Spirit Clan saw through it very clearly, and echoed from the side. The human race is like the catfish, they said, and has begun to stir up trouble in the Silver Domain. The Feather Tribe, this pig-like opponent, has sounded the alarm for us. There are many such people among our dark spirits, and we must pay attention to them. For hundreds of thousands of years, Silver Domain calendar, the various races in the Silver Domain have lived in peace. The peaceful era has lasted too long. When Anfan said these words, his eyes were full of solemnity. Announce that the whole tribe has entered a state of preparation for war, replace new equipment for the troops, and speed up training. The Silver Domain will not be peaceful in the near future. In addition, pay more attention to the movements of other tribes, and send people to assist the Gold Tribe, the Beast Tribe, and the Giant Lizard Tribe, but act secretly and keep it secret. Looking closely at the current situation, the Feather Tribe has basically become a neutral race with this retreat, and the Stone Tribe is also neutral. From the performance of the Zerg after the human race entered the Silver Domain, Anfan classified him as a human camp in his heart, as well as the Elves and the Iksha tribe. He also understood that the Zerg and the Beast should be on par. The Iksha and the Gold can compete, and the Dark Spirit and the Elf have always been old enemies, with a superficial but not a real heart. The leaders of both tribes understand that war between the two tribes is inevitable. It is just a matter of time. As for the Giant Lizard and the human race, there is no comparison at all. Although the Giant Lizard population is larger than that of the human race, judging from the performance of the human race, the Giant Lizard and the human race do not have much chance of winning. Moreover, the cultivation system of the human race, the technological development of the human race, and the mature civilization system of the human race are all superior, and they can fight against the Gold race in time. The Dark Spirit, the Elf, and the Gold race all understand this truth, so the Gold race spares no effort to attack the human race. The Dark Spirit also understands it, so it tries its best to destroy the constellation development plan of the human race, the Elf, and the Iksha. The headquarters of the Jin clan on a red-level planet. Jin Shirkwai was throwing things in anger. He had received news that the Bat tribe who attacked Nyenyun Star were annihilated. The Jin clan devoted a lot of effort to the Bat tribe, with the purpose of allowing the Bat tribe to contain the human race on Nyenyun Star, which was right beside the human race. When Li Kun was in power, the Jin clan did not support the Bat tribe, and the purpose was also to deter Li Kun and Ouyangli. Unexpectedly, decades of planning were destroyed in one day. What made him most angry was that the Feather tribe retreated without fighting and surrendered to the human race without fighting. He and the Feather tribe leader Yulingnian were like conjoined twins, almost inseparable, and Yulingnian only followed Jin Shirkwai's lead. Whether it was out of public interest to win over allies, or out of selfishness to make Yulingnian obediently serve as his follower, Jin Shirkwai usually helped Yulingnian a lot, including helping him kill people and rob goods, consolidating his power, etc. Jin Shirkwai had more confidence in the Feather clan than the Bat clan. He was worried that the Bat clan would fail due to its weak combat power, which has now become a reality. He thought that Yulingnian had become his brother and younger brother, the kind who would stick a knife in his ribs, but Yulingnian gave him a surprise that he could not afford. After hearing the report about the Feather clan, Jin Shirkwai contacted Yulingnian as soon as possible, but the Feather clan responded coldly. Yulingnian has been dismissed from the position of patriarch and is under investigation by the Council of Elders. There is nothing else to say. After hearing what Shirhao said back, the chief elder of the Feather clan reflected on the current situation of the Feather clan. For a long time, the Council of Elders has received a lot of negative evidence about Yulingnian. Recently, some members of the Yu tribe, who were worried about the future of the Yu tribe, found evidence that Yulingnian killed their own people, which made the Council of Elders make up their minds to investigate Yulingnian. After Jin Shirkwai heard the reply from the Feather clan, he realized that Yulingnian had lost power, so he gave up hope for the Feather clan. At present, the Jin clan can no longer easily withdraw from the war between the indigenous races and the Iksha clan in Canis Major. After the Feather clan withdrew, the human clan sent troops to intervene in the war, and the Jin clan had to continue to increase its support for Canis Major. The human clan's elusive fighting style caused headaches for the indigenous races and the Jin clan in Canis Major. War has always been a waste of money and labor. If a race can be won in the short term, it will greatly enhance the cohesion of a race. If it falls into the quagmire of a protracted war, the entire race will be dragged down, exacerbating the outbreak of various contradictions. Jin Shirkwai and the Jin clan can already be described as overwhelmed. A giant planet in the core of the Silver Domain. Sherwin, did you see that? The seemingly huge Feather clan has. In the words of the human race, it has become a rotten rag inside. How can the Silver Domain develop with such a race? How can they fight for the Silver Domain? Yes, fortunately the human race showed up in time. The performance of the Feather clan this time was really shocking. They didn't even have the courage to fight, and just retreated. The decline of the Feather clan is inevitable. War is a bit of history for the stone-patterned insect king and his master, but it is not unfamiliar at all. They thought that even if the Feather Clan and the Human Clan could not fight a big scene that shocked the world and made ghosts weep, at least they could collide with some sparks. Unfortunately, the Feather Clan disappointed them. What should we do next? The human race is already in a state of affairs, let it go. As for the other races, they have all woken up, so let them accept their fate. On a green-level planet in the Onfeng Nebula ruled by Wei Jiang. The gift that our tribe leader Shi brought to the noble tribe leader is not a gift of respect. Inside a dark room, Lao He was almost invisible, handing a delicate golden box to the Yiksha envoy opposite. Thank you for the noble support for Canis Major. We will be responsible for taking the 2 nebulae belonging to the Hunter Gold tribe, and our tribe leader promised to give one of the nebulae to the human race as a thank you gift. Same room, same words, but this time it was the elf tribe envoy. Lao He also gave a delicate golden box. Our tribe leader said that the elves are responsible for taking the 4 gold tribe cloud master badges, all of which will be handed over to the human race, and you will keep them for Mia Cloud Master. The elf tribe leader knew about Mia and Shi Hao, and giving the Cloud Master badge to Mia was equivalent to giving it to Shi Hao. Chapter 300. The Hunter Gold clan has 8 Cloud Masters, controlling 8 nebulae. After the human race exposed the dirty things the Gold Clan did to the human race in the Silver Domain news, the Gold Clan has not made any explanation. The Gold Clan looks down on the human race from the bottom of their hearts, so they will not take the initiative to lower their posture to explain anything, and put on a disdainful look, just short of saying that if you don't accept it, come and bite me. When Shi Hao led his troops to besiege the nebulae under the jurisdiction of the Feather Clan, the Gold Clan was dissatisfied with the Feather Clan's retreat without a fight, so they had no intention of helping the Feather Clan at all. They just reminded the Cloud Masters of the Gold Clan to be more cautious against the human race and support each other more. The overall strength of the Gold Clan is not bad, which can be compared with the Feather Clan. Shi Hao knew it well, so he did not rush to attack, and quietly set up the game. Lao He was sent by him. The gifts received by the chiefs of the Elf Clan and the Yiksha Clan were the same. Each golden box contained 100 high-grade mustard stones the size of rice grains. After investigation, this kind of mustard stone also exists in the Silver Domain, but it is very rare and belongs to a strategic resource that may not be bought with money. The 2 clan leaders thought that the human race could not produce anything very good, but after seeing the real thing, they both looked up to Shi Hao and the human race. Boss Shi, the news just came from Canis Major that the Golden Clan openly sent 500 million troops to enter, and began to publicly support the indigenous race of Canis Major. Young Master Yifeng wants to talk to you. Hearing Tian Ying's words, Shi Hao came to the conference room, and Yifeng's holographic image was just connected. The elegant and bookish Yifeng disappeared, replaced by a majestic general wearing dark gray armor, with slightly messy hair, but firm eyes and a tough temperament. Shi Hao could feel the bloodthirsty aura on Yifeng. Brother Shi, long time no see. His voice was very calm, without excitement or emotional ups and downs. Yifeng, you are even more handsome. Shi Hao praised with a smile. I want to borrow some more soldiers from you. Yifeng said straight to the point. How much? 200 million. We will send 300 million ourselves. What if the Jin tribe sends more soldiers? Then we will continue to send soldiers. 200 million soldiers? Yuyasha tribe will definitely not lack them, right? But we lack soldiers like those led by General Liang. Shi Hao understood that Liang Wenlong's guerrilla tactics of defeating the majority with the minority, and the strong with the weak were seen by the Yasha tribe. Rather than borrowing soldiers, it is better to say that it is borrowing tactics. Shi Hao did not rush to agree, but asked Yifeng to call up the constellation map of Canis Major and tell him about the battle situation. After listening, Shi Hao paced back and forth, thinking. Then he narrowed his eyes and said, Don't send troops yet, we will send 300 million. The tactic of these 300 million troops is just one word, grinding. Yifeng didn't know why, and didn't understand what Shi Hao meant. Looking at Yifeng's puzzled eyes, Shi Hao smiled and asked, What does the Jin clan want to do most about the battle in Canis Major? Win and occupy Canis Major as soon as possible. Yifeng is a wise man. Then why don't I let him do what he wants? Not only will we not let him do what he wants, we will also trap the Jin clan army in Canis Major, making him unable to take care of himself. Yifeng understood Shi Hao's meaning a little bit, thought quietly for a while, and then smiled. Then please send troops to bite it first. This is your strong point. When the Jin clan sends troops in again, we will send troops over immediately. Try to make Canis Major the nightmare of the Golden Clan, ha ha. After all, He had been with humans for a long time, and soon understood Shirhao's idea. That's it. In addition, I can send you a few human advisors. Do you need them? I really need them. The sooner the better. With human advisors, the tactics of the Yiksha troops will be enriched immediately. After talking to Yifeng, Shirhao immediately selected the troops and sent 300 million soldiers to Canis Major. As soon as the troops left, Shirhao informed Lao He that in 10 days, they would start to attack Yunshu, the Golden Clan of Hunter Constellation at the same time. The 500 million troops of the Golden Clan cooperated with the indigenous races to counterattack the Yiksha tribe from 2 directions. Liang Wenlong's troops could only harass the indigenous races. The whole situation was precarious, and the Yiksha tribe began to retreat while fighting. Liang Wenlong's troops were originally a large team, which was further divided into 16 teams, and these teams launched a Sparrow War. The entire battle line was getting longer and longer, and the Jin tribe's troops were getting farther and farther away from the indigenous races. The Jin tribe did not worry about any accidents. Because the Jin tribe was very familiar with the Yiksha tribe, the Yiksha tribe's tactics changed, and they had a response plan. As for Liang Wenlong's human troops, the Jin tribe did not intend to touch them. With the indigenous race blocking them, they just did something big and took the opportunity to destroy part of the Yiksha tribe's forces. Wishes are beautiful, but reality is cruel. The 300 million human troops sent by Shirhao were directly divided into small pieces, imitating Liang Wenlong's troops, and launched a Sparrow War. The Jin general felt that no matter which direction the troops broke through, there would be human troops waiting for him, and in the end, he was even a bit like a frightened bird. The human army deliberately let go of the high-speed reconnaissance starship sent by the Jin clan, and asked them to go for help. Soon, the Jin clan headquarters, which received the report, sent 1 billion troops to Canis Major. After the Yiksha clan received the news, it also immediately sent 1 billion troops to Canis Major. On the way, Shirhao sent a group of human military advisors to the Yiksha clan troops. At the same time, Shirhao led a team, and Lin Yi and Wei Jiang led a team to rush to the 2 nebulae under the jurisdiction of the Hunter clan. Other Jin clan cloud lords found something wrong, and prepared to send troops to support. As soon as they assembled in the void, they were hit hard by the elves and Yiksha clan troops. When the Jin clan headquarters found something wrong, all 8 Jin clan cloud lords were killed, and more than half of the Jin clan soldiers were killed, and a small half ran away. Among them, 7 cloud lord badges fell into the hands of the human race, and 1 fell into the hands of the Yiksha clan. Shirhao looked at the cloud lord badge in his hand, and was a little worried. There were too few Yushu-level masters. This might be the trouble of happiness. Each cloud lord has tens of millions, or even tens of millions of troops, but so do cloud lords of other races. When a cloud lord's defense is long-term empty, the number of troops is small, or the weapons and equipment are poor, it will attract the covetousness of other cloud lords or some ambitious people. Therefore, the total number of soldiers of each race is large, but not many can be mobilized. The Jin clan focused their energy on Canis Major, so they ignored the safety of the cloud lords of their own race in Hunter Constellation. The handling method this time is different from that of the Feather clan. The goal is to kill the Jin clan people, not to let them go. This is Shirhao's warning to the Jin clan, and the Feather clan is a model for comparison. The Jin clan can no longer remain calm, and put the most advanced battleships into the battlefield of Canis Major. After the Yiksha tribe received the news, they immediately notified the human race to evacuate, because the level of the human race's starship was a bit low, and it was difficult to compete with the Jin race's killer weapon. When the Jin race's advanced battleship arrived with a full body of anger, the human race troops suddenly disappeared. The void that was once full of lasers and particles suddenly became quiet. Whether the Jin race used thoughts or shipborne radar scanning, they did not find any trace of the human race troops, only the huge Yiksha tribe troops. Just as the Jin race was searching aggressively, Liang Wenlong was already on Yifeng's starship. The Jin race's advanced battleships were easy to fight the human race, but they did not have much advantage against the Yiksha tribe. So Yifeng notified Liang Wenlong and another team to station all of them in the middle of the Yiksha tribe troops, and be protected tightly. It was such a simple layout, but the Jin race could not figure it out. In their minds, the human race troops must still be lurking around in some way they did not know. So they did not dare to directly start a large-scale war with the Yiksha tribe. General Liang, what do you think we should do next? Move and rest. Where to move? Anywhere, rest when you get there, loose outside and tight inside. What if they attack? We move too, take turns to ambush, retreat after the attack, and rest when we retreat to a safe place. In this way, after the Yiksha troops moved 7 or 8 times in a row, the formation of the Jin tribe became a little messy, and they didn't follow so closely. It's almost done. The patience of the Jin tribe has been worn out. Find an opportunity to go out and bite them a few times. Originally, Liang Wenlong was going to send all human soldiers to this harassment tactic, but Yi Feng strongly requested that the Yiksha tribe also participate. In Yi Feng's words, this tactic is very interesting. Like playing a game, he wants the Yiksha tribe to participate and feel it in actual combat. Liang Wenlong couldn't resist, so he had to agree, but emphasized many times that the personnel involved in the harassment should leave after the fight, and not be allowed to fight to the end. Just after the Yiksha tribe completed the latest transfer, according to the original habit, it was time to rest. Seeing this, the Jin tribe soldiers also relaxed their vigilance. Many times of transfer, transfer again, and rest again, let the Jin tribe soldiers form a habit subconsciously. At this time, 2 small troops suddenly rushed out, catching the Jin tribe off guard. Chapter 301. 2 small forces. One is from the human race. All of them are veterans. Guerrilla warfare, sparrow warfare, harassment warfare. Fu made the starships of the Jin race bloom as soon as he appeared, and then took advantage of the panic of the Jin race to launch a round of fierce shooting. Soon, the Jin race adjusted and prepared to start a counterattack, but the human race troops had withdrawn from the battlefield, which made the Jin people very frustrated. The other one is the Yiksha tribe. The weapons and equipment and combat effectiveness of the Yiksha tribe are not weaker than those of the Jin race. They have been chased for a while recently, and the troops are very unhappy. At the beginning, the attack of this assault force was very successful, and the lethality was almost twice that of the human race. The Yiksha soldiers got the feeling and began to rashly chase the scattered Jin race starships. However, the nearby Jin race troops soon surrounded them. Yi Feng and Liang Wenlong have been paying attention to the movements of the 2 teams on the star map. Within the scheduled time, the human forces evacuated as planned, but the Yiksha forces were still stuck with the Jin starship. Not good. Send someone to help quickly. Mingli and the others evacuate immediately, otherwise they will be punished by military law. Liang Wenlong was anxious when he saw the performance of the Yiksha team. Yi Feng understood the seriousness of the matter and personally directed the battle. In the end, after a lot of effort, the Yiksha team withdrew at the cost of 1/3 of the war losses. The human forces only had 1 starship slightly damaged, and the personnel were safe and sound. For this operation, Shi Fanghua will bear all the responsibility and will be punished by military law. 2 teams, the same plan. The human forces are worse equipped than us, and the combat power is weaker, but they have successfully completed the task with 0 war losses. If you are proud of your achievements and don't obey orders, you will pay the price of your life on the battlefield. The Yiksha troops led by Yi Feng have been fighting against the indigenous races of Canis Major for a long time, and have achieved good results. Many soldiers in the army are a little proud. They don't know the severity of the situation in the entire Silver region, and they don't know that the Feather tribe was frightened and retreated by the human troops. The open intervention of the Jin tribe in Canis Major is just the beginning. Especially when the human staff arrived, Yi Feng took it very seriously, but the Yiksha soldiers were quite dissatisfied. In this harassment war, they tried their best to kill more enemies and give the human troops a taste of color, but they didn't expect to make things worse. Yi Feng naturally knew about his own affairs, and he wanted to take this opportunity to rectify the situation. This time, sending a group of human troops to fight and harass is part of the follow-up plan. This is to tell the Jin people that the human troops in Canis Major are now combined with the Yiksha troops. After this harassment, the Yiksha troops still did not engage in direct combat, but moved, rested, and harassed. The generals of the Jin tribe were furious, but they were not idle. They gathered the Jin tribe troops and prepared to plan a large-scale attack. The Yiksha tribe spies and reconnaissance equipment were all over Canis Major, and the movement of the Jin tribe troops could not escape their eyes. One day, the Yiksha troops stopped again, but this time Liang Wenlong led the vanguard troops, mainly human troops, and did not stop. They went around more than a dozen star systems, and came to the rear of the Jin tribe. There, the Jin tribe instructed the indigenous races to rest because their starships were relatively backward and could not keep up with the marching speed of the Jin tribe's large army. Liang Wenlong led 300 million human troops and 200 million Yiksha troops to launch a surprise attack on the indigenous races. This time, there was no holding back. It was a real decisive battle. Although the indigenous race had a large number of people, their starships and weapons and equipment were uneven, and the Jin tribe would not give them the most advanced weapons, which was why they were always chased and encircled by the Iksha tribe. This battle was commanded by Liang Wenlong, and the troops, who had rested for a long time, fought vigorously. The defense line of the indigenous races soon collapsed, and the void was full of broken star ships and floating corpses. When the Jin tribe received the distress signal from the indigenous races, they were chasing the Iksha troops, because the Iksha intentionally left a flaw when they rested, which made the Jin tribe itchy. The commander of the Jin tribe felt that this piece of meat was right at his fingertips, and he issued an order to attack all members of the Iksha tribe. In fact, Yi Feng was staring at the star map and the image of the Jin tribe troops without blinking. When the Jin army launched the attack, he shouted, "Evacuate at full speed." When evacuating, they did not leave a little tail behind, but quickly evacuated after engaging with the Jin army. The speed of the Iksha starship and the Jin starship was not much different. Once the bow is shot, there is no turning back. Since the Jin tribe launched the attack, they could not stop, otherwise, the morale of the Jin tribe would be severely hit. What? After hearing the report, the Jin commander understood the intentions of the Iksha and the human race and was shocked. After a while, he issued an order: the rear team becomes the front team becomes the rear team, and head towards the new target. The indigenous race of Canis Major was completely wiped out, and the Jin tribe would have no place to stand in Canis Major, so they had to go back to rescue. As for attacking the Iksha troops, it was no longer important, because they could not catch up. The commander of the Jin tribe needed an excuse to get out of this embarrassing and useless pursuit. All soldiers, listen to the order: the rear team becomes the front team becomes the rear team, and kill. This was a tactic that had been discussed in advance. Liang Wenlong attacked and killed the indigenous race, and the Jin tribe was very likely to come back to rescue. If they came back to rescue, Yi Feng would immediately turn around and kill them. If they did not come back to rescue, it would be even better. Liang Wenlong would kill the indigenous race, and then join Yi Feng's troops to attack the Jin tribe troops. From the beginning, the Jin tribe fell into the trap. This time, Yi Feng and Liang Wenlong played the game of tiring the enemy and playing hard to get. When the Jin tribe troops turned around, Yi Feng notified Liang Wenlong immediately. The Iksha troops wanted to vent their frustration of being chased during this period, and began to desperately chase the Jin tribe troops, and used the Iksha starship's unique acceleration device to bite them tightly. In desperation, the commander of the Jin tribe sent 300 million troops to rescue the indigenous race, and the remaining troops began to fight with the Iksha tribe. This fierce battle lasted for 3 months, and both sides were bloodthirsty. Many starships were turned into powder, and countless soldiers turned into particles. The entire battlefield involved 3 galaxies. There were not many barriers in the void, so the large and small planets in these 3 galaxies were used, and countless starships chased around these planets. Liang Wenlong's troops had just wiped out the living forces of the indigenous race when the reinforcements of the Jin tribe arrived. Both sides also started to fight desperately at the beginning. Because the commander of the Jin tribe made a mistake in judgment, he only sent 300 million troops, and they were eventually wiped out, and Liang Wenlong's troops lost a total of 1/3. In the main battlefield where the commander of the Jin tribe and Yi Feng fought fiercely, the 2 sides were deadlocked, and finally broke the balance after Liang Wenlong arrived. The commander of the Jin tribe ordered the Jin tribe troops to leave the battlefield and flee from Canis Major. It is said that more than 200 million Jin tribe members finally escaped, and more than 500 million Iksha tribe members were left. In the entire battlefield, 3 planetary bodies and countless asteroids were destroyed. On the planets that were not destroyed, there were destroyed starships and corpses everywhere. In these 3 star systems, 2 planets have life, but they are low-level life forms, and have not evolved wisdom and civilization. Fortunately, the void is full of starship fragments, space rock fragments, and corpses. Yi Feng named the day when the war ended Canis Major Independence Day. This war established Yi Feng's status in the Iksha tribe, and he naturally became the leader of Canis Major. This time, the Jin tribe lost more than they gained, and was the biggest loser. The 1.3 billion troops were all elite, and the Jin tribe did not suffer any serious damage, but they were also very painful. What's even more terrible is that, just as agreed, the elves, the Ikshas, and the humans simultaneously launched huge claims against the Golden Clan. Due to the strength of the elves, the Golden Clan paid the elves 1 million purple crystal coins and 10 Cloud Master badges. As for the Ikshas and the humans, the Golden Clan ignored them at all. The war has been fought. You have losses and I have losses. You still want to claim compensation from me? No way. If you can't win, fight another war. But the Golden Clan understands that the elves can't continue to get involved. However, in constellations and nebulae that are not under the jurisdiction of the main gods, that is, not under the jurisdiction of the Silver Domain, wars can be fought at will, and the Silver Domain law has no control. But in the constellations under the command of the 12 main gods, it is difficult to start a war. Most planets are shared by all races, and the Silver Domain will not let a certain race do whatever it wants and attack other races. However, it is okay to create public opinion and engage in verbal battles through other media such as the Galaxy Union News. The biggest problem of Canis Major has been solved, and other things have been handled by his subordinates, and Yifeng has been free. He was most grateful to Shi Hao, on the one hand because Shi Hao sent Liang Wenlong to lead troops to participate in the war directly, which really played the role of an ally. The most important aspect was that he practiced Azhi Guanming thoughts whenever he had free time, and his telekinesis level had reached the middle purple level, which was equivalent to the middle jade level. But the telekinesis level of the host must be at least high purple level, otherwise it is impossible to fuse the host badge. Chapter 302. Fortunately, there is no main god on Canis Major yet. The identity of the seat master is only determined by the Iksha tribe. As long as Canis Major is still in the hands of the Iksha tribe, it belongs to Yifeng. How can a newly developed constellation be recognized by the Silver Domain? No one knows the criteria. According to the few words recorded in the history of the Silver Domain, it can be achieved when it develops to a certain extent. As for the word extent, there is no more precise standard to refer to. I think there is no need to think too much. You can manage Canis Major as the seat master, appoint cloud masters, system masters, and other personnel, manage Canis Major, and develop Canis Major. I think as long as the development degree is met, the Silver Domain should take over. Yifeng was unsure, so he consulted with Shi Hao. Shi Hao felt that the main means of managing the Silver Domain was the main brain, and the main brain had a standard for judging many things. Perhaps those constellations that have not been developed, or those constellations that have not been developed to a certain extent, have been filed in the main brain, but have not met the triggering conditions. This condition should be a standard line. The two discussed for a long time, but there was no progress, so they could only follow Shi Hao's opinion. Without the management of the main brain, the entire constellation does not have a large teleportation array, so it can only rely on starship jumps and flights, which is very inefficient. In this case, the communication between Canis Major, Kirin and Canis Minor will be a problem. Brother Yifeng, what do you think of the communication system of Canis Major, Kirin and Canis Minor? What we are using now is the one installed by General Wan's pigeons. Although it is not as easy to use as the Iksha tribe, it is simple and easy to copy, so I want to deploy your communication system in Canis Major. It is difficult to connect the three constellations, but communication is relatively easy. Once the communication system is built, it can be used for many years. Okay, then I will arrange it. The human race has just developed a cloud-level exchange device, which is much easier to set up than before, but it still costs money. You have to bear the cost. Brothers should settle accounts clearly. This is Shi Hao's principle. Of course, Shi Hao will definitely not charge money for the Canis Minor, where his future wife Mia is. Early communication is also convenient for the emotional exchange between the two. Moreover, the latest holographic imaging technology can break the barriers of distance, and hugging can still be easily achieved. Shi Hao also has a little expectation in his heart. So, he used public power for personal gain, and sent the pigeon to Canis Minor first. After talking to Yifeng, Shi Hao came to the holographic imaging conference room, where all the members of the Elders' Council and the Human Race Committee were present. Wenlong, congratulations on your victory. Thank you for your hard work. Everyone applauded Liang Wenlong with warm applause. This is the first real war since our human race entered the Silver Domain, and the target of the war is the powerful Golden Clan. This will be a valuable experience for us. Wenlong, tell us about your feelings. Although the battle between Minyan Star and the Bat Clan was fierce and large-scale, the overall combat power of the Bat Clan was too weak, and it was basically in a state of being crushed, which did not explain much of the problem. Liang Wenlong's battle in Canis Major was representative. The starships and weapons of the Golden Clan are indeed much stronger than ours. This gap is like us using millet and rifles to fight against the enemy's submachine guns and cannons. Weapons are important, but people and tactics are more important. In Canis Major, we adopted a variety of tactics such as guerrilla warfare, mobile warfare, sparrow warfare, harassment warfare, and siege warfare. The effect is obvious and of great significance. The Jin tribe and the Iksha tribe are both very powerful, but their tactics are very simple. When we were fighting with the indigenous races, The war between the Jin tribe and the Iksha tribe was basically a face-to-face night-style duel. The two sides were in the void, using starships to shoot at each other, competing in numbers and firepower, and suffered heavy losses. The ultimate reason is that the tactics are simple, and they don't know how to adapt. So, the military tactics of our ancestors are precious treasures in the silver domain. Because of cultural differences, the Iksha tribe used our tactics very poorly, and they couldn't even learn the basics. As the battle went on, it became a tactic that was deeply rooted in their bones. Therefore, there is no need for us humans to belittle ourselves. We must get along with all races with confidence and develop at our own pace. Liang Wenlong's words once again aroused warm applause. There are indeed many people in the human race who are afraid of difficulties and feel that those higher races are the sky. They always want to rely on others. Li Kun is such a typical representative, a representative of the surrender faction. We think they are aliens, they are very noble. But to them, we are also aliens, and we are also mysterious. We have the ability to travel freely in the silver domain. This is the result of our lifespan and our major breakthroughs in technology. So, I agree with Wenlong's words. We can't belittle ourselves. Of course, we can't be arrogant and complacent. Shao's goal is to start a discussion and make everyone aware of the strength, current situation and future of the human race. Having defeated the bat race and the gold race, the human race has indeed established a certain deterrent force. At the very least, any race that wants to find fault with them should think twice. Our main task at present is to practice hard. No one has taken these Cloud Lord badges because we don't have so many issue-level masters. Shao raised a few exquisite badges in his hand and shook them. This is still in the Silver Domain. Once the Qilin constellation is recognized by the Silver Domain Master, more Cloud Lord badges will appear. Let's think about it. After everyone agreed, Lei Shiyu would be in charge of the practice, because Lei Shiyu had achieved remarkable results in the solar system, had a complete set of practice system, and had a high output ratio of masters. Katerina, Ilyev and Minsk worked with Lei Shiyu. Wu Yi, as a representative of the Council of Elders, was stationed in Minyan Star. Wang Guiyong, as the representative of the Council of Elders, sits in Kirin Constellation. Specific affairs are handled by the Human Committee headed by Su Yan, who is now equivalent to the position of the chief. The Human Committee office is also located in Kirin Constellation. The office of the Council of Elders changes with Shao's movement. Chairman Su, how is the survey of the passage to Canis Major and Canis Minor going? Shao is most concerned about the development progress of the three constellations. If Kirin Constellation, Canis Major, and Canis Minor can open up a shortest route, the development will be significantly accelerated. After investigation, there is a wide belt of particles at the junction of Monoceros, Canis Major and Canis Minor. The belt contains compounds or minerals of elements such as iron, hydrogen, oxygen, silicon, carbon and sulfur, all in the form of small particles. We have tested it, and found that the starship has no way to fly inside the belt of small particles. The friction will cause too much damage to the starship. It is also impossible to jump. Once the jump is started, space turbulence will form around those particles, which is very dangerous. When Shao was trapped in the prison star, and had not yet come out, Wang Guiyong had already instructed the staff to start exploring the edge of Monoceros. When Mia and Yifeng contacted him, in order to provide rapid support and facilitate subsequent trade, they focused on exploring the situation at the junction of Monoceros and the other two constellations. In other words, it is unrealistic to open a route directly connecting Canis Major and Canis Minor. Shao was a little disappointed when he heard Su Yan's answer. Not necessarily. Relevant experts have studied the passage from Monoceros to the Silver region and found that there should have been a particle belt there. As for the reason why the particle belt disappeared, it is just a theoretical guess. Oh, what kind of guess? Seeing that there seemed to be a turn for the better, Shao asked. Chapter 303. Those channels may have been opened artificially. When the human race just gained a foothold in the Unicorn constellation, Wang Guiyong and Su Yan considered the problem of intercommunication with Canis Major and Canis Minor, which Mia later identified. Because they understood that the human race was very weak and had to rely on the external force of its allies. The experts of the Space Strategy Department have been busy and exploring this matter. Today, the speculation Su Yan mentioned was also preliminarily determined after years of research. Su Yan explained it to the secretary, and the secretary immediately contacted the Space Strategy Department to share the research data on the holographic image. This is a simulated image. Su Yan pointed to the synthetic animation on the image and talked about it. This concept is not new. When humans did not break out of the solar system, astronomers on Earth proposed such a theory. At that time, there was also a documentary related to it called Making Planets. In the Unicorn constellation, the theory of making planets was further improved because the model construction was closer to reality. In the image, the space at the edge of the Monoceros is different from the dark space without a speck of dust. It is gray and looks like a chaotic state. This gray area is all particulate matter. The planet manufacturing theory roughly means, although these particulate matter in the void exist independently, most of them carry ions, just like static electricity. Under the influence of some external force, such as the impact of space rocks or some other unknown factors, these particulate matter sticks together like clay, and then it is out of control, rolling bigger and bigger like a snowball. As the volume becomes larger and larger, through its own gravitational attraction, all the surrounding particulate matter is absorbed and slowly becomes a huge planet. The particulate matter on the edge of the constellation may be some edge areas left after the formation of the planet in the constellation. You mean, if we want to open a channel, we just need to find a location and snowball it? Sure Hao understood Su Yan's explanation and asked. Well, you can say that. However, in the specific implementation process, we still have to control the direction of the snowball, apply appropriate external force, let it go in a straight line, until the unicorn to Canis Major and Canis Minor are opened. This plan is a bit incredible. Su Yan didn't want to talk about it, and planned to talk about it after verification. But Sure Hao asked, so he just talked about it by the way. How wide is this particle belt? About as wide as a solar system. The workload is huge, so how about moving from both ends at the same time? This plan is still very attractive to Sure Hao in theory, and he wants to try it. We are considering this issue. If we start from both ends, when the planets fly to the middle and meet, we are afraid that they will collide uncontrollably. What will be the result of the collision? The two planets will explode, forming countless space rock fragments. These fragments will fly into the particle belt, and then trigger a chain reaction. Everyone understands that this chain reaction is that countless space rock fragments will trigger the aggregation of particulate matter again, forming countless asteroids and space rocks. The gravity of the asteroids and space rocks generated by the chain reaction captures each other and gradually enters a balance. The simulation result is that a new galaxy will be born. Of course, this process will take tens of millions or hundreds of millions of years. Su Yan's words made everyone present a little dazed. Once upon a time, humans looked up at the starry sky and imagined everything that happened in the universe. Once upon a time, humans were so awed by the mysterious space. Now, they are discussing how to create a galaxy. Before the new galaxy is balanced, will it affect the stability of the channel? Will it affect the flight of the starship? The imbalance of the new galaxy means that the boss of this galaxy has not appeared, and countless asteroids and space rocks will be constantly captured and become part of the boss. We do a good job of detection, and there shouldn't be too much danger. In addition, we can use manpower to push those small space rocks into the gravitational range of large planets, let them fall, and thus clear a path. Besides, our starships are all jump flights, set coordinates, and then detect the conditions around the coordinates around the clock. The starship stays for a short time, and is very safe. This is the result of supercomputer simulation. Su Yan is not talking nonsense. In this case, do a good job of exploration, and then choose a relatively open area to start implementing this plan. Time waits for no one. Sure Hao felt that it didn't matter whether this kind of thing was verified or not, because once it started, as the planet grew larger, it could not be stopped by human power. Laura was designated as the project leader on the spot to push forward with all efforts. Next, let's discuss the affairs of the Golden Clan and the development strategy of the Human Clan. Everyone can talk about their opinions. After the solution to the channel was finalized, Sure Hao proposed the next topic. When the Human Clan entered the Silver Domain, a war was inevitable. Now, the war has been fought and won. But war is not what the human race pursues. The purpose of launching this war is to better gain a foothold in the Silver Domain and develop in the Silver Domain. What to do next is a crucial issue facing the human race. The Golden Clan has surrendered to the Elf Clan, but has shown extreme disdain for the Human Clan and the Iksha Clan, which means they will not give up easily. We must be more vigilant. For more than 3,000 years, Wan Guiyong and the Golden Clan have fought countless battles openly and secretly. He knows his opponents very well, and hates them to the bone. That's true. According to the intelligence reports in the past few days, the Golden Clan has frequent contacts with the Dark Spirit Clan, the Beast Clan, and the Giant Lizard Clan, intending to plot against the human race. We have strengthened the collection of intelligence on the Golden Clan and are strictly guarding against it. The intelligence network established by Wang Ping and currently managed by Lao He is already very large, and even has spies on red and green planets. The Jin tribe suffered a great loss, so they must be unwilling to accept it. In fact, how can we accept it? We can fight back with tooth for tooth and eye for eye. After leading his people back to the human race, Minsk became more and more active and positive. Gradually, he found a sense of honor as a human. Our adventurers often clash with other tribes. According to our analysis, many of them are premeditated. Therefore, we should organize human adventurers to fight against them based on the Adventure Guild. Katerina said a little excitedly. Yes, we are in the same situation. Ilef immediately echoed Katerina's words. During the period of human division, most of the people from the Russian Federation, Ukrainian Federation, and American Federation became adventurers, and their survival was very difficult. After Shirhao returned and unified the human race, this situation changed. Although most people have entered the Unicorn constellation, there are still many scattered on many planets, relying on the human adventure tower to do tasks and make a living. The Adventurer Guild does need to be more cohesive. This matter will be supervised by the three elders Katerina, Ilef and Minsk, and Heyu will be in charge of specific affairs. Shirhao decided on this matter on the spot. Katerina, Ilef and Minsk can take this opportunity to discover masters among the adventurers, and hand them over to Lei Shiyu for training. I think that if the Jin clan attacks, we will have no problem taking the initiative, but if we are in such a state for a long time, it will greatly affect the development efficiency of the human race and be very passive. So, we might as well take the initiative to defeat the enemy. Offense is the best defense. Wu Yi has been imprisoned for 3,000 years, and he sees things more thoroughly. Hearing Wu Yi's words, Shirhao's eyes lit up, and the plan that was not very clear in his mind suddenly became clear. Elder Wu is right, we must take the initiative. Shirhao immediately followed Wu Yi's words, and began to explain his long-planned plan. When they were still on Earth, Tianying told Shirhao that the human race had successfully developed a system-level jump starship, and was planning to build a large starship manufacturing plant. Before the meeting, Tianying reported that the starship manufacturing plant had begun mass production of system-level jump starships. Chapter 304. Yang Shui seemed to have suddenly come to her senses. The system-class jump starship had just started mass production, and the design sketch of the cloud-class jump starship had been completed. They were about to enter the stage of demonstration and manufacturing test ships. It was estimated that the time for the successful development of the cloud-class jump starship would be 3 years shorter than the 10 years expected by Yang Shui. In other words, in 7 years, the human race would have a cloud-class jump starship. Hearing this news, Shirhao's mind became active. The Jin clan will continue to make trouble for us humans. This is the consensus we just reached. However, judging from the performance of the Jin clan in recent days, they are also quite hesitant and confused, and can even be said to be strong on the outside but weak on the inside. In the short term, it is unlikely that they will take the initiative to provoke a war again. This can be seen from their submission to the elves. The elves just sent back news that when we went to war with the Jin clan, the Dark Spirit clan had already sent people to open up new constellations. This shows the Dark Spirit clan's judgment on the current situation. The pace of opening up new constellations is unstoppable. It will not fail to bring in its own ally, the Jin clan. We have won recognition through this war. Whether they are willing or not, they must accept the human race. Shirhao paused here, and the crowd applauded warmly and proudly for a long time. But the Jin clan understands the principle of one rising while the other falls, and we must also understand it. If the Jin clan wants to slow down our development, then we will grab their market. As the explanation was given, the whole plan surfaced. It's very simple. For yellow-level planets, the human race must establish starship sales centers on all large planets in the shortest possible time, and build 10 starship manufacturing plants in Unicorn at the same time. For green and red planets, the human race plans to focus on the low-end market, which overlaps with the positioning of the gold race's starships. The human race is currently unable to freely enter and exit green and red planets, except for the Cloud Masters wearing Cloud Master badges. Shirhao decided to give the agency rights of the human race's system-level jump starship to the elves, or more precisely, to Mia to operate it, so that the fat water will not flow to outsiders. Besides, I am not assured if I give it to others. When everyone was unsure about the prospects of the starship market, Yang Shui released the image she had prepared in advance. Our starship is in the shape of a teardrop, and the appearance is sky blue. In the image, a teardrop-shaped starship is slowly rotating, with a sky blue appearance and a faint blue light emitting from its body, which is very dreamy. I used the principles of Tai Chi Dao to develop the core technology of telekinetic quantum teleportation devices. The starship will be decomposed into quantum particle states at the moment of teleportation. Our core technology is simpler than that of the Jin clan, but at least twice as powerful. Our system-level jump starship is twice as large as that of the Jin clan, and this is the best proof. In addition, during the jump process, the space-time ripples generated by our starship are only 30% of those of the Jin clan starship. In a certain area, if there are too many Jin clan jump starships, they cannot start the jump at the same time. Do you know why? Everyone shook their heads, especially Liang Wenlong, who had just fought with the Jin clan and was always worried about the jump function of the Jin clan starship. It's because of space-time ripples. This kind of space-time ripples is invisible to our naked eyes, but it really exists. Just like when a stone is thrown into the water, there will be ripples on the water surface, which appear continuously at first and then slowly disappear. The jump breaks the nearby space and time. If there are multiple starships jumping at the same time, the space and time ripples generated are likely to resonate. The result of the resonance is space and time turbulence, which is very dangerous. It has been verified that when our starship jumps, the ripples generated are 70% less than those of similar starships of the Jin clan. It is not a dream for a troop to jump on a jump starship and jump collectively. Liang Wenlong was very excited when he heard this, thinking that if this kind of starship was used to carry out harassment warfare, the enemy would be depressed to death. There is another function that the Jin clan cannot match. Our starship encryption uses the principle of Bagua. The password can be constantly changed, and the quantum key that matches it can also be constantly changed. The main reason why the Great Elder was killed by the Jin clan's Jin Yuan was that the control of the starship was easily seized. One reason is the difference in telekinesis levels, and another reason is that we suspect that the Jin clan starships have reserved backdoors. The Jin clan has developed a password cracking artifact, the main purpose of which is to crack the password of the starships they produce. When it was first launched, it caused panic among many people, but the Jin clan did not think so, because they basically had no monopoly on the low-end starship market. Our starship has an unbreakable password and can provide high-level protection for passengers. Yang Shui's words made Shihao's mind emerge with the scene at that time. When he was attacked, he didn't react at all. He was teleported out of the starship, and then fell helplessly towards the dark planet. He was very angry, but helpless. That was the inevitable result of the huge gap in strength and technology. In the future, we will have our own starships, so we don't have to worry about it. The manufacturing progress of starships should be accelerated. Half of each batch of starships will meet internal needs, and the other half will be put on the market. The price should be the same as that of the gold-class starships. Although he wanted to seize the market of the Gold Clan, Shihao did not choose to fight a price war. The development of the human race still needs money, and price war is not a wise move. Next, the meeting agreed that Li Binhui would take the lead and go to important yellow-class planets to buy industries, and prepare to build a starship sales center. After discussion, the Starship Sales Company was established. The newly established company was held by the Development Strategy Committee established by the human race and the Inyu Hausher Group. The current general manager of the Inyu Hausher Group is Liang Wenhui, the executive director is Zhou Xueyu, and there is an 8th-generation descendant of Shihao as the deputy general manager. He was recommended by Shirui and has good character and outstanding ability. His name is Shiryu. The rest of the specific work was left to them. Everyone discussed some other matters and then adjourned. Shihao was not idle, and came to the laboratory where Wu Ruinfa and Zhao Qing were. Before returning to Earth, Shihao left the giant crystal stone and other items brought back from Prison Star for Wu Ruinfa and Zhao Qing to study. Zhao Qing stopped reporting, which surprised Shihao. The giant crystal stone he had always had high hopes for was actually not very effective, and could not be integrated into human cells by various methods. However, the relatively brittle black charcoal-like substance and human cells collected by Shihao changed. This was the state before the black substance and the giant crystal stone were separated. After getting this result, Wu Ruinfa took the separated pure black substance, which was harder than dried cement, and studied it. After many attempts, he mixed the giant crystal stone with the pure black substance, and it became brittle and soft again. Wu Ruinfa also found 5 substances with the properties of gold, wood, water, fire and earth, and mixed them with the pure black substance, which was also successful. Although the properties were different from those of the mixed giant crystal stone, the plasticity was much enhanced. These mixtures were fused with human cells, and it was found that without auxiliary devices, the fusion efficiency was several times higher than before. Finally, it was concluded that this pure black substance was a treasure, and it could be reused 3 to 5 times. As the number of uses increased, the efficacy gradually weakened until it disappeared. Wu Ruinfa excitedly named it Mother Glue. Shihao looked at this unexpected harvest and put down his worries. It won't be long before Yushu-level masters will appear in large numbers. Shihao immediately called Lei Shiyu over and started to promote it. Shihao kept one of the Cloud Lord badges and gave all the rest to Lei Shiyu as a reward for breakthrough. Finally, Zhao Qing also told Shihao the analysis results of the giant crystal stone. Shihao specifically asked Zhao Qing to do this because he wanted to know what the properties of the giant crystal stone were, and what properties his telekinesis preferred. The giant crystal stone is neither wood, nor metal, nor water, nor fire, nor earth, or it can be said that it is a combination of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. These are Zhao Qing's original words. After testing, if the force is properly borrowed, it can amplify the telekinesis of any one of the properties of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and it can also convert the telekinesis of any attribute into other attributes or no attribute. After summarizing, the giant crystal stone is very friendly to the 5 attributes, and there is no distinction between strong and weak. This made Shihao a little amused, and he comforted himself that this should be a very awesome attribute. Although the giant crystal stone cannot be used for fusion and upgrading, this abnormal property makes Shihao feel that it must be an extraordinary thing. Shihao simply came to the Starship Research Institute, the Weapons Research Institute, the Materials Research Institute. Each research institute has a lot of giant crystal stones and mother glue samples, allowing them to experiment freely, and maybe there will be a huge breakthrough in a certain field. Shihao was trapped in the prison star for more than 3,000 years, surrounded by the mother glue mixed with giant crystal stones, and passively practicing. Now, the mother glue has lost its effect on him, and Shihao simply returned to the Star Lord Mansion and began a quiet life. On the other hand, it was to wait for the communication system of Canis Minor to be connected with the Silver Region. Chapter 305. Before there is a better way, Shihao can only follow the routine and practice every day. Practicing the Phantom Step, Shihao began to try to use the inner strength and telekinesis to enhance his vision and hearing. Shihao can easily explore the situation of the entire planet with his mind, but his eyes can't do it. However, after training, his eyes can see things more clearly, react more quickly, and can capture a specific target very quickly. After trying the perspective function, Shihao thought it was impossible to achieve, at least with his eyes that had not been specially treated. He did not deliberately pursue this function. The improvement of hearing is mainly reflected in the ability to distinguish sounds. He can hear distant, subtle sounds mixed in noise. At the same time, he can also judge the distance between the location of the sound and himself. As we all know, in the void without atmosphere, sound cannot be directly transmitted. At present, Shihao mainly transmits sound to the target person's mind through his thoughts, to achieve the effect of communication. Now, Shihao's ears can hear sounds in the void that others cannot hear. Shihao judges that the space is not completely vacuum, and there is some unknown substance that plays a weak role in transmitting sound. Shihao recorded all these feelings and gave them to Zhao Qing. After Wu Ruinfa and Zhao Qing discovered the role of the mother glue, they began to find people to experiment, especially those masters who just came from the solar system, who had a solid foundation and were stuck in the bottleneck of Kunlun level to Yushu level. Not long after, more than a dozen Yushu level masters appeared, which made the Elder Council and the Committee of the Human Race pay attention to it, prepare to promote this method. During this period, many new functions of Giant Crystal Stone and Master Batch were developed. Giant Crystal Stone, the Material Research Institute called it aphrodisiac, which does not refer to the love between men and women, but refers to those materials. For example, if a certain material needs high hardness, adding a little giant crystal stone can increase the hardness several times. This improvement can be achieved after the shaping is successful, such as making a certain part, and then the giant crystal stone powder is infiltrated into it by a special method. Then the hardness of the part will be increased several times. Other properties will also be improved, but the most outstanding performance will be the best improvement. If the giant crystal stone is used well, the level of new materials of the human race will be improved by several orders of magnitude. The Weapons and Equipment Research Institute immediately made a dagger, a telekinetic flying sword that was several times thinner, and a lighter wing, and sent it to Shihao. Shihao felt that the giant crystal stone was like an SSS-level material, which was too awesome. The weapons and equipment of the human race, the industrial level, and the manufacturing of starships immediately improved by several levels, approaching the gold race. After talking about the giant crystal stone, Let's take a look at the Master Glue. I have to say that Wu Ruinfa's level of fame is indeed high. The special glue added to the Master Glue has a very strong bonding effect, which is comparable to welding, which is very beneficial to the manufacturing industry. The giant crystal stone and Master Glue are like stimulants for the entire human race. Everyone in various fields is working hard. As the application of these two new materials becomes more and more extensive, the ones Shirhao brought back are not enough. Looking at people's expectant eyes, Shirhao decided to go to the prison star, although it is still a long way from the giant's 100-year agreement. Before he went, he specially found the Weapons and Equipment Research Institute to develop several equipment according to the size of the giants. Based on his limited understanding of the tribes in the wilderness, he built a laser gun for the giants. This laser gun can be fixed on the arm. It is twice as large as the human race, equivalent to a miniature laser cannon. Considering the flexibility of the giants, a simple round shield was built, just like the one held by the captain of the Gale country, but there is no pattern on the surface, only a simple gray-black color. In the past, it was difficult to make a shield that could resist the human laser gun and the gold particle gun, but with a giant crystal stone, this is not a problem. Shirhao also asked the Weapons and Equipment Research Institute to design a knife, which is a thick-back machete that looks very tough. The last equipment is wings suitable for the giants to wear. Shirhao promised the giants that he would help them take back their homes in the wilderness. It is obviously unrealistic to rely on the human race to send troops when the human race is unable to take care of themselves. In addition, Shirhao wanted to fundamentally solve the problem of the borderless battlefield and the invasion of the wilderness tribe from the bottom of his heart. I believe Li Er also had this idea when he was planning the borderless battlefield. Recently, Shirhao did not bother about Li Er's purpose. Judging from Li Er's actions of saving the giants, he was a good person, not a bad person, so Shirhao did not mind helping the giants. There was another reason. The giant crystal stone and mother glue were specially left to him by Li Er. He had to do something in return. As for whether the return was equal, Shirhao did not care so much. According to the Pigeon report, the communication system that arrived at Kuan Yu Star will be set up in a few days. Shirhao waited deliberately, and he was eager to talk to Mia. Whether you are an ordinary earthling, Kunlun level, or Yushu level, love is still the softest part of the heart. Love is like sweet poison. Shirhao can't resist it, and he doesn't want to resist it. Just like Mia said, in their long life, they are still young people, and it is their right to pursue love. The lifespan of Songhan level is 5,000 years, and the theoretical lifespan of Kunlun high level can reach 50,000 Earth years, and 500 Silver Domain years. Compared with the races with more than 10,000 Silver Domain years, the lifespan of Kunlun level is still too short. However, according to calculations, the lifespan of Yushu primary level can reach 10 times that of Kunlun high level, 500,000 Earth years, and the lifespan of Yushu intermediate level can be increased by 10 times to 5 million years. Yushu high level has reached a terrifying 50 million Earth years, and 500,000 Silver Domain years, which can be regarded as an immortal old demon. Do you miss me? Mia stayed alone in her bedroom, half leaning lazily on the bed, and asked in a soft voice, showing her femininity. Since meeting Shirhao, Mia has devoted herself to studying the civilization and cultural system of Earthlings. She is very much looking forward to the sad love story of the human race. At first, she had asked Su Yuan to bring her human books, movies, and TV series to watch. She had also followed TV series, and been an obvious fangirl. However, as she got to know Shirhao more and more, she felt that Shirhao was becoming more and more perfect. Feelings, at some point, for some reason, were planted in her heart. When she was in danger, Shirhao's heroic rescue made her fall completely. Shirhao was a little shy when he heard Mia's question, and whispered 2 words quickly, "I thought about it." He was not good at expressing his inner feelings, and wanted to fool around. "What did you say?" "I didn't hear it." Mia acted like a spoiled child, and Shirhao felt his teeth ache. He looked around with a guilty look, and then said loudly, "I thought about it." Mia looked at his embarrassment and chuckled. Then she kissed Shirhao like a dragonfly touching the water. This holographic image can convey a real touch. In addition to Zheng Xian, this is the second woman who is so close to Shirhao. Shirhao also gave it his all, and the two of them were affectionate and lingering for a while. "When will you pick me up?" Mia leaned her head against Shirhao's shoulder, with expectation in her tone. "I'm going to the boundless battlefield. I arrange a time to go to your place after I'm done. Boundless battlefield, if you don't go too deep, it won't be dangerous for you, but I'm still a little worried." "Don't worry, I'm not going to fight with the Wilderness clan." Sure Hao talked about the prison star and the giants on the prison star, and he didn't hide the giant crystal stone and mother glue. It seems that Grandpa Lier cares a lot about the human race, which makes me feel relieved. Do you know Lier well? Yes, but I don't know what he did specifically. After all, he is one of the 12 main gods. It's not appropriate for us to discuss this. I tell you when we meet. Mia was a little taboo about this topic, so she stopped. The two sat quietly, and then kissed goodbye reluctantly. After making this phone call, Sure Hao prepared to set off for the boundless battlefield. Chapter 306. Sure Hao did not tell Mia that he would let her sell the starships on behalf of the human race on green level and red level planets. This needs to be considered in the long run. Another reason is that the current production capacity of the human race's starships is insufficient, and can only meet internal needs. This time, Sure Hao took the human race's own system-level jump starship. As for Jin Yuan's cloud-level jump starship, it had been handed over to Yang Shui and dismantled. Sure Hao felt that this starship had a very fast jump response speed, and the jump distance could be adjusted at will by thought. The starship of the Jin race has some deviations from the jump landing point and the predetermined coordinates. In addition to the influence of space-time ripples, in order to avoid danger, a minimum jump distance is often set in advance. The human race starship has no such concerns. The shortest jump distance can even be controlled within 10 kilometers, which can be ignored in the vast universe. After the successful development of the human race's system-level jump starship, the number of them manufactured was very small. Every time Sure Hao appeared in a large teleportation array, he would attract many eyes. The appearance of the starship is completely modeled after the naturally formed water droplets, giving people a very beautiful, smooth and perfect feeling. Coupled with a pure sky blue color, with a faint blue light, the most beautiful artwork is no more than this. There are even a few arrogant rich young men who directly stopped Sure Hao's starship and wanted to pay for it. Without being angry or furious, Sure Hao tactfully rejected their proposal. Then he told them that they could go to Mianyun Star to find Wu Yi and say that Sure Hao introduced him. Sure Hao also took the opportunity to say to the crowd around him, "Thank you all for recognizing our human starship. You can record the video and show it to Elder Wu of the Mianyun Star human clan, and tell him that it was I, Sure Hao, who said that everyone present here today can get a 20% discount when purchasing a starship of the same model." Everyone got excited when they heard Sure Hao's self-introduction. He is the head of the human race and a celebrity. Chief Sure, aren't you afraid that the Jin clan will assassinate you again? Thank you for the reminder, little brother. The Jin clan assassinated me twice, but I am safe and sound. Tell me, are you angry? I believe in the Domain Lord and the Silver Domain Law. I will not allow the shameless Jin clan to attack me. Even if they attack me, they can't destroy the foundation of our human race. We will definitely find the Jin clan and pay blood with blood. I believe everyone has heard that the human race, the Iksha clan and the Jin clan fought in Canis Major, and the Jin clan was defeated. If you want to come again, we will accompany you to the end. There is another thing I want to remind everyone, because I am a person who has experienced it, and I am the person involved. I say it for everyone's safety, but I am afraid that everyone will misunderstand. Sure Hao said this, kept it a secret, and looked around. We have seen what the human race has done. Chief Sure is righteous. We believe what you say. Yes, Chief Sure, if there is any potential danger, I hope Chief Sure can remind you. Yes, as for whether to believe it or not, we have our own considerations. Okay, then I will say it. First of all, the following content is all my personal experience and has been verified with my life. It is definitely not slander. Sure Hao thought in his heart, even if it is slander, so what? There is no pressure to slander the Jin clan. At the beginning, I was going to the boundless battlefield, kill the Huang clan, exchange for military merits, and contribute to the Silver region. But I didn't expect that I would be blackmailed by the Jin clan's Jin Yuan as soon as I arrived in the Silver region. Later, I thought about the process carefully and found that the starships of the Jin clan all have backdoors. When they need it, I can use telekinesis to activate the hidden backdoor and seize control of the starship. In other words, when you offend the Jin clan and happen to be on a starship made by the Jin clan, it is very likely that the Jin clan will control the starship in a certain void and then kill people and rob them. Sure Hao said the last 4 words very slowly, hinting at the people around him with words. Hearing this news, the people around were a little confused, because they all bought starships of the Jin clan. Before the human race came, the only one selling starships on the yellow level planet was the Jin clan, no one else. Sure Hao was very satisfied when he saw their expressions, and continued. In addition, the Jin clan has also developed a starship code cracker. When the Jin clan colluded with the human Li Kun faction, they used this method to attack the Wan Guiyong faction. Because of the Jin clan's meanness and insidiousness, our human race suffered a great loss. However, we humans have a saying that every failure makes us wiser. We have made great adjustments. Now I am not the clan leader, I am the chief elder of the Human Elders Council, and there is also a human committee under me. Those flies and bedbugs can't help. Even if I, Shi Hao, was assassinated today, the management of the human race will not be affected in any way. We have developed a system-level jump starship, and will not be controlled by the Jin clan. Originally, Shi Hao was going to use the Silver Domain Joint Report to publish these contents, but considering that this would be equivalent to roasting the Silver Domain Joint Report on the fire. The large teleportation array is well connected, and is a transportation hub, and it is also the place where news spreads the fastest. Many people would stop and stroll on the teleportation platform to buy some new things when they were in transit at the large teleportation array. It would not be long before Shi Hao's words would spread throughout the Silver region. 90% of people would believe Shi Hao's words, because he was the only person of a lower race who had not died after being assassinated twice by the Golden Clan, which led many people to admire him. The strong would make people jealous, but they were also more likely to be convinced. In the eyes of the weak, the strong were the authority. Everyone said goodbye to Shi Hao politely, and Shi Hao boarded the shining teardrop-shaped starship and continued to move towards the boundless battlefield. After boarding the starship, Shi Hao immediately called Su Yin and told him what he had said here. Then he told Su Yin to speed up the starship manufacturing plant project and mass-produce system-level jump starships as soon as possible. Speed up the construction of the Human Starship Sales Center. When we can mass-produce, let the Silver Domain newspaper arrange a few commentators to discuss the issue of backdoors installed in the Gold Clan starships, and it would be best if it could create sustained heat. After the commentators finish the discussion, start running a full-page advertisement in the Silver Domain newspaper, and this advertisement should be run for 30 issues. 30 issues are equivalent to 30 Silver Domain days, which is a relatively long duration. After the advertisement, find authoritative starship evaluation personnel to make an objective evaluation of the Gold Clan and Human Clan starships. Although the Human Clan starships have many advantages over the Gold Clan starships, for the sake of safety, this objectivity must have some content. After the explanation, Shi Hao did not think about going to the boundless battlefield to kill a few people from the Wilderness Clan. For him, that was a pure waste of time. The starship flew directly to the prison star where it fell, and then put the starship into the mustard seed space. Shi Hao floated in the void, extended his mind power, and did not find any human figure. His mind began to penetrate into the prison star, and soon found the Mushroom Mountain. With a slight movement of his mind, he disappeared from the spot, and came to the prison star, on the top of the Mushroom Mountain. Shi Hao soon found Xiaoyu, who was leading his tribe to harvest the tree rich in wasteland. Shi Hao teleported to the vicinity of Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was stunned, and then immediately greeted him, and said enthusiastically, "Sir, I didn't expect you to come back so soon. Are you going to take us out?" Shi Hao shook his head at him and said, "I came here this time to collect some giant crystals and the black substance. You want to go out? You have to be prepared?" "Sir, we are ready and can leave at any time." Shi Hao understood Xiaoyu's eagerness and knew that the outside world was vast, but being locked up here all the time would be the same for anyone. "Then let me ask you, if we leave here, even if we fight back to the wilderness, how will the shortage of wasteland be solved? I mean your descendants countless years later. Let me ask you again, how can you regain your lost territory after you go out? Just rely on your fists?" After hearing Shi Hao's 2 consecutive questions, Xiaoyu was hit and wilted. "However, I have prepared everything for you. You need to calm down and prepare here. Then fight back to the wilderness in one go." After saying that, Shi Hao summoned the laser gun, machete, shield and wings specially made for the giants from the mustard seed space. Xiaoyu touched the weapons and equipment and couldn't let them go. With the help of Shi Hao, he put them on. He flapped his wings excitedly, flying crookedly, becoming more and more skilled. "I brought a total of 100 sets. During this period, you need to practice with these weapons, practice against each other, test the performance of the weapons, and study tactics and strategies. After the test, there is no problem. I will go back and start mass-producing weapons for you to use." Xiaoyu was so excited that he wanted to kneel down again, but was stopped by Shi Hao. Xiaoyu immediately activated the altar, and told the elders about Shi Hao's return, and the weapons he brought. When Xiaoyu came back to express his gratitude to Shi Hao thought about it, and simply took Xiaoyu to fly to the top of Mushroom Mountain, and then followed Xiaoyu's guidance to come to the prison star where the Great Elder was. Chapter 307. The Great Elder of the Giant Tribe had been waiting at the foot of the Mushroom Mountain with his men. Before coming, Shihao had asked Xiaoyu to explain, so everyone bowed to Shihao. Seeing Shihao coming to him, the Great Elder of the Giant Tribe was actually a little nervous. Sir, we have waited for many years, and finally waited for your appearance. This is all the favor of the Sun God. The Great Elder turned slightly, and bowed to the direction of the Sun God statue while speaking. Shihao deliberately acted more talkative and humorous. After Xiaoyu translated, he quickly became one with everyone. In the future, he would often deal with the giants. The first thing Shihao did was to learn the giant language. It only took him 3 days to reach the level of communicating with the elders and children of the giants. On the day Shihao arrived, he handed over all 100 sets of weapons and equipment to the Great Elder of the Giant Tribe. 100 giant masters were found for testing. Although the laser gun is not the latest technology, it is not comparable to the level of 3,000 years ago. It is very powerful. The giants concluded that it can easily kill a target, whether it is themselves or the people of the Huang tribe. The giants have always relied on cold weapons to fight, and they prefer the machete. These machetes are not mixed with giant crystals, that is, they have not been specially strengthened. When they fought with all their strength, several of them were damaged immediately. Shihao saw that this was a bit embarrassing, so he said that this was a semi-finished product and taught the giant craftsmen to mix in giant crystals. Although the craftsmanship level cannot be compared with that of the human race, the strength of the machete has also increased several times. When the two giants fought with machetes, sparks flew everywhere, and both sides were shaken away by the huge force. Their arms were numb, but there was no damage to the blade. The effect was amazing. The next thing to test was the shield. After learning from the lesson, Shihao asked everyone to temper the shield as well. The giant master held a machete in one hand and a round shield in the other. With his tall stature, he looked like a Spartan warrior. The machete could not cut through the round shield. During the test, several people were shocked so much that their arms were numb, and they threw their shields away. The laser gun continued to shoot at the shield. The tempered round shield could last for several minutes before being shot through. When everyone put on the wings, those wings were too thin. Although they could support the giant's huge body, they looked very funny. Another point is that the giants have weak mental power, and it is very laborious to drive the wings. But the giants have a strong immunity to mental attacks. Shihao used 80% of his mental power to attack Xiaoyu, and Xiaoyu only showed a little dizziness, which did not affect his actions and did not cause effective damage. This made Shihao look forward to the giants even more. The weapon test was completed, and Shihao's language learning just ended. The lobby of the Elders' Council headquarters. Shihao and the Great Elder sat at the top. The Great Elder had only prepared one seat at the top, but Shihao refused to sit. Shihao knew that the giants had not appeared in the world for a long time, obeyed Li Er's arrangements, believed in the Sun God, and had a simple way of doing things. But when the giants left the prison star and returned to normal life, this belief would easily collapse. Shihao lowered his posture at this time and treated the giants with an equal attitude of making friends, and he would become a powerful ally of the human race. Shihao was not too worried about whether the giants could enter the Silver region. After all, it was arranged by Li Er, one of the 12 main gods, so there must be a way out. At the very least, the giants, equipped with these weapons and equipment, were able to fight back to the wilderness and regain their foothold. Elder Shih, thank you very much for the weapons and equipment you brought. They are very useful to us. After Shihao corrected them many times, the giant elder and Xiaoyu began to address Shihao by his identity in the human race. No, I feel there are still many flaws and a lot of room for improvement. No need to bother. We don't have your coins, but we have resources and are willing to exchange with you. I wonder what Elder Shih thinks. When the giant elder heard what Shihao said, he immediately expressed his opinion. What's the big deal about a little flaw? He was more worried about how to own these weapons. Don't worry, Elder. Since I brought the weapons and equipment, I want to give them to you. As for the exchange items, you have them, and a lot of them. Oh, Elder Shih, please tell me. It's those giant crystal stones and mother glue. Shihao said, pointing to it. In the past few days, he has explained what mother glue is. This is not appropriate. The giant crystals and mother glue were collected by Lord Li Er, not the private property of our giants. As long as they are produced by Prison Star, I approve them. Don't worry, Great Elder, I will bring the improved weapons and equipment here soon. I will collect some giant crystals and mother glue from today, and I would like to ask for your permission. Elder Shur is too polite. Lord Lier has said that these things belong to the Sun God, and you are sent by the Sun God, so you can collect them at will. Lier did not say who the Sun God was, and what the Sun God looked like. After this period of contact, the giants felt that Shur was more appropriately sent by the Sun God, and the god should be much more powerful than Shur. Shur was not polite, and immediately talked about the modification of weapons and equipment. The laser gun is no longer fixed on the arm. It is going to be improved and carried on the back. There is a special bracket on the shoulder. After activation, the laser gun, or more precisely, a micro-laser cannon, becomes shoulder-mounted and automatically aims with telekinesis control. The wings are going to be improved and made thicker. In addition, a telekinesis amplifier is built in, so that the giant can be easily activated and fly for a long time. The size of the machete is going to be shorter, and it will be a broad-headed and thick-backed hatchet style, and it will be tempered. Although the hatchet style is ugly, it can achieve an attack bonus effect with the strength of the giant. The handshake position of the shield is going to be made of special materials, which can absorb the impact of the shield after being attacked. Listening to Shur's description, the giants present laughed from ear to ear. They thought, if there was such equipment in the first place, how could they be driven out of the wilderness? These weapons and equipment gave them the confidence that was almost worn out. Shur also promised that no matter how many weapons the giants needed, they would be satisfied. Shur dared to make this promise after investigation. After finishing his speech, Shur was a little confused. What kind of existence would the giants be like after being armed like this? But the current situation of the human race is still very dangerous, and Shur needs strong help. Shur's initial plan is to find the stone pattern insect king first, and ask him to help the upper level of the silver domain to solve the identity problem of the giants. If there is no proper solution, at least let the silver domain notify all races that there has been a change in the boundless battlefield, and the giants are friends, not enemies, and do not hurt the giants by mistake. Then, send human advisors to assist the giants to fight back to the wilderness. However, the prison star must not be abandoned. The ideal state is to let the giants continue to live on all the prison stars, and the silver domain will give them the identity of indigenous races. Shur will not collect all the giant crystal stones and mother glue mixtures that make up the protective shell outside the prison star. After Shur finished speaking, the great elder of the giants immediately asked all the giants to stand up and kneel on one knee. God of the Sun, as the great elder of the giants, I swear on behalf of the giants that the human race is the most honorable friend of the giants, and the giants have been friendly with the human race for generations. When the human race is in trouble, the giants will unconditionally support them with all their strength, even at the cost of their lives. If there is betrayal, the entire giant race will be annihilated under the glory of the Sun God. Lier chose the giants because of their loyalty and dedication. In the eyes of the great elder of the giants, Shur was helping the giants at all costs, and his gratitude was beyond words. Coupled with the blessing of his faith in the Sun God, he immediately made such a poisonous oath. After the great elder of the giants swore, Shur felt an invisible air shooting from the Sun God's statue, filling his heart, making him more confident and more determined. This may be the feedback of the power of faith, and his thoughts have become much clearer. Everyone sat down again. Great elder, I have another plan. I want to see if I can solve the problem of the giants' immense dependence on the wasteland. Chapter 308. Shur's words once again aroused the interest of everyone in the hall. Elder Shur, we have also thought about finding a substitute for the wasteland, or reducing our dependence on the wasteland, but we have never succeeded. So, in the entire wasteland, the people of the various branches of the wasteland tribe have gradually formed a consensus. That is, the people of the wasteland tribe can never get rid of the wasteland. This consensus is getting stronger and stronger, and the competition for wasteland resources among the various branches is getting more and more intense. The great elder of the giant tribe looked at Shur, not because he didn't believe him, but because it was too difficult. In fact, we humans were not like this before. Before humans came to the silver domain, they lived on a planet called Earth. That planet was very beautiful. We are particularly dependent on a gas called oxygen in the Earth's atmosphere. If we lose oxygen for a few minutes, humans will die completely. A few minutes in the silver domain may be just a blink of an eye for you. You can imagine how dependent we are on oxygen. Finally, through technological means, we not only changed our dependence on the Earth's environment, but also greatly extended our lifespan, which enabled us to enter the silver domain and gain a foothold. And you can at least survive for a long time without the wasteland. I think it is possible to find a solution. Shirhao's words once again ignited another hope in the hearts of the giants. If the wasteland is not a necessity, then their desire to fight back to the wasteland will not be so urgent. If the giants can really get rid of their dependence on the wasteland, our descendants will remember Elder Shir and the human race in their hearts. We will do whatever Elder Shir says and follow your instructions. The giant tribe's great elder had no more appropriate words to express his gratitude than the previous oath. I dare not guarantee that it will definitely work. I can only say that I have great hope. But this time, I need to find a few of your tribesmen to go back with me and cooperate with our staff to find a solution to the problem. This matter still needs to be solved by Wu Ruinfa and Zhao Qing. Elder Shir, I will go. Xiao Yu did not hesitate, and immediately raised his watch to show his attitude. Then let Xiao Yu lead the team, and we will select 9 more people to go with him. The giant tribe's great elder looked at Xiao Yu with great relief. In fact, as soon as Shirhao fell to the prison star, Xiao Yu's performance came into the sight of the elders' council. The giant tribe's elders' council understood that this was an opportunity for the giant tribe, but also a challenge for the giant tribe, and they needed a leader of the younger generation. If Xiao Yu went back with Shirhao this time and solved the problem of the giant tribe's dependence on the wasteland, he would most likely be promoted to the chieftain. The original leader of the giant tribe died, while covering the giant tribe's retreat. After being trapped on the prison star, the giant tribe was mainly managed by the elders' council, and no new leader was elected. After discussing the matter, Shirhao flew directly to the top of the Mushroom Mountain and began to collect giant crystals and mother glue. It was terrifying to collect all prison stars simultaneously. Shirhao only collected for half a day. He used his mind to detect the piles of giant crystals and mother glue in the Mushroom Mountain and stopped. Then he used the Mushroom Mountain to teleport more than 500 times, and his mustard pendant was full. After completing the purpose of this visit to the prison star, Shirhao took Xiao Yu and 10 other giants to Sanyu Star. Sanyu Star is one of the most solid strategic planets for the human race. The human race still holds shares in the animal taming field. Now the animal taming field has been deployed on more than 30 yellow-level strategic planets, and animal taming has become a national project. The headquarters of the Silver Domain Joint Newspaper is also here, and a new office building has been built, with the human race and the Zerg race each occupying half. Shirhao asked the head of the Sanyu Star branch of the human race to go to the Star Master of Sanyu Star to pass on the message and make an appointment to visit. Soon, the head of the branch came back, and he also came with someone, the current Star Master of Sanyu Star, Zhuang. It was an old acquaintance, which surprised Shirhao a little. At the beginning, Shirhao accidentally rescued Yifeng and Zhuang, brought them to Mianyun Star, and then Zhuang was taken away by Zhuangli. This time, Zhuang's dress did not change much, but Shirhao could see that Zhuang had the temperament of being well prepared and in control of his wisdom. Mr. Shir, my uncle specifically told me to come and visit you as soon as possible if you come to Sanyu Star and convey his greetings. Oh, thank your uncle for me. Is he back to the Zerg headquarters now? Xiao, who is both the Star Master of Sanyu Star and the Deputy Chief of the Zerg. Yes, my uncle is the current Chief of the Zerg, thanks to you. Haha, that's because your uncle is capable. Because of the joint venture with the human race to run the Bees Taming Field and the Silver Domain Joint Newspaper, the income of these 2 projects has increased by dozens of times, bringing a lot of wealth to the Zerg. Uncle's ability has also been recognized by the Zerg, and he has been elected as the Chief of the Zerg as expected. Xiao Shuang's words are true. The Bees Taming Field has grown from 1 to more than 30. Since the Silver Domain Joint Newspaper expanded its page space and opened up advertising investment, its income has increased greatly, and advertising space has become more and more expensive. After the human race editors joined, the excellent ability to control hot spots gradually increased sales. Zhuang, I want to talk to your uncle. Is it convenient? Our communication system is incomparable to your human race, and it is not portable, so please follow me to the Star Lord Mansion, Mr. Shir. In a private room in the Sanyu Star Lord Mansion, there was only Shirhao. The Zerg's communication system is also visible, but it is only in a flat state. Chief Shir, I am relieved to see that you are okay. After the connection, Wu Xiu immediately expressed his long-standing worries and his joy to see Shirhao again. Thank you, Chief Wu, for taking care of the human race over the years. I came to you today because I want to trouble you with something. During Shirhao's disappearance, the Zerg always rejected Li Kuan's system without any concealment, and claimed that if the person was replaced, the cooperation between the Bees Taming Field and the Silver Domain Newspaper would end immediately. This made Li Kuan afraid to act rashly, and the management staff had always been from Wang Guiyong's line, and there had been no change. Chief Shi, please speak. I want to meet the stone-patterned insect king. Hearing Shi Hao's straightforward words, Xiao did not show any surprise. The ancestors told you that if you take the initiative to find him, just wait at Sangyu Star, and he will come. Xiao did not say the specific time when the stone-patterned insect king would come, and Shi Hao did not ask, just waiting at the human race branch. He had sent people to send Xiaoyu, and 10 people to Mianyun Star. One day, Shi Hao was practicing in the training room, and the space next to him seemed to be suddenly cut open, and the stone-patterned insect king walked out of it calmly. When the stone-patterned insect king's figure was fully revealed, Shi Hao noticed it. You old bug, you want to scare people to death. For some reason, Shi Hao never showed respect to the stone-patterned bug king. He joked around like an old friend. You dead rat, do you know what respect for the elderly is? The stone-patterned bug king was not to be outdone and immediately fought back. Okay, old man, please sit down and watch your butt. The stone-patterned bug king rolled his eyes and did not continue to argue, but asked, if you have anything to say, just let the repairman convey it. Why do I have to travel so far? Old bug, you set up a trap and played me around, and you still feel wronged? This is what Shi Hao thought in his heart. He seemed to be led by the nose all along. That was a plot set up by that charlatan Li Er. It has nothing to do with me. You are in the same group anyway. You are on duty on Mars, aren't you cooperating with him? Don't think about getting yourself out of this so quickly. I went to Mars to follow my master's wishes. Li Er is Li Er. I didn't know what he did on Earth, and what the hell is the prison star? The stone-patterned insect king said angrily. When I went to settle accounts with him, he just said one sentence, the time is not right, the secret cannot be revealed. I will never see him. The stone-patterned insect king had just come in and pretended to be so pretentious, but it disappeared in an instant, and he gossiped to Shi Hao with a belly full of resentment. Then I called you here this time, isn't it in vain? Shi Hao was a little disappointed when he heard that the stone-patterned insect king didn't understand Li Er's plot. Why come in vain? If I come, I will definitely help you. Do you want me to help you? You can't help me with anything? The stone insect king patted his chest and said, being looked down upon by Shi Hao, this is absolutely intolerable. So arrogant? How is your practice of Azi Guanming thought? How is your practice of Xing Yiquan? You really have to say, you humans are really good. My telekinesis, which has not improved for many years, has actually loosened up, haha. And that Xing Yiquan, it's really cool to beat people. The stone insect king moved closer to Shi Hao's face. At his level, it is difficult to move forward a little. It is precisely because of these benefits that the stone insect king will tell Shi Hao to do whatever he asks. You look useless, and you can tell at a glance that you have never seen the world. Shi Hao curled his lips in disdain. Just when the stoneworm king was about to explode, he continued, the prison star is full of giants, and the giants are a branch of the original wilderness. I want to help them get an identity in the silver territory. Do you think it can be done? Chapter 309. Sure. The stoneworm king answered very straightforwardly. Why don't you ask why? Shi Hao prepared a set of excuses, but didn't use them. He doubted whether the stoneworm king's words were reliable. As soon as you escaped from the prison star, Li Er told you the story of the giant tribe of the wild race. The master ordered that if the giant tribe wants to come to the silver region, it will be a vassal of your human race. You can arrange it as you like. We will give you the green light. Shi Hao felt powerless, the kind of powerlessness that was arranged clearly, and he was like a transparent person. Looking at Shi Hao's lack of interest, the stoneworm king smiled and said, it's normal for you to feel frustrated. When I knew that a large part of the reason for going to Mars was to cater to Li Er's arrangement, I was also very unhappy. But he is indeed talented. The reason why your human race is so rebellious has a lot to do with him. What is the other small part of your reason for going to Mars? The stoneworm king's words aroused Shi Hao's curiosity. That's a long story, let's talk about it later. Let's talk about the present first. If you make good use of the giants, it will be of great benefit to the human race. Tell me your specific ideas. In the Silver region, the human race currently has the support of the elves, the Ikshas, and the Zerg. Now there is the giants. The Stoneworm King really wants to see the expressions of the Dark Spirits, and the Gold Clan after they know about it. Thinking of this, the Stoneworm King was secretly happy. First of all, I want to see if I can help the giants get rid of their dependence on the wasteland. If this problem can be solved, I want them to enter the Unicorn Constellation and make them the indigenous race of the Unicorn Constellation. If it can't be solved, then we can only help them fight back to the wasteland, because there are the resources they need and the environment where they can reproduce. After listening to Shirhao's words, the Stone Insect King remained silent, obviously thinking. After a few minutes, the Stone Insect King said solemnly, I know a little about the people of the Wilderness Clan. We also have the Wasteland in the Silver region. For the various races in the Silver region, the Wasteland has no use. The Wilderness Clan keeps harassing the Silver region. We even predict that it will not take many years for the Wilderness region to launch a war against the Silver region, and the Wasteland is one of their targets. If you humans can solve the Wilderness Clan's dependence on the Wasteland, it can be said that you have made a great contribution to the entire Silver region. I also have some ideas about your plan. Let me tell you. Shirhao leaned forward slightly, looking at the Stone Insect King, ready to listen attentively. If you humans can solve the giant's dependence on the Wasteland, I suggest you make long-term plans. The prison star where the giants currently live, Li'er said that the Wasteland resources are very rich and can support them for many years, so the prison star cannot be lost. Half of the area of the boundless battlefield belongs to the Silver Domain and can be assigned to the giants. They can live on the prison star for generations as indigenous races. This half of the area is enough to be equivalent to a constellation. My master, who is also the current domain master, has handed this area over to the human race for management. To be precise, you, Shirhao, will be the host. Shirhao did not become very happy when he heard the words of the Stone Pattern Insect King, but a little worried. In addition, he was very shocked. He did not expect that the master of the Stone Pattern Insect King was actually the Silver Domain Lord. Then, the Bees Taming Field and the Silver Domain Joint Report are likely to be the Domain Masters, or the Silver Domain's industries. What? Pressure? Shirhao nodded. You feel pressure, which means the Domain Master is right. Shirhao is worried about the wilderness. This area is under the management of the human race, and it has also become a battlefield facing the wilderness people. No matter how the situation changes in the future, Shirhao knows that this is definitely not a good place. In the past, the giants hid deep in the prison star. After being exposed, it is very likely that the wilderness people will think of eradicating the roots. At that time, the human race cannot stay out of it. After this area is demarcated, the Domain Master will strengthen this area in the name of guarding against the wilderness people. Let's call it the Boundless Constellation, and use the power of the whole domain to build the Boundless Seat. Shirhao thought that this name was too casual, the Boundless Seat. But for the tribes in the Silver Domain, they know what place it is just by hearing this name. If you want money, I give you money. If you want people, I give you people. If you want weapons, I give you weapons. In short, as long as you make a request that is not too excessive, the Domain Master will grant it. Think about it, the Golden Clan sends 1 billion troops here, and you command them. If they go east, they dare not go west, otherwise, they will be punished by military law. Isn't it cool? When the Stone Pattern Insect King said this, he raised his eyebrows. Although he had no eyebrows, his gloating look was obvious. Are you serious? It couldn't be more true. Okay, then I be the host of this seat. Perhaps, the Domain Master and Li'er had already made such a plan. Shirhao didn't think so much now. Take this opportunity to let the human race grow and develop, and let the giant race grow and develop. Shirhao also understood that the Boundless Seat was the front line of the entire Silver Domain, and it could become a battlefield for soldiers and horses at any time. Unfortunately, the giants cannot freely enter and exit other planets, and the human race can only move on yellow-level planets. According to the regulations, the giants cannot freely enter and exit the planets in the Silver Domain. Therefore, the Kirin constellation is the real foothold of the human race and the giants. These two constraints prevented Shirhao from doing what he wanted, and he felt a little depressed. The Domain Master also felt a little regretful when talking about this matter. When you first entered the Silver Domain, we were too conservative. If we had put you on the green level planet, you would have been able to take over the yellow level, green level and red level planets within 10,000 Silver Domain years. However, rules are rules. The Domain Master hopes that you can understand that if you lay a solid foundation on the yellow level planet, you will soon be able to soar to the sky on the green level and red level planets. With the rapid development of the human race, the interval between the race competitions once every 10,000 Silver Domain years is a bit too long for the human race. Shirhao himself also calculated that according to the progress of the Kirin constellation, the human race should be able to take over 500 million yellow-level planets in the Silver Domain in 1 million years. Excluding some garbage and useless planets, it should not be a problem for the human race to spread over more than 300 million yellow-level planets and gain a foothold. When I saw the problem of the giants' dependence on the wasteland, I will notify you and start the operation. Okay, if you can't repair it, just notify me. In addition, you should not limit your vision to the giants as an indigenous race. I personally think that if they participate in the race competition, they have a chance to defeat the giant lizards. After saying this, the stone-patterned insect king waved his hand, raised his hand, opened a hole in the space beside him, and walked in leisurely. Shirhao watched the stone-patterned insect king disappear, and at the same time used his telekinesis to feel the space behind the hole. Shirhao found the same breadth as the crack in time and space. It seems that when it grows to a certain extent, it can tear the space and then teleport itself to where it wants to go. With Shirhao's current strength, he still can't figure out the principle here. Without the Seat Master badge, can this be considered the development of a new constellation? The stone-patterned insect king made a verbal statement, but in fact, nothing was implemented. Shirhao smiled bitterly and shook his head, and then began to contact Wu Ruinfa. He heard a bad news and a good news. The bad news is that it is impossible to completely get rid of the wasteland by the existing scientific and technological means. Shirhao was a little disappointed, but he was mentally prepared. The good news that Wu Ruinfa said next made Shirhao full of expectations. The giants, including the wasteland tribe in the wasteland, have too low utilization rate of wasteland. After the wasteland is ingested by them, even if it is not completely absorbed, it reacts in the bodies of the giants and the wasteland tribe and is wasted. On the one hand, there are too many impurities in the wasteland, and on the other hand, his way of utilization is too primitive. Wu Ruinfa and Zhao Qing led the team to mainly overcome these two problems. The staff of the resources department slightly modified the smelting technology of the human race and made special equipment to refine the wasteland ore. As for the utilization method, there are two. The simplest one is to mix the purified wasteland with some catalysts. These catalysts can slow down the absorption process of the wasteland, but can allow giants and wasteland people to absorb more than 90% of the wasteland ingested into the body. According to calculations, the average absorption rate of the wasteland people was about 20% before. The second method is more complicated, which is to mix the mother glue and then ingest the wasteland through the skin. This way of intake is slower, but it will not waste any wasteland. When a certain amount is absorbed, it will stop absorbing. This absorption method allows the wasteland to penetrate directly into the cells and can exist permanently, which can solve the problem of dependence on wasteland in disguise. And with the absorption of wasteland, one's own physical fitness can be greatly improved. The amount of wasteland absorbed in this way is directly related to the physical fitness and potential of the absorber. Among these 10 people, Xiaoyu performed the most outstandingly, absorbed the most, and had the highest improvement in strength. After hearing Wu Ruinfa's introduction, a solution that could completely solve the hidden dangers of the Huang clan gradually emerged in Shirhao's mind. Chapter 310. Perhaps, the boundless seat will not be as bloody as imagined, but it still needs to be shown as full of hatred, trembling with fear, and surrounded by danger. Shirhao muttered to himself, and made a decision in his heart. Since there is such a good opportunity, Shirhao will not let it go easily. Then, Shirhao contacted Su Yan again, and asked him to supervise personally to build 2 billion sets of equipment for the giants as soon as possible. This is the first batch, and the second batch will build another 2 billion sets, and 1 billion sets must be reserved. List the detailed accounts of the material costs, manufacturing equipment, workers' wages and other expenses used to build equipment, and list them in cosmic language. Shirhao also emphasized the language used for accounting, which made Su Yan a little curious, because human factories are used to accounting in Chinese. Billions of sets of equipment, and the size is completely different from that used by humans. New factories and equipment must be built, and a large amount of resources must be raised. The whole cycle is very long. Shirhao will not let the giants be born if the weapons are not prepared in place. When Xiaoyu and his 10 people heard that the human race was making equipment for them, they almost fainted after hearing the number. Large-scale equipment of standard weapons, and such advanced weapons, was unprecedented in the history of the Huang people. In this way, the 10 of them did not leave, and stayed in the workshop where weapons and equipment were produced every day, stacking them. The Lord's mansion of Canis Minor Canis. Lord Shir, please accept my humble bow. Mia looked at Shirhao, and smiled so much that her eyes narrowed into crescents. Mia was very happy when she heard that Shirhao became the Lord of Wubian. Shirhao did not know the importance of the Lord, but Mia knew it very well. There are only 36 lords in the entire Silver region, and above them are 12 Lord Gods. In the entire Silver domain, a Master of the Purple level is equivalent to the primary level of the Jade Void level, and can serve as the Cloud Master. A purple level intermediate is equivalent to the intermediate level of the jade void level and above, and can serve as the seat master. An orange level elementary can serve as the Lord God in principle. These levels are the minimum standards. To serve as the cloud master, seat master and Lord God, it depends on one's comprehensive quality and ability, as well as personal connections. For example, there are many people in the elves who are stronger than Mia, but Mia took the lead in developing the Canis Minor constellation and succeeded. As long as her strength reaches her own medium level, and can withstand the extraction of telekinesis by the seat master badge, she can serve as the seat master of the Canis Minor constellation. Because she not only pulled together a team, but also led the team to successfully develop a constellation, this is her ability. As for connections, if the direct lineage of the royal family is not considered to have good connections, then there is no one with good connections. Mia, with a good background, beautiful, smart, hardworking, and strong, can get to this point. Although like Shirhao, she only has the title of seat master and no badge, everyone understands that it is only a matter of time. Shirhao, the seat master, was a bit miserable. He only had a title, no badge, and had to go to the battlefield immediately. But this was what a man should do, and he couldn't compete with Mia. Seeing Mia's teasing look, Shirhao pulled her into his arms. Then how about letting me have a kiss? Shirhao looked at the soft and affectionate spirit in his arms, and said mischievously, "Do you know what it means that men and women should not touch each other? Do you know what it means to be chaste and virtuous? Do you know what it means to be a chaste heroine?" Mia was poisoned by the culture of Yin country, and it seemed that she was poisoned deeply. Shirhao could only hold his forehead and smile bitterly. When the unicorn, Canis Minor, Canis Major and Infinity are recognized by the Silver Domain, it will be our wedding day. Before that, we still have to maintain. Mia looked at Shirhao and said seriously. Shirhao knew that after the wedding date was determined, Mia would apply to the tribe leader to leave the elves and convert to human identity. She cherished the days before the wedding. Shirhao thought about the sacrifices Mia would make. He was not good at speaking, so he could only hug her tightly. He had already made the decision to protect her for life. The two talked for a while, and Shirhao took her out of the room and summoned the human-level jump starship for Mia to see. After multifaceted comparisons, this starship is 1/3 stronger than the same level starship of the Golden Clan. We plan to sell it to the Silver Domain market. Not only yellow-level planets, but also green-level and red-level planets. Do you mean you want me to be an agent? Mia guessed Shirhao's thoughts at once. My wife is smart. Of course, otherwise how could I dare to take the human leader in? The human leader also wants you to become the richest little rich woman in the Silver region. What do you think? Of course. Then, the two began to plan. In the end, it was decided that Mia would personally represent the sales of the human starships on green and red planets. Mia considered it very carefully. If the agency rights were signed to the elves, if the human race won the race competition and obtained the qualifications to enter the green and red planets, it would be difficult to get the agency rights back. And Mia was about to become Shirhao's person. As the saying goes, good things should not flow to outsiders. Mia's reason was that a married girl is like spilled water, and Shirhao should be considered. Since the elf leader spoke, the dark spirits withdrew from Canis Minor. After all, the Golden Clan was defeated, the Feather Clan became neutral, and the dark spirits did not dare to continue to challenge the anger of the elves, Yiksha and humans. Seeing that the siege failed, the dark spirits changed their strategy, and went to explore new constellations. After Mia's assassination, the elves sent many tribesmen to help Mia share her worries, and at the same time accelerated the development of Canis Minor, and consolidated the elves' position in Canis Minor. Mia is the nominal seat owner, but there are people to do the specific things. After Mia explained the matter, she and Shirhao left Canis Minor, and rushed to the Mute Nebula. She was still the Cloud Master, and the things there could not be abandoned. After weighing the pros and cons, Shirhao merged the Cloud Master badge left on his body, so that he could gain the right to enter the green and red level planets. Lenny, Wei Jiang, Zhang Gubing and Shi Dian also have the right to enter the green and red level planets. Shirhao summoned them, and several other human Cloud Masters to the Cloud Master's mansion on the Mute Star as soon as possible. Since Mia has planned to act as an agent in her personal name, Shirhao's people are more convenient to use. Of course, Mia also has her own confidants to share a lot of work for her, and will also share some profits with him. Old, but was also called over by Mia, and was given a part of the dry shares to let him manage the entire human starship affairs. After years of experience, Old, but has greatly improved from his inner temperament to his outward momentum. He is proficient in everything from the establishment of sales centers to the recruitment of personnel. When Li Kun's faction controlled the human race, most of the trade resources were controlled by the Jin clan, an old but gradually cut off business dealings with the human race. This time, after hearing Mia and Sherhao's call, he immediately abandoned everything and came to join them. Since the great victory in the battle with the Golden Clan, the human race's position in the Silver Domain has been consolidated. The focus began to shift to construction, manufacturing and trade. After Sherhao's last publicity, the reputation of the human race's starship has been spread, but due to insufficient production capacity, it has not been officially launched. In the first batch of sales centers built, there are only models and promotional videos, and the reservation mode has been opened. Su Yin is both happy and worried. Starship orders are flying in, but he can't deliver them. And there are billions of sets of equipment for the giants. Regardless of the production capacity, Sherhao's publicity has not stopped. Under the arrangement of the Silver Domain joint newspaper, several media from green-level planets and red-level planets were united to interview Sherhao face-to-face. Elder Sher, you were the chief of the human race at that time. Why did you do it yourself and take risks? Sherhao blushed a little when he heard this question, but he still answered calmly. The human race just entered the Silver region, lacking everything and knowing nothing, so I have to set an example and lead everyone to overcome all difficulties and strive to find a place for the human race as soon as possible. To sum it up in our Chinese language, I am a brick of the human race, and I will move wherever I am needed. Hearing a new sentence, the editors and reporters hurriedly took notes and highlighted the key points. Excuse me, have you found that place for the human race? This is a beautiful elf reporter, representing an authoritative media on a red-level planet. Privately, she is a fan of Sherhao, a standard little fangirl. Before the interview started, she took out a small notebook and asked Sherhao to sign it for her. With the efforts of all human race members and the help of friendly races, we found it. After asking these two questions, the beautiful elf reporter sat down happily, holding her chin and looking at Sherhao with admiration. Since the human race has friendly races, I guess there should be unfriendly races, right? Elder Sher, can you please reveal which races are unfriendly to the human race? This is a Zerg reporter, asking questions on behalf of the Silver Domain newspaper, speaking very stiffly, but he is the one who was arranged in advance. This gentleman asked a good question. We humans are willing to help our friends, but we greet our enemies with shotguns. From the word unfriendly, we can see that this reporter is very gentlemanly. But from my point of view, it is more accurate to use the word hostile. The hostile races of our human race are the Golden Race, the Beast Race, and the Giant Lizard Race, as well as the disgusting race that was removed from the Silver Domain, the Bat Race. The Dark Spirit Race has not directly attacked the human race, and the Feather Race is currently in a neutral state, so Sherhao did not point out the names of these two races. Excuse me, Elder Sher, what did these three races do to make you so angry and hate them so much? The reporter continued to ask. There is a saying in the human race that family disgrace should not be made public. But in order to let our descendants remember the lessons of the past, I will speak frankly. More than 30 years ago, the division of the human race was caused by the three races of the Golden Tribe, the Beast Tribe, and the Giant Lizard Tribe. Because it was a media interview, Sherhao used the Silver Domain year as the time unit. Although everyone had heard it, hearing the human race elder Sherhao say it publicly caused an uproar, and several people began to loudly condemn that race, with rhythm. Chapter 311. It is rumored that Elder Sher was tricked by the Jin people, which led to his falling to the Death Star. Can you tell me how it happened? A Yiksha reporter asked another question. I have explained this question before, and today I will explain it for the last time. The first time the Jin and Giant Lizard sent people to kill me was on my way to Sanyu Star. Fortunately, I was taken care of by Master Yefeng, otherwise I would have been succeeded by these two hateful races. Of course, I robbed the other party's starship without hesitation, and that was my trophy. The murderer was killed, and the robber was robbed. There is nothing wrong with that. The values of the Silver Domain are also very positive and hate evil. Everyone nodded, saying that Sherhao did the right thing. I was going to the boundless battlefield to help the Silver region, but just after entering the Silver region, Jin Yuan of the Jin clan relied on his strength to be stronger than me. The Jin clan starship had a backdoor, and suddenly attacked me when I passed a dead star. Everyone should know what it means to fall to a dead star. Fortunately, I was lucky. After I got out of trouble, I happened to see my friend Mia being assassinated by that disgusting Jin Yuan. I couldn't bear it anymore, so I killed him and recorded the whole process to leave evidence. Sherhao became very angry and indignant. Good killing. This kind of scum must be eliminated. Who knows if he will target other races or other people in the future. Hao looked at the thin and dark beastman standing in the middle of the crowd with approval, guessing that it should be arranged by Lao He. Elder Shi, can you explain in detail how Jin Yuan controlled your starship through the back door? This makes us feel very insecure. The beautiful elf girl asked in a timid and soft voice, with a look that made people pity her. According to the detection of our human engineers, the starships of the Golden Clan are all equipped with backdoors. The masters of the Golden Clan or ordinary people of the Golden Clan can control the starships they want to control by using their special tools. This is simply a violation of human rights and property rights, and it poses a threat to all passengers on the Golden Clan starships. So we decided to expose this scandal. Is there anyone who wants to try the system-level jump starship? We have obtained a set of special tools of the Golden Clan. I will teach you how to invade the control system of the Golden Clan system-level jump starship. Even if you are weak, you can do it. This was also arranged in advance. It is better to do than to say. Seeing is believing. Soon, 2 people contributed their starships. If no one responds, the people arranged in advance will also stand up. This interview is different from the one that Hao accidentally had the idea of. It was carefully planned, and will continue to build momentum later. The next day, the Silver Domain joint newspaper and similar media on green and red planets reported Hao's interview in detail on the front page. There were facts and truth, and the entire Silver Domain was in an uproar. Many people doubted their own Golden Clan starships. All the Golden Clan starship sales centers were crowded with people, some demanding an explanation from the Golden Clan, some demanding compensation from the Golden Clan, and some directly demanding a refund. This incident lasted for more than 10 days. When the heat gradually subsided, the human race launched a teardrop-shaped, sky blue-class jump starship, offering a 20% discount within 10 days of the sale, and accepting reservations. Those who are not short of money feel very uncomfortable when driving the starship of the gold race. As soon as the human starship was launched, it attracted a lot of attention, but people still looked at it more than they bought it. There are also some smart people among them. They thought that Hao had just hit the starship of the gold race, and the human race launched a new starship. They knew what was going on at a glance. They had to curse in their hearts that there was no business without fraud. The human race ignored the reaction of the outside world and continued to bombard the yellow, green, and red planets with full-page advertisements. At the same time, they also found several starship experts to compare the human starship with the gold starship. The human race's original human-oriented quantum random encryption system is the most prominent because of the comparison with the gold starship. This encryption system can rely on the thoughts of the starship owner to continuously generate new passwords, and then match the corresponding decryption keys in the owner's thoughts. People will die if they compare themselves with people, and goods will be thrown away if they compare them. This sentence is very appropriate here. The sales of human starships began to rise gradually. In the end, due to production capacity issues, people had to queue up to pick up ships. Such good results were achieved thanks to the support of the Jin clan. In the past, the various races in the Silver Domain did not go around in circles, whether fighting or doing business. They were straightforward, and would not back down even if Mars collided with the Earth. Hao, sitting in Mia's Cloud Lord mansion, stirred up the entire starship market in the Silver Domain, causing huge losses for the Jin clan, which made Mia believe that it was right to find this man. As for the Cloud-class jump starships, battleships, etc., the human race also gave a clear sales plan. 7 or 8 Earth years is just a snap of the fingers for the people of the Silver Domain, and they can wait. Soon, Mia became the most dazzling woman in the Silver Domain, graceful, beautiful and rich. It is said that the chief of the Jin tribe had approached Mia several times, but she refused to see him. The market share of the Jin tribe starships is getting lower and lower. When the human Cloud-class jump starship was manufactured, it caused another wave of rush to buy. The queue alone was 1 year later. This is a later story. Time flies, and soon, 80 Earth years have passed. The equipment of the giants has long been in place. There is an elite giant army on each prison star. The army training and tactical exercises are all planned by human officers sent by Hao. On a giant planet in the core of the Silver Domain, the stone-brained Worm King is reporting to the Lord of the Silver Domain. Master, Hao sent a message saying that the giants are ready, and can come out of the prison star at any time to counterattack the wasteland. What did he ask for? Starships, money, and resources. This is the cost list of 5 billion sets of weapons and equipment he provided to the giants. He said that the Lord of the Domain would reimburse him. At this point, the corners of the stone-brained Worm King's mouth twitched twice. After Hao explained the word reimbursement, He finally understood that it was just asking for money. Give him whatever he wants. In addition, let each tribe send 1 billion troops to the front line of the boundless seat, and Sure Hao will be the commander-in-chief. Will Sure Hao get a big advantage in this way? What's wrong with getting a little advantage? The faster the human race develops, the more beneficial it will be for the future. Hearing the words of the domain master, the stone-patterned Worm King smiled imperceptibly. He made this clear first to shut up other tribes such as the Dark Spirit tribe and the Gold tribe. As for the Beast tribe, the Giant Lizard tribe, and the human race are no longer comparable. The constellations that the various tribes are exploring, plus the boundless seat, are there 7? Yes, master. The Dark Spirits, Golds, and Beasts have 1 each, and the humans, Elves, and Yikshaws have 1 each. Together with Sure Hao's infinite, there are exactly 7. Which constellation is developing the fastest? The humans are the fastest, and the beasts are the slowest. In fact, the Dark Spirits and Golds are also slow. The humans and elves are in the first echelon, and the Yikshaws have slowed down because of the war. After hearing the report from the stone-veined insect king, the domain lord slowly stood up, his body a little hunched. The elves know the shortcut to open up new constellations. Could it be that Mia told Sure Hao? As far as I know, Mia doesn't know this shortcut either. The elves sent the third elder to take full command of the specific matters. He knows the ins and outs of it. How did the humans do it? The domain lord looked up at the stone-veined insect king. It is said that when the human race first arrived in Kirin, they first exchanged money, weapons, and resources for more than a dozen Earth-like rocky planets, and then settled all the people on these planets. They did not rush to expand, but transformed these planets step by step to create an environment similar to that of the Earth. These planets are very suitable for human reproduction and resource regeneration. They invited the indigenous races of Kirin to visit their planets, and painted a bright future for those indigenous races. The key is that they helped several indigenous races realize these prospects and gain great support. Although Nguyen only took away a small half of the human population, the weight was very large. In order to let everyone have a house to live in, food to eat, and clothes to wear, the first thing to do, when arriving at Kirin, was to keep a low profile and seek development. Oh, there is no militarism, no burning, killing and looting, which is precious. The domain master sighed when he heard this. They rarely resort to violence, unless they encounter very brutal indigenous races, in which case they will choose to eliminate the brutal party and rescue the oppressed party. Then, they help the disadvantaged groups establish a hierarchical structure suitable for their own race. The most amazing thing is that they set up schools and provide education wherever they go, and teach the cosmic language, human culture, and technology to the indigenous people. At this point, the Stoneworm King saw the domain lord's eyes slightly raised. Master, I have visited those planets before, and their education content is very objective. There is no slavery or control tendency. Instead, they tell the indigenous people that all races in the universe are equal. They encourage the indigenous people to enter the universe through their own efforts. The Stoneworm King could see that the domain lord had a look of surprise and relief on his face. He knew that he had said almost everything, so he stopped. Chapter 312. No wonder they can develop so fast. I only have one feeling after hearing what you said. The Lord of Silver Domain rarely speaks so much. Today is a little unusual, but the Stoneworm King was not surprised. The Stoneworm King looked at the Lord of Silver Domain, who paused for a moment. That is big and wide, big pattern, big tolerance, broad mind, and broad vision. The Lord of Silver Domain's words are not so much a comment on the development of the human race in Kirin constellation as an affirmation and praise of the human race. Master, I feel the same way. They didn't do it intentionally, and they didn't do it for anyone to see. This is the cultural essence accumulated by the human civilization over a long period of time. So, success is not accidental. From this point of view, other races are developing too slowly, and this is not acceptable. The Lord of Silver Domain looks at the overall situation and considers the overall interests. What do you want, Master? Seeing this, the Stoneworm King asked immediately. This is his ability to serve the Master for a long time. We can also learn from Sure Hao and create public opinion. First, we will publish a constellation development guide, and then find experts to comment on the advantages and disadvantages of each race's constellation development, as well as their corresponding progress. I do it right away. The Stone Insect King bowed slightly and walked out of the hall. The Stone Insect King is very efficient. The next day, all media published an article constellation development guide on the front page. Then, 5 consecutive days of special discussions were held. The entire Silver region was like boiling oil splashed into water. For a time, all forces, including the various seat masters, cloud masters, etc., were ready to move. With the living examples of Shihao, Mia and Yifeng, many ownerless constellations have become popular. After the stone-patterned insect king left the domain master, he immediately contacted the Zerg and Shihao, asking them to hurry up their layout, show their strongest strength, and open up some new constellations. After a little reminder from the stone-patterned insect king, Shihao understood what was going on. On the same day, the Human Elders Council and the Human Committee held a plenary meeting, and finally chose to develop a constellation adjacent to the boundless constellation, called Qinwei Constellation. This development was mainly led by Wang Ping and Laura, who led the human forces to Qinwei Constellation. The Zerg's repairmen had already greeted Shihao, and were ready to advance and retreat with the human race, and finally chose the Scorpion Red Constellation adjacent to Qinwei Constellation. In this way, the boundless constellation, Qinwei Constellation and Scorpion Red Constellation began to develop together. The boundless constellation belonged to Shihao, but the Silver Domain coordinated to send troops to defend it. The Giants were the indigenous race of the boundless constellation. The next day, the Silver Domain Joint News reported the news that the human race marched into Qinwei Constellation, and the Zerg marched into Scorpion Red Constellation. The meaning of releasing the message is that we have reserved these two constellations. You should stand aside and look for other undeveloped constellations. Soon, all the races in the Silver Domain took action. The Dark Spirits, the Golds, and the Giant Lizards joined forces to occupy 3 more constellations. The Elf, the Ikshaw, and the Stones joined forces to occupy 3 more constellations, taking this opportunity to draw the Stones to their side. As for the Feathers, they have been abandoned and can only work on their own, but they only have the strength to develop 1 constellation, and whether they can succeed is another matter. The fire ignited by the Lord of the Silver Domain caused a commotion in the entire Silver Domain. Ideals are full, but reality is skinny. Many races look down on those inferior indigenous races from the bottom of their hearts, and generally use force to conquer these races. Now, they have to put down their status and pretend to be friendly with the indigenous races, and they have to help the indigenous races develop against their will, just like being tied up. With guidelines, comments, and examples, it will only ignite passion for a while. After a long time, all races return to the original rhythm, waving sticks and bleeding continuously. The funniest thing is that the giant lizards were beaten to a pulp by the indigenous races, and their vitality was seriously damaged. After withdrawing from that constellation, they never mentioned the development of new constellations again. In order to make up the quota for 3 constellations, the Dark Spirits and the Gold Clan pulled the Feathers into their camp. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse, and the Feathers are something that the giant lizards can never compare to. Under the severe beating of the stone-patterned Insect King, the Zerg completely put down their status, and worked diligently to help the indigenous races of the Scorpion Red Constellation develop under the guidance of the human race. After solving the initial difficulties, everything went smoothly. The general environment of the Silver Domain has also changed from the struggle between the 2 major camps to a vigorous construction. The frontline battlefield of Wubianzu. The sky-blue teardrop-shaped starships were arranged in 10 rows. Each row had no beginning or end. These starships were filled with giant soldiers, who were ready to march into the wilderness. These starships were purchased by various races in the Silver Territory. The Gold Tribe did not want to take the money, and wanted to donate the starships, but was rejected by Shihao. You should close the back door of the starship first. I don't want the giant soldiers to be in any potential danger. The Gold Tribe was in the wrong, so they had to pay the money honestly, and then all the money turned into human-level jump starships. The human race provided the giant soldiers with 3 batches of 5 billion sets of weapons and equipment. Shihao originally only wanted to get back the cost, but the Domain Master said that he would buy it at the original price, making a lot of money. Because all the money was raised by various races, Shihao had no psychological burden to earn it. All armies, listen to my orders. Shihao stood in the command room, and below him were the commanders of various races, who had to obey Shihao at this time. All the soldiers of the Jin tribe, attack from the middle road, and make sure to drive the people of the Huang tribe out of the Wubian seat. Leave enough charging area for the giant soldiers. The Jin tribe has received the order. The commander of the Jin tribe was aggrieved and responded reluctantly. He also knew in his heart that Shihao was avenging his personal grudges, and making the soldiers of the Jin tribe cannon fodder. Jin Shui, you've worked hard. Shihao's face was expressionless, but he saw the dissatisfaction on the face of the commander of the Jin tribe. All human soldiers, attack from the right wing. All elves, attack from the left wing. All beastmen, attack from the upper wing. All Yaksha soldiers, attack from the lower wing. Humans, get the order. Elves, get the order. Feathers, giant lizards, stone tribes, and insect tribes, defend the frontline positions, and do not lose an inch. Feathers, get the order. Stone tribe, get the order. Shirhao truly took on the role of commander-in-chief. The formation of the 5 attacking races is an improved version of the arrow formation, a cone formation more suitable for void combat. After a series of attacks, they killed an area, which will serve as the giant's foothold, and then gradually advance to the wilderness. After careful consideration, Shirhao did not collect all the mother glue and giant crystal stone mixture on the outer layer of the prison star, and still left a thick layer to protect the prison star. Each prison star has a receiving platform, through which one can be teleported into the prison star. All races in the silver domain entry sequence can enter the prison star, but they must accept the management of the giant race. 5 races, each with 1 billion soldiers, seem to cover the entire void, advancing rapidly as a whole. The people of the wilderness who received the news had never seen such a big scene before, so they fled at the sight of the wind. The giant soldiers took over the planet at the junction of the silver domain and the wilderness without difficulty, and used it as a base for advance and retreat. This was also the only collective action in the silver domain in the past tens of thousands of silver domain years. The first battle was a great victory, and morale was high. Even the resentful commander of the Gold Clan smiled. After completing the mission, the soldiers of the 5 tribes retreated to the silver domain to establish a new defense line. If the silver domain soldiers stayed in the wilderness for a long time, it would cause the fact of invasion. The giants are a branch of the wilderness people. They sent troops only to take back the territory and resources belonging to their own race, which is understandable. Those arrogant people of the wilderness saw that the giants were full of excellent equipment, like gods descending from heaven, and watched from afar, not daring to fight. The commander of the wilderness tribe had already sent someone to report the battle situation to the lord of the wilderness territory. Inside the temporary command center of the giant tribe, Shirhao and the great elder of the giant tribe sat on both sides, accompanied by Xiaoyu and several others. Xiaoyu had been promoted to the chief of the giant tribe. Great elder, we marched into the wilderness territory with great momentum to let the tribes in the wilderness territory understand our true strength, not to fight for real. The great elder of the giant tribe looked at Shirhao, and the others also looked at Shirhao, their eyes full of confusion. Chapter 313. The great elder of the giant tribe looked at Shirhao, and the others also looked at Shirhao, their eyes full of confusion. I want to ask you a few questions. Shirhao saw their expressions and asked. General Commander Shir, please speak. The great elder of the giant tribe agreed on behalf of everyone. He felt that calling Shirhao the general commander was more respectful, and could show the difference between superiors and subordinates. Are you fighting back to the wilderness for revenge or for survival? Revenge is also for revenge, but the most important thing is survival. The great elder replied. Countless years have passed, and the hatred has long faded. Using the new wasteland body quenching method, are you so eager to obtain wasteland resources? After comprehensive comparison, the giant tribe finally chose the wasteland body quenching method with a longer cycle but better effect. Now these giant soldiers have temporarily gotten rid of their dependence on the wasteland. Unless someone breaks through the bottleneck of strength, the demand for wasteland will increase significantly. The giants first tempered the soldiers, then the civilians. Now, more than 80% of the giants on the 5,000 prison stars have accepted this method of tempering. This method of tempering, just like the human race using auxiliary equipment to upgrade, can also improve the individual combat power of the giants. It's not so urgent. We can say that we have gotten rid of our dependence on the wasteland. In my heart, there is an unprecedented sense of relief. For a while, we couldn't even find the goal we were fighting for. After many discussions, new goals and beliefs were slowly established, that is, to make our people live better. In the past, the giants, including the wasteland, were always running and fighting for the wasteland. That was the goal and spiritual support of their entire tribe. Did you have a bad life before? Shirhao felt that this topic was more profound and more beneficial to his next plan. Before, we only wanted to survive, and we only had the wasteland in our eyes. After getting in touch with you more, we realized that there is another way to live with more dignity and comfort. Then can you bear to watch so many excellent giant soldiers die on the battlefield in the wasteland? Seeing that the time was almost right, Shirhao threw out the most critical question that could reach the soul directly. The elder looked at everyone present and shook his head with a heavy face. I also think that from the current situation, there is no need to cause greater casualties, so we have to talk to them. Since we are going to talk, why do we still need to send troops? If I am unarmed, if I act cowardly, if you are my enemy, will you still sit down and negotiate with me calmly? The elder and many people present shook their heads. Now, in the eyes of those wasteland people, you are their nightmare, so the right to speak is in your hands. Then what do we have to talk about? What is the purpose of our negotiation? The elder asked a little anxiously. What is the biggest weakness of the Huang people? Huang to the great elder immediately understood what Shi Hao meant. We can give them our methods, and then in exchange for resources, territory, and peace. The great elder was a little looking forward to the negotiation results. Great elder, I have a request. When you negotiate, take down the constellation next to the boundless seat and merge it with the boundless seat, because except for the prison stars, most of the boundless seats are dead stars, which is not conducive to development. We will use the body hardening equipment in exchange. Shi Hao wanted to set up another barrier in front of the boundless seat. In fact, he had a bold idea in his heart, which was to build a large free trade zone in the expanded boundless seat as a bridge connecting the Silver Domain and the wilderness. Of course, this must be based on true peace. I will obey the military order of Commander Shi. The great elder bowed respectfully to receive the order. Soon, the great elder formed a negotiation team, guarded by tall giant soldiers, like gods of war, and launched a marathon negotiation with the tribes in the wilderness. During this period, the tribes in the Silver Domain questioned Shi Hao. The Dark Spirit tribe and the Gold tribe also took the opportunity to complain to the territory lord, saying that Shi Hao was incompetent and inactive. After billions of troops were stationed in the boundless seat and sent to the wilderness, the giant tribe army was reluctant to move. This had to make other tribes suspicious. They spent so much money to equip the giant army. If it was just a showpiece or betrayed the Silver territory, it would be a loss. The Dark Spirit tribe and the Gold tribe used all their forces to attack Shi Hao openly and secretly, but Shi Hao remained unmoved and practiced in the command center all day. Although Shi Hao did not explicitly report his plan to the Lord of the Silver territory, the Stone Pattern Insect King knew that the human race had helped the giants solve the problem of relying on the wasteland. Combining information from all sides, the Lord of the Silver territory slowly figured out Shi Hao's idea. If Shi Hao can solve the problem of the wasteland tribe disrupting our border without bloodshed, how should I reward him? The Lord of the Silver territory seemed to be asking the Stone Pattern Insect King, and seemed to be weighing the weight of Shi Hao's battle in his heart. The Stoneworm King did not really answer this question. He knew that the Domain Master had already considered it. There are dozens or even hundreds of branches of the Wilderness tribe in the Wilderness territory. In order to gain the greatest benefits, the great elder of the giant tribe showed unprecedented patience. Show your muscles, induce, and then negotiate. If the negotiation fails, show your muscles again, induce, and negotiate again. In the end, two slightly weaker branches of the Wilderness tribe, eager to solve the problem of relying on the wasteland, agreed to the giant's request. Send a large amount of resources and territory, and write to the Domain Master of the Wilderness territory to express the giant's demands and plead for the giants. Then, the two branches of the Wilderness tribe each sent dozens of people to verify the technology. This verification cycle takes 2 or 3 Earth years. It goes back and forth like this, over and over again. The negotiations between the giants and the Wilderness territory lasted for more than 30 Earth years, and half of the branches of the Wilderness tribe agreed to the giants' request and wrote to the Domain Master of the Wilderness territory on behalf of the giants. After the Lord of the Wilderness sent someone to verify that the giants' method was indeed practical, he lowered his posture. He ordered a constellation next to the boundless seat to be allocated to Shi Hao, and restored the giants' former territory. All these tasks were completed more than 60 years later, and both sides began to withdraw troops on a large scale. Shi Hao led the human race and the giants to start building the boundless seat, which was twice as large. From beginning to end, Shi Hao never made a single excuse, allowing the Dark Spirits, the Gold Clan, the Feather Clan, the Beast Clan, and the Giant Lizard Clan to smear him. When all the truth came out, the 5 races headed by the Dark Spirit Clan found that they were the biggest idiots, and they were slapped in the face by Shi Hao. The Silver Domain newspaper specifically listed the articles, rumors, and evidence that the 5 races had used to slander Shi Hao in recent decades, and the people who knew the truth scolded them to pieces. The Dark Spirit Clan and the Gold Clan were much more honest this time. They no longer paid attention to the reactions of the outside world and focused on development. In order to vent their anger, the Gold Clan completely ignored the Constellation Development Guide and slaughtered all the indigenous races that dared to resist. As the control became stronger and stronger, the Gold Clan began to transfer its industries to the two constellations, and the development focus was also placed on the two constellations, turning the two constellations into a kingdom exclusively for the Gold Clan, as solid as an iron barrel formation. Of course, the saying that this iron barrel formation is as solid as a barrel formation is the self-proclaimed claim of the Gold Clan. Since the various tribes in the wilderness have found a way to solve the problem of relying on the wilderness, their focus has also changed from competing for wilderness resources to building their own homes and improving their lives. The trade between the wilderness and the Silver Domain is becoming more and more frequent. The trade channel is Shirhao's boundless seat. Shirhao selected dozens of planets in strategic locations, transformed them, and vigorously promoted the absorption of people of various races to settle in and develop on these planets. One day 500 years later, the Silver Domain joint newspaper announced the official establishment of the Wubianzuo Free Trade Zone, and all tribes in the Silver Domain and the Wilderness Domain could set up companies in Wubianzuo to conduct trade. A steady stream of water, win-win cooperation. Shirhao knew the power of the platform and the importance of participation from all tribes. He did not let the trade be controlled by the human race and the giant race, but established a completely open platform. Chapter 3:14. The originally lifeless boundless battlefield gradually became lively. A newly developed constellation does not have a large teleportation array, but boundless is an exception. As a buffer zone and front line below the Wilderness Clan, there are 3 large teleportation arrays in the boundless battlefield. Although the constellation obtained from the wilderness has no teleportation array, the increasingly advanced starship technology makes up for this deficiency. The human race's Cloud-class jump starship has also spread throughout the Silver Domain. It is also teardrop-shaped, but the whole body is purple-red and glowing with a faint purple light. After another day, whether it was 500 or 800 years later, the entire boundless was quickly shrouded by a layer of light that was originally faint and invisible. A hexagonal purple badge flashed in Shirhao's mind. This is the badge of the Lord of the Silver Domain. I don't know when it has merged with Shirhao. Shirhao's mind was enlightened, and he soon understood what happened. In the boundless seat, the half that originally belonged to the wilderness, 3 large teleportation arrays appeared in the void, and the locations where they appeared were just right, all of which were transportation hubs. With the Seat Master badge, Shirhao became the Seat Master of the boundless seat in the true sense, and his telekinesis level had reached the intermediate level of Yushu more than 200 years ago, so there was no burden in integrating the Seat Master badge. A giant planet in the core of the Silver Domain. Master, the boundless seat has reached the reception standard of the main brain, the Seat Master badge has been generated, and the new teleportation array has been born. The Stone Pattern Insect King, who received the news, reported to the Silver Domain Master as soon as possible. What are the situations of other constellations? The Kirin and Canis Minor are almost the same, and the development level of the Qinhui constellation, the Scorpion Red constellation, the Canis Major constellation, and the Fish Crown constellation of the Dark Spirit clan is comparable. It is said that the 2 constellations of the Golden Clan are completely closed to other races, and the indigenous races seem to have been cleared by the Golden Clan. Although the Beast Clan did not close the newly developed constellations, they cleared all the indigenous races like the Golden Clan. On the contrary, the human race actively invited people from all races in the Silver Domain to develop in the Unicorn, Endless, and Lyretail constellations. The elves and the insects also took the human race as an example and opened up in an all-round way, so they developed very quickly. As for the Dark Spirit clan, they have a good grasp of the constellation development guide, but they are too murderous, which greatly affected the expansion speed. Hearing the report of the Stone-Veined Worm King, the Lord of the Silver Domain laughed and said, "Mud is still mud, the essence cannot be changed. The Golden Clan will suffer a great loss in the end, and the human race has completely merged with the various races in the Silver Domain. The roots are getting deeper and deeper, and the roots are intertwined. Unless the human race makes a big mistake, no one can shake their position. Why didn't the elves and the dark spirits occupy one or several constellations and develop them into private territories?" The Stone-Veined Worm King is very clear about the power relationship in the middle. Entering the planet of the sequence means accepting the management of the Silver Domain, the detection of the main brain, and the protection of the Silver Domain. Because the planet entering the sequence must unconditionally accept personnel from other races to enter, unless others are unwilling to come. When a planet is full of people from all races in the Silver Domain, no race dares to unilaterally attack the planet, let alone eliminate your hostile races. The Bat Clan's attack on Yin Star is purely a self-destructive act. The Bat Clan leader accepted the conditions and benefits of the Gold Clan, so he was ready to sacrifice the Bat Star, but he did not achieve the desired effect. Even if the Bat clan can capture Munyon Star, they will be sanctioned by the Silver Domain. But what's the use of sanctions? In that case, the human race on Munyon Star has been wiped out. Now, the Golden Clan is complacent. Maybe they are very confident in the strength of their own race, but it is indeed not a wise move. If any race is ruthless and surrounds those two constellations, and directly launches a devastating war, the Golden Clan can survive if they can withstand it. If they can't withstand it, they will be destroyed. The Silver Domain will not stand up for the Golden Clan. Wubianzu is developing rapidly. On the one hand, it has a special location. On the other hand, Wubianzu has actively promoted the exchanges and trade between the Silver Domain and the wilderness. This is the biggest plus point. Also, people from all races have come to Wubianzu to open factories and companies and do business with the wilderness people. This is another plus point. Sure one, Wubianzu is included in the management of the Silver Domain, which is a big deal. We need to publicize and guide it. Sherwin Worm King understands the meaning of the Silver Domain Lord. On the basis of the Constellation Development Guide, he will provide some successful experiences to other races to promote the development of all races in the entire Silver Domain. Wubianzu Lord's Mansion. Shihao is holding a video conference with Yi Feng, Mia, and Xiao to discuss the successful experience of Wubianzu recognized by the Silver Domain. Wubianzu's location is a bit special, and there are many factors that help it, so it develops faster. I personally feel that with the increase in trade volume, more and more people are pouring into Wubianzu, which should be the biggest help. After the discussion, Shihao, as the Lord of Wubianzu, expressed his personal feelings. What should we do if we don't have such a good location? Ever since the Jin clan instigated the indigenous races of Canis Major to go to war with the Yaksha clan, the development of Canis Major has begun to lag behind Kirin and Canis Minor. Yi Feng is helpless. It's not that he didn't work hard, but that the Jin clan diverted the trouble. Then developed the overall strength of Canis Major. There are still many indigenous races in Canis Major. Do business with them, help them with education, and even lead them to enter the Silver Domain as Yaksha clan. In addition, I am also considering whether to move all the trade in our Silver Domain to Kirin Town, Canis Major and Canis Minor. I wonder if this is considered cheating. Shihao proposed his own idea, just like many industries on the internet, such as online novels, video live broadcasts, clicks, and traffic. We build characteristic industrial parks in 3 constellations respectively, truly create characteristics, and turn them into long-term behaviors. There should be no problem. Mia reminded beside her. She was already familiar with the routines of the human race. I think it's feasible. Yi Feng agreed with Mia's words. Let's do it. The route is already open, so we have to make full use of it. The 3 of them happily decided on the development plan for Kirin, Canis Major and Canis Minor. Elder Shur, what about our Scorpion Red constellation? Is there a better way? The cultivator was a little jealous of the geographical location of the 3 constellations. Boundless Constellation has developed now, mainly focusing on trade. Although there are factories, most of them are light industries. I plan to make an adjustment. The large-scale teleportation array of Boundless Constellation has been opened, and I plan to focus on trade and logistics. Make Boundless Constellation a cargo distribution center for the Silver region. All industries will be relocated. Qi Wei and Xiahong will each take over a part, and then find the right position and develop and grow. Light industry, heavy industry, raw materials, etc., all have great room for development. These are familiar to the human race, but a bit difficult for the Zerg. Xiao thought for a while and said, because of technical reasons, it is a bit difficult for the Zerg to do industry. I plan to build Xiahong into a mineral resource center. I wonder if Elder Shur thinks it is appropriate. Yes, we can provide technical guidance. Because of the relationship with the Stone Pattern Bug King, and the Zerg's help to the human race, Shihao answered very straightforwardly. Although Mia did not make any request, Shihao would do his best to help Canis Minor be recognized by the Silver Domain as soon as possible. He is still waiting for his wedding night with Mia. The headquarters of the Jin clan on a certain planet. The Jin clan is holding a special meeting. The Jin clan has always been controlled by Jin Shirkuai's line, because the direct line of the Jin family, and its closer branches all started with technology. The advanced technology of the Jin clan mainly benefited from the Jin family, which earned a lot of wealth for the Jin clan, and of course the Jin family also became very wealthy. However, when Shihao targeted the Jin clan, the sales of the Jin clan starships shrank year by year, and some market shares fell directly to zero. Because the starships reserved backdoors, Those who bought the Jin clan starships from other tribes, those who had the financial resources, replaced them with new starships, and those who did not have the financial resources could only make do with them. Therefore, many people would go to the Jin clan starship sales center to make trouble, demanding compensation and returns. This did not last for a few days, but every year. The Jin clan's ability to make money no longer existed, and it also caused trouble for the Jin clan, and other branches of the Jin clan complained greatly. Especially when the boundless seed was recognized and accepted by the Silver Domain, the emotions of the Jin clan were completely ignited. Although the Jin clan was developing two constellations, according to the official statement of the Silver Domain, these two constellations would not be recognized by the Silver Domain and the main brain in this life. Everyone believed that this situation was caused by the Jin family. They should bear most of the responsibility, especially in terms of decision-making. For this meeting, representatives from other larger branches of the Jin family were sent. One of the fat, round, black metallic-looking Jin family members sat in the middle of the hall, looking very imposing. Chapter 315. Everyone looked at the fat man with mixed feelings, and more people had some expectations in their eyes. This fat man's name is Yunanan. If you think he is harmless after hearing the name, you are wrong. This guy joined the Golden Clan at some point. It is said that from the perspective of genetic composition, he has 80% similarity with other tribes of the Golden Clan. The main brain automatically identified them as members of the Golden Clan, not the kind of small races who borrowed identities to enter the Silver Domain. Their body structure and appearance have not changed at all, and they have obtained the qualifications to enter the yellow, green, and red level planets. The Golden Clan members, who have dealt with Yunanan, gave him a nickname, called the Black-Bellied Man. Yunanan left people with the impression that he can fight, is ruthless, has strong telekinesis, and has many bad ideas. He has become famous in the past few hundred years, Earth years, and gradually has a lot of fans. Of course, the core of those fans is mostly his own people, who look like him, round and chubby, with a black metallic luster. This group of people has another characteristic: they are very good at fighting and very durable, and the fighting skills they master are very simple, practical, and easy to learn. Most of the people around Yunanan are his fans, who want to learn these fighting skills from him. Before the Jin clan's enlarged meeting, the Jin clan had already split into several camps. The Jin clan's direct lineage alone was divided into two camps. One was the Jin Shirkwai lineage that was currently controlling the Jin clan, and the other was the young and vigorous faction headed by the 5th, 7th, and 8th elders of the Jin clan. These elders are not young, but they support the young and vigorous faction of the year ago, and support their concept of absorbing the strengths of many schools and letting 100 flowers bloom, rather than relying on the Jin clan's technology to make a living. Yunanan was pushed to the front by several of her trusted subordinates, and she echoed the young and vigorous faction of the Jin clan and raised the banner of anti-Jin Shirkwai. Today, Yunanan sat together with several other leaders of the forces that supported the young and vigorous faction to protect Jin Yengu, the leader of the young and vigorous faction of the Jin clan. Uncle Wu, we have all seen the current situation of the Jin clan. The Jin clan has come to the present situation, which is inseparable from your efforts. Before Sure How the human race came back, you have made contributions, and can be regarded as great contributions. However, since Sure How came back, the Jin clan has been targeted everywhere. Now, the Jin clan seems strong, but in fact it is in crisis. To use an idiom of the human race, it is called strong on the outside but weak on the inside. So, I advise Uncle Wu to see the situation clearly, and make new plans for the future of the Jin clan. Jin Yengu was calm, and talked freely to the current leadership group of the Jin clan headed by Jin Shirkwai. Jin Shirkwai is the 5th child, and Jin Yengu's father is the 2nd child. Jin Yengu, everyone knows that you are fighting against the leader of the Jin clan for the position of the family. When the Jin clan is doing well and making great strides forward, you are spreading alarmist words, and frequently resorting to covert actions. Where do you plan to put the Jin clan? You are evil-minded, and should be killed. The speaker is the 4th son of the Jin family, who is also the deputy leader of the Jin clan. Haha, Deputy Leader Jin, you are throwing this big hat on others. You are bluffing when you say these words, and you are not facing the current problems of the Jin clan. If the Jin clan is expelled from the Silver region, can you be called the sinners of the Jin clan? Even if you admit that you are the sinner, the Jin clan will have reached a point of no return by then. Do you think everyone will agree? It was Yunanan who spoke. After he finished speaking, he looked around. It seemed that he was taking care of everyone's emotions. He was really a person of particular taste. If others saw him winking at a corner, they might not think so. The people over there immediately understood and shouted, "No, we absolutely won't agree. Yes, no. No. No." With a shout, everyone responded. The initial chaos, which was led by that person at first, turned into a chorus of condemnation, with a deafening momentum. Jean Shirkwai's originally silver-white face turned dark, showing how angry he was. He stood up slowly, and the majesty of a superior for many years naturally emanated, suppressing the shouting voice. "You said I want to become a sinner of the Jean clan?" Jean Shirkwai walked slowly to Yunanan. "How do you think I will become a sinner of the Jean clan? Is the Jean clan going to be destroyed? Has the Jean clan been expelled? Do you know the Jean clan's plan? Have you ever fought for the Jean clan and killed enemies?" Jean Shirkwai pressed on step by step, and Yunanan involuntarily took 2 steps back. "If you can't say anything, don't deceive people here, otherwise, I will use my position as the clan leader to exchange your life." Jean Shirkwai could see that Yunanan was the key, and he had to silence him first before talking about other things. "Fifth uncle, I have never fought on the battlefield and killed enemies, so does that mean I am not worthy of sitting here?" Jean Yengu, worthy of being the leader of the young and vigorous faction, asked Jean Shirkwai slowly and calmly. "Haha, Yengu is joking, I was just making an analogy just now. Let's get back to the topic." Jean Shirkwai stopped when he saw the opportunity, and did not bother with Jean Yengu. He quickly returned to his seat and sat down. Then he signaled his men to turn on the video. "Everyone knows that we are developing Yunfu and Taifei constellations. We did kill all the indigenous races of those 2 constellations. We did not intend to let the master brain recognize these 2 races, because we want to build these 2 constellations into our private gardens. Yengu, if you want to know what we are doing, just send the people away. I can tell you. This is all the secrets of the Jean clan. There are many people and many eyes, so..." Jean Yengu understood what Jean Shirkwai meant. He whispered a few words to the group of people behind him, and then most of them stood up and left, including him. Only 3 people were left, including Yunanan. "Fifth uncle, do you think it's okay?" Jean Yengu did not say much. He meant to ask if it was okay to leave these 2 people. Jean Shirkwai knew that these 2 people should be Jean Yengu's confidants. He nodded slightly and began to talk. "Our most advanced starship research and manufacturing are all based on these 2 constellations. What you see now is the starship we are developing, called the collapsed ship. This starship can destroy itself, causing the surrounding space to collapse, and then form a micro-black hole. The current level of the collapsed ship can easily destroy a galaxy. Theoretically, the 3rd-generation collapsed ship should be able to destroy a constellation. These 2 constellations Jean Shirkwai did not say it clearly, but everyone present understood that the 2 constellations might become the test site for the collapsed ship in the future. Jean Yengu's emotions did not fluctuate much, and his face did not change, but his back was chilly. Yunanan was not much better, and the shock in her heart was beyond words. This level of starship has destruction as its ultimate goal. The space collapse is likely to cause a chain reaction. No one knows what the result will be. Uncle Wu, I didn't expect that our Jean clan actually has such a killer weapon. Yengu is ignorant. In order not to delay the future of the Jean clan, and not to cause trouble for the starship research, I am willing to contribute manpower, money, and effort to express my apology." Jean Yengu was sincere and sincere. Jean Shirkwai was very satisfied with his performance. He came over again, shook Jean Yengu's hand and said, "Yengu, the future of the Jean clan must be handed over to you. What we are doing now is to pave the way for you." Yengu understands. Yengu's goal is to let the Jean clan rule the Silver Domain, no matter what cats and dogs. Today I found that under the leadership of Uncle Wu, this goal is not far from being achieved. Seeing Jean Yengu's performance, Jean Shirkwai and his family were very satisfied. Before the collapsed ship was developed, the Jean clan needed stability. As for whether to keep Jean Yengu in the future, it depends on his performance. The Jean clan's enlarged meeting, which was intended to criticize Jean Shirkwai's lineage, ended in peace. Jean Yengu is a constellation master. He took Yunanan and others away from the planet where the Jean clan headquarters was located and returned to the master's mansion. I didn't expect Jean Shirkwai and his team to develop such a thing. I thought I wouldn't be able to come back today. The calmness on Jean Yengu's face disappeared, and his words were full of fear. "Brother Jean, we have to find a way. The relationship between Yunanan and Jean Yengu is closer than the outside world sees." Hearing Yunanan's words, Jean Yengu looked at him and said, "Go find Sure How." Chapter 316. Jean Yengu knew that although he left safely today, it was because Jean Shirkwai was afraid of killing him on the spot and leaving an excuse. Therefore, he had to seek help from outside forces. The first person he thought of was the human race, the mortal enemy of the Jin clan. This kind of collapsed weapon was banned in the Silver Domain because the consequences of this kind of weapon were uncontrollable, and were destructive weapons without regard for consequences. Jin Shirkwai dared to tell Jin Yengu about this, which showed that they were fearless, or that they had super control over the whole thing. The headquarters of the Jin clan on a certain planet. Chief, you told Jin Yengu about the collapse of the starship today. Aren't you afraid that he would tell others? The deputy chief of the Jin clan asked. He is a smart man. He understands the seriousness of this matter. He has always been a man who will not expose this matter until he has a perfect plan. However, we must hurry up. Jin Yengu will not give us too much time. Today, Jin Shirkwai behaved like this in order to maintain temporary stability. Researching the collapsing starship is something that Jin Shirkwai has always been thinking about. After the promotion of the human race, the Dark Spirit clan is unable to take care of itself, and the Feather clan is even more unreliable, so Jin Shirkwai proposed this idea and got the consent of the elders. The idea of the elders is to develop a weapon similar to the super strong particle bomb to achieve the effect of self-protection. But Jin Shirkwai didn't think so in his heart. When he told Jin Yengu about this, the nature of the matter changed. There are also a few wise people in the elders, but they also know that things cannot be reversed. So let's go and see. What should we do specifically? The subordinate asked. Ask Jin Yengu to be the leader of Taifei seat and lead the military training. Jin Shirkwai gave his instructions to his subordinates without thinking, and it seemed that he had thought about it long ago. The Wubian seat's leader's mansion. Shirhao was waiting for someone. Mickey called and said he would bring a friend to see him. Captain, this is Yunan Nan. Mickey briefly introduced him, and other than that, he didn't say much, but looked at Shirhao with a smile. Shirhao looked at the fat, black-covered Jin clan member in front of him, and was stunned for a moment. You are? Tai Dan? Yunan Nan smiled and nodded. He was the original Tai Dan. When he faced Shirhao and Mickey, he showed an innocent, silly smile, just like the Tai Dan who had just entered the Silver Domain. Because he didn't need to calculate anything, and didn't need to be on guard against anything. The three sat down, and Mickey spoke for Tai Dan. After Tai Dan returned to Stone Tartar, he used the weapon given to him by Shirhao to kill all his enemies with Thunderbolt means. He challenged a family alone. Taking this opportunity, Tai Dan established the prestige of his family. Tai Dan used the gene editing method, the body transformation method of collagen stone, and the fighting skills taught to him by Mickey on the Stone Tartar people. After returning, Tai Dan carefully studied the history and cultural system of the human race. Drawing on the methods of the human race, he started universal education on Stone Tartar and popularized the study of cosmic language. After more than 2,000 years of unremitting efforts, the gene transformation and body transformation of the Stone Tartar people have made breakthrough progress. After the perfection of body gene editing, the reproductive ability has been greatly improved, the growth cycle has been shortened, and the level of telekinesis has been improved. Continuous combat training and the improvement of combat skills have turned the entire Stone Tatar tribe into a tough race that is good at combat. Most of the Stone Tatar people have become like Tai Dan, but not all of them are as fat as Tai Dan. As the number of Stone Tatar people increases, Tai Dan begins to arrange for the Stone Tatar people to enter the Silver region. At the Hunter Seat reception platform, the Stone Tatar people are identified as the Golden Clan, a branch of the Golden Clan. In this way, the Stone Tatar people directly enter the green level planet from the reception platform. The Stone Tatar people can fight and take a beating, and their telekinesis is relatively strong. In addition, Tai Dan is active in learning and applying human culture, and slowly occupies a place in the Golden Clan. After Mickey finished speaking, Tai Dan began to talk about the purpose of visiting Shirhao this time. Through Tai Dan, Shirhao learned that not all the Golden Clan people are as selfish as Jin Shirkwai's line. Take Jin Yengu in front of him, for example. They are all people with a big picture view. He believes that the Jin clan has always been isolated from the various races in the Silver Domain with an inexplicable sense of superiority. Although the Jin clan is very powerful and can make a lot of money, its shortcomings and weaknesses are also very obvious. It relies too much on the sale of weapons and starships. The Jin clan has weak telekinesis, and Jin Shirkwai has never considered changing this situation. Before the sales of human starships were rolled out, Jin Shirkwai's lineage was blindly confident in the monopoly of the Jin clan starships, which led to the current passive situation. Jin Shirkwai's lineage felt that the status of the Jin clan was challenged, and its income dropped sharply, so it began to make money in a side business. The manufacture of collapsing starships is a clear proof. You mean that Jin Shirkwai and his people may use collapsing starships to threaten other races, or even domain masters? After Shirhao fully understood the principle and power of the collapsing starship, he understood why the development of the collapsing starship was prohibited. Yes, Jin Yingu and I discussed this issue in depth, and I really couldn't think of any other purpose. Originally, Jin Yingu thought that if he didn't bring down Jin Shirkwai's lineage, he could at least make them suffer. Later, he realized that he was too young. If he uses the collapsing starship to launch a destructive attack on the Unicorn constellation, the human race will not be able to fight back, and there will be no evidence of complete annihilation. Tiedon's words are not alarmist. The attack launched by the collapsing starship is suicidal, and nothing will be left. Shirhao didn't talk about why you didn't care. The law stipulates that killing is not allowed, but there are no fewer homicides every year. When something happens, there is no point in pursuing it. What he has to consider now is to eliminate this threat in its infancy. Is Jin Yingu ready to sit and wait for death? Taiden felt that it was pleasant to talk to smart people, and Shirhao's question saved him a lot of words. It shows that Shirhao is very clear about Jin Yingu's situation and the dangers he faces. He asked me to come to you. In addition, I just received a message from him that Jin Shirkwai sent someone to inform him to go to Teifiazuo as the leader and make due contributions to the Jin clan. Taiden said this without hiding the worry on his face. Using justice to pressure people, Jin Yingu can't help but go. Once he goes, he will never come back. There are too many excuses to kill Jin Yingu. While talking about Jin Yingu's situation, Shirhao's mind was working at high speed, thinking of ways. After a while, he looked at Taiden and said meaningfully, Taiden, you stay in the human race for a while, and don't go back in the near future. Taiden said hurriedly, Mr. Shir, don't worry about me, I give up my life. I have to go back to take care of my people. Shirhao laughed. Taiden, that's not what I meant. You stay in the human race, let Mickey teach you a few more tricks, and I go back to the Jin tribe for you. Mickey and Taiden heard this, and understood Shirhao's intention. Then I will send a message to Jin Yingu now, and ask him to agree to go to Teifiazuo and take me with him. Taiden is very sensible. After being influenced by the culture of Yin country and managing Shir Tatar Star for many years, his mind has become very smart, and he is also very good at doing things. Shirhao is preparing to pretend to be Taiden and follow Jin Yingu to Teifiazuo. Shirhao's idea is very simple. You can't get a tiger cub without going into the tiger's den, and he wants to solve the crisis in the territory of the Jin tribe. Tell him to leave in 3 days. Shirhao was talking about the 3 Yinushin. This trip to Teifiazuo was extremely dangerous, and the outcome was unknown. He had to prepare in advance and explain the work. Taiden stayed and told Shirhao all the details about him, from before he came to Yinyu to before he met Shirhao just now. Personality, habits, hobbies, friends, etc., nothing was left out. In addition to the 3 of them, Shirhao would only tell Mia, Wang Guiyong, Wu Yi and Lei Shiyu about Shirhao pretending to be Taiden. After Mickey and Taiden left, Shirhao called Mia as soon as possible. Mia first complained, then worried, and then supported. The 2 of them hung up the phone after a long time. Then, Shirhao found Wang Guiyong, Wu Yi and Lei Shiyu, and held a small meeting. Shirhao directly proposed that if he had an accident, Wang Guiyong would temporarily take over the position of the Great Elder, and Wu Yi would stay in Mianyun Star to guard the passage from the solar system to Mianyun Star. Among the 3, only Lei Shiyu broke through to the intermediate level of Yushu, so Shirhao simply gave the Seat Master badge to Lei Shiyu. He also found a Cloud Master badge and merged it, in order to enter the red level planet without hindrance, which the Cloud Master badge could do. After explaining the matter, he contacted the Stone Pattern Worm King, told him about the collapse of the Golden Clan starship, and explained that he would follow Jin Yingu to Taifei's seat to resolve the crisis when the opportunity arose. The Stone Pattern Worm King asked him to wait there. A few minutes later, the Stone Pattern Worm King appeared beside Shirhao. This is what the Domain Lord asked me to bring you. No matter what threat you encounter, activate it, and it can save your life. This thing can protect up to 5 people at a time. Lier asked you to go to him after you come back from Taifei's seat this time. After saying that, the Stone Pattern Worm King coolly cut a hole on the side and left. Chapter 317. Everything was arranged properly, and Shirhao followed Jin Yingu to Teifiazuo. Whenever Jin Yingu called Yunan, he had a hard time feeling involved, and Shirhao felt that the name was too cute. The Shida tribe itself had no surname culture. Since Taiden came into contact with human culture, he wanted to give his family a surname that could be passed down through the ages, and had a profound meaning. In Tiedon's eyes, gold and jade represent money and jewelry, so he combined them, and took the word Yu as his family's surname. He also studied the five elements culture of Yin country, and felt that the most lacking thing in the fate of Sheeta Star and Sheeta people was wood. He thought of the golden Nanmu, and then took two Nen characters, which meant that two trees form a forest. Whether the five elements culture is used in this way or not, Tai Dan doesn't care so much, just wants peace of mind. Tai Dan is a practice fanatic, and everyone in the Jin tribe knows it, so Shihao has been practicing all the way, enjoying the quietness. Jin Yengu naturally received Tiadan's instruction, followed his example, and practiced with Tai Dan. In this way, the two of them arrived at the Taifiazua mansion safely without saying anything. Nan, what do you think of me staying indoors? Jin Yengu knew the intention of Jin Shirkwai to send him to Taifiazua, and it was no exaggeration to say that his life was in danger at any time. He didn't say it along the way, but he kept thinking about how to deal with it. Not so good? This is Tiadan's attitude towards Jin Yengu. In front of others, Tai Dan pays special attention to maintaining Jin Yengu's authority, but in private, Tai Dan speaks very directly. Agree is agree, disagree is disagree. Under the influence of Shihao and Mickey, coupled with the influence of Yenhua culture on him, and the superior temperament of the leader of Sheeta Star, Tai Dan gradually formed his own style of doing things. The more low-key you are, the better it will be for Jin Shirkwai. When no one is paying attention to you, that's when you take action. So, you should be more high-profile. Jin Yengu did not fail to think of this, but he still had illusions about Jin Shirkwai, thinking that if he did not fight or compete and kept showing weakness, perhaps Jin Shirkwai's clan would think he was not worth worrying about, and maybe they would let him go after they were relieved. However, he did not expect that Jin Shirkwai's clan would not ignore his previous strong performance. He also wanted to leave Taifiazua, but if he did so, his reputation would be completely ruined, and he would not be able to raise his head in the Jin clan and lead the army from then on. Tiadan's attitude was the biggest reason for him to make up his mind. Now, after Tai Dan said this, Jin Yengu also felt that this was the truth. Since there was no way out, it was better to give it a try. In the following days, Jin Yengu quickly got into the role. He was originally the master of the seat, had experience, and brought experienced subordinates with him. Regardless of the intentions of Jin Shirkwai's lineage, he completely followed his own ideas, the contents of the Constellation Development Guide, and the Constellation Development experience he had collected over the years, most of which were mature experiences of the human race, and began to carry out large-scale construction in Taifei Constellation. Jin Yengu and Shihao explored a large area in Taifei Constellation, and found that one-third of Taifei Constellation had been developed by the Jin people. The indigenous races in these areas had all been killed, and many planets had become barren lands like dead stars. The development of a new constellation requires a large number of people. The Jin people recruited many volunteers from various planets to inspire their feelings for the Jin people, and inspire them to build a new home for the descendants of the Jin people. These people worked hard, and devoted themselves to the Jin clan in their hearts. They had no idea that Jin Shirkwai's lineage might sell them out, or perish with the enemy in a critical moment. These people were Jin Yengu's hope and breakthrough. Jin Yengu wanted to expose the conspiracy of Jin Shirkwai's lineage, but was stopped by Shihao. The current situation is very delicate. Without definite evidence, Jin Yengu might be bidden back and charged with disturbing the people's hearts. Under Shihao's suggestion, Jin Yengu began to lay out. First, start digging from the bottom of the Jin clan and cultivate talents. Those who have good character, strong ability, and agree with Jin Yengu's ideas will be promoted. Secondly, Jin Yengu began to promote the contents of the Constellation Development Guide in Taifei, pointing out the importance of harmonious coexistence and common development with the indigenous races. Finally, send those who have just been promoted to develop other areas of Taifei. When encountering indigenous races, they must follow Jin Yengu's ideas. All of Shihao's plans were carried out according to the pace of the Earthlings. After several decades, Earth years, the development of Taifei was halfway done. Jin Yengu built a team loyal to him in Taifei. On the other hand, Yunfu, another constellation that the Jin clan was developing, was surrounded more and more tightly. Jin Shirkwai spent most of his time in Yunfu. At this moment, Yunfu's main mansion. Chief, Jin Yengu is becoming more and more flamboyant in Taifei. More than half of the people in the main mansion and the entire management organization are his people. One of Jin Shirkwai's subordinates was reporting the situation of Taifei with a bitter face. It seems that he really wants to achieve something. Let him go. Jin Shirkwai disagreed and said lightly. But I'm afraid he will be very disappointed at that time. Ha ha ha. The deputy patriarch of the Jin clan, the fourth son of the Jin family, laughed wantonly. Because, in their eyes, Taifei will eventually become a burial object of the seat-level collapsed starship. This is also the reason why Jin Shirkuai's lineage transferred Jin Yengu there as the seat master and left it alone. Don't waste too much of our energy on Taifei, and quickly find a way to solve the problems faced by the seat-level collapsed starship. The system-level collapsed starship has already produced a test ship, and the seat level should not be too long. The fourth son of the Jin family said confidently. In the past, our process of developing starships was from system level, cloud level, and seat level step by step. Because of time constraints, we skipped the cloud level, but we didn't expect the difficulty to increase so much. Jin Shirkuai's eyebrows were a little worried. Jin Yengu already knew the existence of the collapsed starship, and there was not much time left for them. There is another reason why Jin Shirkuai and his team crossed the cloud level, and that is the problem of verifying the power of the test ship. A system-level collapsing starship can destroy a galaxy. If it is done secretly, it is unlikely to be discovered by outsiders. If a nebula is destroyed, the consequences will be unimaginable. Even if a constellation-level collapsing starship is successfully developed, it will not be tested in actual combat, but will only be simulated using equipment such as supercomputers. No matter how difficult it is, Jin Shirkuai and his team can only move forward and cannot retreat. In the vast universe, time is the least valuable. Shihao and Jin Yengu have been in Taifei constellation for 2 silver years. The development degree of Taifei constellation has reached 80%, and Jin Yengu's reputation has also spread. Under deliberate publicity and propaganda, the entire Jin clan knew that Jin Yengu, as the leader of the seat, set an example and completely considered the interests of the Jin clan and the indigenous races, establishing great prestige. Against this background, Yunfu Seed became a typical example of criticism by the Jin clan because there was no new progress in the development of Yunfu Seat. Yunfu Seat Master's Mansion. Patriarch, the Seat-class collapsed starship test ship will be assembled in another half a year, and the day when the Jin clan dominates the Silver region is coming soon. The fourth son of the Jin family happily reported the latest progress to Jin Shirkuai. What's the situation of Taifei Seat now? Patriarch, it's still the same as before. Jin Yengu is about to shape himself into a god, bragging about his achievements in Taifei's seat all day long. Even opening a cosmic language training class for the indigenous races requires personal attendance to cut the ribbon, which is too cheap. The fourth son of the Jin family was extremely disdainful of Jin Yengu in his words. However, listening to his words, Jin Shirkuai's face changed several times, and in the end, he didn't say anything. In the end, he just told the fourth son of the Jin family to complete the assembly of the Constellation-class collapsed starship as quickly as possible. The Lord's mansion of a giant planet in the Silver Domain. Sherwin, how is the recent progress? The Lord of the Silver Domain asked. This is a major event that he is more concerned about. The development of the Unicorn and Canis Minor constellations is almost complete, and may be recognized by the main brain in the next few days. Some other constellations, except Yunfu constellation, and the constellations developed by the Bees tribe and the Feather tribe, are almost at the critical point. Recently, Taifei constellation has performed particularly well, and is about to catch up with the progress of the Unicorn and Canis Minor. The King of Sherwin Insects described the performance of all planets in detail. Taifei Seat, is that where Shihao is now? Yes, Master. It seems that Shihao is really good. Wherever he goes, there is a difference. Indeed. But Jin Yengu is really amazing. He can listen to others' opinions with an open mind and implement them with great efficiency. He is also a good talent. Water overflows when it is full, and the moon wanes when it is full. The Stone Pattern Worm King knows this. Due to personal relationship, he doesn't want Shihao to be too sharp in the eyes of the Domain Master or other people. Shihao's ability is obvious to all. You don't have to worry about anything. But Jin Yengu is not bad either. The Silver Domain Master is also a smart person and understands what the Stone Pattern Worm King means. In this incident, Jin Yengu officially entered the eyes of the Silver Domain Master. I heard that the C-class collapsed starship that Jin Shirkuai made has been successfully developed, and the first test ship is being assembled now. I wonder what the Master wants. After Shihao went to Taifei Seat, the Stone Pattern Worm King has been paying attention to the movements of Jin Shirkuai's faction. Don't worry about them, just let them play. Those who play with fire will get burned. I'm sure Jin Shirkuai will understand it before he dies. This kind of small toy is a good toy, just right for Shihao to practice. After listening to the words of the Silver Domain Lord, the Stone Insect King bowed slightly and prepared to leave. At this time, he was slightly stunned, then his face was happy and said, "Congratulations, Master, Kirin, Canis Minor, and Taifei have been recognized by the main brain at the same time. Ha ha ha. I really want to see what Jean Shirkwai's expression will be when he hears this news. The Silver Domain Lord is rarely so happy. After hearing his words, the Stone Insect King couldn't help but grin and said while laughing, calculating and calculating, in the end, it's all in vain. Chapter 318. The Mansion of the Yunfu Master. The fourth son of the Jean family stood outside the hall, hesitating and not daring to go in. He could only hear the sound of clang, clang, clang. From time to time, there was a layer of black on Jean Shirkwai's originally silver-white face, which showed that he was extremely angry. The tables, chairs, and other furniture and utensils in the hall were smashed to pieces, and the ground was in a mess. Outside the hall, the fourth son of the Jean family could not stand the eyes of the men around him, and quietly opened the door and entered the hall. Patriarch Jean Yengu, that traitor, is not worth your anger. The fourth son of the Jean family saw that most of the things had been smashed, and Jean Shirkwai's anger must have been vented, so he persuaded. I am angry with myself. Is it God's will? Is it that Yushin wants to destroy our Jean family? Fourth brother, do you think I made a mistake? I transferred Jean Yengu to Taifei's seat, preparing to destroy him and Taifei's seat together. Is that wrong? Jean Shirkwai's voice was hoarse, and he asked a series of questions hysterically. No, even if I die, I will drag them to be buried with me. Jean Yengu Yunanan, sure how, human race, I will let you be buried with me. Looking at Jean Shirkwai's crazy and ferocious face, the fourth son of the Jean family couldn't help but click in his heart. Yes, they must be buried with me. I will arrange it now. When Jean said this, his body was trembling slightly, and his steps moved slowly out. Wait, you stay here, let them all come in, and don't let them go anywhere. Jean Shirkwai made a gesture while speaking, and the guards hiding in the dark rushed out. At the same time, the men waiting outside were forced by the guards to enter the hall very reluctantly. You all stay here quietly. Don't you want to see the power of the C-class collapsed starship? Don't you want to see the limit of the Jean clan's powerful technological strength? It won't be long before you see it. This moment is what I dream of, and want to see very much. At this point, Jean Shirkwai's face showed a fanatical look. Old 5, you can't act rashly. The future of our Jean clan is in your hands. The purpose of our manufacturing the collapsed starship is to increase bargaining chips, not really to use it. Looking at Jean Shirkwai's appearance, Jean Lao's legs trembled violently. Because he remembered Jean Shirkwai's past. Before Jean Shirkwai became the patriarch of the Jean clan, he was a starship research expert. He made great contributions to the Jean clan system class and cloud class jump starships. At the same time, Jean Shirkwai was also an avid weapons scientist. The super strong particle bomb that Jean Yuan finally launched was Jean Shirkwai's early masterpiece. His purpose of making super strong particle bombs is to perish together with the opponent he cannot defeat. In view of Jean Shirkwai's great contribution, he was elected as the chief of the Jean clan with a high vote, and then took advantage of the convenience to vigorously promote the sales of the Jean clan starships, determined to promote his research results to various planets in the Silver Domain. At the beginning, he only sold some civilian starships. Later, he overcame all objections and began to sell various battleships and particle weapons. And further created conflicts in many planets or regions where there were racial conflicts, and then promoted the sales of battleships and weapons. After making a lot of profits by selling starships and weapons, Jean Shirkwai began to propose the development of collapse-type starships, but was rejected by the Council of Elders. When the conflict between the Jean and human races became more and more intense, and the Jean race became more and more passive, the Elders could not stand the pressure, and agreed to Jean Shirkwai's decision to develop a collapsing starship to deter other races in the Silver Domain. Jean Laozi knew Jean Shirkwai's character very well, so he said this to persuade Jean Shirkwai. No need. Why not build it? You know the power of super particle bombs, and some people have used them. You can't stop playing with that kind of childish toys, let alone the Constellation-class collapsing starship. A constellation will disappear because of it, and we will all participate in it. It's exciting to think about it. Jean Shirkwai showed an expression of great enjoyment on his face, like a madman, a scientific madman. Old 5, I support your decision. If you let me go, I will report your decision to the Elders. I think they will support you and regard you as a hero of the Jean clan. Old 4 Jean was really scared. He knew that Jean Shirkwai was very likely to do this, but he didn't want to die. If those old bastards hadn't been hindered by them, I would have successfully developed the collapsed starship. How could I be so passive? Do you want to go back and tell the secret? No. I think you definitely need me to go back and tell your heroic deeds, so that they can be passed down through the ages. Old 4 Jean looked at Jean Shirkwai, who was approaching him step by step, and he couldn't speak clearly. Now that you remind me, I remember. You, be responsible for recording, and make me look more wise and heroic from all angles. You, take people to put them in the front, so that they can clearly see the scene of the starship explosion, so that they can understand the greatness of science. Jean Shirkwai pointed at his 2 men and gave them instructions, and they obeyed the order respectfully. Jean Lawu, you are a lunatic. I was blind and got involved with you. I, my dear father. My good brother, let me go. Jean Laosi cursed and sat down on the ground, begging for mercy. Jean Shirkwai ignored him and arranged his men to make various preparations. You wait here quietly. When the assembly is completed, I will come to pick you up on board. Where do you want to go? I will go there. Qilong Star or Tianyu Star, as long as it is a planet close to the core of the Silver Domain. I forgot to tell you that the C-Class collapsed starship is also a C-Class jump starship. Ha ha ha. Jean Shirkwai walked out of the hall while laughing, leaving behind a group of former best friends who had followed him for a long time and are now cannon fodder. Qilong Star is a blue-class planet, very large and spectacular, and a strategic planet. Tianyu Star is the headquarters of the Elves. Not long after Jean Shirkwai left, one of the dozen people controlled by Jean Shirkwai's personal guards activated the Jean clan's communication device and sent a message while the personal guards were not paying attention. Perhaps Jean Shirkwai was too crazy and neglected it, or perhaps Jean Shirkwai was too disdainful to confiscate their communication tools. Soon, the Stone Pattern Worm King received a definite message. Jean Shirkwai's C-Class collapsed starship is also a C-Class jump starship. He intends to destroy Qilong Star and Tianyu Star. The assembly of the starship is expected to be completed in 2 months, Earth calendar. The Stone Pattern Worm King immediately reported this news to the Lord of the Silver Domain. The C-Class jump starship is not a joke. It can reach various planets in the Silver Domain in a short time. You and Lier go and have a look. If there is enough time, let Shirhao practice. If there is not enough time, you can do it at your convenience. The Lord of the Silver Domain arranged it softly, without much emotion, as if this was a trivial matter, and the Stone Insect King and Lier could easily deal with it. The Stone Insect King did not dare to neglect it, and set off after contacting Lier. As usual, the Stone Insect King appeared beside Shirhao without a sound. The Lord wants you to go to Yunfu Seat. To deal with the collapsed starship? Yes. Why me? The Lord wants you to grow up quickly, and it is always good to see more. Do you think I can solve it? I won't die anyway. The Stone Insect King did not answer directly, but this domineering answer made Shirhao feel much more at ease. Didn't you say that Taifei is the main battlefield chosen by Jean Shirkwai? The recognition of Taifei by the main brain disrupted Jean Shirkwai's layout. Once his collapsed starship appears in Taifei, it will be detected by the main brain. As for what will happen, I don't know, but that result is definitely not what Jean Shirkwai wants to see. Since there is no difference between choosing Taifei and choosing the core constellation of the Silver Domain, he is likely to change his target, so we must deal with him in Yunfu. Shirhao didn't expect that after working hard in Taifei, Jin Yengu would benefit from it in the end. I hope Jin Yengu will really stop arguing with the human race like he is now. Okay, I tell Jin Yengu and then set off. After hearing this, the Stone Pattern Insect King left in a cool way again. Shirhao proposed to leave Taifei, and Jin Yengu acted very calmly and said, "My purpose is to live in peace with all races in the Silver Domain and develop together. I hope you support me." Shirhao didn't worry whether Jin Yengu said this to Yunanan or to him. Hearing this statement, he thought that his work was not in vain. I support it. After saying this, Shirhao went out and boarded the ship to Yunfuzuo. After boarding the ship, he disguised himself again. He knew that no matter whether it was Yunanan or Shirhao, they would not approach the planet where the main mansion of Yunfuzuo was located safely. The Stone Pattern Worm King was quite considerate and had already planned for him. The disguised identity was an eyeliner he had planted in the main mansion of Yunfuzuo. This person currently left Yunfuzuo in the name of purchasing. Calculating the time, it was time to go back and report. Outside Yunfuzuo, Shirhao saw this person, a medium-sized man with brass-colored skin, a very ordinary Jin clan member, and the kind of Jin clan member who guarded the house and ran errands. The man spoke carefully, and Shirhao listened carefully, not missing any details. This is a necessary quality for a lurker. On the way to Yunfu, Shirhao, who had been inspected, entered Yunfu smoothly and flew to the planet, where the Seat Master's mansion was located according to the star map. When he arrived in outer space of the target planet, Shi Hao was not in a hurry to control the starship to land. Instead, he sat cross-legged, silently practiced Tai Chi Dao, and expanded his mind power, which was already at the intermediate level of Yushu, to explore the entire planet. When he was carefully exploring in order to find the location of the collapsed starship assembly plant, suddenly, a voice sounded in his mind. I thought it was someone else. It turned out to be Chief Shi. It's enough to wait for you to come. Chapter 319. The telekinetic power level of the Jin people is generally weak and cannot be upgraded. Shi Hao's telekinetic power level is much higher than the average level of the Jin people. Shi Hao found that this person's telekinetic power is very strong, at least one level higher than his own, so he can easily break through his telekinetic barrier and transmit sound. Shi Hao now looks like a Jin person, and he can't figure out why he was exposed. I've been bored recently, and I remembered that you Jin people have not paid back the debts you owe to the human race. I heard that there are good things here, so I came to take a look. Shi Hao knew that he was discovered, but he was not panicked, and said lightly, Chief Shi came at the right time. I just have a good treasure that I want to share with others, especially a heavyweight like you. Chief Jin, you are too kind. How dare I, a little-known little person, call myself a heavyweight? Shi Hao has been pretending to be Tai Dan for a long time. He has seen Jin Shirkwai and can recognize his voice. Chief Shi is too modest. From the domain master to the ferryman in the Silver Territory, who hasn't heard of your name? Also, you helped Jin Yinggu build the Taifei seat so beautifully. I really admire you. When Jin Shirkwai mentioned the Taifei seat, Shi Hao could hear his gnashing anger. It turned out that Jin Shirkwai had long known that Tai Dan was Shi Hao in disguise. You can change your appearance, but you can't change your telekinetic fluctuations. By chance, I can barely be considered a telekinetic master. It seems that the camouflage capsule cannot escape the telekinetic detection of masters. I have to pay more attention in the future. Since he was discovered, Shi Hao simply removed the camouflage, put the starship into the mustard seed space, and then teleported to the location where Jin Shirkwai was. This is a closed underground space. In front of him is a flat pebble-shaped starship. The color of the ship is mainly black and gray. The size of the entire starship is about the same as the Cloud-class jump starship of the Jin clan. Shi Hao scanned it with his mind and felt that the location of the starship seemed like a black hole. When the mind swept over it, it was not only extremely distorted, but most of it was swallowed by the black hole. Shi Hao immediately retracted his mind after finding something wrong, but part of his mind was still swallowed up, and his brain was stinging. Jin Shirkwai stood by and looked at the starship in front of him with a doting look. Chief Shi, how is it? This thing is good, isn't it? Jin Shirkwai knew that Shi Hao had suffered a loss and asked with a slight smile. I heard that Chief Jin is a lunatic, and now I believe it. After the sting, Shi Hao knew how powerful this thing was. It gave him the feeling of an ordinary person facing a nuclear bomb. To be precise, it should be called a technology fanatic. I am crazy, but I am not stupid. There was a sense of satisfaction in Jin Shirkwai's words. Originally, I was planning to go to Mianyun Star, but I thought it was not worth it. Mianyun Star is too small. Now that you are here, I don't have to worry about it anymore. Let's go to Tianyu Star. What do you think, Chief Shi? Seemingly asking Shi Hao's opinion, Jin Shirkwai had already teleported Shi Hao to the starship, and he was also accompanying him. Only a circular space of about 40 to 50 square meters was left in the entire starship. In the center of the circular space, there was a black sphere the size of a ping-pong ball, which was entangled by some kind of waves or magnetic fields. These waves or magnetic fields were constantly swallowed and regenerated. Shi Hao did not dare to explore the black sphere again. There were more than a dozen people tied up under the sphere. Chief Shi, this space is the core of the entire collapsing starship, and the black sphere is the collapse factor. After reaching the destination, release the collapse factor, and then it will start. Swallowing, ha ha ha. This starship was originally a hole, a space rock. After testing, this stone contains amazing energy. Only the energy released by this stone can bind the collapse factor. Jin Shirkwai proudly introduced his work like a painter or artist. Shi Hao stood there quietly like a tourist and a competent listener. Old 5, Chief, please let me go, I don't want to die. The fourth child of the Jin family muttered in an inaudible voice, fully revealing his instinct for survival. The voice was very low, but Shi Hao still heard it, and looked at the dozen people again. Chief Shi, please forgive me for making a fool of myself. They are all my subordinates. After hearing my plan, They actually want to report to the elders. How can that be possible? After all, they also contributed to the construction of this collapsing starship. We share the glory. How could I not understand such a simple truth? With the appearance of Chief Sure, I think it is perfect. After all, it is thanks to you that I can develop the collapsing starship. Okay, everything is ready. We are ready to set sail. Sherhao's heart tightened. He did not expect that Jean Shirkwai had already assembled the collapsing starship, which was nearly 40 days earlier than the time stated in the intelligence. He originally planned to find a solution slowly after sneaking in, but the plan could not keep up with the changes. Chief Jean, you mean that as long as the black ball is released, it will start to devour, first devour us, then devour this stone, and then begin to devour the surrounding space and nearby planets. Not bad, not bad, Chief Sure has a strong understanding. Let me add that it is called the collapse factor. It cannot skip the process of devouring us, otherwise it will not be able to devour this stone, and this stone is the good thing that really suits its appetite. After it devoured this stone, it began to perform at an incredible speed. Although I may not be able to see its magnificent scene, I know that it was created by me. I am the creator, I am God, ha ha. Although Jean Shirkwai denied that he was not stupid, and he was not crazy, Sherhao did not think so. He looked at Jean Shirkwai, who was laughing wildly, and secretly thought about his plan in his heart. The Stone Pattern Insect King said that he could not die, and the Domain Lord asked him to practice. Sherhao had no burden in his heart. He had faced real death more than once or twice. He only had one thing to rely on, which was the life-saving thing given to him by the Stoneworm King. After studying it, Sherhao had already branded the treasure with his own telekinesis. He also figured out that this thing had only one function, which was to seal. Seal others or yourself, and of course seal objects. Do it as soon as you think of it. Sherhao teleported into the air. The moment he started to teleport, Jean Shirkwai also moved. When Sherhao asked how to activate the collapse factor, Jean Shirkwai paid attention, fearing that he would mess up and then fail. The collapse factor was suspended in the air. When Sherhao teleported to the side, a strong tearing force appeared. He did not stop, and teleported again and left. As he left, he activated the treasure that the Stoneworm King had given him. An orange egg-shaped transparent light ball appeared around the collapse factor. The space inside the light ball could barely fit a dozen people. This transparent light ball directly enveloped the black sphere. What surprised Sherhao a little was that, by coincidence, Jean Shirkwai was also sealed in the light ball. Sherhao had not calculated it so accurately. This was purely a pleasant surprise. The wave or magnetic field that bound the black collapse factor disappeared, and the collapse factor gradually became active. Jean Shirkwai tried his best but failed to break the orange transparent light ball, so he gave up directly. Turning around, his face was distorted, his eyes widened, and he looked at the collapse factor in horror. Although he kept saying that he would sacrifice himself, when he really saw it, the fear would destroy everything. The collapse factor gradually grew larger, and the regular black sphere gradually turned into a ball of black mist, rolling and swallowing Jean Shirkwai. The dozen people below watched Jean Shirkwai turn into nothingness, watched the black fog gradually grow and begin to impact the orange light ball, and twisted their bodies with their last strength. Sherhao had no time to care about the dozen people, staring at the contest between the black fog and the orange light ball without blinking. The color of the orange light ball gradually began to fade, and the volume of the black fog became larger and larger, but the black color was no longer pure, gradually turning into black gray, dark gray, and light gray. The black fog slowly turned into a jelly-like substance, squirming and turning into a gray stone. The dozen people saw that the danger was lifted and collapsed into a pile of mud. Not good, Sherhao activated the dry light ball. When Sherhao activated the treasure, Li'er was the first to sense it. After Li'er finished speaking, he immediately disappeared. The Stoneworm King heard Li'er's words, and immediately followed him to the outside of the collapsed starship. Li'er immediately sensed what was happening inside, secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and did not go in. The Stoneworm King did the same, standing next to Li'er and waiting. Sherhao saw that the gray substance was no longer moving, walked over, touched it, and felt very hard. He took out an empty mustard space the size of a grain of rice, and put the gray substance in it. After the orange light ball dissipated, the treasure also disappeared. It seems that it is indeed a one-time use, as the Stoneworm King said. Sherhao did not release the dozen people immediately with kindness, but contacted Jin Yinggu and asked him to send someone to deal with it. Although Sherhao was not afraid of these people, he would also be wary of hints, cold arrows, backbiting, and double-dealing. Jean Shirkwai was gone, and the control of this collapsed starship became ownerless. He teleported the dozen people out, and then touched around. Gene Shirkwai valued such a good thing, so of course he couldn't waste it. The moment Shirhao teleported himself out, he received the entire collapsed starship into his mustard seed space. The stone pattern insect king was about to speak, but Shirhao pointed his index finger at him and shouted, "You old immortal insect, you are using false information to harm me. Gene Shirkwai clearly assembled the starship, but you said it was a semi-finished product. I almost died with him. You have to compensate me." The stone pattern insect king was angry for a while, and his momentum was also lowered, but he still said softly, "The collapsed starship is a dangerous item, and it must be handed over to me to take away." "Just kidding, such a good thing. Shirhao will definitely not let it go." "What collapsing starship? I just picked up a broken stone." "Okay, give him the stone pattern. Without the collapse factor, it's just a stone," Li Er advised from the side. Shirhao then noticed that there was another person beside him, a person you might not notice if he didn't actively reveal himself. Then, Shirhao circled around him and said, "Are you Li Er? You really look a bit like him." Chapter 320. The man in front of him looked very similar to the elves, but he was not an elf. Instead, he looked very similar to humans. He was not very tall, but he gave Shirhao the feeling of stability. He was the kind of stability that would not change his face even if a mountain collapsed in front of him, or a deer appeared on his left without blinking. "I am not a conspirator, nor a creator," Li Er said the first sentence. "What do you want to say next? I am who I am, a different kind of firework." Shirhao felt a little upset when he heard Li Er's opening remarks. This guy left him with a lot of question marks. He was about to ask a question, but was choked back by Li Er's words. He felt very uncomfortable. "Okay, I show my cards. The one in your yin country's history is a telekinetic clone of mine." Li Er's voice was not loud, but it made Shirhao sound very pretentious. Telekinetic clone? So awesome. Shirhao had great respect for the person in Yan's history, but in Li Er's mouth, it seemed like just an insignificant telekinetic clone of his. "Do you think telekinetic clones can be condensed casually? If it weren't for something very important, I wouldn't waste such a precious clone casually." Li Er seemed to be able to see through Shirhao's thoughts, with a slight curl of his lips, and said lightly, "Are we Earthlings important to you? Master, please tell us more." Shirhao moved 2 stools to the side, and asked Li Er to sit down. He also sat next to him, leaving the stone pattern insect king alone. The stone pattern insect king pouted, walked around, and looked at the secret starship laboratory built by Gene Shirkwai. "How much do you know?" "I tell you what you don't know." Li Er was calm, and the aura of a great god naturally emanated from him, which made Shirhao feel naturally convinced. When the Martians evacuated, were the genes sent through the pyramid our human genes? How could you leave so many backups? The stone pattern worm king, the giants, and the book that stayed on Mars. Why was ancient Mars destroyed? Who destroyed it? Shirhao added 2 more questions, which were also questions that had troubled him for a long time. Li Er sat upright with no expression. He is an idol of the human race and a historical celebrity. It seems that he still has a heavy idol burden when facing humans. Let's talk about the problem of ancient Mars first. The Silver Domain elves are the descendants of the ancient Martians, and the Lord of the Silver Domain is an elf. Ancient Mars was destroyed by the Lord of the Dark Domain, a man called Dark Witch. As for the reason, I can't say it. After all, it is a feud between 2 bosses, and one of them is my master, so I won't say more. At the beginning, when Shirhao saw the image through the pyramid, he knew that the story behind it was not simple. After hearing Li Er's words, Shirhao was still a little shocked even though he had been mentally prepared. The Dark Witch was so powerful that he could launch a precise attack on Mars directly from the Dark Domain and directly raid the home of the Lord of the Silver Domain, but nothing happened afterwards. Did our Lord just put up with it? Although it was a bit disrespectful to the Lord, Shirhao still asked. For the safety of the Silver Domain, the Lord had to bear the humiliation. Hearing this, Shirhao felt that it was right. The Dark Witch raised his hand and Mars was destroyed. If he raised his hand a few more times, the entire Silver Domain would be in trouble. Are the Dark Spirits related to the Dark Witches? The Dark Spirits and the Elves look very similar, but they are obviously hostile to each other, so Shirhao couldn't help but think about it. Your brain circuit is a bit long, but you guessed it right. The Dark Witch is indeed related to the Dark Spirits. The Dark Witch is a member of the Dark Spirits. He was originally a member of the Silver Domain. Later, he went to the Dark Domain and became the Lord of the Dark Domain. Li Er said this simply, but the amount of information was too much, which made Shirhao a little distracted. Okay, don't dwell on the issues of the dark spirits and the elves anymore. It involves too much. I won't explain it anymore. Shouldn't you pay more attention to the issues of your human race and stop being so gossipy? Sherhao had more questions in his mind, but he had to stop after hearing what Li Er said. Okay, please continue. The genes of you Earthlings are related to the genes of the elves, but the proportion of the genes of the elves is only about 30%, so the human race is a brand new race. Li Er paused, as if to give Sherhao time to digest the information conveyed by this sentence. Sherhao did not interrupt, but listened carefully, ready to listen attentively, and Li Er began to talk non-stop. Many years after the destruction of ancient Mars, Li Er obtained a main god badge, and his master had become the Lord of the Silver Domain, and found him to protect the solar system. At this time, after receiving many kinds of plant and animal genes from ancient Mars, the Earth, under the continuous transformation of the Lord of the Silver Domain, has become a lush and habitable planet. However, the genes of the ancient Martians are not very compatible with the Earth's environment, and no higher life has evolved. After Li Er became the guardian god of the solar system, he also knew the efforts and expectations that his master had devoted to the solar system. After years of continuous research, he first fine-tuned the Earth's climate many times, and gradually formed a completely autonomous independent circulation system. The rules of wind, rain, thunder and lightning, the changes of the 4 seasons, and all other details are designed by me, just like you human programmers. Sherhao thought, you are a great programmer. Others are playing with codes, but you are playing with various lives and rules. This is not just a high-sounding problem, but a completely godlike existence. Thinking of this, he smiled. Li Er himself is one of the 12 main gods, which also gave him an intuitive understanding of the main god's ability. After Li Er adjusted the Earth's environment, he began to rely on the Earth's natural environment to transform the genes of Earth's creatures. Finally, he created a perfect gene structure, which is the human gene. To say it is perfect means that it has the ability to grow and update itself in the Earth's environment. Li Er deliberately added a sentence here. The genes of the dark spirits and the elf clan are already perfect, but as I observe, I find that the performance of your human genes can be called heaven-defying. The adaptability, creativity, and self-evolution of humans have impressed me. They are not only perfect, but also extremely efficient. You have been in the Silver Domain for so long, you should have a personal experience. Your development speed is 100 times the average development speed of all races in the Silver Domain. At this point, Li Er's expression showed a rare excitement, and a little pride after creating a very perfect work. I couldn't hold back, so I separated a telekinetic clone. The lifespan of a telekinetic clone is adjustable, and its ability is also adjustable, but there will be a phenomenon of one increasing while the other decreasing. For example, if the lifespan is long, the intelligence will be low. Seeing the development path of human beings, I shortened the lifespan of that telekinetic clone to about the same length as your human lifespan. For me, this lifespan is already the limit of shortening lifespan. Compared with the average lifespan of various tribes in the Silver Domain, the lifespan of ancient humans is as short as a soap bubble. Li Er's telekinetic clone used a very short lifespan to exchange for a very high IQ, so he created a generation of famous writers, and wrote that wonderful book that has been passed down through the ages. In other words, the fact that humans can reach such a height is inseparable from Li Er's direct promotion. Thank you, Li. Thank you for your love, teacher. Sherhao originally wanted to call Li the Great God, but after thinking about it, it was a bit inappropriate, so he used the title of teacher. As Sherhao spoke, he bowed deeply to Li Er. Teacher, what's the matter with the stone pattern insect king and the giants? Sherhao began to regard himself as Li Er's student, calling him teacher out of his heart. The stone pattern clan is my teacher's servant. When my teacher started to lay out on Earth, he felt that there would be gains here, so he let the stone pattern stay on Mars, and when the races on Earth developed, he would guide them into the Silver region. As for the pyramids on Mars and Ninian Star, they were all arranged by the teacher a long time ago. Whether it is the elves or any other race that came out of the Earth, as long as the technology, culture and physical fitness are reached and they can explore Mars, they will be discovered by the stone pattern and guided into the Silver region. Through Li Er's explanation, Sherhao found that the Lord of the Silver Domain arranged all this, and Sherhao guessed that the Lord of the Silver Domain arranged it this way because of the inseparable complex between him and the ancient Martians. As for the giants, I prepared them for a powerful new race that may appear. As long as they can penetrate the thick shell of the prison star and survive, they will pass the test. Li Er said this, turned his head slightly, and looked at Sherhao, and said with a bit of embarrassment, there is one more thing, I told you not to be angry. Sherhao looked at Li Er's expression, a little suspicious, but still nodded slightly. I revealed your whereabouts to the Jin clan. I also helped the Jin clan to kill you. Jin Buffing is one of my chess pieces. Sherhao cursed at his heart, fuck. But his face remained calm. He looked at Li Er and said slowly, should I be happy or not to be happy to be the teacher's chess piece? You are not a chess piece, but a future chess player. Li Er's straightforward words surprised Sherhao a little. This was a question he had never thought about. All sentient beings in the world are in the torrent. I am also one of them. Sherhao felt that although his strength was stronger, compared with the big guys like Dark Witch and the vast and boundless universe, he was about the same as an ant. All things return to their roots. Although you are now one of the sentient beings, you and the human race have found your roots. Jump out, transcend, you are a chess player, we all look forward to you. Sherhao was silent after hearing Li Er's words. From the Earth to the solar system, and from the solar system to the Silver region, it was extremely difficult and full of emotion. But what does this have to do with killing me? Being hit by a frying pan falling from the sky for no reason, he must be unhappy, so he wanted to find out the reason. Chapter 321. Time waits for no one. In order to make you grow up quickly, we have adopted extraordinary measures. Because the history, culture and unique cultivation system of the human race give us hope, we will give it a try. Li Er's words were full of praise for Sherhao and the human race, but Sherhao disagreed. You have never thought that I and the human race will fall into an irreversible situation, or I will simply die. Sherhao said a little angrily. No matter who it is, if someone plots against you behind your back, they will not take it lightly. I calculated it carefully. That is a catastrophe that you and the human race must go through. After going through this catastrophe, the human race will soar into the sky. Li Er was full of confidence, but Sherhao became more angry and said, aren't you afraid of making a mistake? And we are not your vassal, not your puppet, at your mercy. Li Er continued calmly, for hundreds of millions of years, I have not made a mistake. Everything in the universe has a fixed number, and today's result is the cause of the past. From the moment each particle that makes up your body and your soul appears, their trajectory can be traced. According to their trajectory, plus the environment they are in, you can calculate today's you. Hearing Li Er's words, Sherhao felt powerless, a feeling of being small and insignificant, like a speck of dust floating in the air with the wind. You don't have to belittle yourself, you are not a rootless duckweed. Li Er seemed to be able to see through Sherhao's heart and comforted him. But you know, I have been trapped in the prison star for 3,800 years, and my life is like a candle flame swaying in the wind. Although I have been trying hard, the endless darkness and the narrow space have made me want to end my life countless times. Sherhao had never told anyone about his personal feelings of being trapped on the prison planet, because no one could tell. Today, he was like a child meeting his parents, a student meeting his teacher, and he was talking. He didn't want to seek justice or explanation, but just wanted to vent his inner dissatisfaction. 3,800 Earth years is very long in your human eyes. But for us, it's only been 38 years, just like the feeling of you first entering space and floating in the void for more than 30 years. I know you will go through that catastrophe safely and won't explore the process. I also know that you will connect with the giants and won't deliberately guide you. Your gains are far greater than your efforts. In the final analysis, you and the human race have experienced this catastrophe before you can truly integrate into the silver domain and stimulate the infinite potential of the entire human race. The two were silent again, and Li Er gave Sherhao time to calm down and digest these truths. The domain master is an elf. Shouldn't he support the rapid development of the elves? What benefits does the development of the human race bring to the elves? After a long silence, Sherhao continued to ask. He understood that the silver domain also applied the law of darkness, where the fittest survive. The various races were growing and declining, and the elves and humans were both in this situation. The domain master is an elf, but not the patriarch of the elves. The domain master is the domain master of the various races in the silver domain. The domain master considers the safety of the silver domain and the various races in the silver domain. We hope that other races can grow quickly, not just the human race. However, the growth rate of other races is much slower than that of the human race. When you and the human race grow to a certain level, you will understand naturally. If you agree, I can be your and Mia's witness. Ah. Li Er's last sentence was a bit roundabout, and Sherhao was stunned. But he reacted immediately, stood up and bowed slightly, saying, Thank you, teacher, I will trouble you when the time comes. It's okay. The date is set, let Sherwin notify me. Let's go, Sherwin. After Li Er finished speaking, his figure disappeared, and the stone-pattern insect king waved to Shi Hao, cut a hole beside him, and followed him. Shi Hao is not young, and he has been married and has children. He is not so eager to treat feelings, but he still hopes to have a close and lovely person around him. At the beginning, the two agreed that when the Kirin and Canis Minor were all recognized by the main brain, Mia would transform into a human body and marry Shi Hao. Now, Shi Hao is the master of the boundless seat, Wan Guiyong is the master of the Kirin seat, Mia is the master of the Canis Minor seat, and Yifeng's Canis Major seat is expected to be recognized by the main brain soon. Such a result was something they had never thought of at first, but they were definitely happy to see such a result. Yun Fuzuo still belonged to the Jin clan after all, and Shi Hao had no intention of stealing it for himself. Although the Jin clan had a low degree of development of Yun Fuzuo, Shi Hao still notified Jin Yinggu and asked him to send someone to take it over. Soon, under the instruction of the Lord of the Silver Domain, the stone-pattern insect king issued a statement. The statement said, Jin Shirkwai, the patriarch of the Jin clan, disregarded the laws of the Silver Domain and set up a secret starship laboratory in Yun Fuzuo to develop a collapsed starship in order to satisfy his own selfish desires, and intended to destroy Qilong Star and Tianyu Star. Fortunately, Shi Hao, the great elder of the human race, arrived in time and thwarted Jin Shirkwai's conspiracy. Witnessed by the Lord Godly Heir, the collapsed starship was destroyed, ensuring the safety of all races and planets in the Silver Domain, and reiterated that the development of the collapsed starship is absolutely prohibited, whether it is a rated planet or an unrated planet, whether it is a developed area or an undeveloped area. Once discovered, the race to which the violator belongs will bear joint liability. In this incident, Jin Shirkwai's actions brought great danger to the Silver Domain and must be severely punished. The Jin clan is jointly responsible and fined 10 million purple crystal coins. I hope the Jin clan will take it as a warning. Shi Hao defeated Jin Shirkwai's conspiracy with his own strength and saved the Silver Domain from danger. He was rewarded with 1 million purple crystal coins. I hope all races will follow Shi Hao's example and make due contributions to the development of the Silver Domain. This 1 million purple crystal coins made all Shi Hao's dissatisfaction disappear. On the way back to Wubianzuo, Shi Hao told Taidan that the matter had been resolved, Jin Shirkwai was dead, and all the finishing touches were handed over to Jin Yinggu. Shi Hao told Taidan all the details of what happened and asked him to rush to Yun Fuzu as soon as possible. Taidan was very smart, and immediately understood what Shi Hao meant. The first thing he said when he saw Jin Yinggu was, Yinggu, my Shi Tatar people will fully support you to take the position of the leader of the Jin clan. Leave it to me. You must rush back to the Jin clan headquarters immediately. Nan, I won't say any more polite words. This is the badge of the leader of Taifizu. I give it to you. I don't have the energy to manage a constellation specifically. You are also responsible for the development of Yun Fuzu. As soon as Jin Shirkwai died, the position of the leader became vacant. Jin Yinggu's achievements in Taifizu were obvious to all. With achievements and the support of the forces, he had a great chance of winning the position of the leader. Taidan asked Jin Yinggu to go back for this reason. Taidan did not say anything polite. He took the badge of the leader and immediately arranged for his confidant to escort Jin Yinggu to the Jin clan headquarters. Jin Shirkwai died, and his confidant was also arrested as an accomplice, and was taken away by the stone-pattern insect king. Jin Yinggu can be said to have no rivals. As long as he is not stupid, the position of the clan leader will be easily captured. Taidan did not go back with him, because he considered his own future. He originally wanted to rely on Yunfu Si to develop slowly, but he did not expect Jin Yinggu to be so smart and directly hand over Taifei's seat to Taidan for management. If Jin Yinggu becomes the clan leader, his seat badge will have to be handed over, and he will choose someone else in the Jin clan to take over. It is better to do a favor and win over Taidan, who is currently helping him the most. Shi Hao first returned to Wubian seat. He was going to explain the Wubian seat and go to Shapuan seat to find Mia. As soon as he returned to Wubian seat, he received a call from Mia, saying that she had something to discuss with him. Chapter 322. To be precise, it was Mish, the chief of the elves, who wanted to find him. Shi Hao told Tianing and Shi Wei about all the matters of Wubianzuo, and went to Qilong Star to meet with Mish. Mish came with a small group of people, including Old Butte, and booked a private room at a famous Chinese restaurant on Qilong Star, ordering the most expensive Mao Tai. The human race's catering culture has penetrated every corner of the Silver Domain, and many people of other races have turned to the human race just for the food and wine. Shi Hao also went alone. As soon as he entered the private room, Mish immediately got up and greeted him, holding Sherhao's right hand with both hands, very enthusiastically. I have admired Elder Sher for a long time, and today I finally get to meet him. I am honored. Like Mia, Mish has been studying the history and culture of Yin country, and has also put his knowledge into practice. Over time, his words have the sour taste of the old scholar in the ancient times of Yin country. Thank you, Chief Mi. I have always wanted to visit you, but my status does not allow me to enter the green and red planets. Thank you for the strong support of the elves to the human race. I say, you too, this elegant private room is so sour now, hee. Mr. Sher, this is the chief of the elves and Mia's father. Old Butte looked at the two and couldn't help interrupting, and introduced the relationship between Mish and Mia. Yes, let's not be polite, Elder Sher, please sit down. After listening to Old Butte's introduction, Mish stretched out her hand to signal Sherhao to sit down. Me. Chief Mi, you can just call me Sherhao. Sherhao thought to himself, this is Mia's father, his future father-in-law, so he should be more respectful. Okay, then I follow your rules. I call you Sherhao, haha. Mish is a typical handsome elf man. He looks like he's in his early 30s, but if you count his actual age, he should be an old monster for countless years. His personality is not as gentle as most elves, he is very bold. His blue hair is not as neat and smooth as most handsome elves. He tied it into a bun, and then wrapped it with a black cloth. Butte and I went to the battlefield together. At that time, he was still my captain. Later, he was injured and retired. I arranged a way out for him several times, but he didn't appreciate it. Damn it, it made me angry. The swear words coming out of Mish's mouth were very inconsistent with his appearance, but he didn't think so. But Sherhao felt very relaxed when he heard it. When he came, he was worried that Mish had too many rules, and it was difficult to deal with him. After all, the elves are recognized as a noble race in the Silver Domain. Shizi, although I was injured, I can still be self-reliant. Besides, I don't want my former comrades to look down on me. Who dares? Mish shouted loudly, which reminded Sherhao of his life in the army, and psychologically he became closer to Mish. It's not bad now. One is the wise and powerful patriarch of the royal family, and the other is a future star. I can sit with you to eat, chat, and chat. I am already very satisfied. Old, but has been dealing with humans for a long time, and even learned the word chat. Mr. But is flattering me. Sherhao hurriedly said modestly that it is always right to be low-key in front of his future father-in-law. No, absolutely not, you are the future. Mishi interrupted Sherhao, looked at Sherhao's face, and said affirmatively. Let's not talk about this for now. I agree to your marriage with Mia, and I asked Old Butte to come here as a witness. You two are in love with each other, so don't say that I, Mishi, am trying to get close to you. Mishi was still quick-witted, but Sherhao couldn't understand her logic. Chief Mi, it's me who is trying to get close to you. Sherhao corrected her hurriedly. Li'er and I are very open, so don't be so modest. At the beginning, he urged Mia to go to Canis Minor, and I was a little unhappy. Now look, that guy is really a smart guy, and in the end I still owe him a big favor. Mishi directly brought out Li'er to testify to Sherhao's awesomeness, leaving Sherhao speechless. I'm going to give Canis Minor as Mia's dowry. Is it enough? If not, I give you 2 or 3 more constellations. A constellation is like a carrot and cabbage in Mish's mouth, which makes Sherhao frown. He doesn't know how to respond. It's not appropriate to say more or less, so he could only smile awkwardly. Shizi, Canis Minor was originally developed by Mia. Let's not talk about it for now. I personally think that you should allow the elves and humans to trade completely, so that it is a long-term solution. Old but is no longer the same as before. He looks at things very uniquely. Family affection is one aspect, and interests can truly bind the elves and humans together in the long run. I brought you here, and it was really right. I just don't know what Housie thinks. Mish looked at Sherhao eagerly while speaking, with a bit of flattering meaning. Sherhao didn't quite understand Mish's performance, and felt that he and Mish had reversed their roles. But he nodded, and then said, I personally have no objection. I will call a meeting after returning to study the specific implementation methods. Okay, you are worthy of being my good son-in-law. Old, Captain, you will be the full representative of the elves, how about it? I will definitely live up to your mission. Old Butte answered very solemnly. Okay, let's eat. Mish picked up the serving chopsticks, and put a piece of beast meat raised on a habitable planet similar to the Earth on Sherhao's plate. Come on, drink it. Mish picked up a glass of white wine, and wanted to clink glasses with Sherhao. There were already 3 classic white porcelain bottles next to him. Housie, you don't know that although our elves seem noble, we have actually stopped moving forward many years ago. You have a saying that goes, if you don't move forward, you will fall behind. The universe is not peaceful. There are silver domains, dark domains, wilderness domains, blood domains, underworld domains, and this domain and that domain. In short, there are many undercurrents. Only when the high-level races such as the elves, dark spirits, and yakshas develop to a certain level can the silver domain reach a certain level. However, the elves have reached a bottleneck, and the yakshas and dark spirits are not much better. I am very worried, and have no appetite every day. After saying this, Mish picked up a large piece of golden, oily beast meat, and put it in his mouth. No matter how Sure Hao looked at him, he didn't look like someone who didn't want to eat or drink. He thought that Mish's grasp of the language of Yin country was not very solid, so he used this to convince himself to believe Mish's words, thus showing a sympathetic look. Burp. After drinking a glass of white wine, Mish burped. This wine is really good. Where was I just talking about? I don't want to eat or drink. Yes, I don't want to eat or drink, burp. Howsy, you don't know? I have lost weight. Puff. Olba couldn't help laughing beside him. Shizi, it turns out that it is so difficult for you to ask for help. You should have told me earlier. Olba continued to make fun of me. It's not too late to find you now, you guys chat. I drink some more. This wine is good. Waiter, bring 3 more bottles. Mishi was a little tipsy, and Olba pointed a finger at the waiter, meaning to bring another bottle, and then chatted with Sure Hao. He came here this time to ask for some martial arts and techniques suitable for the elves to practice. Mia's strength has greatly increased. Even an MO of the dark spirits is no match for her. This is obvious to all. The elves' high-level officials all know that you gave Mia a technique suitable for her practice. But without your permission, Chief Mi did not ask Mia for it, and Mia would not take the initiative to give it to you because she had to consider your feelings. Originally, I wanted Mia to tell you about this, but Chief Mi came here in person to show enough sincerity. Sure Hao finally understood why she behaved like that just now. Sure Hao is not a rookie. He knows the importance of Yin country's martial arts and techniques. A suitable technique can even improve the overall strength of a race by an order of magnitude. Chapter 323. Chief Mi, just ask me to tell me. Sure Hao immediately expressed his intention to present the elves with a telekinetic technique that can be popularized throughout the tribe, as well as a matching internal strength technique in the name of the human race. Sure Hao knew Mia's body structure very well, so he made this promise. Of course, the perfection of the technique still requires time. After hearing Sure Hao's promise, Mish finally put down the stone in his heart. The 3 of them started chatting. Sure Hao asked Mish why she didn't go to find Li'er. After Mish explained, Sure Hao realized that Li'er was not good at cultivation. He had always relied on the concept of Tao follows nature, doing nothing, having no desires, and then becoming the main god. What Li'er is best at is to follow the way of heaven, and make plans among the trivial. Those who know him in the silver domain think he is a genius. He only speaks when he wants to speak, and when he should speak. At the beginning, when Mia went to inquire about Sure Hao's whereabouts, Li'er did not give the exact location and time, but gave guidance. Mish and Lao Butte recalled the ancient history, and they were also full of emotion. After hundreds of millions of years of inheritance and development, the elves and other major races in the silver domain have reached a bottleneck period. Although they are still developing, in their eyes, they are as slow as a snail. The various races in the silver domain tried every possible way, and the Lord of the Silver Domain formulated various rules, but they all had little effect. Until the emergence of the human race, the eyes of the various races were bright. The culture, technology and development speed of the human race made the major races in the Silver Domain look at them with admiration. Some races are afraid that the human race will break the balance and seize their resources, so they try every means to suppress them. The reaction of the Golden Race is the most intense, followed by the Beast Race, the Giant Lizard Race, the Dark Spirit Race, and the Feather Race are purely bewitched by the Golden Race and dragged into the water. Some races saw hope and felt that they could take advantage of the human race to make further progress. The Elves, Yaksha and Zerg were the representatives. At first, the human race developed naturally and grew steadily. Since entering the eyes of the Lord of the Silver Domain, under his promotion, the human race has entered a state of barbaric growth. The 3 of them talked happily, and Mish set the wedding date for Sure Hao and Mia on the spot, preparing to make a grand ceremony according to the customs of Yin country. Considering the time for preparation, invitation and guests' travel, it was set on a certain day 10 Earth years later, on the Qilin star in the Qilin constellation. A certain day 10 years later, on the Qilin star in the Qilin constellation. Chilan star is a terrestrial planet twice the size of the Earth, with an ocean coverage rate of about 50%, saline alkali land of 20%, and the rest is land, blue, green and white. This day is the wedding day of Shirhao and Mia, and the whole Chilan star is decorated with lights and is very lively. The human army surrounded Chilan star in 3 layers, and Shirwei was in charge of security. All the important figures of the human race gathered together, except for the Dark Spirit Clan, Feather Clan, Beast Clan and Giant Lizard Clan. All other clans sent their clan leaders or elders to attend. In addition to Li'er, there were 5 other main gods present. Each main god was a mysterious dragon that could not be seen from head to tail. The fact that they appeared here showed how much they valued Shirhao and the human race. From the Jin clan, Jin Yengu and Taidan came together. Jin Yengu knew the relationship between Taidan and Shirhao and became closer to him. He wanted to tie himself and Taidan together. Suyin presided over the wedding, and Li'er was the witness. Shirhao and Mia chose a bright red tangsu dress, which was very elegant and solemn. Mia had transformed into a human body 10 years ago. Except for her ears and nose being less pointed and her hair turning black, there were no other major changes in her face shape. It is not an exaggeration to describe her appearance as a beauty that can shame the moon and flowers, a beauty that can make the country as beautiful as heaven, and a beauty that can shock people. The banquet lasted for 3 days. Representative court dishes from various dynasties, 8 major cuisines, and representative Western food on Earth were served one by one. There was no shortage of various fine wines. We tried white wine, red wine, and cocktails one by one, but the most popular one was barbecue with beer. Even Li'er drank until his face turned red, and he was slightly drunk and dizzy, and he praised it endlessly. After the banquet ended and the guests were sent away, Shirhao and Mia had their wedding night. 3 months after Shirhao got married, when he was practicing in the practice room, an old elf man with a hunched figure and a face full of stories appeared quietly beside him, as if he had been sitting there. Cough. The old man sat for a while and coughed slightly. Shirhao heard it, like a thunderclap, and suddenly opened his eyes. Li'er said that your skills are very powerful. I just observed it, and it is indeed very powerful. If I could get such a set of skills now. Forget it. I am already an old man, but I can't get rid of the vulgarity. The old man said to himself. Shirhao quickly stood up and bowed. Shirhao greets the lord of the territory. Through the descriptions of Li'er and the stone pattern insect king, it would be too unreasonable for Shirhao not to recognize the old man in front of him. The lord of the silver territory waved his hand slightly to signal Shirhao to sit down, and then said softly in an old voice, I don't like the hustle and bustle, so I didn't attend your wedding with Xiuya. This thing is a gift for you. As he spoke, he threw a fist-sized bullet-like object in his hand. Shirhao hurriedly caught it with both hands. The object was very heavy in his hand, causing Shirhao to bend down suddenly and almost crawl on the ground. Please put it in the mustard seed space. This is a starship. After activation, it is about 100 meters long and can teleport up to 3 constellations. Thank you, Lord. Shirhao naturally knew the preciousness of this gift. According to the classification, it has reached the orange level, so he hurriedly thanked him. Don't thank me first. I came to you for something. Come with me. The Lord of the Silver Domain said that without waiting for Shirhao to agree, the scenery in front of Shirhao changed about 10 times before stopping. Immediately afterwards, Shirhao immediately felt a huge suction force, as if to suck him away. The size of this suction force was no less than the pressure on his body after falling into the prison star. The Lord of the Silver Domain stretched out his hand and scratched it. A transparent object like thin glass appeared in front of Shirhao's eyes, and the pressure on his body disappeared. Shirhao looked around and found himself surrounded by an elliptical bubble, just like the treasure he activated when he destroyed Jean Shirkwai's collapsed starship. Look there, try to see what you can see. The Silver Domain Lord pointed to the front, and Shirhao looked over there. Shirhao squinted his eyes, and used telekinesis to increase his vision, but he saw nothing. It was pitch black. It was extremely dark there, just like the collapse factor of the collapsed starship, as black as a black hole. It's pitch black there, but I'm sure it's not empty. Shirhao not only looked with his eyes, but also used telekinesis to test it, and found that his telekinesis was swallowed up, and it was swallowed up easily. He immediately retracted his thoughts, and did not dare to act rashly. Yes, that's what you humans call a black hole. This is just one of them. There are 2 more black holes outside the extreme distance of this black hole, and they are arranged in a triangle. What do you think of the collapsing starship that Jean Shirkwai made? Shirhao was about to listen to the next part, when the Lord of the Silver Domain suddenly made a turn. The collapsing starship is a destructive weapon, which is likely to cause a chain reaction and swallow everything around it, which is very harmful. At that time, the small collapse factor made Sure Hao very afraid. The collapsing starship is just a child's play. Compared with these 3 black holes, it is a toy. If these 3 black holes are connected together, what do you think will happen? When Sure Hao heard the words of the Lord of the Silver Domain, the cold air on his back surged up. We are now near the core of the Silver Domain. If a chain reaction occurs, what will be the consequences? After a long while, Sure Hao's mood calmed down a little. Domain Lord, are you saying that the Silver Domain could be swallowed up by them at any time? I don't know how much damage they will cause if it really happens, but I think that is definitely not what we want to see. Do you feel unhappy that I am plotting against you, the human race, and all the races? But I can't do anything about it. If I rely on my current strength, I can't solve this hidden danger. I need people and races to grow up as soon as possible. So, controlling the Silver Domain main brain and controlling many things you can't imagine is for them, and for the safety of the entire Silver Domain. The old voice of the Silver Domain Lord trembled a little, revealing a trace of fatigue. According to the development speed of your human race, they will not explode for a long time, perhaps tens of thousands, or perhaps hundreds of thousands, or hundreds of thousands of Silver Domain years. This time is far from enough for me, and all the races in the Silver Domain except the human race. Our growth rate is not that fast. I brought you here today just to share some of this burden with you. The Silver Domain needs you to grow up as soon as possible. Sure Hao understood everything without the Silver Domain Lord saying too much. He didn't want to, but what could he do? Would he wait for tens, hundreds, or even hundreds of thousands of Silver Domain years before everyone was destroyed together? The two stood in the void, looking at the pitch-black monster from afar. After a long while, Sure Hao nodded to the Silver Domain Lord. Chapter 324. What's the matter with the Dark Witch? Are the Dark Spirits related to the Dark Witch? Li Er gave him a general idea. Although it was the private matter of the Silver Domain Lord, it involved the safety of the Silver Domain, the solar system, and the human race, so he couldn't ignore it. The Silver Domain Lord didn't answer immediately. After Sure Hao felt the scene change, he and the Silver Domain Lord appeared in the Domain Lord's mansion. There were only 2 of them in the whole hall. The Silver Domain Lord motioned him to sit down. Then, the Silver Domain Lord told a story like telling someone else a story. A long time ago, the elves were already very prosperous, mainly distributed in several galaxies around the solar system. Based on their appearance and looks, the elves are divided into the white spirits, the dark spirits, and the winged spirits. The white spirits have very white skin, the dark spirits have very dark skin, and the winged spirits have angel-like white wings on their backs. The Lord of the Silver Domain is from the White Spirit tribe, and the Dark Witch is from the Dark Spirit tribe. They are the most dazzling stars of the younger generation of their respective families and races. The White Spirit tribe, the Dark Spirit tribe, and the Winged Spirit tribe get along well with each other, communicate frequently, and intermarry with each other. The Lord of the Silver Domain and the Dark Witch met through a game. After a hard competition, the two finally decided the winner. The Lord of the Silver Domain won by half a point. They admired each other, and soon became close friends. The two traveled together in the Silver Domain and explored dangerous places, which was very enjoyable. One day, when they formed a group to destroy a dark planet, they met a beautiful winged spirit woman. In the words of the Lord of the Silver Domain, when they first met, he and the Dark Witch could not move their eyes, and their breathing was rapid. The two people who usually talk freely and have good eloquence were a little tongue-tied, and their words were not smooth. She is like the angel in your human mythology, with 3 pairs of snow-white wings behind her, sacred and inviolable. The Lord of the Silver Domain summed it up with this sentence. Since then, the 2-person team has become 3 people, and the Lord of the Silver Domain and the Dark Witch consciously became her flower protectors. The winged spirit woman became more and more familiar with the 2 people, and the Lord of the Silver Domain and the Dark Witch gradually developed feelings for her, but no one confessed. The feelings of the 3 people were in a delicate balance. Hearing this, Sure Hao did not expect that powerful figures, like the Lord of the Silver Domain and the Dark Witch, could not escape such a bloody plot. It seems that the feud behind should be caused by this winged spirit woman. In this way, the 3 continued to travel in the Silver Domain. As usual, they rushed into danger when they encountered danger. However, if you walk by the river often, you will get your shoes wet. In a planet with a gorgeous appearance and beautiful like a fairyland, they encountered a sudden space crack array. The 3 of them were surrounded by the constantly generated space cracks, and were in danger of being swallowed at any time. At this time, the Lord of Silver Domain was closer to the woman, and the Dark Witch was behind the Lord of Silver Domain. Seeing the dangerous situation, he asked the Lord of Silver Domain to retreat, and he went forward to protect the woman. The Lord of Silver Domain said that he didn't dare to move at all in that situation, and he couldn't hear what the Dark Witch said. The Dark Witch saw that the Lord of Silver Domain didn't move, and he became more and more anxious, so he prepared to start teleporting and forcefully move. However, the space was very unstable at that time, and teleporting caused a chain reaction. The winged spirit woman was completely surrounded by fine space cracks. Seeing this, the winged spirit woman did not hesitate to perform the winged spirit tribe's unique teleportation technique to send the Lord of Silver Domain and the Dark Witch to a safe area, and she herself disappeared into the cracks. At that time, the heart of the Silver Domain Lord was torn apart, and so was the Dark Witch. After an unknown amount of time, the Dark Witch stood up, grabbed the Silver Domain Lord by the neck, and roared, "You coward, you coward! Let a woman save you, you don't deserve to live. I asked you to step back. I was ready to go over and exchange my life for her safety, and even ready to save your life by the way, to fulfill your wishes. But all this was ruined by you, a coward." The Dark Witch kept roaring and cursing. It had become a fact, and the Silver Domain Lord did not make any unnecessary excuses. He knew that his and the Dark Witch's world would be different from now on. The Silver Domain Lord even wanted to die, and if the Dark Witch had taken action at that time, he would not have resisted. The Dark Witch slowly calmed down, and finally said, "I won't let you die easily. I want you bailing people to be buried with her." After the Dark Witch finished speaking, he turned around and left resolutely. The Dark Witch threatened him with his own people, and the Lord of the Silver Domain immediately woke up, and he followed closely. The origin planet of the White Spirits was ancient Mars, and the Dark Witch's first target was also here. The atmosphere of ancient Mars was also imprisoned by the magnetic field of Mars, so the Dark Witch chose to destroy the magnetic field of ancient Mars, thereby destroying this ancient and beautiful planet. The Dark Witch used the latest technological means of the Dark Spirits to launch the Big Rivet to ancient Mars. The Lord of the Silver Domain was unable to stop it by himself at that time, and could only give advance warnings and let the white collars evacuate and disperse to various parts of the Silver Domain. At that time, the Silver Domain was still in a state of coexistence of multiple races and multiple forces. After experiencing this disaster, the White Spirits had a sense of crisis and began to operate their own forces in the Silver Domain. Over the years, the White Spirits grew up in the Silver Domain, and the Lord of the Silver Domain also grew up to be the patron saint of the White Spirits. At that time, in order to facilitate the name and to give the Winged Spirits a certain degree of protection, the White Spirits appeared in the Silver Domain under the name of the Elves. The Winged Spirits could unconditionally enjoy the resources of the Elves for development. The Dark Spirits changed their development strategy after seeing the rise of the Elves. At that time, the Dark Witch had also grown into the patron saint of the Dark Spirits. He was indignant and left decisively, ruling the Dark Domain with thunderbolt means. The Lord of the Silver Domain couldn't let it go, so he was very tolerant of the Dark Spirits, who remained in the Silver Domain. The Dark Witch was also happy to sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor, and he could also create some trouble for the Lord of the Silver Domain, and secretly support the development of the Dark Spirits in the Silver Domain. The Dark Spirits themselves are not bad. They are a little hostile to the tribes in the Silver Domain, but that's all because of the personal reasons between me and the Dark Witch. I will solve this problem, the Lord of the Silver Domain said here, and there was still some loneliness in his voice. And your mission is to grow up as quickly as possible, take over as the Lord of the Silver Domain, and resolve the threats that the Silver Domain is currently facing. After telling the whole story, the Lord of the Silver Domain clearly stated his request to Sher Hao. After a moment of contemplation, Sher Hao said in an irresistible tone, "I will not take over as the Lord, but I will do my best to resolve those 3 black holes. To resolve those 3 black holes, I cannot be distracted, so I have no spare energy to manage the Silver Domain. I have another request. When you go to see the Dark Witch, take me with you. I want to watch. The grudge between the Lord of the Silver Domain and the Dark Witch cannot be resolved through negotiation. The two must fight. This level of war is rare." The Lord of the Silver Domain nodded, and Sher Hao's eyes went dark, and he returned to his comfort zone. Chapter 325. In the following days, Sher Hao spent the rest of his time with Mayani and enjoying the happiness of family life, and the rest of his work was cultivation. The development of the human race entered a benign development track, and it developed step by step to various galaxies and constellations. With the previous experience of the Golden Race, the Beast Race, the Feather Race, and the Giant Lizard Race had no intention of confronting the human race head-on. As for the small actions behind the scenes, they did not have any serious effect on the human race. The human race even regarded these provocations as the experience of human adventurers. A few years later, the human race leaders held a small-scale top-secret meeting. At the meeting, Shirhao talked about the threats facing the Silver Domain, and the Lord of the Silver Domain explained his mission. After the meeting, Shirhao resigned from all positions in the human race, and based on his initial understanding of black holes, he secretly established the Dark Rule Research Institute, with Lao He as the dean. With the authorization of the Lord of the Silver Domain, with the help of Li Er and the Stone Pattern Insect King, people who were proficient in the Dark Rule were recruited from various planets and races in the Silver Domain, even those small races that did not enter the sequence, to enter the Institute for cultivation and research. Shirhao and Li Er were also responsible for teaching these people the Tai Chi Dao and studying the integration method of Tai Chi Dao and Dark Rules. Days passed one by one, and soon, the first race competition for the human race to enter the Silver Domain came. At this time, the human race had spread all over the planets in the Silver Domain, and the adventurers, who were proficient in various rules, accounted for more than one-fifth. Not surprisingly, the human race replaced the feather race and obtained the entry qualifications for the red-level planets and green-level planets. With the help of the human race, the Zerg also had martial arts and skills suitable for their own race, and finally replaced the beast race and obtained the qualification to enter the green-level planet. The giant lizards were defeated by the giants, and all the participants were eliminated, leaving no one behind. This triggered a hidden mechanism in the race competition, and they were eliminated from the sequence. The giants guarded all the planets in the chaotic land, forming a barrier between the wasteland and the Silver Domain. Without help, the dark spirits did not do anything out of line, just like before, as if some kind of agreement had been reached between the Silver Domain Master and the Dark Witch. After this race competition, Li Er became the new Silver Domain Master. The Stone Pattern Worm King followed the original Silver Domain Master, and stayed on an unknown planet. 5,000 Silver Domain years after this race competition, Jin Yinggu disappeared for no reason because of the internal struggle of the Jin clan. Yunanan took advantage of the situation and killed the hostile forces of the Jin clan, becoming the new acting patriarch of the Jin clan. In Yunanan's words, before the next race competition, as long as Jin Yinggu comes back, the position of patriarch will still be his. Mr. Shi, it is not my original intention to be the leader of the Jin clan. I am worried that others will be disadvantageous to our Shi Tatar clan after they take the position. When the Jin clan is stable, I also want to be detached from the world and pursue the Great Way like you. Somewhere in the void of the galaxy where the 3 black holes are located, a black asteroid with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers is quietly floating here. The interior of this asteroid is completely hollow. The Dark Research Institute is located here, and Shirhao is in charge here. Yunanan is visiting here. It's not that they don't want to make a bigger planet, but with the strength of Shirhao and his team, they can only ensure that the current size of the planet will not be swallowed by the 3 huge black holes. This asteroid will move forward a distance every few years, decades, and hundreds of years, which shows that Shirhao and his team have made another step forward in their research on the Dark Rules. 10,000 years after the Silver Domain, Shirhao sent a message to the Stoneworm King. I'm ready and can go. The original Silver Domain Lord had already agreed with the Dark Witch to face to resolve the grievances between the two. But because Shirhao has not grown up yet, the original Silver Domain Lord has been waiting for him. Apart from the Silver Domain, in a certain void in the Dark Domain, this is a newborn baby constellation, all the planets are dead, and there is no life. This is the place where the original Silver Domain Lord and the Dark Witch duel, and both want to make a break in the most direct way. Although Shirhao proposed to come to watch the battle, it was actually to ensure that their duel would not affect innocent people, especially those planets with life. Shirhao floated in the void at the edge of the Dark Domain near the Silver Domain in this baby constellation, with his mind fully open, covering the entire constellation. The other end of this constellation is misty and chaotic. In the Silver Domain, Dark Domain and other domains, as well as other unknown universes, countless scientific and technological personnel and scientific research equipment are scanning the unknown void, capturing various rays and waves to detect the movement in the universe. This newborn baby constellation is their target for monitoring. The space rocks and planets of all sizes in the entire constellation are thrown at each other roughly like glass balls in their hands. For a time, various rock fragments flew around in the entire constellation, various rays burst out frequently and without any rules, and many scientific research equipment were distorted, malfunctioned, or even damaged under the dumbfounded expressions of the researchers. They could understand that this is the real end of the world. In Sherhao's mind, he also saw that the cores of many planets were squeezed to generate countless, the most crystal clear diamonds, black diamonds, red diamonds, blue diamonds, colored diamonds. But he was calm in his heart, because he could do this step. When there were destructive shock waves or large pieces of broken planets about to fly out of the edge of this baby constellation, they were all imprisoned by Sherhao's mind. When the former Silver Domain Lord and the Dark Witch were throwing planets at each other like children, Sherhao remembered the snowball fight and couldn't help grinning. However, playing snowball fights like this was too costly. Just as the two were getting more and more angry, a colorful glow appeared between them. This glow was a line at first, and slowly began to expand in all directions, expanding faster and faster, and becoming brighter and brighter. Even Sherhao felt that he couldn't look directly at it. Sherhao closed his eyes, and used his mind to explore. He vaguely saw a beautiful elf woman, with 3 pairs of colorful wings appearing in the center of the colorful glow. The former Silver Domain Lord and the Dark Witch stood blankly on both sides. The woman stretched out 2 ribbons to them, and the two mechanically reached out and held them. Sherhao also saw the woman glance at him, and smile slightly. Then, the colorful rays of light, the beautiful woman, the former Silver Domain Lord and the Dark Witch all disappeared. They disappeared very quickly, as if they had never existed. Sherhao could not calm down for a long time, and used his mind to explore clues. After returning to the Dark Research Institute, Sherhao overturned the previous research ideas, and the asteroid stayed quietly in the same place for nearly 10,000 Silver Domain years. After 10,000 Silver Domain years, 10,000 black asteroids appeared around the black hole in the middle, and each asteroid had a group of research teams from the Dark Research Institute. After all these arrangements were completed, Sherhao held another meeting. In addition to Wu Yi, Wang Guiyong, Lei Shiyu and others, Li Er and the Stone Pattern Worm King also participated. I called everyone here to say goodbye to you. As for where I will go, I don't know, but I think I should say goodbye to you now. If this is successful, the crisis in the Silver Domain will be completely resolved. 1/3 of the people involved this time will leave with me. I have already explained the remaining people clearly, and they will solve the remaining 2 black holes in the same way. After saying this, Sherhao stood up and nodded slightly to everyone, then teleported away. After that, the 10,000 asteroids and the surrounding black hole became a restricted area. No one and no starship could fly into it. They seemed to have become a whole. 100 years. 5,000 years. 30,000 years. It was still the same there. After another 10,000 or 20,000 years, someone suddenly drove a starship into that area by mistake. That area was just like other voids, but it was empty, without a planet, and not even a small piece of space rock was found. Li Er came here as soon as possible. The 10,000 asteroids and the black hole in the middle disappeared, as if they had been moved away. Lao He was left behind by Sherhao. After receiving the news, he immediately began to arrange the other 2 black holes according to the plan, with the same method and the same unknown destination. Lao Wan, do you think Haozi has broken through the void and become an immortal? Lei Shiyu, the most determined atheist, asked while holding a teacup and looking at the starry sky in the distance. Others dare not say, but he is very likely. Wang Guiyong took a sip of tea and said with a smile, yes, he has a lucky attribute. He might bring back something good.